same course without the pyramids, and Ben Demon into Champellac. So Tom was here in 13:39. Ben through in 12:52. So Ben 47 minutes ahead of the time for last year. The weather in the first half of the race last year was horrific. And here we go, Ben Demon working his way through the streets of Champellac. In a minute, on Ben's left, he will pass the bakery, the cake shop. On the outside, normally laid out on the table, some beautiful blueberry cakes, tarts, and the cake shop is owned by a gentleman called Leon. And if you think about the PTL, the Petit Trot de Leon.
And we are just about to go to an interview with Ben Demon now.
Je me sens bien, j'ai hâte de prendre le départ, de patienter.
And he's speaking in French, bastard.
J'ai des bonnes jambes, tellement excité. Pour moi, de gagner, ça représente, c'est mon rêve, c'est mon objectif depuis 4 ans, de gagner ici. Donc c'est un objectif de ma vie, en fait.
So it's his dream, it's his goal for the last 4 years, to be able to execute his race, which is to win.
Prendre soin de moi la nuit, des choses assez classiques, mais bien faire les fondamentales, c'est déjà très bien. C'est une course qui fait tout. Il faut marcher, il faut courir, il faut bien descendre.
So he's saying it's a course that really has everything. You have to run, you have to walk, it has technical trails.
C'était complet ou pas. Ouais, ma lien avec cette course,
yeah, it's a course that really tests you.
C'est une histoire maintenant. C'est aussi mon examen chaque année, de voir si et je pense cette année je suis plus près que jamais.
This race is his test every year.
Comme j'ai dit, c'est un gros test, c'est un test mental, physique, c'est un test.
It's a test mentally, physically, and a test of your heart.
Il y a le côté émotionnel qui n'est pas facile à gérer. Donc ça prend toute mon énergie, cette course.
Yeah, the race takes all of his energy. Yeah, I mean, just interesting how he's talking about just how all-encompassing it is and how focused he is. You know, the last 4 years really focusing on doing what he wants to do on this course. Last year, of course, in second. But in some of his interviews, he talked about how he was disappointed with the second. And, you know, it's not often that you hear people who have podiumed at UTMB saying that he was second. But, you know, he's got big, big goals. And he is going for it at the moment. And thank you, Michael, for a bit of background in the chat saying that Ben came from soccer and through hiking and discovered ultra running while pacing at Hard Rock. Yes, we've been talking about his DNF in 2024. I was in Courmayeur when that happened, when he was throwing up, but then he came back to second last year and is now aiming for a first. We are just going to a commercial break, but stay with us.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Copy. My God.
Hey everybody, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series Finals. We're at the front of the UTMB course. We are with Kareth Arnold on the Kareth Arnold third placed woman on the climb from Arnuva up to the Grand Col Ferret. So yeah, Kareth Arnold is chasing down Rachel Entrekin and Blondine Leonardel. Both of them have already passed the summit of the Grand Col Ferret, and they are on the descent down to La Folie. So the great work of our camera crew doing laps on the Grand Col Ferret so that we can see the front of the race, which we are incredibly grateful for. Yeah, so Kareth Arnold here, third place woman on the climb, and there's a lot of athletes behind Kareth already started this climb up to the Grand Col Ferret as well. We just saw Ben Demon go through Champ-Belag, and some great statistics from Liam, Aid Station Fireball. So Ben Demon is the first athlete ever to go sub 2 hours from the top of the Grand Col Ferret all the way down to Champ-Belag. So 1 hour 59:55. And then the second great stat coming in from Liam is that Ben's elapsed time of 12 hours 49 minutes into Champ-Belag is the fastest time of any of the UTMB courses done by any athlete by 35 minutes. So right now, Ben Demon is on track to land a sub 19-hour UTMB. So that's what's going on right now. We've also, if you're just joining us, we overnight, Courtney Dauwalter and Vincent Bouillard, two of the big favorites, both pulled out. We have no details about why, but they are not in the race anymore. And then one or two other runners that dropped out, including Andreas Reiterer and Josh Wade. Anna Carlson has gone as well. So yeah, not the attrition that we've seen in the past, which is maybe testament to the strength of these athletes. And here we go, Emily Schmitz in fourth place. Emily also on the climb up to the Grand Col Ferret, and the gap between Emily and Kareth at the bottom of the climb was just 6 minutes. So yep, good going from these athletes. Emily Schmitz in fourth. Behind Emily we have Martina Valmasoy, and then Lucy Bartholomew, Kasia Dombrovska, Antonina Ushina, and she's eighth, Abby Hall ninth, and Jasmine Lowther. That's wrapping up our top 10. So I have the pleasure of sharing the commentary this morning with Stephanie Case. Good morning, Steph.
Good morning. So nice to have the split screen of the third and fourth place women, Kareth and Emily.
What was quite funny, Steph, as we came back onto the live, the camera guy was like, "Oh my God!" As he was kind of hauling the camera up the hill. He was just behind Kareth in third. So he's like, "Oh my God!"
And these camera runners are really incredible.
They're incredible
in their own right. So, getting a sense from them about just how steep this climb is, really makes you respect these runners so much more.
Yeah, this is an 800-meter climb from Arnuva. It's about 4.5 kilometers in distance, and it brings you now, with the absence of the pyramids, this brings you to the top of the highest point on the UTMB course.
Just over 2,500 meters before they drop into Switzerland. So Karis is moving well, but not nearly as quick as what we saw from Blandine Leerhandel, who was just flying. She was moving so purposefully on the uphill, flying on the downhill. Kareth is moving well, and she is no stranger to technical terrain and to hard climbs. She's a winner of TDS, also finished on the podium of Hard Rock.
And yeah, I think looking at the pole use for Blondine, I think there was definitely a difference in technique, in sort of leverage of those poles on the climb as well.
Yeah, Kareth was second at Hard Rock and 8th overall with a time of 30 hours, 32 minutes.
Yep, and we're about 10 minutes or so before we see our second and third place athletes. So they are already on the climb up to Champelac as well. That's going to be Baptiste Chassan and Joaquin Lopez. Those two were running together. And finally, we've had an update of the trackers now. So Caleb Olsen and Antoine Chavelin are actually inserted in their right location. So fourth and fifth. So Caleb Olsen was 8 minutes behind Joaquin into La Folie, and 2 minutes behind him was Antoine. So that means we have Gauthier Boncarrere in 6th, Tobias Geiser in 7th, Hannes Namberger in 8th, Virgile Morisset in 9th, and Jean-Philippe Schumi. And just outside the top 10, because I did see some pictures in a video, there was Drew Holman in 12th into La Folie. And we've also got Zach Miller. Zach Miller was about 13 minutes behind Drew. So I think Zach's having a tough time right now because,
Yeah, and just we're seeing on the screen the images of Kareth Arnold. She is about to cross over the Grand Col Ferret. So she will be putting those poles away momentarily so that she has her hands free on the descent to fuel or to soften her fall, as we saw from Blandine Leerhandel.
Also over the Grand Col Ferret, we've had Chris Myers, John Albon, Andy Simons, and also Cody Lind. So they've all gone through. They're all inside the top 30 in the men's race.
Yeah, they went through quite some time ago.
Yeah, I just kind of just working my way through the, and also Tom Joly, Daniel Klassen, Tommy Sullivan. So yeah, a lot of those athletes through.
Yeah, there's a question in the chat. Everyone is using Lucky poles. Wonder why? So there are only a few select brands that make trail running poles that are quite specific to the types of terrain that we do and that are light enough. Lecky is really a leader in lightweight poles. You saw there Emily Schmitz was using the type that has the traditional handle, but what Lecky is known for is having the hand grips that you wear in your hand that you clip into the poles. And the benefit of that is that when you clip into poles, you don't have to concentrate on holding the poles itself. You can leave your hands fairly loose while you use that clip, the fact that you are attached to the poles to really put all of your energy to drive down and push yourself forward on the trails. And that's something, I don't know if they have a patent on it or what, but that's something that we don't see from any of the other pole brands. So there's Kareth Arnold cresting the Grand Col Ferret, now heading down into Switzerland. She's put her poles away. She doesn't have a quiver. She is putting them into a waist loop, and she is off.
And right behind her, and has made up 6 minutes on the climb, is Emily Schmitz. So Emily was right there as well. So yeah, Emily's, there we go. 6 minutes, shrinkage of the time. So Emily Schmitz is right behind Kareth there.
And that is that, as I say, local knowledge, local training. American who one of the Americans who has transplanted themselves over here in the valley in Chamonix, along with athletes like Steph Howe, Bailey Kowalczyk, who spends time over here as well. She hasn't moved over here totally, but
sure.
Bailey, who came in the top 10 yesterday.
So that's 3 American women in the top 4. So, yep.
Crazy.
Yep. Showing the depth of the trail running talent and how they're all here. So there's. I've been told in the chat it's not Kareth. Is it Kareth? It's without a K. It's with a C. In the way I'm pronouncing it. So I think I've been saying Kareth, but it's the way you're saying it sounds right.
Kareth.
Kareth, that's it.
Yeah, no, rather than Kareth.
Yeah, so it's like Gareth, but with a C.
Kareth.
Kareth. There we go. I've got it now. Thank you.
Ouais, pas tout de suite, il y a au moins 20-25 minutes.
And yeah, I think Kareth has just cleared the little loose stone that Blondine fell on this morning. Oh no, it's right here. But yeah, it was a slight tumble more than anything else. And
question in the chat about whether John Albin can speed up to get a podium place. Well, look, he's currently running in 26th. If we're talking podium as in top 3, I would say no.
Top 10?
Top 10. You know, there's still a long way to go in this race, but that's a big ask. That's a big ask. If we look at the time, so he went through.
Oh, it's a test of your maths now.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. He went through. He's just gone through La Folie. So at a time of 13 hours, 11 minutes.
He's almost an hour behind 10th place.
Yeah, to make up an hour, I'm going to say it's possible.
He's going to have to do a Ludovic Pomeray.
It's something pretty magical.
He's going to have to go all Ludo, I think, to make that happen.
And you know, the era of being able to work your way from deep in the field up to a top 10, that era is, I have to say, disappearing just because the level of competition is so stiff. I have crewed women who have gone from 70th at Courmayeur and have worked their way up to a top 10, but it is really tough. And we are just double checking something that we're seeing in the chat. Yeah, unfortunately, now it is impossible. Unfortunately, John Albin has withdrawn at La Folie.
As has Chris Myers. So we got 2 more DNFs.
And to answer the question, no, Henrietta Albin did not start UTMB. She announced a few days ago that she had food poisoning. So both Albins, one was a DNS and one was a DNF. So that's a shame.
I did ask John Albin, was he the cause of Henriette's food poisoning, and he denies it wholeheartedly. So he was not guilty, is what he said. So yeah, so it wasn't him.
You know, the two of them are so dialed. They eat, breathe, and live running. John Albin has 3 3D printers at home so that he can make his own gear, he can make his own orthotics, he can make his own nose pieces. He makes his own sugar salt mixtures. He walks around with Himalayan pink salt, in his bag. This is just something that he was so focused on for so long. So really feel for him now, having just withdrawn. He came into La Folie just a couple minutes ago, and that is the end of UTMB for him this year. Okay, and just getting a little bit of intel in the chat. There's been lots of questions about Josh and why he dropped out, and we're just hearing from the athlete manager that he was sick. he got sick, and that's why he needed to drop.
Okay, Steph, thank you for that. And here we go, gang, back on the screen now into Champex-Lac, our second placed athlete. So this is Baptiste Chassan coming into the A station. So we saw the smooth transition for Ben Demon. Let's check out Baptiste.
Yeah, let's listen in to see if we can hear anything.
Le temps de se retrouver quelque peu. Les chaussures, en priorité, chacun a son mode de faire, rien n'est laissé au hasard. Simon, les pieds.
Les deux places, les coups de coca. Hein? Là, les en masse. Et arrête de me remercier. Comment tu te sens? Ça va?
Pied gauche, prioritaire.
Est-ce que ça va?
Yeah, cream on the feet, new pair of socks, and a new pair of shoes, I think, as well.
Tu peux me mettre un peu de rythme là. Tu peux me mettre un peu de rythme là? On peut voir ce que ça peut donner. À droite, t'as raison. Il est à droite que tu as fait. T'avais raison, t'étais lucide.
J'en dis combien de minutes? Pas encore, je te dis.
Moins dans bobine. D'accord, dans bobine, tu me mets un peu de rythme. Tu me remets un peu de rythme. Tu regardes devant. Là, tu es dans le match, d'accord? Tu es dans un grand match, tu es dans une grande course. Tu es en train de me faire un truc de soldat, une course très très intelligente. Ok? Par contre, j'avais besoin de savoir comment tu étais. Ça me va très bien.
Dans un anonymat plutôt indiscret.
Arracher le talon.
Les droites. Les chaussures très très bien lacées.
Bien sûr, tu veux quoi, Coca? Là.
The guy assisting Baptiste right now is his manager. So this is Gregory Jacquet.
So you can see Baptiste is changing his shoes.
But he's in good spirits and having a bit of banter with the watching crowd.
Tu gères, d'accord? C'est de l'ultra, ok? Intelligent.
Oh, his crew is intense.
Exactement, c'est ce que je te dis, mais en manière ultra, intelligente. Intelligente. Voilà, exactement. Maintenant, de toute façon, c'est ce qu'on voulait, d'accord?
Pour le jour,
c'est exactement cette ligne.
qui va crescendo, également en température, couvre chef clair également.
Bah ouais, tu te sens mieux. Tu veux les écouteurs?
Oui.
Ok. Tiens. Bon, je te mettre le sac. Lunettes, bouge pas. Nickel.
C'est bon.
Tu pars avec 2 coca. Je te mets une place.
Okay, he's fueling on a lot of Coke. Is this the new athlete manager for On? Is On recently got a new athlete manager to assist Meg McKenzie, who is an athlete and athlete manager on the On team. And I know that the new athlete manager is French, but haven't actually seen what he looks like.
Yeah, in the notes he said it's his manager, but I don't know if it's his manager or it's the athlete manager or whatever. So yeah. We haven't had it this time, but sometimes they do a surprise kit check at this aid station to see if the athletes are carrying the mandatory equipment.
Yep.
Expect to see that surprise kit check somewhere up the line. It could be as late as La Flégère, as we had 2 years ago with Vincent Bouillot, where he showed a Ziploc bag as his second water carrier. And since then, they've made said that they allowed it that time, but that would not be allowed in 2026.
You know, runners will find any way to bring the smallest, lightest piece of kit. And, you know, for years we saw, you know, phones were part of the mandatory kit. And we saw these phones that were the size of thumbs that people could order from China. And now the way that UTMB has gotten around it is by saying that it is mandatory to download the Live Trail app onto your phone. And so that really ensures that you have a smartphone and you cannot have a thumb-sized phone with you. Let's listen in here with Joaquin Lopez.
28 minutes after you.
Priorité pour Baptiste les pieds. Priorité pour Joachim, une hydratation et surtout un coaching personnalisé. Il reste à boucler 200 km.
Okay, and thank you, Martin, for this fact in terms of DNF rate of the top 25. So 9 out of the original top 25 men, so 36%, and 5 out of the original top 25 women, 20%, are now out of the race. But according to Martin, Uphill notes, this is not too many compared to last year's. So I know a lot of the race favorites are out at the moment. We still have a lot of competition left in the race, and still a lot of race to go.
So yeah, Baptiste out of the aid station, 28 minutes behind Ben Demon. And we're still waiting to do the same time comparison with Joaquin once he leaves now. So Baptiste, you can see on the left, already running alongside the lake. And Joaquin is not so far behind him. This is second and third from the UTMB in 2024. So deja vu for these two boys right now.
Okay, and so we have Joaquin Lopez leaving the Champex-Lac aid station 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind Baptiste Chassagne. So they are close.
So yeah, 28 minutes and 30 minutes respectively behind Ben Demon.
Wow, a half-hour lead. That's very comfortable.
Yep.
That is very comfortable. I'd be tempted to sit down and take an extra breather there in the aid station, but...
Oh, you mean Ben Demon?
Yeah.
No, Ben, oh no, he has got that look. He's got the stare. He is going for it. I never got to say this before because we went to an interview, but as Baptiste works his way along the main road here in Champex-Lac, the PTL, La Petite Trotte de Léon, those runners left on Monday morning. They're doing 300 kilometers, 25,000 meters of climbing. Teams of 2, teams of 3. The Leon in the name PTL comes from the one of the original team that was kind of working on the UTMB. So Leon owns the cake shop here in Champex-Lac. So Baptiste is about to pass that. Some beautiful blueberry cakes or blueberry tarts sitting outside Leon's bakery.
Yeah, question in the chat. What size leader packs are the runners typically using? And a good answer actually already given. About 10, 12 liters is a good size pack for UTMB just because of the amount of mandatory kit that you're required to take. And trying to cram all that into a 5-liter pack is pointless because it's uncomfortable, even if you could potentially make it fit. But there's also an additional list of mandatory kit that the race organizers can potentially activate depending on the weather within the 24 hours before the race starts. So if you plan on a super small pack because it just fits what you need and then suddenly you have to add in something more, then you're SOL. Shit out of luck.
Yep. Oh, not heard that before.
There we have the splits on the side. Ben Demon, 28 minutes behind him. Baptiste Chassagne, and then 2 minutes behind him, Joaquin Lopez.
One thing I noticed on the interview that we did earlier with Baptiste was he's one of the athletes now with the Tudor sponsorship. So obviously with that, Tudor see that as Baptiste being one of those athletes with great potential. So Tudor watches. So Courtney is also one of those ambassadors for Tudor.
Yep. And so cool. I think Dylan Bowman talked about this on one of his podcasts, but so cool to see a brand like that, that's not typical trail running brand, come into our scene. And here we are back with our women's leader, Blondine Leyrandel. And she is still looking great. Super relaxed, focused. So she has come through La Folie at 9:14 local time. She's checking out the scene. Now let's do a little bit of a comparison with Ruth Croft last year. Stay tuned. So Ruth Croft came through La Folie 14 hours, 23 minutes into the course. And we are 13 hours, 25 minutes into the course.
1 hour.
So 1 hour, 5 minutes. And we have a celebrity who is coming into the studio. I'm going to leave you all in suspense as to who this might be. Amazing. Blondine, cool as a cucumber. And she is off only 1 minute, 22 seconds in that aid station. She is looking so strong, and that gap, I feel, is just going to continue to widen. Wow, look at that. So Blondine Leyrandel running 1 hour, 5 minutes ahead of the times that Ruth Croft was throwing down last year. We've been saying this, but it is worth repeating if you are just joining us. The times we are seeing from both the women's and the men's leaders are much faster than what we saw last year, mainly due to the difference in weather. Now, the course was the same. The pyramid section that the runners go through during the night before they come into Courmayeur was cut out, but the weather last year going through the night was a lot worse. We had the runners deal with a lot of rain, really cool temperatures, and this year much better weather conditions. Now I am just going to, as we were watching Blondine Leyrandel, I am just going to turn on the screen so you can see the legend that we have in the studio with us today, Peyton Hawks. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah, I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired this morning. Was crewing all day yesterday. Out on course all day yesterday. Yeah, I crewed a buddy from back home. He's a young guy, just getting into the sport, first time out here.
What's his name?
Coleman Cragen.
Awesome. How did he do?
He finished, I think, 38th overall.
Yeah.
So kind of a rough day for him, but you know how it is out here.
38th is tough. Not bad. It's CCC. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and it's only his second 100K, first time out here. So he took a hard fall actually coming down Valencine. It's slippery out there. Super slippery out there. So yeah, but we had a good day. I was out there with his family and just cheering on all the runners.
Yep.
It was so awesome seeing Hans and Christian and all of them come through, and really had a good time out there.
Yeah. Now, you are someone who is no stranger to the trails out here in UTMB.
Mhm.
For those of our viewers who might have just been living under a rock for the last few years, give us a little rundown of your history at UTMB.
Yeah, so I've ran this race, one of the races, I should say, 6 times. So I've done OCC once, CCC 3 times, and UTMB twice.
Yeah, and
So-
you're bearing the lead here on your performances.
Yeah, I've
Come
finished.
on, don't be humble. Don't be humble.
I've finished 5th at OCC, and then I've won CCC twice.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
not many people that can say that they have. Actually, we were going over this on the live yesterday that no woman had won CCC twice. So we were looking at the men to see how many had been repeat winners of CCC, and alongside you, I'm not sure who else has won it twice. Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't think anybody. Yeah, I think I'm the
you
only male, and then now we have a female as well.
Yep.
Which was amazing. That actually was like the race of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
Was the females.
Yeah.
Like watching Ingvild come through, and just she finished so strong.
Yeah.
It was amazing. And then the battle with Miao Yao and Tony. Then I was there while watching Jen and Hanoka battle it out as well. It was such a cool race. They were just moving around all day, and like Ingvild, I thought Tony was gonna pull it off, and then Ingvild just, man, right at the end there, she just pushed it.
Yeah,
It
I
was
mean,
so
we
cool.
said she pulled a Lauren Gregory. I mean, what we saw, I didn't think that we could really top what we saw in the women's race at OCC with the finishers coming in first and second, 3 seconds apart. It was insane. We had our highest viewership ever at UTMB on that finish. So the women's race has really been incredibly exciting to watch over the last couple of races.
Yeah, I mean, all the races have just been excited. Like, I was out there watching OCC as well.
Yep.
Cheering people on in that, cheering people on in CCC. Yeah, so like, it's kind of been actually kind of cool because I'm a little bummed, of course, that I'm not racing. I would love to be racing. But at the same time, it's just like, I've had such a cool experience being out here and like cheering everybody on and experiencing the race in a different way.
Yeah.
You know.
Let's talk about that because you were planning on racing this weekend. Talk us through your decision making and why you're not on the start line.
Yeah, I was supposed to line up at UTMB.
Yep.
And actually at the beginning of the year, like that was going to be my whole focus was UTMB and put everything into it. But unfortunately, I sustained an injury early on in the season, kind of an adductor thing.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to run a race in March, Trans-Gran Canaria. I was going to do that. Wasn't able to do that. So I ended up like kind of shifting to more like runnable stuff because it was feeling better on it. So I went to Canyons and finished 3rd, got a golden ticket to Western States, was like, okay, well, the runnable stuff seems to be okay. So I'm going to line up at Western States. But yeah, it just came back at Western States and unfortunately like really flared up.
Yep.
So now I'm just like really focusing on getting healthy.
Yeah.
I kind of shut the season down, was like, okay, let's go back to the roots. Let's figure this out and get healthy so I can come back next year a lot stronger. So yeah, it's frustrating sometimes, but it's progressing. It's actually getting better. And I'm finally like seeing some light at the end of the tunnel and starting to see that progress.
Good.
And I'm really happy about that. So
I think a lot of your fans will be happy to hear that as well. And unfortunately, you're in good company in terms of previous winners at UTMB finals who were meant to line up on the start line of UTMB and aren't here. Tom.
Yeah. There's been quite a few of us, and I think we'll all come back. And that's the thing is like we have experience on these courses.
Yeah.
We know these courses, and this isn't the first time. Like this sport is very difficult. I was talking to somebody the other day. It's like I've had 11 years in the sport now, and only 2 years I've had significant injury where I've had to like kind of shut my season down. The other 9 years have been great, like fairly injury free. And it's just like after my last big injury I had in 2023, I came back in 2024 and that's when I won CCC and I had the best year of my career. So like sometimes you can actually come back a lot stronger and actually that strength training and stuff you put in, you really like, you get to become a better athlete and you come in fresh, strong, healthy. And like sometimes that's what you need, not just physically, but mentally. So I'd say like any athletes out there that are dealing with injury and they're frustrated and they're trying to like figure out what to do, it's like dedicate yourself to the strength, dedicate yourself to just becoming your best self, and just stay motivated and really like be positive, because you can have your best seasons after a big injury.
I feel like you and Jim and Killian should just form a little support group. Like, I'm just picturing you guys all kind of sitting around a table late at night, you know, having a whiskey and.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of are, to be honest with you. Like me and Jim mostly. Like I talk a little bit to Killian, but me and Jim are like messaging back and forth quite often and being like, "Hey, man, like, have you found a solution? Let's figure this out together," and like bouncing ideas off of each other, because like that's the thing, is we both want to be back, and we want the sport to be elevated to the highest level, right?
Yeah.
And you put Jim, you put Killian, you put people like that in this sport, it makes it better. It makes competition better. It makes the races more exciting, and we're all in it to like conquer the mountain at the end of the day, right?
Now, this is a question I have, because Jim has kind of been watching what some of the other athletes who've been injured have been doing, like Katie Scheid, like Abby Hall, and going and using the same sports experts and practitioners in the States, kind of following the same pattern to see which experts can help him figure out, you know, how to deal with his injuries that he's been dealing with. Have you been jumping on that train? And because now I think we're going to start to see quite a following. It's that one woman out in the States who was able to help Katie Scheid. I think
up in Boise.
put together a whole team for Jim. Have you taking that same pattern?
yeah, I haven't seen the exact same people, but I've been seeing, you know, professionals, and like after Western States, me and Jim were texting back and forth about like, hey, which specialist are we going to go see? I went and saw one of like the best biomechanics people in the United States. He works for USA Track and Field, and we went through this whole thing with him on trying to figure out exactly what's going on and what's going on with my biomechanics. So yeah, athletes are really like investing in their health, and they're really trying to figure out things and work with, you know, the best in the world for these things. And that's what you need to do as a professional athlete. Like, this is a professional sport now.
Yeah.
Like, we're not like just like a grassroots sport. Like, we're getting paid to do this, and we need to like be professional about it. Yeah. And sometimes it means like it's not just a training side of things that's professional. It means like meeting with specialists, meeting with the best in the world, and just trying to figure things out.
And the brands are also making sure, you know, in a lot of the athlete contracts now, you've got particular amounts set aside for health and wellness. Some sports teams even have their own doctors and specialists that can help out the athletes. So I think just continuing growing recognition that you can have a long career in the sport if you manage the injuries well, and if you make smart decisions, like not starting UTMB, like I'm sure you wanted to. I mean, how much FOMO do you have just watching the runners out on the trail?
yeah. I mean, I've kind of like accepted it now, but it's like, oh, for sure. Like, I'm a competitor. I love running. I love training. I love competing.
Yep.
That's who I am.
Yeah.
And it's just like, so it's hard, but like, this is sport. Like, we see this in every sport, like every sport, NBA, NFL, MLB, whatever you want to see, football. It's just like these athletes are going through a lot of injuries. Injury is part of sport. But these brands are understanding that, and they're supporting their athletes. They're helping their athletes. Like, HOKA's been a huge support for me and Jim, and really trying to figure all this out with us. And it's like having a team around you, having that support is so crucial in this. Like, my family, my friends, all of them. And like, I was talking to somebody the other day about this. It's like, you know, you look at these other sports, like, let's say the NBA, basketball. A lot of these athletes are literally like, they're meeting with specialists just like we are now. They're in the gym every single day doing some form of strength training, right? I think as professional trail runners, we just want to be outside all the time, which is a great thing. Don't get me wrong, I love being outside. But sometimes you just have to take a step back and be like, okay, I just need to spend more time in the gym. And get stronger, because like spending more time in the gym is going to allow me to then be able to spend more time outdoors. So sometimes you have to make those sacrifices, or you have to like not start a race, or you know, not start a game as a NBA player, because like you're looking towards the future and you're looking at, okay, how am I going to be my best, you know, a few months from now or even a year from now. It's a hard decision to make, but sometimes it's the best decision.
It's so true. 20 years ago, you could podium at a race just by running junk miles all the time, and that was it.
Mm.
And then, it's the speed work, it's the strength work, it's the nutrition, it's, you need all of these different elements that, like you say, we're a professional sport now. We're not just a bunch of crazies running around pooping in the woods.
Yeah, and you have to focus too. Like, that's the thing is we look at the leaders in the UTMB, like Blondine, we look at Ben Demon. Like, they have been focused on this race, not just this year, but for years, and that's their whole thing. Like, we look at Vincent and what he did in Western States this year.
Yep.
He was dedicated and focused on that for like a couple years, trying to make sure that he had dialed everything in, and like that was his sole focus.
Yeah.
His training
Ruth
was all
Croft.
centered around that.
If we think about Ruth Croft, when she won
Ruth.
UTMB last year, she was like, this was a 10-year project.
Exactly.
And I said this on the live before, but I shared a room with her in Chamonix one year when I think I was running TDS and she was running CCC. And she won CCC that year, and little did I know that it would be 10 years from that time that she would be on the finish line as the winner of UTMB. So you have to play the long game, and I'm sure everyone is, disappointed not to see you out racing today. I'm so happy to have you in the studio. We're just going to a short break, but we will be back with more chat and commentary with Hayden Hawks. So stay with us.
A place where it's always safe to go. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Tanta gente, non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica, fa un male cane.
Aïe, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta, è finita.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Good morning, everyone. We are back following the top leaders in UTMB, and we have Hayden Hawks in the house. I've just been hearing a little bit more about his decision-making going into not starting UTMB this year. Of course, this is a previous two-time champion in CCC, which was a title that no one else held until yesterday on the women's side. But Hayden, you had the chance actually to see up front the women's field in CCC yesterday because you were out crewing and supporting one of your athletes. I know it's early morning yet on UTMB, and you've had a rough night, but what we're seeing here is Blondine Lehandel on the women's side just absolutely dominating. She's widening her gap from Rachel Entrekin and Kareth Arnold. Rachel Entrekin has been flagging, I'd have to say, a little bit, and Blondine is storming her way through the course. And then on the men's side, Ben Demon, oh my God, the gap that he has put on the second and third place, Baptiste Chassagne and Joaquin Lopez, is pretty mind-blowing. We don't usually see a gap like this on the men's side in UTMB. So I got to ask, what are your predictions, or who are your favorites? Maybe you can answer which question you prefer first.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't surprise me with Ben and Baptiste, 1-2 here, because like Baptiste's a local.
Yep.
Like, he lives here. Like, this is his trails, and he's dedicated himself to like winning this race.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool to see that, like a local, a guy that literally lives on the course. Ben Demon, he's done the same. He's completely dedicated himself to this sport, after taking second place last year. But actually, like, that's very impressive.
Yes.
Because I think, like, when you finish, say, on the podium the year before, and then you have to come back and try and win a race, it's very difficult. You don't see it all happen very often, because a lot of people just put a lot of expectations on themselves.
Yeah.
And thinking like, I'm going to have the same race as I did last year.
Josh Wade, he was third last year, and
exactly.
he's unfortunately had to drop.
Yeah, exactly. But Ben is proving that wrong. I mean, he is crushing it, like absolutely crushing it. So that's really impressive to see. Really happy for him. He's a family man, which is always relates to me as, a guy that has kids as well.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see that. On the women's side, Blondine, this has been a multi-year project for her, and she's of course been on the podium. She's been there. She's won, all the other races. She knows these trails like the back of her hand. She's a local, which she's French, which is pretty awesome to see that as well. And you can see here, it's amazing. Like, she's moving so well.
Yeah, she
completely
really
crushing.
Has not shown any sign of fatigue. She is just bouncing along her way. And it's interesting, in one of her pre-race interviews, she talked about how, she really prefers the technical, really mountainous types of races like Diagonale de Fou, which she has won as well. And this is much more of a running race for her. But
I think that helps, and I think we're seeing that a lot in the sport. Like, there's a lot of these athletes that maybe come from, say, a running background, and they're fast, right? Like Ruth Croft last year, she's really fast. She's done a fast marathon. She's won OCC. Blondine, similar. And it's like they do cross country and stuff in the winter sometimes. Like, I think that speed pays off. You get like this big engine that then you can then use, and like, you look at her stride, like her cadence is really good. Her stride length is really good on some of these more runnable, say, road sections. She can really open up a gap because it helps quite a bit. Ben Demon as well has like dedicated himself to doing more speed work. Like, he's been on the track a bit more in the last couple of years because he was like, I need to get faster because I just can't keep up with people on the flats. And, there are flatter sections on this course. Not a lot, but there are some longer sections where you have to have that. And so, I think that's something that athletes are dedicating themselves to, is doing a bit more speed work, working with their coaches. And, you don't want to do too much right before, but you want to do it at the right time of the year and build that engine.
It can be such a game changer. I mean, speaking from personal experience, I started incorporating speed work once I started going professional myself last year, and it is obviously a complete game changer. And for those who are new to the sport or maybe adjacent to the sport, you wouldn't think that you would need to do, 100 meter or 1 kilometer intervals in order to do well at a 100-miler, but that's the type of thing that kind of boosts your VO2 and gives you that, as you say, that engine to be able to really throw down on a trail like this.
Yeah, and like even like strides can go a long ways.
Yep.
I, with like a lot of my athletes, I'll prescribe strides, and they don't necessarily do them all the time because it's just strides. But it's like, I've been there before, but it's like strides can be some of the most important workouts. And so, like,
sure.
I would definitely do that.
Shout out to my coach, Megan Roche.
Yeah, there you go.
She's a proponent of the hill strides. I do them.
Yeah, but this is awesome too. And like, I got to give a shout out to like Rachel Intrican as well. I mean, she went from doing Cocodona 250, in May, to now doing UTMB and absolutely crushing it on the podium here. Like, that's pretty awesome, and that's a hard double to do.
That's a question I have for you, because we've been speaking a lot about the Western States UTMB double, the Hard Rock UTMB double, the amount of volume and stress that has on the body. This is something that has been possible for athletes to do and do well at. Courtney, for example, in recent years. My feeling is that the competition is just increasing so much that we're going to see less of successes in those types of doubles. We're going to see it's going to be tougher when you have athletes who are focusing on UTMB as they're being their A race and they're coming in fresher. If you have people coming off of big races like that, I think it's going to be harder to do. And it's a question of volume as well. Rachel is someone who does massive volume in racing, in training.
So does Ben. And Ben does some pretty massive volume as well.
Okay, well, there you go. It seems to be working for him. And speaking of the devil, there is Rachel coming through. So, yeah, maybe after this aid station, I'll get your opinion on that racing volume. Let's see if we can listen in.
Blandine Hollandais qui est française.
And she's out again. Rachel gave she had the same strategy at the last aid station where she kind of looked at the table thinking, there's nothing really here that I want to eat. The aid stations and the food that you get at aid stations, as you well know, in Europe are very different than the ones that you get in the States, when they tend to be filled with M&Ms and candy and sweets and quesadillas, whereas in Europe, it's a lot more simple, kind of meat, cheese, cookies, watermelon. That's about it. But
I don't know if I necessarily want to eat meat and cheese when I'm looking for the carbohydrates, right? Whatever's going to give me those simple carbs. But
it's always there. It's always there.
Yeah. I mean, there are options for that, but it's interesting to see. Like, I think going back to the miles, with Rachel, she's been doing big miles lately, right, leading into UTMB, and of course, Cocodona is a massive race, and that's part of her build probably to this. You could say that's big miles as well. But this is the thing is, if you look at her build to Cocodona, it wasn't as big. She's actually taken a pretty gradual, smart approach with things. And I don't know what she's going to do after this, but I would assume she might take a break and have an off season, which would be the smart thing to do. But it's she gradually built. And I think a lot of athletes, where they get it wrong sometimes, is they think they can just sustain these large, high miles throughout the entire year or throughout even a 9-month period.
Right.
But you have to gradually build into it. You can do big miles. There's a time and a place for big miles, but it can't be all the time. And it has to be maybe for a 2 or 3 week, maybe 4 week stretch. And then you can kind of taper down right into your race. But she's built, I've looked at her training, and it's she's built to where it was a little less before Cocodona, and then she did Cocodona. She recovered after Cocodona, but then she's built her mileage back up even higher to get ready for UTMB, knowing the demands and the challenge of trying to win a race like this. But yeah, if she was able to take a break after this and then kind of start that approach again and gradually build into next year, that's, as a coach, I would say that's the smart thing to do. And so you shouldn't shy away from big weeks, but you also shouldn't be doing them all the time, is what I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's smart. And you obviously have the experience both as an athlete and a coach to know that. I guess where I was raising an eyebrow, it's, big weeks, absolutely. It seems like Rachel has big months back to back. And it's also part of I think kind of the American attitude, the American culture that she exudes, where she's like, yeah, I can do more, so why not do more? Let's do more miles. And it's great, and it works until it doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be sustainable with it. You have to be smart with it. I think Ruth Croft, in my opinion, is a great example of this, is she takes a significant good off season where she lowers the volume, and then she builds into things. She doesn't over race too much, and that's why she's been able to have success and be sustainable for so many years, because she takes a really smart approach in how she sets up her season and how she sets up her training. And I think you just have to look at examples like that and be okay, I need to maybe think about this. So we'll see. With Rachel, there's always a chance that it's not sustainable, and we've seen that in the past. But if she takes the right approach, I think she'll be fine.
Yeah, and of course that is what we would hope for. Now, just looking at the split between Blandine and Rachel going through La Folie, Blandine has been able to continue to widen the gap as we were expecting, as we were predicting. It is now a almost a 25-minute lead, if I'm getting that right. I'm terrible at doing math.
It's okay.
It's horrible. I've gotten this wrong before, but yeah, I think I've done that one.
18 plus 19. What's that?
Yeah.
30. Oh, 36.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
36
No.
minutes?
That's the estimated time.
Oh,
to come
okay. That's
into
estimated.
Champlain-Lac.
Sorry. Yeah.
You're killing me. You're killing
I'm
me.
killing you. Sorry.
Okay.
You're right. 24 minutes. It looks.
Thank you. You're making me look better.
Yeah. You were right. You were right.
My joke is always that, lawyers shouldn't be expected to do math, but, it's also the sleep deprivation from the week from racing and commentating. But,
for sure. Yeah, it's another shout out I want to give is Joaquin Lopez.
Yes.
Joaquin Lopez is crushing in third place. He's been one of the most consistent athletes in these big mountain races over the years. Coming from Ecuador, I love Ecuador. It's one of my favorite places, but South American, it's really cool to see a South American on the podium. I know all the South Americans are really backing him and, really like rooting him on, especially the Ecuadorians, but strong athlete, very strong athlete, really like huge in his community back in Ecuador too, which is really cool. He was living in Spain, but he moved back to Ecuador and he's just a figure there, like gives back to the community.
Do you know where in Ecuador he's living?
In the Quito area.
Okay.
Yeah, so he lives at like 10,000 feet elevation, gets up to like 15, 16,000 feet sometimes. It's pretty crazy in Ecuador, but I think it's cool when you see athletes doing that. Like they're having success on the biggest stage in the world, but they're also like giving back to their community, and they're like doing things for, say, the youth or for, other people, and they're really building the sport in that way, especially in a place like Ecuador where maybe trail running's growing for sure, and it's a sport there, but it's not a huge sport, right? But we see it growing everywhere around the world, which is so cool to see.
Now, that is actually good beta to know that Joaquin is actually living in Ecuador, because we have another athlete, Saga. Of course, Santos Gabriel Rueda from Argentina, but living over here on the European side.
Yeah, and a lot of them, like a lot of these Americans too, like say Ben Demon, he lives here in France.
Yeah, he really threw us for a loop here, because his pre-race interview, we'd had a bunch of French interviews, which kind of struggled through. My French is okay, but not good enough to do a proper translation, especially in front of all of the viewers. And then Ben Demon comes on for his interview, and he does it all in French.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, he's been living here for a bit now, I think, and in the Pyrenees, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, so it's like a lot of these athletes are getting very specific. They're spending large amounts of time out here, or they live here. Ruth Croft lives here half the year. Ben Demon lives here. Like, Joaquin used to live in Europe, but now he lives in Ecuador. And then you have all the locals, of course, the French that spend a lot of time out here, and the French have become pretty dominant. Especially on the men's side, but we're seeing it on the female side as well now with Blondine leading the race. But it's like the French, it makes sense. It's their home course. It's local. I mean, you live here.
I live here now. Emily Schmitz,
Emily Schmitz lives here.
She lives here now. So, I mean, I think it really does help to be able to train on the exact same terrain that you're going to be racing on. It's always helpful to have similar terrain, but I think that kind of quote-unquote local advantage that Emily has had training on these trails, living in Chamonix, is really benefiting her right now. And that's something we've also discussed on the live. How much does race experience help on this course versus training experience? Because again, going back to Rachel, this is her first UTMB World Finals, but she spent a couple of months here training on the course. She just doesn't have race experience on the course, but she is going up against some really big names who have raced at least CCC, which of course covers the last 2/3 of UTMB. So yeah, how much do you think it helps to have specific race experience on the UTMB course versus training experience?
Yeah, I think it does help. I do think you can mimic some things in training, or if you say do a prep race out here, maybe not UTMB, but do a prep race in the area.
Marathon du Mont-Blanc.
Yeah, or
Ooh, and that's a fall with Rachel. It looks like she is up and going.
Everything is okay. Everything is okay, yeah.
Okay, she's shaking it off. But of course, this is something that happens so much more when you are tired, when you're fatigued. She's been running through the night, in the morning. It just becomes that much harder to kind of pick up your feet. All it takes is a little toe catch on one of those rocks, and then you're over. But it looks like she's escaped. No blood, no tears.
Yeah, I think she even said to the cameraman, yeah, I'm okay.
Yep,
I'm okay.
did.
So
Yep.
it's like, this is a really rocky section too, to be honest with you. It's runnable. It's not like super verty, but it's quite rocky.
Yeah.
So one of those little rocks can catch your toe pretty easily through here. But yeah, I do, like going back, I think race experience matters a lot here. I think we see a lot of athletes that come out here for the first time and they're just like, whoa, it's a punch in the gut. Like, man, this is different. And I experienced that yesterday, with crewing and stuff. And but then like you come back and you're able to have a lot more success the second, third, fourth time, whatever it is. Or like I think the other thing is like you come out here for months and you maybe race once or twice in Europe and experience it to kind of get your feet wet. And then you feel more confident, as you go into say the UTMB, CCC, OCC, whatever it is. So yeah, like I do think that matters and it helps, and experience is always going to matter. I think in Rachel's case, she has been training out here, but also like Rachel's so used to just doing these long events, running through the night, like being on mountainous terrain in Colorado, like she's pretty used to it. So it doesn't surprise me. And also, like you said, she's been spending some months out here.
Yep.
So.
And this is a really high ranking, especially for a UTMB finals. So if she can do something like this in her premiere, in her debut, then I would be scared as a competitor to see what she could do in a second or third kick at the can.
Yeah, like I had success in my first one out here, but it was a different age, to be fair. Like I'll have to be completely honest. There's maybe a bit of luck in there as well. But it's just like, it's so much deeper now. Yeah. The races are so much deeper. The competition is so much higher. The support from brands is so much more.
Yep.
Like people are doing athlete camps. Like all these brands are doing athlete camps now. So it's like maybe there was a little bit of success or a little bit of luck the year that I did it. But it's just like, I remember after that, like I remember going to my wife and being like, we need to spend more time in Europe because I need to get even better at this. And I was able to do that. We come out here for almost every year for 2 or 3 months and we still do that. And it, like a lot of that is just because like I wanted to improve on it, and I did. Like I kept improving, and I went out and I had success in other European races, but it takes dedication and time spending out here to do that.
Yeah.
So.
And like you were saying, getting experience in other races, either, in the Chamonix Valley or at least in Europe, is such a good strategy to get ready for UTMB. When we were commentating on the OCC race, we were actually looking at, Sierra Zagama. People kind of look at these races as being good warm-ups, good predictors for results at OCC, but it's actually the Marathon du Mont Blanc because it runs on similar trails. If you do well at Marathon du Mont Blanc, you tend to do quite well at OCC. For UTMB, we see a lot of crossover between Val d'Orem by UTMB because that is in July. It's a UTMB World Series major. The trails are a lot more technical at Val d'Orem actually than they are here at UTMB. But yeah, for a lot of the top athletes on both the men's and the women's side, we saw them doing that double, as well as in the Monte Rosa races.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, what was I going to say? I think like you come out here, you spend the time, but it's not just about running on the trails and like getting the experience on the trails. It's adapting to the climate as well. The climate's a bit different out here compared to say back in the US. Also like the culture, and you kind of have to just embrace all that, like really get to become French, embrace the culture, embrace the people, and get to know people, and it all helps, right? Like, and you feel more comfortable and just confident when you're in an environment like this because it feels more like home.
So for you as an American, what does becoming French mean? What are your top 3? How do you become more French other than eating more cheese and bread?
I don't speak French. I wish I spoke French. But I think it's just like getting in with the people and like opening yourself up to like experiencing life in a different way and not being afraid.
Yep.
Just because somebody speaks a different language or because they eat a different food or whatever, it's fine. Like, go and eat that food with them, you know, try and speak their language, like try and figure it all out, right? And like, I actually enjoy that part of life. That's one of the reasons why we travel as a family and do this, is because like life is so awesome and more open and free when you treat it that way and you experience that. And like, it opens your eyes to just so much, right? You get to actually see how people live, and then you kind of live that way. And like, I don't want to just live the same way all the time. I want to like live different lives and experience it in different ways and like see how people really go through life, right? I think a lot of the time, like, we're on vacation mode when we come out here, but like sometimes if you can spend some more time out here, you can actually learn how to live. And living is completely different than just being out here for a holiday, right?
So are we going to see you pull a Jim Walmsley and set up shop a little bit more permanently over on this side?
I think what we're doing now is working good. A few months every year is good. You know, I would miss my family too much back home, but yeah, it's good. It's
Bring
good
them
to be
all
here.
over.
Yeah, I've tried. I've tried to convince my parents, but I think
am too.
Yeah,
It's not working.
Yeah, it's not working exactly. The one thing I've been seeing with Rachel that's kind of interesting is she seems like she's been a little like wobbly, a little unstable. Like, she's almost rolled her ankle a few times. She fell, of course.
Yep.
She's probably fine, but I think the fatigue's just setting in a bit. You can tell.
Yeah, and
So.
she said that at the Arnuva aid station that, you know, she coming out of Arnuva going up to Grand Col Ferret, she said she felt like she'd been hit by a truck, you know, for the last 40 miles, which was a good chunk. Or maybe hopefully it was after 40 miles. But yeah, we're just used to seeing her so cheerful and sprightly and energetic. And she's just going through a little bit of a low, but she's got so much grit. She's
Still
really
moving well too. It's not that she's not moving well, but
Yeah.
also like it is like, you know, 10 a.m. here. It's kind of the morning time. Like, a lot of athletes tend to like start their training around 10 a.m. in the morning. It seems to be a thing with most of the elite athletes. But like, I feel like they're like waking up until about that time, and then all of a sudden they can get this. They wake up, they get the second wind, they start feeling good, right? And like,
good point.
When the sun comes out, you kind of wake up, but then like that morning time, you know, when you're drinking your morning coffee or you're going through, you're just kind of groggy.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden your body just kind of wakes up because it's used to waking up at that time. So it's like maybe that, you know, is what she's going through right now. And then boom, she'll hit this spot. She'll get aid at Champ-Lac, which will definitely help. She'll see her crew there.
Yes.
And maybe it'll kind of wake her up, and she might even be able to, you know, really close hard at the end of this race.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because the natural circadian rhythms, even though, you know, they've been running through the night, it's still there in your body. So, you know, hopefully everything will wake up and smell the coffee, realize it's 10 a.m. and it's time to go. But
I mean, this is a short climb, but like, it's kind of interesting she's not using her poles.
Yes.
Right? Like, it's pretty steep, and I would probably bust out the poles and use these right now, but maybe like mentally she's just forgetting. I don't know. Like, when you're in this headspace too, when you're tired like that, sometimes you just forget to
you're
grab
a
your poles.
now. You love the poles.
I do love the poles, actually. I really have embraced the poles, but yeah, it's and it is, like you see, it's a bit flatter now, so maybe she just thought, oh, this is a short enough climb, I don't need to use them. But
well, it has been just such a pleasure to have you join us in the studio. I think we've got another celebrity coming after you, so I'm just going to, there's Zach Miller. Zach Miller coming into the aid station. He's been slowing down a bit. It's been a tough time out there for the North Face team. Josh Wade, third last year, dropped out in the night. John Albin has also dropped out. But Zach Miller is still going for it. And Elsie Davis on the women's side. Caitlin Gerben, I believe, is still out there. Yes. So, Hayden, we are just so grateful to have had you join us this morning. We are wishing you Okay, we have no more celebrity coming after you. You are our only celebrity this
I
morning.
could keep in if you want me to.
Yeah, if you want to
Yeah, I'll fill in for Tom.
That would.
So,
Yeah,
I don't have a British accent like him. And I'm not a UTMB champion, but hey.
yeah, you are a UTMB World Series final champion.
Yeah, but not the full distance yet. Not the full distance yet. That's the goal. That's the goal. So.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, let's talk about. Are you planning on? Will we see you here at UTMB next year?
That's a question. Yeah, yet to be decided. I was talking to my wife actually about this morning. Funny enough. I don't know. Like, I still have this want to go back to Western States. I don't know if I want to do the double.
Yeah.
It's just hard. Like we saw with Vincent this year. Like it's just tough to do that double. And
I think that era is honestly fading. I really do.
I do too, and I do think it's really hard on the body as well. Like we saw a lot of athletes that have maybe completed the double, but then they get severely injured after, or they go through this big, deep fatigue phase because they're both just so demanding on the body. And so I have to decide: do I want to keep chasing Western States and try and get the win there?
Yep.
Or do I want to shift over to UTMB? The thought, like this was the plan, was first. I've been doing this for 10 years, almost 11 years. I started when I was 25. First thought was like, first 5 years of my career, I focused more on 50K, 100K distance, have success in that, try and win the biggest races there. In essence, I did that. And then the next 5 years, I wanted to focus on Western States and really try and win Western States. And I've gotten close, of course, with a second and a third, but I haven't won it yet. So that kind of threw a wrench in things where it's like, do I keep chasing the win there?
Yeah.
Because the next 5 years, 35 to 40, I'm 35 now, I really wanted to focus on UTMB.
Spring chicken.
Yeah, but also, like, I just wanted to focus on UTMB. That was the whole thought. But now with that wrench with Western States in there, not getting that win, it's like, do I keep chasing that, or do I actually follow the plan and go to UTMB? Now I'm actually very intrigued by UTMB. I want to, dedicate myself to that type of training, learn how to run this race, start doing that. But I'm also stuck on Western States still. So we'll see. I need to make that decision. Right now I'm 100% just focused on getting healthy.
Yeah.
And then I can make that decision. But right now I don't want to have anything on the calendar so I can just get healthy, because it's an injury I've been fighting off and on for a little bit now. So yeah, once I get healthy, which it's coming around, I'll be able to kind of make that decision and decide. But yeah, I was signed up for UTMB this year. That was the goal. So it's definitely on the radar. It's definitely the big one I want to chase.
Well, we know we'll see you here. It's just a matter of when. And I can understand the difficulty with that decision, because Western States is such a fast race. And it used to be the case that you could still do really well, well into your 40s. I was looking at the data from this year, particularly on the women's side as well. No one in the top 10 was outside of their 30s. And so, to maintain that speed and to be able to do well at Western States, it does seem, unfortunately, like it is starting to favor the younger crowd. Whereas, in UTMB, absolutely into your 40s, maybe into your 50s, you are still have a chance of getting up there on the podium. And then we got Hard Rock with Ludo, so well into your 50s.
That's the goal. After 40, start chasing maybe Hard Rock, stuff like that. Ludo gives me hope with that, right? But then also like you look at guys like Christian Minogio.
Yeah,
he's had great success in sky running, different things like this. He's 43.
Yeah.
And he's winning CCC.
Exactly.
It was kind of funny yesterday. I was thinking about this. Is Minogio is 43, Hans is 26, right? They were racing each other. It's a huge age gap. Christian could literally be Hans's dad.
Yes.
And it's kind of cool to see that.
And as someone who's in the same age bracket as Christian Minogio, I was pretty stoked that he beat Hans. Hans, we love you, but just turning back to the race, looking at Zach, he is struggling coming out of the aid station there. So Zach, I'm currently in 15th, coming out of Champex-Lac, but it looks like he is suffering.
Oh, out of La Folie. Is this La Folie or Champex? Oh, no, it's Champex-Lac. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's a flat too. So, and he's not really able to. It looks like he's limping a bit too. I really hope Zach will be all right. Zach's tough though, and honestly, Oh, there he goes. He's getting a little stride. But yeah, it's he's tough as nails.
I got a couple questions for you. So one of them was, do you think we'll see Killian or Jim on the podium of UTMB again? And the second one is, at what stage do you think Hayden thinks will be the podium? Don't understand the question.
I think they're trying to say like, do I think Hannes is going to come back and potentially be on the podium because he closes so hard? Like Hannes is known as being very strategic in how he races, and maybe he could come back and be on the podium. What place is Hannes right now?
Okay, so like at what stage will we have the podium solidified?
Yeah.
Is what they're thinking.
I don't even know where he's at right now, but
Hannes is currently in 8th. It is a question like how, at what stage can we call it that the top 3 are solidified? I mean, I think Ben Demon, he needs something really catastrophic needs to happen for him not to have first, but second and third between Baptiste and Joaquin is up in the air. And yeah, I mean, I think
Hannes, he's very strategic. He's very smart with how he races, and he always does this at the end of races. But and there's still a long way to go. Like you still have more than 50K or about 50K to go.
Yep.
But the thing is like, I just don't see it. Like I think those guys on the podium right now are pretty solid, and they all have experience here.
Yep.
And I think they've all been on the podium here, right?
Baptiste and Joaquin came in 2nd and 3rd, I believe, in 2024. So they've already been in this exact same position.
So I don't see them relinquishing that podium. There are some guys that are fairly new to this, like Caleb Olson's, new to UTMB. I don't know much about the 2 French guys in 5th and 6th.
Yep.
But like I could see Hannes moving up maybe into the top 5 potentially.
Yep.
I don't think he's going to get on the podium. I would say I think we're too late into the race, and with the experience of the other guys, they could slow down a little bit. They're not going to slow down that much.
Yep.
With their experience and their strength, and they're just such good, strong runners. So that's what I would say with that question. What was the other question again?
Will we see Jim or Killian on the win UTMB again? I know that's hard.
Yeah, that's a hard one to say. I don't know much about Killian's, health right now. I know he's potentially, from the media said, he's potentially getting a surgery.
Yep.
That's going to be tough to come back from, especially at his age. But I think people got to realize, like we just talked about with Manogio. Manogio's 43 years old. Killian's not there yet. He's in his late 30s, I think. And he's he's the GOAT, right? He's the best ever. Like it's so easy for him to just have that because his engine is so big. His success, his experience is so big. So yeah, I could see Killian for sure being on the podium in a race like UTMB. There's no doubt about that. Jim the same. Jim's won this race. Jim's one of the best ever. And what we got to realize too is that fitness or that engine and that, I guess that talent doesn't just go away. Like there's years and years and years of base built up.
Yep.
And you might have, a big injury that takes you out for a year or so, but it comes back pretty quickly. It's not about just one block of training or 2 blocks of training that you see this success and you win races off of. It's about years of training, and then all of a sudden, maybe you have a hiccup, and then you can bring that back pretty easily, right? So I think, Jim and Killian for sure can be on the podium. Like there's no doubt about that. They're only in their late 30s. Like
I think we have a tendency when, as spectators, when we watch, some of our heroes as well, when we see them go through a tough race, a tough year, when you have multiple DNFs, we're way too quick to say, oh, that's the end of them. But, that as we've been talking about, if you manage things properly, which they will, and they are, your career can be so long, and you can go through waves. You can have a really successful few years. You can have a down year. Look at Katie Scheid, having a really tough time this year. But I have no doubt that we'll see Katie Scheid.
No, and every athlete seems to have to go through this at some point in their career for, it seems like 1 or 2 years, like where they have to figure things out, right? Maybe they have to strengthen or change the biomechanics or whatever it is. But like every athlete in every sport.
Yeah.
Like I remember talking to a friend who was like a Ironman world champion, multiple time. And she was saying, oh yeah, like I had to do the same thing. Like in my mid 30s, late 30s, there was this just stuff that happened. Like I started getting injured more and I had to, do this. And there were other athletes in her sport that ended up having to do the same thing. And she said the ones that actually adapted, made the changes, went through the process of trying to figure out and get healthy were the ones that were able to have keep going throughout, into their 40s. And they were able to actually decide when they wanted to retire instead of being forced to retire. And then other athletes decided not to do that. They decided to just manage and push through it, and we never seen him again. So, but I know Jim and Killian, Katie, me, we're all taking those steps, and we have the support to take those steps. That's a big part of it as well. And it's,
I just want to call out Zach Miller on the screen. He is back into a run. He is gritting. You can see it on his face. But as you said, he's strong. We see Zach just fighting through just about anything when he's out there on the race.
Zach's a good example.
Yeah.
So let's look at Zach. We just talked about this injury thing.
Yep.
Zach spent 2 or 3 years dealing with a significant knee issue. He had surgeries, different things like that, and now he's back, competing at UTMB. And it's just he's not on the podium.
After Western States.
Exactly. Top 10 at Western States, podium at Canyons. Zach's had a really good year after a big string of injuries. So, and that was in his mid-30s.
Yeah.
So we can see someone like Zach. That's a good example.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like they set that up for us. Having an emotional moment here. Théo Le Boudec at the aid station. One of the other questions that has been posed to you is quite a wide-ranging question. What does our sport need now?
What does our sport need now?
What does our sport
That's
need?
a pretty wide-open question.
Maybe anything from we've been talking on the live. There's been questions about anti-doping and out-of-competition testing.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one.
100%. We need that. We need more of that. I'm a huge advocate for that. And also, I think we're going to see that. I've been talking.
I hope.
Yeah, the good thing about not racing is I've had the opportunity to do a lot of stuff with media, brand partners, different things this week. And I've been able to talk to a lot of people that are kind of, in charge of a lot of this stuff.
Yep.
And they've there's rumors going around that there's going to be more anti-doping implemented into the sport. They know they need it.
Yep.
They're willing to invest in it. And I think we're going to see that really soon. There's talks about even some big changes next year.
Ooh.
As early as next year.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
I would love to see that because it's been getting a lot more airtime. The whole issue of anti-doping on social media in the trail running and ultra running community this year. A lot of controversy, but until we have out of competition testing. The system isn't perfect, and we all admit that the system isn't perfect.
Yeah, and unfortunately, recently we've seen maybe a bit more of this going on where we've seen some people getting caught.
Yep.
And so I think that's raising awareness too. People are seeing hey, we need to figure this out because we don't want that to continue to elevate and grow. And so, it's going to happen 100%. I think there's things things in the process. So, and I would love to see that. I think other thing that the sport might need is just, education's everything. It's important to educate people on, say, anti-doping stuff, or educate people on taking care of themselves and making sure that they're not just pushing through injury and they're taking the time they need to do the proper steps to keep themselves healthy and be sustainable. I think a lot of the time there's this I just want to do everything, and we can't do that. We've been talking about the double and trying to do the double. Maybe our sport just needs to be educated that that's not what needs to be happening right now. We just need to take care of ourselves so we can have sustainability and not have these significant injuries that take people out. Because when it's all said and done, we love this sport, we love what we do, and we want to. It's not just about competing; it's about actually training and living this lifestyle and being in the mountains.
Yeah.
But if you're constantly injured because you're overdoing it, say with racing or whatever, you can't even live the way you want to live, and that sucks.
Yeah.
It really does. It affects every aspect of your life. And we want people to be happy. We want them to be healthy. Getting outside is healthy, but when you're injured, it makes it difficult to do those things, right?
And, one of the main changes that I've seen actually on the women's side over the last few years, 5 years, ago even, but definitely 10 years ago, the theme was lighter is better, and everyone was running under-fueled, way too light, which leads to stress injuries. I've just got to turn to the screen. We're seeing a really emotional moment here. You go through so many ups and downs during this race, and that is the job of crew, to kind of keep your head in the game, keep you going.
Yeah, usually in a pretty big emotional state, especially in these 100-milers. It's so easy just to feel that way.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad thing.
And we have him off. Okay, so I want to just pull up his race number again. That is Teo Lebudek. He was having a really low moment, but his crew got him out of the aid station, and he is continuing on his way. Turning back to the women's field, we were just talking about some of the changes we've seen over the years, but I do want to give an update on the rankings. So Blandine Lechandal absolutely dominating. Over 20 minutes, 25 minutes ahead of Rachel Entrekin through La Folie. Behind Rachel Entrekin was Emily Schmitz from HOKA. Now Emily has moved up into third ahead of Kareth Arnold. So I will say ahead with slight quotations, because they came through at pretty much almost the exact same time. They were about 16 seconds apart. So technically in third in the rankings, but really potentially we'll have to see if we can get some visuals running alongside Kareth Arnold. Then followed by Katarzyna Dąbrowska, who is just such a superstar, not just in the trail running community, but particularly in Poland. She's got a huge backing behind her.
Yep. And it's really cool to see her having success. So she had a really tough go at Gran Canaria earlier this year.
Yes, I was in the race with her behind her until she unfortunately had to DNF with hypothermia. It was just crazy weather, as you know, throughout the night. We even had some snow throughout the night, but she came back so strong. I think it was it Ultra Trail Australia that she had a win at, but in particular a win at Val d'Orient by UTMB, which she battled through. We saw her with nausea. We saw her even trying to put her head down and take a little nap on the trail. Yeah, it was Ultra Trail Australia. So after her DNF at Trans-Gran Canaria, she has only had a string of firsts through the rest of the
she's
year.
had 4 wins, leading into this race, and in 50K to 100K, even 100-mile distance.
Yeah, it's a perfect build-up. Win 50K, win 50K, win 100K, win in the 100-mile category. And Val d'Orient is such a technical course. She said, her partner said, Nachek, that, compared to Val d'Orient by UTMB, the UTMB course is way easier. And so if you can succeed there, the competition maybe is not as tough, but it is still a UTMB World Series major for Europe, then that sets you up pretty well to do well on the UTMB
And
course.
I know the Polish community is really loving it.
Yeah.
Very passionate fans with trail running, and I love Poland. I love the Polish people, and they're really, behind her today.
We're seeing, it's the rise of Polish athletes. We didn't used to see them in the top 10, top 5. Now we see, people like Andrzej Witek, Kasia Dąbrowska. They are just such incredible representatives of their community. As we are 14 hours and almost 30 minutes into this course, into UTMB, with images of our female leader, Blandine Lechandal, absolutely storming through this course. We are sitting here with Hayden Hawks, going to a short break, but stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
And we are back following UTMB 14 hours, 30 minutes into this race with our second place woman, Rachel Entrekin. Hayden Hawks, we have been just so blessed. You've been very generous with your time. Thank you for joining us today and sharing a little bit of your insight on the course, on the runners, on where our sport is, the future of the sport. You've just got so much knowledge as an athlete, as a coach, as just a real representative in our community. Feel quite privileged to have had you on the live today.
Yeah, excited to be out here, and yeah, I love being in the studio. I really do, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I like chatting. I've of course commentated some events, over the years, and it's fun to me.
Cool.
It's fun to talk about the sport, a sport that I just love so much.
Yeah.
And, I plan on being a part of the sport for the rest of my life. And
we
it's
hope
amazing.
you will be. We
Yeah.
hope you will be. And as someone who is on the board of Hard Rock, I hope we see you in Hard Rock before you hit your 50s. But
Yeah, I'll be there. It's not too far away from my home.
Okay, perfect.
Kind of a short drive over the mountains there. So, yeah, no, I'm excited about things. I'm actually going out for an hour run today, which
Great.
One of my longer runs since Western States. So I'm progressing. I'm getting there, and
do you know where you're gonna go today?
I got to keep it pretty flat right now. So
Yeah.
probably just the river trail here in Chamonix or something.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, no, and back in the gym today too. I've been doing, gym work every day.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's been a big part of the rehab as well. But yeah, I'm excited, and I'll probably go out and cheer the athletes on as they come into the finish as well. Definitely want to support these athletes out here. I think we'll hopefully see another American male win today with Ben Demon. It's looking pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, and then of course we have a string of American women right there as well in second, third, and fourth, which is awesome. My teammate Emily Schmitz in third place on the podium there. So I'm sure Hoka and us athletes will be super excited to welcome her in as well.
And I'm stoked for Emily. She's really worked hard for this. But yeah, I definitely don't want to keep you from your run. If you are out in Chamonix, give Hayden a wave as he flies past you. But thank you so much for joining us, and can't wait to see you in your next race, either on the start line with you or around the trails in Chamonix.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, nice to see you again. Good luck with everything.
Thank you so much. And that was Hayden Hawks, two-time winner of the CCC race, not starting UTMB this year, making the smart decision to deal with his injuries, deal with an adductor issue, but we know we will see him back super strong.
You got this. You got this. You got it. Come on, man. Come on.
And there we go. Let's listen in to the cheers for Ben Demon. Absolutely amazing. The crowds. Woo! Let's go.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, Ben Demon looking for...
It's here.
Oh. Where is he going? Is he looking for the... He's looking for the path. He's gone... took a bit of a detour there, but Ben Demon is back on track. Oh, we even had one of the spectators fall trying to keep up with him. Okay, and then we hear the camera runner saying the spectators were actually blocking the path, which is why he had to do that little detour. Really, I know that it's exciting when the runners come through. But if the runners can't even make it ahead to where they need to go, that really is a sign that the spectators need to get out of the way. Col de la Forclaz, one of the key spectator spots, but please, if you're listening to the live, give the runners some space.
La rue balise parce que là les gens ils ont fait n'importe quoi et les coureurs ils peuvent pas passer sur le parcours initial.
Wow. And we're back with the women's leader, Blandine Lerandal. Both of them are sitting with very comfortable gaps now between first and second. So on the women's side, we're looking at images of Blandine Lerandal, but through La Folie, after Emily Schmitz, Kareth Arnold, and Kasia Dąbrowska, we have Lucy Bartholomew now up to 6th. She is just 6 minutes behind Kasia, moving very, very well. So Emily Schmitz in 3rd, Kareth Arnold in 4th. They seem to be running close together, whereas there is then a bit of a gap between them and 5th and 6th.
Hey, Steph, nice work with Hayden Hawks there. That was pretty cool.
That was fun.
Yeah, just chatting to Hayden not off camera, whatever it is, off something. Hey, I got while you were doing the chat, I thought I'd do a little bit of homework for our lovely audience. So I've got a concise list of the elite athletes that have withdrawn overnight.
Okay.
And it's very, very fresh. There's a couple that you're going to surprise you.
Yep.
So overnight in the women's elite, Courtney Dauwalter, Zhang Fuzhou, Esther Schillag, Martina Valmassoy is withdrawn in the last hour. Anna Carlson and Corinne Chalvoy. So those are the...
Oh no, no, this is a replay. This was a replay of her previous call.
No, I heard you shout before. I was like, no, not again. Okay, very good. There she is, moving again. And then on the men's side, we heard Vincent Bouillard, Jean Albin, Chris Myers, Andreas Reiterer, Josh Wade, Rod Farvard has stopped. Canyon Woodward has stopped. And then the last of the elite athletes that I found on the list was the Shen Jiasheng. So into Les Contamines, there was 51 athletes, not just elites, that had withdrawn. Les Chapieux was another big drop overnight, 59. And into Courmayeur, surprisingly low so far, 28. So the athletes are getting a bit more durable. And so that's kind of the withdrawals that we've seen so far.
I'm surprised about Martina Valmassoy. She is tough as nails. I hope everything is okay and it's not an injury. Now we have also got Antonina Ushina through in 7th at La Folie, followed by Jasmine Lowther. Again, those two just a minute apart. And then we should have Anne-Sophie Polstad and Riley Brady through in 9th and 10th.
So Riley, first time we see Riley emerging in the top 10. So a measured performance from Riley.
Yeah, they're having an incredible race, particularly after making such a difficult turnaround after a second place at Western States. We were talking with Hayden Hawks about how tricky it is to do that double now. There is Ben Demon, our men's leader, on the screen. Powering through these switchbacks on the descent. He's 141.5 kilometers into this course.
Yeah, I got a couple of Ben Demon things for you. So in case you missed it earlier, Ben Demon is the first athlete ever on the UTMB course to complete the top of the Grand Col Ferret to Champex in sub 2 hours. So Ben did that in 1 hour, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. So we already said that, but in case you're just joining, I thought wow, it just shows the level of Ben Demon today so far since yesterday's night. And secondly, Ben Demon has gone through, as you can see on the visuals right now, Ben is on the descent down to Trion. And so he's gone through the checkpoint at La Giette. Tom Evans, our champion from last year, on exactly the same course, slightly worse weather, came through La Giette in 15 hours and 7 minutes. Ben Demon nailed that section in 14 hours and 18 minutes. So 49 minutes ahead of the time for last year. And that also means that he's way ahead of his own time comparable year on year. So right now, Ben Demon is on track to finish sub 19 hours, somewhere between 18:30 and 18:45. So Ben Demon is lighting up some big numbers today.
He is, but Baptiste Chassagne has really not given up here, and he is trying to close the gap on Ben Demon. It is a big gap, around a half an hour gap, but I think he is making up a bit of time. Baptiste Chassagne really showing a strong performance and reminding us that it ain't over until it's over. So.
Yeah. I agree. I think we'll get a clearer idea of that at the top of La Giette. So Baptiste was 28 minutes behind Ben in Champex, and Joaquin Lopez was 30 minutes behind. So the algorithm on the La Giette section was expecting the athletes way earlier than they should have been. So right now, it's almost implying that there's been a massive catch-up but we'll find out soon enough in reality as Ben is down here into Trion. We also had, and I think you already said this before, the Hayden Hawks, Martin on Uphill Notes posted that of the top 25 men and the top 25 women in the UTMB, 9 of the top 25 men, 36% have dropped, and 5, probably 6 now, of the top 25 women, 20%. So the overall threshold for UTMB across all of the athletes is around about, on an average year, 65% will cross the finish line in Chamonix.
Yeah. I have a question in the chat, or a comment in the chat, just noticing, commenting on how when Ben Demon went through Col de la Forclaz, he was unable to take the normal path because the spectators were actually so aggressive. They were blocking his path, and someone wondering if that was on purpose as a dirty tactic. I don't think so. I think the runners are just, or the spectators are over enthusiastic, and really it's a reminder yet again to please stay out of the runners' way. They are professionals. They are running for big stakes here, and Col de la Forclaz is always a very busy place. But stay out of the runners' way.
Have they been to Col de la Forclaz yet?
Ben Demon has. Yep.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, yeah. When you're offline for 30 minutes, you kind of miss those things.
Yep.
Oh, so they were blocking him from...
Yeah. So
purely by accident,
we saw Ben Demon kind of take a little bit of a detour, and I was kind of shaking my head, wondering if he was trying to find the fountain. But no, it was, we heard from the camera runner that it was because the runners were blocking his path.
Okay, Ben Demon into to Triumph. This no longer is a supported aid station, so it's self-service for the athletes. So mainly due to the volume of traffic that was kind of clogging up the whole of Triumph, and Triumph does not have the car park capacity to kind of accommodate that. So this has been removed as an athlete support station. So self-service from Ben Demon, and we're going to give you another time comparison. We've been doing that all through the race in terms of Tom Evans' time last year, exact same course, but with the worst weather. So 15:35 into Triumph a year ago for Tom Evans, and the time check for Ben Demon is, I think there we go. So 14:44. So that means that Ben, he's kind of like tracking around about 55 minutes ahead now. 50 minutes, ahead of the time from last year, and also inside his own time from last year. So that's Ben Demon into Triumph, and as we said, we've got Baptiste Chassan. He's already crossed through the checkpoint at La Giette. He's on the way down now to Triumph. So he's just gone through La Giette at the top when Ben Demon was arriving into Triumph. So that gives you the physical distance of the gap between those two. So it's going to be still around about 30 minutes between Ben Demon and Baptiste. We're expecting Joaquin Lopez third, Caleb Olsen fourth, Antoine Chavalin in fifth on the way up that climb. So here we go on the big screen, everybody. We have Blondine almost into Champex-Lac, so she's going to see her crew. And Ben Demon is he's got 2 more climbs to go. This next climb is a nasty one, and the runners yesterday in the OCC got to do this after the climb all the way up from Martigny, because we had a course adjustment. So yeah, Blondine coming into the A station. Blondine's gap over her chasers is quite significant now. I was just looking at it before. It's about 25 minutes ahead of Rachel Entrekin and Kareth and Emily, 43 minutes behind Blondine. Kasia just under an hour, and Lucy Bartholomew just under an hour. So those are the kind of gaps we're talking about. So we've been comparing Blondine's time so far this year to Ruth Croft's time from last year. Ruth, the champion in 2025. So Ruth came into Champex-Lac around about 15:55. So Blondine is going to be about 1 hour in front of Ruth's time, as you see Rachel. So there we go. Blondine at the top of the climb, and Rachel Entrekin at the bottom of the climb. So again, you've got that. If you know if you know this section of the course, you've got that physical idea of the gap between Rachel in second place, and she's looking. She's good. She's kind of bounced back from that little low moment at the bottom of Arnuva. Maybe it's the solar-powered glasses, but Rachel's moving pretty good, as is Blondine. So that's 1 and 2, and there's a 3.3 kilometer gap between first and second. So that's gone out slightly from the last time we had a distance gap. So just to give you an idea, but Rachel debut race here in the UTMB. This is a fantastic performance, as perhaps we already expected. Excuse me. Okay, Blondine, welcome to the aid station in Champex, and a lot of love going in here for the crowd. So we're going to go quiet, allow you to enjoy the crowd for a minute or two and listen to the conversation with Blondine and her support team.
très grosse course, hein, t'as dit.
J'ai pas tout pris, Angèle.
C'est toi qui prends. C'est toi qui prends.
Un ravito dans la discrétion.
Il est où ton vélo?
Je vais déjà boire là.
La bulle élémentaire. Pas le temps de s'asseoir, même pas.
Je t'ai pris de la pastèque.
S'hydrater, communiquer.
Je te la donne?
Faut que je mange, mais. Quoi?
Se laisser prendre en charge.
Tiens, ça passe bien.
Non, je reste au lait, je pense.
Violet? Tiens.
On dira merci aux filles.
Laissez tenter. Par quelque alimentation semi-solide.
Bravo. Tu fais une super course. Deux bouchées. Donc reste concentré. Quoi? Ça veut dire?
C'est bon.
J'ai jamais vu autant de formation.
On est d'accord. En fait, c'est quoi? On va pas changer. J'ai pas de problème au pied.
Surtout s'alimenter, partager quelques sensations de course.
Je le remets au endroit.
Pourquoi?
La place. Et là, tes échanges en gel, c'est des échanges en marche.
On s'hydrate également. On diversifie l'alimentation liquide.
Ça va le faire, ça va le faire.
Échanger quelques émotions, se lâcher un petit peu, pourquoi pas.
Est-ce que tu vas lui dans les yeux? Parce que je sais que c'est bon.
Attends, si je peux faire un truc.
Et le tout dans la discrétion la plus élémentaire.
C'est bon, allez.
Tout le monde se retourne. Il y a que les filles qui se retournent.
Ça n'a pas l'air d'être son quotidien, mais elle va s'adapter, Blandine. Elle se laisse peut-être tenter. Et voilà.
There we go. This is a classic Courtney move, and it's the first athlete I've seen so far. You can also see Rachel Endrick's team in the background getting ready for Rachel to come in. Stephanie stepped out. She's having a bit of a moment, but we've got a very, very good replacement for the time being. So Christian Allen, fresh from his attempts on the OCC course on Thursday. Christian Allen is in the house, otherwise known as Slim. So good morning, Christian.
Hey, good morning to you, Keith. Thanks for having me on, and we'll see what rambling I can do that can provide somewhat useful knowledge to this course, since I know so little about ultra running.
No. So this is good, Christian, and I think also in the chat. And so we'll give you an opportunity if you have any questions for Christian Allen. So everything's on the table, right, Christian? So yeah.
Yeah.
So I already did the first thing and said, "Oh, Christian, how did you get on?" Because my memory of Thursday is already blurred. And so yeah, Christian, how did you get on Thursday?
Yeah. I tried to have short-term memory loss as well. Thursday did not go as hot as I was hoping, but I ended up DNFing, had some like heel issues that I've been kind of dealing with a little bit, that started at Broken Arrow actually, and then I kind of re-bruised it at Sierra Zinal on the downhill, and
right.
So it's been a little tender. I knew I've been able to run somewhat, but then the week leading in tried to take a little off, so just kind of wanted to give it a shot, see how things go, or how things went, and things started kind of going south a little bit, and then just decided to pull out at late tour. So
right, okay. And we had Hayden Hawks in early this morning, and Hayden was talking about athletes and either overdoing it or not maybe going into a race right. So your key learning to yourself after the race is
yeah, I think man, these longer distances, I say longer as we're watching, an absurdly longer race than the 60K we had, but I just learned it's about being patient. So this year, at least from 2 years when I ran it and DNF'd as well, I decided to go out a little more conservative and try to just really stay kind of smooth and controlled. And I felt really great coming into Trient, which I did not feel 2 years ago. So I was like, oh, this is going to be great.
Yep.
I picked a shoe that was a little more cushioned. It's the new Nike Pickle Juice shoe that they're kind of releasing. That's pretty sweet, and I really enjoyed it. But it's a little higher stack height, and so I was a little worried on maybe some more of the technical sides, but I knew I just had to protect my heel. So, but anyways, I felt good, and it was hard looking at it because I think all the guys that went second, third, fourth all finished. They were right with me in Trient. So I was like, man, had I just been able to move and keep going with those guys, it could have been a good day. But that will be in the future, hopefully.
Cool. So you would have, this would have been about kilometer 8 in your race 2 days ago. So you would have been right in the mix here on this section of the course.
Yeah, we had a good little group. It was nice when I opened up to the flat section. I do a decent amount of flat running in my off season of trail running, and so I was like, oh, this is sweet. I love it. You get to open up that stride length and get that cadence moving, and Champex-Lac is a very nice, beautiful place. A lot of crowds, as you can see, cheering you on. And there's a good group of us just moving and trying to chug along. So,
hey, we had a good question in the chat the other day, which is still relevant today, especially when I see how many people there is. What do the athletes think about being surrounded by cameras? Are you aware of it? Is it annoying, or is it just something you've got used to?
I've kind of gone back and forth. I think sometimes it can maybe be a little annoying. Other times it's kind of cool. Like you get some sweet film.
Mm-hmm.
I've had times before, like actually kind of coming before we dropped down into Trient. Like there was a group of 3 of us running. It was Kip Limo, Kachard, and Daniel Pattis. We were all like kind of running together, and there's it was like a filmer that just like jumped out in front of us and was like running alongside of us, and like we were all, I don't know, like at that point I was like, dude, like get out of here, like we're gonna like run into you. It was like kind of like a more technical section, and he was like kind of trying to like run in between and do some things. So like I think there's at times where it can be like maybe a bit much, but like I like understand it, like it's just a part. I mean, I've been watching a little bit of like cycling as I was a little injured over the winter.
Sure.
And man, I can't complain. You see those like cyclists come in through like a crazy crowd, and everyone's like out there like trying to slap them, and like, you know, they go nuts out here in Europe in those big bike cycling races. So I guess it's our little taste of professional touring.
Mm-hmm. And so just on screen right now, we have Blondine Lirandale. So Blondine has been on the course in racing now for, I think we're about just over 15 hours of racing. So this is not something that you're probably, it's not your field of expertise, but you've kind of hang around, and we've obviously seen Rachel debuting here at UTMB as well. So are you out on the course cheering on your colleagues in the different distances?
Yeah, I've been trying to be out there a bit. I'm out here with my family, so we've actually been staying out in Combloux, or however you say that in French. I probably butchered it, like all my other French pronunciations. But so we're a little ways out, but we have a Nike ACG house out here in Chamonix, so we'll kind of come hang out there a little bit, and then you know, in between parenting and helping my wife out with the kids and letting her go run and go have some fun out there like me, I try to go out there and support the people. So it was fun. We got to see a lot of the runners finishing CCC on the last little climb with 4K to go and cheer them on. So
here you go, Christian. This is the steepest climb of the whole of the UTMB. So this is the second last climb. So this is the beginning of Les Steppes, and it's on average in some sections 30%.
Oh, brutal.
What we're also hearing is that Ben's lead dropped by about 8 minutes.
Oh, wow.
At La Giette, so it's still around about 20 minutes or so. So looking at Ben Demon on the screen now as a fellow athlete, he's still looking pretty good, right?
I mean, to me, man, if I was that far into the race, 15 hours, I feel like he's moving pretty good, because by the time I was ready to drop out in my 60K, I was not moving, I don't think, that much. So he looks pretty dang smooth. It looks like, is this Baptiste right here we're looking at now?
Yeah, you nailed that one. So Baptiste coming to Col de la Forclaz. So Baptiste is ready to drop down to Trient.
Yeah.
And we've seen Ben has left. So that is a gap of around about 20 minutes.
Okay. So I could see that maybe, I guess, the lead being cut into a little bit, just as Ben's hitting that steep incline and Baptiste is on a little bit more of a movable section. I feel like that descent all the way into Trient is a pretty fast movable section there. I've heard a lot of good things about Baptiste as I've been staying in his hometown of Combloux over there. So a little local legend around here. I'm sure he's got a ton of fanfare out there cheering him on, and he's probably riding high on these vibes knowing that he's out here and it's hunting time for him to try to go get Ben.
Yeah, and so 2 more climbs for both of these athletes. We removed the Flagere climb yesterday from the CCC due to thunderstorms. We're back in with the La Flagere climb. So the steep climb up Les Ceps, and then the final climb. But yeah, there you go. Baptiste is still very, the fact that you're engaging with we tend to look at the athletes who are still engaging with the crowd as a positive sign that they've got good energy and they're kind of feeding off that. Is that how you remember yourself when you're having a good day versus a bad day?
Yeah, I think definitely if you're able to enjoy it and just have fun and smile, I know things didn't go as I was hoping, but I definitely tried to just like throw a smile on my face every couple miles. I actually was we were taking our shuttle over with the ACG crew, and I was talking to Lauren, and I think Lauren Gregory's like the epitome of just seems like she's having fun out there, even though she's out there in the pain cave. Every picture you see of Lauren, it seems like she's just big grinning out there. So I was like, man, I gotta just put a smile on and try to enjoy it and have fun. So I think when you see people interacting or smiling, whether they really feel that enthusiastic or not, you kind of fake it till you make it, and it's kind of part of that positive reaffirmations. If you're telling yourself you look good, you feel good, you're having fun, it really correlates. So.
Yeah, and there must be a huge buzz in the team after Lauren's victory on Thursday. I mean, we were blown away here. And so just to let you know now, this is the Bovine Alpage, so just before the top of the climb to La Giette. So on the screen right now, we're being told that is Jean-Philippe Schumi, which surprises me. So I am just going to double check that, because that surprises me that he's moved up so much. He was in 10th, where we would have been expecting somebody like Antoine or Gauthier. So we've had Baptiste. We've already seen Baptiste now at Col de la Forca. Joaquin Lopez through the top of La Giette. Caleb Olsen about 5 minutes behind Joaquin now. So Caleb is definitely closing in on third spot. And in fact, Joaquin's 8 minutes behind Baptiste now. So you can see Joaquin looks like the one who's struggling right now. And Virgil has been on a charge as well. So he's 4 minutes behind Caleb. So that's your top 5. So I believe that I don't think it's that. Maybe. I don't think it could be Antoine or Gauthier, because we also know that Hannes Namberger and Tobias Gieser, they are running together. So imminent arrival at the top is and I'm sure our lovely friends in the chat, that's what you enjoy doing, is kind of like, who do we think that is? We do not believe that's Jean-Philippe Schumi. But still moving there. So Christian, talk to us about, that finish, 3 seconds. I mean, you're probably used to seeing those finishes from time to time in the Golden Trail World Series.
Yeah.
First time we've seen anything like that at the UTMB.
Yeah. They've had some spicy ones lately, I guess, even last year in the men's race and this year. And I think as competition just keeps getting deeper and deeper in all these disciplines, but especially I feel like that 50K distance, you see the list of both the men's and women's, and you're like, holy cow, there's arguably maybe 15, 20 people, maybe even more that could contend for the win. You just never know. So I think as it just keeps getting more and more competitive and the depth gets larger and larger, you're just going to see these really maybe nail-biter finishes.
Were you watching that live? Where were you when that was
I was able to watch it fairly live.
Right.
Yeah, I was back at the ACG house already, trying to recoup and whatnot, and just kind of hanging out there. And once I DNF'd in Latour, we just hung out there for a while, and we were able to see all 3 of the girls come through with Naomi, Sarah, and then Lauren. So I was like, oh, wow, like we just cheered them on. And then once they came through, we finally left and headed off to the ACG house and were able to watch it on the screen. So it was pretty sweet.
Wow. I would love to see a video of the ACG house when that race was going down. It must have been mental.
It was. Everyone was going pretty dang crazy. A lot of them were out cheering. I mean, as many as could be out there were out cheering on the course. So it was super sweet. So the ACG house, like the few people that were like running UTMB or CCC were definitely losing their minds there, trying to conserve energy. But it was a riot. We just like, holy cow, like they're coming.
Okay, quick ad break and we'll be right back with Christian Allen.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series Finals, the third and final of our live coverage of the three different races. So we are at the front of the men's race in the UTMB. So on your screen right now, third placed athlete Joaquin Lopez from Ecuador. Joaquin is chasing down Baptiste Chassain, second place, who's probably just about to arrive into Tryon. And we've already seen on the screen about 20 minutes ahead of Baptiste, our race leader. And he's been in the lead from pretty much the beginning, Ben Demon, from the French-based from the United States. We also know that Caleb Olsen is getting closer and closer to Joaquin. So at the top of the descent here, Caleb was about 5 minutes behind Joaquin. So that's what's going on in the men's race. In the studio right now, Steph Case is having a well-earned break. So we have one of the Nike ACG athletes, so Christian Allen, fresh from his hardcore attempt in the OCC in the heat of Thursday, which already feels a long time ago. So Christian Allen in the studio. Morning, Christian.
Good morning, Keith. Thanks for having me on. And it's fun to be here just kind of watching these runners slug it out.
And did you say you ran in the new Pickle Juice shoe the other day?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Right, there you go. You can talk about that.
Yeah, it's a great shoe. It's like a dual density foam. They got some nice responsive ZoomX on it, and then they couple it with a little bit more of a firmer foam to keep it from being overly unstable. But it's got a nice rocker to it, non-plated. Just a nice protective, bouncy shoe. I kind of compare it to anyone that's familiar with the Zagama. It's very much like the Zagama, but kind of a tuned up race fit of the Zagama, slightly lighter and just a little more pinnacle. So
brilliant. We saw, I think we saw Yao Miao running in the shoe yesterday as well.
He was.
So,
I actually haven't seen what Caleb was rocking today. I'm not sure if he's wearing them or not, but
yeah, not sure either. But I guess we'll probably, even while you're in the studio. So there we go. There's the camera angle down there to where Baptiste Chassain is.
Hey, checking in.
So yeah, and this is going to give us a great opportunity to, because all of the data so far is that there is a shortening of the gap between first and second, even though the gap was out at around about 28 minutes in Champex-Lac.
Okay.
But here in Trion now, we believe it's closer to 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I could see that changing a little bit, but maybe it's probably still... It'll be interesting maybe on the next one, just because from Champex-Lac, if Baptiste is hunting down Ben, Ben's kind of like on the flat part there, and Baptiste is on an uphill section, where when you're coming down in Triant, Baptiste is on a downhill section, and we have Ben kind of going on an uphill section, so he's probably moving a bit slower, while it looks like Baptiste is moving a little faster just because of the gradients they're running on. But it'll be interesting maybe if there's another checkpoint. I guess the next checkpoint would be Col de Bombe. Is that right? Or no?
We'll get on this section of the course, because this isn't a section of the course that your race would traditionally do. So they go up Les Cep, and then they're going to drop down into Valocine.
Okay.
And then Valocine is the fourth and final aid station where they get support.
Okay.
We're into Trion now. This year, they've removed this as an athlete support station.
Yeah, I was talking to someone.
Yep, so as you can see now, this is a self-service aid station. So there's a lot of guidance from the volunteers, but they've been instructed to guide the athletes to look after themselves. But that's probably, and we've talked about this a lot this week, Christian. I don't know if you had the athletes who seem to be the most, they had a clear plan in the aid stations in terms of the water bottles were out. Water bottles were out. You probably already had some powder in the flask. Did you have that all lined up this week?
I didn't have too much. I ended up just going with gels this time around. I think it's the hard thing I have struggled with OCC as well is the fact that it's self-sustained. You know, you got to carry all those. So carrying a lot of gels and a lot of extra weight could be a little tough at times. But I do know some people that troubleshoot that sometimes. They're trying to do a carb mix and like empty bottles and switching those out.
Here's a question for you. You're running, your heart rate's high, adrenaline's high, you pile into an aid station that you've never been to before. What are you asking for guidance as to what you're looking for, or have you got a good sense of what you want and where you can find it?
Yeah, I definitely learned something from 2 years ago, actually. Like, I went out hot in OCC 2 years ago, and I was leading the race for the first, 16, 17 miles into Trient. And when I came into Trient, what ended up happening is I came through the aid station, and my one kind of big experience with UTMB was UTMB Speedgo, and they were phenomenal there. They'd douse you with like a sponge, water, help you. But I came into Trient, I don't know if it's just more of a language barrier or what, but I was like, where's the water? And someone pointed that way, and then I ran that way, and then I was like, where was the water? And they pointed back, and then I was like, what is going on? And I was so frazzled that I just took off, I think, from my sub-ultra mind. I was like, I can't waste time like this, you know, but it was such a big mistake. I was just worried of Remy and Eli Hemming coming behind me, and they caught me sure enough pretty soon after when we were climbing up the Col de Bombe. But yeah, I just realized like this year, like, hey, you need to know where things are and have a game plan and be ready to go in those aid stations, but also keep yourself from getting frazzled or too worried about stopping. You know, it's really important to cool yourself down and get the right aid that you need, because the next aid station is pretty far away.
So here you go, Christian, is you can big up your colleague.
Yes, Caleb's a dog, man. He's been a little injured, so he had a pretty quick turnaround and quick build up for UTMB, but super stoked to see him out here just crushing. He really kind of started his training block like a couple weeks before Broken Arrow, so it's been a quick turnaround for him, but he does a lot of time on feet, and he's like, I just got to get time on feet, you know, this race being a lot more time on feet compared to a Western States, which is kind of a flatter, fast one. So
yep, and there we go. We're jumping between the front of the men, or fourth place in the men's race, and the front of the women's race. So Christian, you also recognize this probably from Thursday. So this is the segment after Champex-Lac, the Plan de l'Eau, so very runnable section. Yes. So I assume you quite enjoy this segment.
Yes. I honestly can't complain about the course much all the way to Trient. It's pretty runnable. It suits me a lot. I prefer a little bit more runnable. I kind of struggle a little bit more on the technical stuff. I had a little bit of a pretty bad ankle roll last year in July, and ever since then I've kind of been a little more hesitant on these technical sections. So I definitely enjoyed the first, 16, 17, 18 miles of this race. It's honestly not bad at all.
Right. I'm just, as we're watching Blondine on the screen, I was just going to give you a time check for Baptiste and Ben into the aid station in Trion. So it's 26 minutes. So it's moved 2 minutes. So
Okay,
it's
not
moved,
as much as we thought.
No. I think, and you know, Ben doesn't look like
They both look good.
Oh yeah, the handbrake isn't on there. And there we go. Here's Rachel. Rachel Entrican working her way up now, not too far away from popping out at the top of the forest here in Champé.
Okay.
So you don't do this climb in your race. You climb up to, or do you?
No, we come from Orsières, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, and they don't quite all the way go down if I was looking at the course right.
Yep. So, so we got Rachel here, and I can give you a kind of predicted time of Rachel into Champé-Lac. So in about another 15 minutes. So 15 minutes on this climb. It isn't. There we go. And this is our 5th place athlete in the men's race. That is Antoine.
They say for...
Oh, Virgile. Yeah. So Virgile has been moving up the course. So he's passed Antoine Chavalin. Antoine was with Caleb for a long time. So now we see this classic UTMB, through the night, the ones who've saved a little bit in the tank are the ones who are starting to become the chasers.
I can only imagine. There is so much moving on going in the men's OCC race and the women's from seeing it in hindsight. So I can only imagine how much changing happens in these longer races where people start to really struggle, with maybe 30, 40, 50 kilometers left in the race. And it's kind of, quote unquote, the home stretch for these guys, but there's still a lot of running to do.
Yep. Hey, Kristen, we are on a roll this morning with athletes. We had nobody in yesterday, and then this morning we've already had Hayden Hawks. We've had you now, and then we've already got your buddy Remy Bonnet is in the house as well. So before we set you free, where do we expect to see you next? Have you already got your next race lined up?
I'm supposed to do the last 2 Golden Trail World Series races over in Japan and China, but with this heel bruise or plantar stuff I got going, I got to get that figured out. So I'm hoping to kind of maybe deload it a little bit, do a little biking the next week or 2, and then kind of retest it to see how it's feeling. But also having some visa issues with the China race. So I think if things go well, maybe I'll just be in the Japan race, and then I got the WMR race in October for the final, and then the Golden Trail final, and then I'll probably go to some roads later. So just assuming the body holds together and things go well, that's kind of the rough plan for now.
Yeah, it's a long season for all you trail runners, and so we wish you well with your recovery.
Hey, thank you very much.
And also with your visa application, because you got to go to. Is it for Japan or China that you?
The China race. It's on the Great Wall of China, which would be a pretty cool bucket list thing to do.
Wow, yeah, that would be incredible. So fingers crossed that you can nail that. So big thanks to Christian Allen. I'll let you go and cheer Caleb and the gang out on the course.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Cheers. What a treat, everyone. We just had Christian Allen in the studio with Keith, and now you're back with me, Stephanie Case, and we have Remy Bonnet in the studio with us. I'm going to put us on screen. And Remy, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. You had a tough day.
on OCC this year, and if you are willing, I'd love to chat a little bit about it before we kind of go into the commentary and analysis on what we're seeing during UTMB. But first, before we talk about the race, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, feeling a bit frustrated, but that's part of the sport. I know that injury is part of the game when we push the limits always further and further. So yeah, that sucks, but yeah, I will be back as always.
Of course, and we'll be waiting for it. I mean, we knew that coming into OCC, you had decided not to start at CEST earlier this month because you were dealing with a bit of a calf injury, and I thought you were playing it really smart. You know, you were switching more to training on the bike, and coming in, and you felt like you were ready. So, talk us through what happened during the race and the decision-making process that you had.
Yeah, I really think that I was ready to race again really hard for long distance, like 60K. But yeah, I think the heart and the head was ready, but the injury was not. So I knew it like after 1.5 hours during the race that it was not okay and that I have to stop. So it was again a hard decision, but I think sometimes you have to listen to the body and to don't hurt yourself too much.
Yeah, and it sounds like you made the right decision because you've already actually gotten some feedback on how your calf is doing, and seems to be on the right track.
Yeah, we'll be on the right track. Like I think we will be back soon.
Yeah, and we will all be waiting for that. And you know, we've been chatting about just look at Hannes Numberger coming here through Col de la Forclaz, and now up in 6th. Really cool. Ben Demon had a tough time going through Col de la Forclaz because the crowds were so enthusiastic that they were in a way blocking his path. So he had to actually take a turn around the little refuge at the top of the hill. So it looks like it's being managed a little bit better now.
The perfect weather for the spectators.
Yeah, exactly. Which means they'll be out in full force. But
it's still moving really well. Huh?
Yeah.
In the downhill, like.
Yeah, no, he's a closer. He's been picking his way off through the field. But before we dive more into the race, you've had a tough time at OCC. But as we were chatting a little bit about off camera, off air, this is actually par for the course for a lot of the greats, a lot of the elites. You know, needing a few kicks at the can before really coming and taking the win. You know, we've been talking about Ben Demon, who we're seeing just absolutely smashing UTMB right now after 2 DNFs and then a second. And you were raising another athlete that you've probably been thinking about who's had a tough time.
Yeah, Jim also has some tough time here, but I think it's part of the process. When you win races, you don't learn much, like you just enjoy it. But when you lose races and you have bad times, is where you learn stuff, and that makes you stronger, I think.
Yeah, and you know, you got such a good attitude, and it's such a good role model for so many people who are looking up to you, that you just seem to really be taking this in stride. As you say, you know, this is part of it. You need to adapt, make smart decisions, and not get too rattled if you don't have your day.
Yeah, but it's always hard mentally when you have all the focus on you, like all the sponsors are on you, like who are looking for a good performance. But then it's part. They know also that it's the sport, and that I am grateful that they helped me to be back on track.
Yeah, and we are too. And speaking of sponsors, I noticed a quite flashy, nice watch you have there on your left wrist. Do you want to tell us about your new sponsorship with Tudor?
Yeah, I am really proud to be a new ambassador for Tudor. Like, I think it's a really cool brand from Switzerland. Proud of it, and I think it will be a nice story for the future.
Yeah, I mean, what better sponsor?
And as we see, like, Baptiste is also part of the team.
There you go.
Yeah, it's cool to see him crushing it again. Like last year, he finished second. So this year, we hope first. But maybe it's a bit too tight now. But we'll see. Like, he's moving fast, and cool to see him at this level of performance.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit, because you know Baptiste probably better than a lot of our viewers. Now, Ben Damon on the men's side has been going at a blistering pace. He's been running about an hour faster than Tom Evans' time in UTMB at the same points last year. But of course, the weather in UTMB through the night last year was horrific. So that's accounting for a lot of that change. But he's been running about half an hour ahead of Baptiste. But Baptiste, I feel like he's trying to close that gap and rather than think about kind of holding off Joaquin Lopez, who's not too far behind, minutes behind at Trion. They were about 9 minutes apart. I feel like Baptiste is focusing on trying to catch up to Ben.
Yeah, I think he's really smart, but he's like, the strength he have in the legs, and so he plays his card well. So then we will see if he can catch some more times on Ben. But Ben looks really good today. I think he have a really, really good day. So it will be a nice battle till the end. I think all can happen during the last 20K. So yeah, we'll see. It's exciting to watch.
It is exciting. I mean, I would love to see a real race between the two of them, but as you say, I think it would be difficult to catch Ben. Would love to see that gap get a little bit closer. But look at the way that he's moving up these climbs. He's got a lot of energy still left in him. Now, have you guys actually trained together on?
Not much because I live in Switzerland, him in France. But we chat a lot, and I think he's a really good guy. He's also a part of the sport.
Yeah,
really interesting people, and cool to see him. Like you see that, we'll do a great race.
Yeah, I think so. And we've seen this dynamic on the women's side where the second place person is trying to chase down the first, and then all of a sudden they get, overtaken by the third. So we will still be keeping an eye on Joaquin Lopez. I'm not counting him out either, but certainly going to be an interesting race as we progress into the final kilometers on the men's side for UTMB. On the women's side, did you have a favorite coming in?
Yeah, my favorite was for sure. I don't know. Like Blondine was feeling really good, but Courtney for me was my favorite because it's a teammate also, and I think she was ready for the race. But sometimes, as I say before, it's part of it. You have to take care of you, and that's not your day. But she will be also back.
No doubt. There's been a lot of concern and love for her coming through the chat from the viewers.
For the women, it's like they are close together, or it's like a big gap?
So Blondine has quite a good gap on Rachel. Blondine has been looking incredibly strong. And there we go. We have visuals of Rachel now coming into Champex-Lac. So that will give us a good time gap. Yeah, it is now over a half an hour time gap between Blondine Lechandel and Rachel Entrekin. Blondine has been looking strong the whole way through. Strong up the climbs, strong on the descents, cheerful. Rachel, when she was going up towards Switzerland, she really looked like she was struggling, and we heard her talk to the camera runner saying that she felt like she'd been hit by a bus.
Okay.
So she's been flagging a bit. But now she's here with her crew. She's able to regroup a bit, but definitely not as kind of sprightly and energetic as we're used to seeing. She's used to doing big distances. Let's just see if we can hear what she's saying.
How hot are you? Do you want some water down your back? Cold water. Just a little bit? A little squirt? Do I have that other shirt? Yes, it's here. Okay, I want to change this. Yeah, it's warm.
She said that it's really warm.
Yeah.
Good. We don't want cold water down the back.
No, I'll just get wet in 5 seconds. Let's go!
I think that was Pau Capel that we saw leaving the aid station, leaving Champex-Lac. Yep.
Out of the way. Alright. Yeah. Take this one with you. It's another Coke.
Les bâtons, on s'hydrate.
And she's out. So Rachel Entrekin using good use of this pit stop, just under 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in the aid station. She changed her shirt, had some Coke. She didn't want any water on her, but she did comment on how she said it was hot out there.
And now it will be like a really runnable section.
Yeah.
And so let's see how she managed it.
Yeah, it's this is a new course, of course, for Rachel. This is her UTMB debut, but she has spent the last weeks, 6 weeks at least, I think, training on the UTMB course. She was leading a running group on the course. She was training at night on the course, training on the days on the course. She found a couple British guys to run with on the course. So she said that she would have been quite terrified coming into this if she was seeing the trails for the first time, but she felt pretty comfortable coming into the race. And she's running incredibly well for a UTMB debut, but she's working. And I feel like just from what we've seen of her and what she said, that this is maybe harder than she was anticipating.
She's more used of the more runnable races, or?
Well, interesting you say that. She's done, of course, she won outright the Cocodona 250, and that's got similar elevation to UTMB, but it's over a race that's 2.5 times the distance. It's 250 miles. She also, was it Canty that she also did, which is, of course, much, much faster. In the chat, they have been pointing out that she has done a race that's of similar distance vert, not quite as much vert. I think it was a 100-miler that had 7,000 meters of climb. But certainly Cocodona is much more of a running race than UTMB. And, you know, when you're coming over as an American to Europe, she's got some racing experience in Europe, but not a lot.
Yeah, and you have to know how to use your poles also. I think it's a big difference on those races.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout there. And also the aid stations in particular. I remember, you know, as a Canadian coming over and racing in Europe for the first time, I was really surprised by the aid stations because we're not used to meat and cheese and all of these types of things at aid stations. In North America, it's a lot of candies and M&Ms and chocolates. The aid stations here are a little bit more basic and simple with not as much variety.
Yeah, because they have some crew there, but not at all the aid stations. So you have sometimes you have to take some stuff from the aid station if you feel bad.
Exactly.
But, I think you find always a solution.
And no pacers, of course. That's also something that's been coming up in the chat. A lot of North Americans don't realize that we don't have pacers as part of the trail running culture in Europe. And so running a race, you know, completely on your own, that's 100 miles, is very different than having to run 50 miles and then getting a buddy.
That's true.
But, you know, that being said, I don't think any of this will phase Rachel. She is tough as nails. So now we are seeing an overview of the course and of the lead men in our UTMB race. So you can
this
see
is like a really, really steep climb. Like I did it already, but it's really tough one. So,
so Ben Demon is just nearing the top of that climb to Les Steppes. And then we have Baptiste. Looks like he's over halfway up the climb with Caleb Olson just starting down near the bottom. Now, where is Joaquin Lopez on that? We didn't see him. So going through Trion, there was a 4-minute difference between Joaquin Lopez in third and Caleb Olson in fourth.
So this is the fourth, or I think, Gauthier?
Gauthier is in 8th.
Ah, okay.
Gauthier Bancader is in 8th place.
Yeah.
So that must mean he's either overtaken Antoine Chalavin or it just hasn't updated. Let's just do a refresh and see where we're at. Okay, so update on Trion. Of course, Ben Demon, followed by Baptiste, Joaquin, and then Caleb Olsen, followed by Virgil Morissette, and then Hannes Namberger, who we saw earlier, and then Gauthier Bancader. So Gauthier has passed Antoine Charvelin, who is expected to come into Trion very, very soon. And what makes Trion a little bit more dramatic, shall we say, is that you have to go in and out. So if you're close enough to another runner, you will actually pass them and lock eyes. As we have here.
So he's in front of Antoine.
Yeah. So Antoine has now come in, a part of the on team. We will see who leaves the aid station first. And back with Rachel. So, any predictions on the women's side? We were mentioning earlier, unfortunately, Martina Valmassoy has dropped out of the race. She was looking incredibly strong, and I was expecting her to be moving up through the field. But we've now got Blondine in first, Rachel Entrekin, and then Emily Schmitz.
Yeah.
Who's doing incredibly well.
Yeah, and also Lucy, I think she will do a good end of the race. She always do a good finish, so
You know, I called her out at the beginning because I just think, and people have been talking about the second wave of Lucy, maybe we're in like the third or fourth, but she's had such a good year. And, you know, we've seen her her ranking improve over the years in UTMB. And I said at the beginning of the broadcast that I thought that that we'd see her in the top 5.
Yeah.
So
and she's like every year like close to it, so maybe this year.
Yeah, maybe this year is her year. She's going to have to chase down. She's at La Folie. She was 6 minutes behind Kasia Jambrovska.
That's
So
not much.
it's not too much. Exactly. And as her teammates, any kind of insight you can give for us on Lucy's prep, Lucy's training for
I
this?
think she was like really feeling strong, and she was ready to suffer, so that's a good mindset. And I think she's also smart. She know well the course.
Yeah.
So we have to see like at the end how she will feel, but I think she will do also a good performance today.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we see again Baptiste hammering with the poles.
Yeah. As you say, that was a steep climb, and it looks like a steep climb. Okay, now back to the men's side.
Right.
We have Gauthier and Antoine really running together. Now, do you think there's a big benefit in a race like UTMB to pair up with someone, or is it best to just run your own race and keep your head down?
It depends. Like if you are leading, has been like it's good to be alone because you don't want someone with you in the last 10 kilometers of the race. But for example, Antoine and what is the name of the other?
Gauthier.
Gauthier. I think you can pass each other in the climb, and you can push maybe a bit further when you are two. So it can be helping. And I think it's two French guys, so
they'll be able to chat. Yeah. That's true. My French holds up usually for at least the first half of the race, but once I start to get into the late hours, my language abilities really start to decline.
You see that it's really, really steep here.
Yeah. And this is where, you know, all of the importance of fueling, of hydration, electrolytes, you know, you can get by with taking shortcuts on these things in shorter races, maybe even in the 50Ks, but particularly in CCC, UTMB, even kind of tiny shortcuts or missteps earlier on in the race will start to compound and have an effect on your body. So it's the ones who are doing well now, still in the race, they have been able to really nail their nutrition and hydration.
Yeah, the stomach is the main reason that ultra endurance athletes drop the races. So
yeah,
if you are good at it.
Do you have any tips? Because
it's hard. Like I think you have to train your stomach as you train like every day.
Yep.
But yeah, it's yeah. Some people are better, and some people are not good with the stomach. But you can train it really well.
Yeah. So just gels every day for
And
lunch.
just finding the the right way to do it for you.
Yep.
Like it's really personal. So you cannot take the same strategy as Baptiste, for example, and maybe it will work.
Yep.
Maybe not work for you.
Now I gotta ask: is there like a dream race or a dream adventure that you have? Not necessarily. I'm not gonna ask timing next year, but just in your life.
Yeah, for sure, UTMB is part of one.
Okay.
But yeah, not next year, I think.
No. Okay, not next year. And any big mountain adventures like Himalayas?
I think I like to be just in the mountain. I don't have like a specific dream in the mountain, but just to be able to go like for many more years in the mountain.
Yeah.
That's.
Well, we certainly hope and expect that we will see that from you. Rachel continuing to motor along. Rachel Entrekin, our second place woman. Absolutely impressive performance for her UTMB World Series final debut. But definitely digging deep. I say digging deeper than we would expect, but when she said that she felt like she was hit by a bus, she said, well, that's kind of what's supposed to happen, right?
Yeah.
So, it's a long race and you're not going to feel good. So as we are watching images of Rachel Entrekin, our second place woman in UTMB, we are going to a short commercial break, but stay tuned. We are here with Remy Bonnet.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
And we are back with coverage of UTMB. We have been blessed to have the last half hour with Remy Bonnet giving us a bit of a recap of his OCC race and also providing us a bit of insight and commentary on the UTMB race. But Remy, I know you have plenty of other things to do with your day and the next few days of rest before you start to run again. We wish you just the best recovery for your calf. We're all going to be cheering for you and can't wait to see you out on the trails
So
again.
thanks a lot for everything and see you soon back on the trail.
Yeah, sounds
and
great.
good luck to everyone running today. You're amazing.
Thank you. So that was Remy Bonnet, our Swiss vertical champion and absolute rock star, who we will see on the start line again at UTMB in the World Series final very soon. And we are back with our coverage following Rachel Entrekin. Our second place women. And Keith, you have some interesting facts for us that you have been working away on.
Yeah, I wasn't just sitting in the room there, just eating pan au raisin and drinking coffee, but that was quite an enjoyable moment. Yeah, just crunching some numbers with regards to Ben Demon and also Blondine Lirondelle, especially if you are just joining us, or even if you're not, I think you kind of know this. So basically, Ben is just about to hit the checkpoint at La Giette, then he's descending down to Valacine. Once he reaches Valacine, we're going to talk through the recap, you think, or should we can talk over it?
Yeah, let's, I think we can just give a quick update on what we might see near the finish and then go to the race recap.
Yep. The recap is pretty self-explanatory as well. People don't really need us to explain what they can see on the screen. So once Ben hits Valacine, he's going to be 18 kilometers from Chamonix, one climb to go, about 1,000 meters. Right now, Ben Demon is on track to finish in 18.5 hours. No one has ever finished any of the UTMB courses sub 19 hours. So that puts Ben currently arriving into Chamonix, if you're thinking of coming downtown this afternoon, about 2:15. So 18.5 hours. I rechecked the numbers over and over again. I thought I was going crazy. I thought it was a mistake. Tom Evans last year, same course, but with obviously that horrific weather overnight. Tom Evans finished in 19 hours and 18 minutes. So right now, Ben Demon ran about 45 to 50 minutes ahead of Tom's comparable time. On the same time, let's do some balance here. Blondine is on her way up the climb to the Bovine climb. She's going to hit La Giette. So that's going to bring her 34K from the finish. She's still got the two big climbs to go, 1,900 meters of climbing, but that puts Blondine projected finishing time into Chamonix 5:15 today, 21.5 hours. Again, no woman has finished sub 22 hours on any of the significantly long UTMB courses. And Ruth Croft's comparable time is 22:56. So Blondine is currently tracking just over an hour ahead of Ruth Croft's time. So just like, wow, that is the level of competition and quality that we have right now at the very, very front of the field. And then just one more thing. Right now, it looks like we've got 4 women have gone through Champex-Lac and 8 of the men have gone through Trion, while the conversation's been going on with Remy.
Yeah, indeed. And I think one of the stories of the day is Emily Schmitz just absolutely working her way up to the field. She's now running in third. And as they've been pointing out in the chat, she's in the 45 to 49 age category. So, now kind of showing Christian Minogio, who's in the 40 to 44 age category, that, hey, you still have a chance to podium at UTMB even in your next age group.
100%.
Wow, really impressed by Emily's performance today, overtaking Kareth Arnold, fellow American. She was 5 minutes ahead of Kareth coming out of Champex-Lac, let's say. And we are waiting for Kasia Dąbrowska and Lucy Bartholomew, the teammate of Remy Bonnet, who we just had in the studio, come through Champex-Lac.
So yeah, the race director, they're all getting very excited now for the arrival of, it's 11:37 here in Chamonix. So we are about 2.5 hours potentially away from seeing this superstar on the screen right now, Ben Demon, arriving into Chamonix and going one better than his second place in 2025.
Oh, indeed, we might have race history being made on our on our hands. by having just incredibly fast performances. As we've been comparing those times, we've been seeing that Ben has been running about an hour ahead of what Tom's times were, with Blondine Lerandel running about an hour ahead of what Ruth Croft's times were. This is due in part to the very poor weather that the runners faced through the night last year, which slowed things down, as well as cutting out the pyramid section, which is the same course that they've been running this year. So the fact that they have the pyramid section cut out and have had much better weather is accounting for these blisteringly fast times. Now, this is Jean-Philippe Chumy coming into Trion and doing a quick pit stop. You can see he's got, I think, some carb powder in there with his water. Making sure to fill up both flasks.
And we're calling this cola.
We are calling this cola. It is not Coke. It is not a brand name. So this is one of the more sustainable solutions to reduce the amount of plastic and reduce the amount of litter by basically you have water and a syrup, and you've got a little machine that helps to make it bubbly. So I'd say it approximates Coke.
Wow, well done, Jean-Philippe, tidying up after himself. Sorry for the mess. Good lad.
Yeah, it is a bit of a different taste, I have to say, but it's sustainable, so a good trade-off. Oh.
I know Jean-Philippe is thinking, because one of the other races goes straight through the aid station, the UTME, as with the CCC, doubles back, and then they drop down those stairs.
Yeah. So that's our 9th place man, and then next we should see Jean Marchet Chictans.
Oh yeah, so 2 Swiss now into the top 10. Yep, somebody else has just spotted in the chat that the algorithm is predicting an 18:30 finish for Ben Demon, which would be mind-blowing. And yeah, let's see. But right now, that is what he's doing.
Crazy.
Yep.
All in a day's work.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so once Ben gets down here, this looks like the bottom of one of the cable car stations, one of the chairlifts in the Latour kind of ski area. There we go. Yep. Still got a fair way to go down into to Vallorcine. He's going to see his support crew. So Cathy Ardito, the A6 team manager, for the 4th and final time. And no doubt, as he's done in all the other race stations, fairly efficient in and out. Yeah, the UTMB index of Ben is going to go through the roof. And it's already pretty good. So, yeah. So, Ben Demon on his 4th UTMB, 2 DNFs. But obviously, steep learning curve, and then 2nd place in 25, and now out in front in 26. We've got the drone hovering above our 2nd place athlete, Baptiste Chassan. Baptiste around about 26 minutes behind Ben. This is the steepest climb of the UTMB course, averaging around 30% for a lot of the climb. It is a proper punch in the face towards the end of the race, as is the last climb up to La Flagère.
Indeed, and you can even just see that visually on the course profile. If you go on the UTMB Live website, just see the line is almost vertical coming out of Trion there.
And this hasn't always been the climb out of Trion. I think the climb they used to do was a little bit further right. It was a little bit more doable than this in terms of being able to power up the climb. So yeah, this is really spicy and cheeky.
Yep. We can see how much the pace has slowed down here from the drone shot. But we are getting closer to the finish of this race than I would have thought. It is super exciting.
Yeah, considering we had a delayed start by 2 hours, Ben Deemer's like, well, I'd still like to get in by a certain time. So he's just absolutely ramping it up.
If we didn't have a delayed start, who knows? Maybe we could have seen someone finish in the morning before noon.
Yep.
That'll be the next wave. And there we have a slow-mo replay. That looks like Antoine. Yeah. I believe that's Antoine Charvalin from the On team.
You can also appreciate the camera work going on right behind him as well. Slow-mo are both the athlete and the camera.
So it looks like he might have dropped Gauthier Bancader because the two of them were running together out of the Triant aid station.
Yep.
Gauthier had come into the aid station before Antoine. The two of them left together, and I'm guessing from that slow-mo that that Antoine took the lead.
Yeah, we're Drew Holman due into the aid station. Drew, my goodness, into Triant in about 14 minutes. So Drew is on the descent now down into Triant. And 11 runners through Triant there. So Yannick Noel has kind of moved into the Yannick Noel has moved into the top 10. French athlete behind Jean-Philippe Choumi, who we saw just recently in Triant. I think we'd already mentioned it. So Riley Brady, we hadn't seen Riley's name in the top 10. So Riley Brady now into the top 10 at La Folie. Here he is, the man that is blowing our minds with his speed on the UTMB course this weekend.
He is executing exactly what he said he was coming here to do, which was to win. After his second at UTMB last year and 2 DNFs, he's really hungry for it. And saying that he was disappointed last year with a second place is bold, but he is now just 20 kilometers from the finish line. That's about 12 miles for the Americans following along.
Yep, and Valocine is at 155, so he's about 3.5K into before he sees the team down in Valocine, and the crowds, as this is the backside of Triant. I'm guessing that's still Jean-Philippe Choumi, is it? Or do we think that is the 10th place athlete?
On va voir. We've got a question about Théo Detien. And
saying, how's he doing?
Yeah, just wondering where he is. We saw him struggling. He had nausea. Earlier. At the moment, he has come into the Champex-Lac aid station, but has not yet come out. But he's only been there about 7 minutes, so no stress.
Yep, and top 10 men, top 10 women. There is the prize money goes from first through to 10 for both the men and the women, and the prize money is equal for both the men and the women. So yeah, so as well as being on the podium in the top 10, there is some money, and the UTMB prize purse is, I think, is the biggest prize purse. The OCC and the CCC, they share equal in terms of the value of the prize purse, and then the UTMB purse, I think it's 20,000 euros for the winner. And I'm going to give you the rundown. So 20 for first, 12K for second, 8K for third, 6, 4, 3, 2, and then 1.5K for, I think, 8, 9, and 10. So there's some money on the line. Plus, a lot of these athletes in the top 10, they also have bonuses from their sponsors built into their contracts as well. So there's a few things in play here, and also doing well in the top 10 doesn't do your kind of billing in the trail running community any harm either.
Ben Demon flying down the descents. He really hasn't shown any sign that he's slowing down at all.
No, it's staggering to think that Ben has been running non-stop for 16 hours, and while all of us have been able to go to bed and have a sleep, Ben hasn't done any of that, but he's looking so incredible.
And really light and springy still on the descent, which is very hard to do after you have lost a night of sleep and with all of these miles on the legs. We saw that a bit of the opposite with Rachel Entrekin, where she was showing the signs of fatigue and, caught her toe and fell. It's so easy to do when you are running tired and you've got so many miles. This is just beautiful to see from Ben Demon.
Yeah, I think if we'd asked Ben to describe his perfect UTMB so far, I don't think it would be far away from what we're seeing so far. And, every athlete's dream is that everything goes that way. So I don't want to jinx it. We've still got 19K to go. But right now, it's incredible. As we see on the screen right now, so Baptiste has made it to the top of that Savage climb at Les Ceps, and we've got a time check for you. And it's only moved by a minute, but Baptiste it's gone to 25 minutes. So it was 28, 26, and now 25. So Baptiste is still eating into Ben's gap, but the gap is significant.
Yep.
And Joaquin Lopez is expected at the top, and I think we've got Caleb Olsen now breathing down the neck of Joaquin in third place. So Caleb Olsen is comfortably in fourth, but we've seen a bit of a charge going on from Virgil Morissette in fifth place. So that's your top five. Hannes Namberg is also edging up the top 10. We start to see that from some athletes are starting to slow down and some are speeding up. So we're getting a bit of a mixer, the hunter and the prey. So next time check for our front of the women's race is probably still about another 30 minutes away for Blondine. Blondine is on that climb. We've seen her climbing out from Plan de l'Eau on the way up the Bovine climb to La Giette. So still about another 30 minutes in respect to that as we get closer and closer to midday here in Chamonix. The temperature warming up to the 21 degrees now.
And we are still waiting for Lucy Bartholomew to come through into Champex-Lac, which we expect her to do any minute now. Lucy Bartholomew sitting in sixth behind Kasia Dąbrowska.
Yep, we can hear the crowds now. So yeah, Caleb on the Ben looking at Caleb Olsen in the chat. So yeah, so Ben Demon now is closer and closer here to Valacine. Should be a big crowd down here. And Martin Gaffori should be joining us soon. And obviously Ben Demon, an American, but well and truly entrenched in France. So the French team are definitely going to be claiming him today. I can already hear them on the other side of that. As we heard from his interview this morning.
Yes, he really surprised us.
Well, yeah.
I wasn't expecting him to be doing his interview in French. He has two young twins and then an older kid as well. The father of 3 in total, I believe.
Yeah.
I can do that kind of math.
Yeah, that's good. And then we've all, Ben's, his wife, she's French.
Yep.
So yeah, so he's very much made his home here in France.
The chance to train out here, to live out here, as we heard Hayden Hawk say, to just become part of the, understand French culture.
Yes.
It really does seem to help. I mean, we've been seeing this strategy now. Jim Walmsley making a home over here to train for UTMB the French way, skiing through the winter and training on these trails in the summer. It really does seem to make a difference.
And if you go back 24 hours, the same view, the weather was horrible. The cloud was right in the valley. The rain was kicking in again. So what a difference a day makes.
Yeah, we are just getting gorgeous weather. But as we heard Rachel Entrekin say when she came through the last aid station, she said it was getting really hot. So the runners will start to feel the heat. We are now just before noon local time, and the sun is out in full force. Look at those crowds.
So we can
do a time comparison.
Yep, as we love to do. We'll do it on the exit. Oh, no, actually, interesting. Tom, we even got the time. Tom had 1 minute 33, 90 seconds in the aid station here.
Yep. And Tom came through Valersine 17 hours and 6 minutes, exactly 1 hour ahead.
Ah, wow.
Incredible.
There you go, Catty. Send him on his way. Steph Case, we see our first ice bandana. First one I've seen. There we go, Ben Demon in and out in 30 seconds. He is on his way. 18 kilometers to go, 1,000 meters of climbing, and the crowds are going to get bigger and bigger between now and the finish in Chamonix. There we go. This is exciting.
He was in and out like a pro.
Who was the other ice bandana and where?
I can't remember who it was, but it was someone in the chat who actually called it out on one of the previous aid stations where they said first ice bandana sighting.
Right. I knew we were going to see at least one, so there we go. Yep, 155.3K in the bag for Ben Demon so far. 173 kilometers is the finish in Chamonix today.
And as we are watching Ben Demon go through Valersine, we have had Lucy Bartholomew enter Champex-Lac. She has not yet left.
Go, Lucy.
She's sitting in 6th. Yeah. And next, in under 10 minutes, should be Jasmine Lather.
Wow, this is awesome. The crowd's are out now, and I guarantee that once we get on the La Flagère climb, there's going to be a lot of people up there, and obviously that'll be the slowest climb for Ben after all these miles, so the crowd can almost feel strong enough to be able to run alongside Ben on that last climb. But yeah,
Ben Demon making history as we speak, running 1 hour ahead of Tom Evans' blistering pace last year. How much of this this pace is due to the better weather we're having versus, how much of this is due to just better training and fitness? We don't know, but all we do know is that what we're seeing is something extraordinary.
I think somebody corrected us in the chat before that Ben's support is the ASICS team manager. Is that right? Rather than, I think some people thought it was Ben's mother.
Yep, that is what we learned at a previous aid station.
Yep.
Careful.
There we go. We got Ben Demon on the false flats, or the douche grade, as Martin's been calling it, working his way up to the Col de Monte. So it's about 3 kilometers now, running alongside the river and also the railway line. And looking on the profile now, just trying to guess this one. We're not getting any guidance from our race director, but I think that's Blondine. Yep, there we go. That was a wild guess. So we're round about on the climb up the Bovine climb after Champelac, after the runnable section to Plan de l'Eau, and now Blondine is working her way up that that climb, the Bovine climb, which was removed from yesterday's race in the CCC and replaced with that downhill to Martigny, and then that really tough climb up to the Col de la Forclaz. Yep. Easy for the people in Chamonix to access the Col de Monte, so that's why we're seeing so many people out now cheering Ben and what he's doing right now, which is absolutely wild. So yes, we got our top 6 women into to Champelac. Lucy Bartholomew was our 6th woman. She's 13 minutes behind Kasia Dąbrowska in 5th, and then Blondine, she's about 15 minutes away from the top of this climb to La Giette, and Ben Demon is working his way to the Col de Monte. And there he is, still moving, Oh no, sorry, 3rd place man now. There we go. Thank you to the race director there. So that is Joaquin Lopez, and if he looks over his shoulder, he may well see the green, the ACG green of Caleb Olsen. So Caleb is trying to hunt down, right now, 2nd and 3rd is as it was previously, 2 years ago.
Yep.
In UTMB. So Baptiste and Joaquin, and same deja vu, if you like.
They are in comfortable territory. And speaking of comfortable territory, this is Blondine Leerhandel just looking like she was born on the side of this mountain. She's so comfortable, moving so easily through this. What a pleasure she is to watch. All right, hikers, get out of the way. We have a champion coming through. And we are back with Ben Demon, our men's leader. As you say, you know, it's quite a prominent ice bandana. The runners are certainly starting to feel the heat. It's only 21, 22 degrees in Chamonix. But with the sun out blazing, no cloud cover, it can feel quite a bit hotter.
Yep. So Ben sporting the ice bandana. If you're thinking of getting out on the course to cheer Ben as he works his way towards La Flégère, predicted time up at the top of the cable car is going to be around about 1:30 local time, so you've got a little bit of time to get up there. Although I'm pretty confident you will not be alone. And then, you know, the final descent from La Flégère is about 7K and 800 meters descending back into Chamonix. So that's what's ahead of Ben Demon. And on the right-hand side, if you just knew Baptiste Chassan, he is closing in on an arrival into Vallocine gets to see his team. We saw Ben in and out, 30 seconds in the aid station, no messing about whatsoever. One thing we haven't had in the race so far, Stephanie Case, and it might be coming up in La Flégère, is invariably there's normally a surprise kit check at one of the aid stations where they check to make sure that the athletes show us two things. It might be your phone and an emergency blanket, for example. So if there's going to be a surprise kit check now, it's going to be at the top of the cable car at La Flégère.
Yeah, and you know, you say surprise because it's that's the whole point. You don't want the runners to know when the kit check is happening. It is a responsibility of the runners to carry the mandatory equipment the entire way through the course. And you've been seeing how much gear gets switched in and out at the aid stations where they can get support. And this is just to make sure that runners don't dump head torches that they know they're not going to need during the day. They have to carry them through into the night because, again, you never know what happens, and it's a safety thing. So for UTMB, things that are in the mandatory equipment are things that don't take up much room at all, like ID, passport. You have to carry a little cup with you in addition to the water flask so that, again, a more sustainable solution so that the aid stations don't have these plastic cups, but also safety things like survival blankets, whistle, waterproof jacket with a hood. You need to carry this even if there is absolutely no chance of rain because it's the mountains. And 2 fully working head torches with spare batteries for both is required to be carried. Now, during the day, most of the elite runners will swap out the heavier head torches that they actually use during the night for these very, very tiny head torches that actually wouldn't do you much good in the night on the trails. So there are changes that you can make, but it is important that those pieces of equipment are there.
Yeah. And when Vincent Ouillard reached La Flégère 2 years ago and surprised us all with his victory, he was asked to produce his device for carrying water. Vincent pulls out a Ziploc bag, and the volunteers immediately called the race director, and it was like, no, surely not. And they said yes, but then they made it very clear after UTMB 2024 that would not be considered suitable in the future. So yeah, the athletes are also, they're creative and they're always trying to find ways to optimize their load carrying on the race.
You know, there have been other loopholes that have been tightened up. Before in the UTMB races, it was previously said that, you know, you needed long tights to cover the legs.
Yes.
And I had a friend that brought a pair of women's pantyhose into a race, which of course does you absolutely no good if you actually need to wear tights. He ended up being out on the mountain way longer than he thought and putting on the women's pantyhose in the middle of the night. And that loophole has now been closed as well. So I appreciate the creativity of all the runners out there to take the lightest gear, but sometimes lightest isn't always best.
Yeah, so on the screen right now, you've seen Blondine Lurendal. Blondine is passing the Alpage de Bovine, so it's an area for food and drink. So there is a water stop there, and she's almost now at the top of this climb. She can see the top of the climb, but she's just going back in to grab some liquid because, as Steph's already been talking about, it's getting warm out there. But what's impressive is Blondine is still not just moving, she's still running up the climbs. Yeah, just looking beyond the top 10 in the men. So Drew Holman now has come through Trion about 10 minutes ago, as has Pablo Villa, as well as Gian-Marche Schickdance from Switzerland. That's easy for me to say without getting into trouble. So there we go. So that's our top 13 in the men's race now. So this stage of the race, we start looking beyond the top 10. Who's moving up? Who's trying to break into the top 10? So that's what we're keeping an eye on. And then in the front of the women's race, we've already talked about Blondine. And I can tell you now that Jasmine Lowther and Antonina Yushina is also there. So that's our top 8. We're going to go for a quick break, and we'll be back quite soon.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Imagining a place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Welcome back to the live coverage of UTMB. We are seeing on the screen our leader for quite some time, Ben Demon, absolutely dominating, running 1 hour faster than Tom Evans' incredible performance last year when he won UTMB. And we will be expecting a historic finish from both the men and the women leaders here today. So it's going to be the third incredible, groundbreaking day out of 3 days of the UTMB World Series Finals.
Yeah, so Ben has one more climb, but it's a bit of a climb. So Ben is got to work his way up eventually. I think he's still on the Col de Monte. He's not crossed the road yet, has he? At the top of the Col de Monte? I think not. No, this is like the big white trail. So yeah, Ben's working his way up the Col de Monte before the final climb, which is long and drags itself out all the way up to La Flégère, and Blondine is almost now at the crest, the top of the climb, before we'll get a time check on the other side of the top of the climb at La Giette, and then she will be descending down into Trillon. We've also had a ninth woman through the checkpoint at Champex-Lac now, so well done and welcome to Champex-Lac to Anne-Sophie Polistad. So that's 9 through there, and she's about 2 minutes behind Antonina Ushina. And then we've got Jasmine Lau there about 5 minutes ahead of Antonina. So that's what we've got in the women's race.
And there's about an hour and a half difference between Blondine Lerhandel in first and Anne-Sophie Polstad from Norway in 9th.
Wow, yeah, it's literally 90 minutes.
Yeah, that is going off of the entry time for Anne-Sophie to Champex-Lac, so a few more minutes, but roughly 1 hour and a half separating first and 9th. We'll give you an update when we have our 10th place woman come through, which is Riley Brady, who identifies as non-binary, so we will be using pronouns they, them.
Yep, there's Blondine. So right now, predicted times, Ben Demon into the finish line in Chamonix around about 2:15, and Blondine 5:15. We are seeing the temperatures creeping up, so the heat is definitely going to start having a factor. We see Ben Demon donning the ice bandana out of the aid station in Vallecine. So second one we spotted, and
or at least spotted by the viewers and us collectively.
100%. But there we go. So. This final little curve before it hits that. This was famous a few years ago when Marianne Hogan and Katie Scheid were in this set. Marianne was kind of confronted by a wall of cows and had to literally go off the trail to get around them. But there we go. If anyone's done this climb before, you know that, yes. However, this downhill is something else. So the legs are going to start doing a little bit of work now as Blondine Lerhandel on the descent down to Col de la Forclaz. Big crowds there now, so they're going to love it when they see Blondine down there. And there we go. Somebody taking their dog for a run. Trying to keep up with Ben Demon.
And question in the chat, is Blondine on record pace? Both Blondine and Ben Demon, our women's and men's leaders, are on track to come in the fastest time ever for UTMB. We can't call it a course record though, because the course does change a little bit from year to year. This year we didn't have the pyramid section, but they are running both 1 hour faster than Ruth Croft, our women's leader last year, and Tom Evans, our men's leader last year.
Yeah, we also had our wonderful statistician, so Liam, also known as Aid Station Fireball. Liam was kind of going back in time, comparing the course when I think 2017, this was also the pyramids was cut out, but I think back then we were also doing the climb up the Tête au Vent. So I've seen recently, this is the 23rd edition of the UTMB, and no year has the course been exactly the same, because there's constant changes. There's access permission to certain parts of the course. There's weather, so it's not quite easy to do an app. It's not like an 800-meter track record where it's a really solid apples versus apples. So we tend to talk about fastest times rather than course records.
Quite right, but it is the same course as last year, roughly speaking, because the pyramid section was taken out. The big difference in why we're seeing the fastest times, other than potentially stronger athletes, who knows? Athletes are getting stronger and stronger every year, it seems, was the weather. So last year, weather was a massive factor overnight as the athletes went from Lake Contamine over into Courmayeur. I can remember being in the Courmayeur aid station at 2 a.m. and seeing the runners come in with full waterproof pants, full waterproof tops on. That's not something you usually see with the elites. Waterproof jackets, of course, but to put on your waterproof pants, that takes a lot. There was snow on the high passes, so it really slowed the runners down because of the cold, because of the weather, which made it difficult to run quickly. And because of the terrain underfoot.
What we can also tell you is that Ben Demon 2025 is absolutely not as quick as Ben Demon 2026. So yeah, Ben is also, and I think you were able to check the times before as to how he's like 40 minutes ahead of Ben Demon from last year. And then Tom Evans was 20 minutes ahead of Ben Demon. So that's why we're using the comparison with Tom Evans, who finished the overall last year 19 hours and 18 minutes.
Just crazy. I remember when it used to be good if you got in under 28 hours. Those days are long past. And just want to give a shout out to my teammate, Elsie Davis, who was climbing her way up the ranks and has unfortunately found herself in the medical tent and has withdrawn from the race at La Folie, but she will be back. She's had good performances here in CCC, and I know we'll see her back on the start line. As Remy Bonnet himself said, 3-time DNF in OCC. Even Jim has had 4 DNFs. So it's, you got to play the long game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so for anyone thinking it's just nice, smooth trails down to the, it's not all smooth trails, but yeah, that was that little technical section there. So we get our colleagues in the French channel next door. We always know when we've got a French athlete on the screen without even looking, because all of a sudden the volume goes up, as it should do. So they're super excited right now with Baptiste on a charge here down to Vallocine. He's almost there. Imminent is what it says on the timing charts.
And that tracks because Ben has been running about half an hour ahead of Baptiste. It's been between, I think, 25, 32 minutes. So that gap seems to be holding. Baptiste is trying to push and trying to close that gap. But let's not forget Joaquin Lopez in third. We have seen this pattern before in the women's race over the last 2 races, where the front 2 have been focusing on each other, duking it out. Although I can't say Ben Demon is much concerned about Baptiste here. But it leaves an opportunity for the third to kind of sneak in and overtake second.
Yeah, Sam's asking in the chat, which is a good question there, Sam. In terms of the pyramid section, how much time is that cutting off? Now, depending on who you speak to, I think the general consensus is something between 30 and 45 minutes. Is that what you were kind of hearing, Steph?
Yeah, I think that holds. Again, it depends on what the weather is like, but the pyramid section is one of those sections that is quite technical, quite tough.
Yeah, it's not a very obvious trail either.
No.
If it wasn't marked.
No. So it really takes time to move through it, especially if you've never been on it before. So it's not a small removal of the course.
So yeah, we're almost down in Vallocine now. We can see the crowds have just moved up the trail slightly, get a better picture of Baptiste and to cheer him on. And yeah, I agree with you, Ron Strong Daddy. Yeah, these athletes are incredible. And this is the perfect inspiration. If you were on the fence about going for a run today or tomorrow, hopefully this is the inspiration.
And if you are in Chamonix Valley, you might be able to catch a glimpse of Hayden Hawks. Remy Bonnet, who is also in the studio, will not be running for the next few days as he nurses his calf injury, but we'll be back on the trails very soon.
So just hearing from one of the guys from the podcast, trail fans in the UK, said, morning, not been in the chat so far today. I was channeling my inner blondine this morning at a local trail race, only to get Lauren Gregory just before the finish line, and I ended up second. So yeah, there are all these new kind of like, being Lauren Gregory, you're in the top two, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Lauren Gregory comes through. You could also say the same for Ingfield Casperson as well. So two incredible women's races so far this weekend, as we had with the men's winner in the OCC, Frederic Tranchard, and then yesterday, Christian Minoggio having the honor and to run into the finish line before the start of the UTMB. So a wall of human beings to greet him in. That was a magical moment as well, and only the second time it's ever happened in a UTMB event.
So our kind of first historic moment during the weekend. Actually, that's not true. I'm going to call the OCC women's finish our first historic moment where we had first and second come through within 3 seconds. We've had many historic moments actually each day, and the historic moment that we were looking at today will be record times in both the men's and the women's fields. Wow. But Baptiste is not giving up. He has come in second before, and he is fighting off third, but aiming for first still. It's hard. It would really take, unfortunately, something bad to happen to Ben Demon in order for him to lose a half-hour lead at this point. That's a very solid, very comfortable lead. He could almost walk it in from this point. But, Baptiste is probably running thinking, you never know. Until you cross that line, I'm just going to push and give everything I have now.
Well, yeah, because there are some athletes, as we're seeing in the top 10 or just outside the top 10, that have still got some good gas in the tank.
Yep.
And they're going to be wanting to move up. So, so Baptiste is looking good right now. For second, he's about 30 minutes down, still on Ben, so hasn't made any inroads, but has been able to hold it steady. Brilliant. Well done to everyone down in Valacine, making the effort to get there to cheer these incredible athletes.
Baptiste into Valacine, ready for a quick transition.
Ben Demon, 30 seconds in this aid station.
30 seconds. All right, 20 to go. He's got his new flasks. Taking down some liquid.
Really clear instructions from his support team.
Sérieux jusqu'au bout. Jusqu'à la 90e, d'accord? Allez, mon pote. Allez, mon pote.
Oh, that was a nice moment there. And 38 seconds, and he's out. It's interesting. It was almost like it was on a production, having his crew there almost shouting the instructions.
Oh, yeah, that was like...
Everyone could hear them. Everyone in the crowd, everyone who was filming. We all know now what the instructions are for Baptiste.
Super clear, very short.
And look at those.
Wow.
This is what we always expect to see. Okay, and the camera runner is down.
Oh.
Okay. So the crowds need, again, to stay out of the way.
Ouch.
This was a problem for Ben Demon of Col de la Fleur when he was unable to stay on the actual path because the crowds were so fierce. Had to take a bit of a detour around one of the buildings. And now the crowds have taken out one of our camera runners.
Good question from Nick. So is Rachel Entrekin in second also running faster than the winner from last year? Absolutely, yes. In fact, Kareth Arnold, Emily Schmidt, Rachel Entrekin, and Blondine, all four of them are inside Ruth Croft's winning time splits from last year. So, so incredible performance from Rachel Careth and Kasia. And just outside that is Lucy Bartholomew. So that just shows you, how hard they're pushing each other.
Yep. And, there's a French group, Les Genoux dans le Gif, that usually kind of tips people off of where the party should go. And this is one of the key spots, which is where you see, I suspect maybe this is where they have told everyone to go and to party. And that's why we saw the crowds and the flags. I remember when Courtney was struggling last year, she was battling in 10th. And all of the crowds came around her. I don't know if it was coming out of Valercine or a little bit later on, but someone put a paper crown on her head.
Yeah, I think was that Col de la Forclaz?
I thought it was a little bit later than that, but it might have been Valercine.
It was either Valercine or Col de la Forclaz. Those seem to be the two
I think it
hot
was.
spots for the Alpe d'Huez Tour de France crowd to kind of show up. Yeah. But yeah, Baptiste, as was encouraged, I believe, thanks for Doric, kind of suggesting that it was all about keep fighting till the end, go, go, go. And that's a pretty good, clear message. And yep.
You could see the trust between them. Baptiste giving his crew a heartfelt hug before he headed on his way. Took an extra second or two, but it was worth it.
Yep. Brandon's talking about the weather for last year. Yeah, we've had some really bad years, Brandon, over the years. 2010, the race was stopped. So imagine 2,000 runners heading towards Les Contamines. They stopped the whole race. They had to send buses up to Les Contamines and evacuate all the runners back to Chamonix. Remarkably, they decided, you know what, in the morning, we're going to restart a shortened edition of the race in Courmayeur. They managed to get around about 1,500 back on the start line. 2012, I think Steph Casey ran that year. It was so much rain, the race never left France.
It was horrific. So it was a bit of a shortened course, but the entire race took place in France. A lot of it zigzagging back and forth above Chamonix. There was even one section where you did a loop and then came back on the same course. And a friend of mine was running and she missed the loop. So she jumped from 1,500th place up to 40th, I think. It was really, we got the race done, but it wasn't super enjoyable. So we have had some really, really tough years weather-wise. I wouldn't say necessarily that last year was, we could say one of the toughest, but it definitely wasn't, I don't think we can say it was the toughest, because the night was bad, but then it improved quite a bit, and the rest of the race was fine.
And the 2010 race, actually, when we woke up in the morning, it was beautiful sunshine, but the pass Col de la Seine had about 40 centimeters of snow on it, and that was why they said that is why we had to stop the race. So, yeah, and since that 2010, the race organizers said, we guarantee you will have a race, and we've got a plan B for all of the different sections of the course. So we have a low-level option as well as the high-level option, and it just might not be the course that was originally advertised. Here we go, we're back on the smooth section of the course now with Baptiste. After that little rocky section where our camera biker, I guess just because it was so rocky, couldn't get past the crowd in time.
He is motoring. Look at that speed, 13 kilometers an hour. 13 kilometers an hour with this many kilometers on his legs. Woo!
Yep. He's still
4 minutes a kilometer, 5 minutes a kilometer. I mean, these are times that many of the viewers and listeners would dream to run at on an hour training on a treadmill. Now he is 155 kilometers into the race.
And nearly 17 hours on his feet.
This song. Allez! Well, you know, when you live in Comble, when you live basically on the race course, you are bound to have local support. And Remy Bonnet, who was in the studio earlier, kind of tipped us off to that. Wow.
Those in the chat. So the front of the women's race night right now is in an area, a relatively dark zone in terms of satellite coverage. So we have the same challenge in the men's race.
Yep.
So I understand your comment that we're only seeing the front of the men's race, but we have the runners and the cameras that are all ready to pick up our race leaders, or the top 5 or so in the women's race. So, yep, we will get there. And
But to give you an update, even without the imagery, Blandine Lerondel has gone through La Giette.
Yep.
She went through about 7 minutes ago. And we should expect Rachel Entrekin to come in shortly. There was a half-hour gap on them at the last aid station.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it might have widened, but let's wait and see when we've got the official timings.
Yeah, Rich, predicted time for Ben Demon into Chamonix right now is 2:15. But just get there as early as you can, get a good spot, and just suck up the atmosphere that's going to be wild for the French residing American.
So it just flashed on the screen. I believe I caught it. I think there's 4.2 kilometers in between Ben Demon and Baptiste. But we do have Joaquin Lopez in third. Speaking of a close race on the women's side, we were talking about Rachel Entrekin, but Emily Schmitz has been moving her way up. At the last aid station at Champex-Lac, she was only 9 minutes behind Rachel, and it looks like the algorithm is predicting that she's going to come in pretty much around the same time as Rachel. Now, we take this with a grain of salt, but if she is indeed moving at a faster pace, which is certainly possible because Rachel has been struggling a bit, saying herself that she feels like she'd been hit by a bus before she even reached Switzerland. Emily Smith, on the other hand, has been moving incredibly well. So Emily's got a chance of moving into second here.
So according to the satellite tracker, Ben Demon is currently at 161K. I'm just going off the satellite. So he is 12 kilometers from the finish line. He's just getting to the top of a little bump. Then he's got a nasty little 1K down from the Béchar. And yeah, it's like I've heard it described as 1 kilometer that feels like a 5K descent. And then Ben is going to be working his way up. He's going to clear the trees, and he is going to be on the way up to La Flégère. And La Flégère to the finish line is just under 7K and 700 meters, 7K and 800 meters of descent. So Ben Demon is working his way up there right now. You can see him on the left-hand side.
Focus, the drive, the determination on both of these athletes. You can see it. It is coming out of the screen.
So you said 4K is the physical gap on the ground?
4.2.
4.2. Yep, sounds good.
And it will probably shorten a little bit as Ben is on a climb and Baptiste is on the flat. But again, a substantial difference at this part of the race.
Yeah. Yeah, Blondine's about 20 minutes away from the aid station down in Trient. So we'll probably see Blondine before that up at the... So we can see Baptiste was 1 minute quicker on that climb to Les Eps than Ben. So yeah, Blondine, we're probably going to see her as well at the top of the Col de la Forclaz because we've got a team up there. And Rachel is working her way up that climb that we already saw Blondine on before. She's about 30 minutes away from the top of that climb. And as is Emily Schmitz.
And there we have Joaquin Lopez, who has come into the aid station, our third place man. Oop. No, it's Caleb Olsen.
Wow.
Caleb Olsen.
He's been on the hunt. He's been on the hunt.
We're tricking us there. Okay, and some of you in the chat have been calling this that Caleb had the opportunity to come into third. Joaquin not yet in the aid station. Wow, and there we have our third ice bandana.
Ice bandanas, yeah. So Caleb is around about 10 minutes behind Baptiste.
Yep. Wow.
Yep. We're doing our Formula One style kind of like pit stop aid station clock, as you can see on the screen right now as well. But yes, Caleb has been on the move.
Absolutely incredible. Working his way up, waving to the crowds. He left the aid station. I believe that was under a minute. Wow. First at Western States last year. That's where he came on everyone's radar. Fifth at Western States the year before. He has been to the UTMB World Series finals before. And here is Joaquin. So not too far behind.
No, but obviously the injuries that Caleb's been dealing with, and he's been doing shorter races this year, 45K and 50, whatever work they've been doing, well done. It's looking like you've done a good job there. So Caleb Olsen back to his Western States kind of pedigree from 2025.
And he, as I was saying, he's got experience on this course. He's done CCC 3 times. So first in 2021 in 17th place, then in 2022 in 13th place, then bettering that one more time by getting 12th place in 2024. Now he has jumped up to the full 100-miler and is in second.
Third,
sorry.
Nope.
Third. I forgot about Baptiste.
No. And, you know.
Don't freak out, everyone.
No.
Third.
I think we're so alert to each other now. When one of us says, I mean, I'm the same. When I say something, you're like, that doesn't make sense. It's good that we're vaguely conscious of listening to each other.
It's a second of processing. And Joaquin is off 1 minute, about 12 seconds in the aid station at kilometer 158. He is now fighting for that podium position that Caleb Olsen has just taken away from him. But I'm sure Caleb is focused in front on chasing down Baptiste.
So Caleb, if you talk about prize money, that he moved from 6K in 4th place. He made a 2K move in €2,000 move there into Vallecine. So go Joaquin, go Caleb, go Baptiste, and also go Ben.
So half an hour between Ben Demon in first, Baptiste Chassagne in second. Then we have 12 minutes behind Baptiste is now Caleb Olsen in third. And 1 minute. I would say probably 2 minutes, given the amount of time that was spent in the aid station. 2 minutes behind Caleb Olsen will be now 4th place, Joaquin Lopez.
And one of the messages given both to Caleb and Joaquin is that there is Virgil Morissette. He is absolutely on the charge as well. So keep an eye on Virgil. He's got his eye on moving up if he can. Yep, so they're all going to be in the next. We've got 6 athletes expected in the next 30 minutes into Vallecine at the front of the men's race. So yeah, it's the battle now. It looks like first place is done and dusted. Second place looks like that. So Caleb's made the move to third, but there's going to be a lot of shuffling 1 through 10 before we do get to the finish line.
And now we're back with the women's race. Blondine Lechandel looking fresh as a daisy.
We like that.
Just bouncing along the trails. She looks almost like a little cartoon. She's really nice to watch.
Yeah. And, the joy and the emotion, a lot of memories of Blondine's finishes here. They're really powerful. Both the crowd, the family. No, it's going to be a powerful moment if she can bring this one home. 2 more climbs for Blondine. The tricky, steep one, the steepest climb in the whole race up the Les Ceps. And then the final climb that we've already seen Ben Demon on.
What are you doing? Please, it's for the live.
Looks like we have a spectator just trying to get in there in front of our UTMB live camera runner.
Who called it? Excuse
fan.
me. Yep. UTMB live. Thank you very much.
Just trying to get some shots of Blondine, but really one camera is enough. She is 140 kilometers into this course, so 31 kilometers from the finish. It's not nothing.
No, what I can, just looking outside the top 10 in the women's race now, moving up since we've last spoken, call these out. So Noor van der Veen from the Netherlands is now 11th. Leah Yingling has moved up to 12th, as Amanda Basham has moved up to 13th. I think they've all passed Abby Hall at some point. So Abby Hall is 14th, and Cécile Thévenot from France in 15th. So there's some movers there.
And what I can say about Nora van der Veen, she's incredibly strong runner. She is only the second person, I think, along with Katarina Hartmut to get under 80 hours in the 330-kilometer Tour des Géants. And she's been training hard for UTMB. This was her absolute goal, her absolute A race. She's definitely going to want to be in the top 10. And great to see, especially from someone from the Netherlands.
And Virgil is picking up some wings and a nice bandana. And I just wanted to wrap up the top 20 there with Caitlin Gerben. She's in the top 20 now.
Whoop, whoop. And speaking of Caitlin's teammate, Zach, I've been keeping an eye on what's been happening to Zach because we saw that he was struggling but still moving. But there's either something wrong with his tracker or he's out there somewhere because he has not clocked through La Giette. He has not clocked through in Triant. Both are labeled as imminent, which doesn't make any sense.
Right. Virgil is 4 minutes behind Joaquin, and he is 5 minutes behind Caleb Olsen. So the battle is on for the top 5 as we are back with the speed demon. Ben Demon is still on track to go sub 19 hours at UTMB, and Blondine Lirondelle is on track to go sub 22. The feedback from the course last night, Blondine was kind of telling somebody she was kind of having imposter syndrome because she was winning the race. But she's been here before, and wow.
The crowds need to part.
Get out of the way, gang. Wow.
Sagama.
This is only going to get busier and busier as we get closer to Sham. But yes, well done, Blondine. So yeah, well done, Blondine. This last little segment now, left turn onto this flat segment before dropping down into Triant to the aid station. No assistance there before the second to the last climb for Blondine at the front of the women's race. Our next athlete expected in the men's race into Vallorcine should be Antoine Charvelin. Here we go, talking about French athletes. Baptiste Chassan, about 30 minutes down on Ben Demon, and as you can see on the screen, just under 15K until the finish line. One more climb.
26, vous avez toujours mon image?
In the chat, I think the guy who literally was almost, it was somebody that was giving Blondine some intellect. I don't believe he was absolutely, he must have known her. That's our assumption here in the studio. So there we go on the screen right now. That's your top 3 men. Ben Demon with a 31-minute lead, and Baptiste with it was 12 minutes over Caleb Olsen. Yep, I think they knew each other. So there we go, Ben Demon on this little descent now before he will pop out the trees and see way up in the distance the cable car station of La Flégère, the top of the final climb of the day for him. Yeah, according to the satellite tracker that we have on all of the top 20 athletes, both the women and the men, Ben Demon is at currently kilometer 162.4, so literally 10K, 11K to the finish line now. And he's got another 400 meters of climbing to go. And there we go, looks like Baptiste on Les Sepp was slightly quicker than Ben, but then Ben has taken some time out of him on the descent to Valacine, and they've been pretty much, yeah, they had the same time in and out of the aid station of Valacine. So this Baptiste now he's at the Col des Montés. Historically, the race used to go across the road here and up the Tête au Vent, but now there's a slight variation in the last few years. And we believe, based on the feedback from the Polettis, that the Tête au Vent is not likely to reappear back in the course in the next few years. It's a private nature reserve, and so their race hasn't been given permission for a few years now to go through that section of the course. Blondine, the ultimate concentration on these steps. There you go, gang. You can see where Blondine is on the descent, and then that's the next climb awaiting Blondine there, up to Les Sepp, and then back into France. And there you can see way up on the right-hand side of the valley, as you look down towards Chamonix, you can see Ben Demon way in the distance, and we also have Baptiste still down in the valley. He's just reached the Col de Monté. He's about to begin the final climb as well. So our first two men, there we go, Baptiste still descending, but he's about to join Ben on the last climb. And you can see Ben's almost at the bottom now of this last little descent before the long haul up to the final aid station at La Flégère. There you go, there's the cars tooting, giving Blondine a little bit of a cheer as she goes over the bridge, permanent bridge that was built a few years back now just to drive traffic, avoid crossing that road there.
Play safe, eh? Thank you. Play safe. Yeah.
Yep, they heard the call there, stay safe, or it was either stay safe or play safe. So, yeah, Ben has, a lot of time in the bank. And, yeah, and, oh no, sorry, Baptiste has a lot of time in the bank. So, yeah. There we go, people. That is the King Hannes. That is Hannes Namberger in fourth position. He is, we're going to give you a position. He might have jumped one spot there. Yep. Oh, he's jumped two. So Hannes is, oh, yeah, Hannes Namberger now is up to sixth position. Oh, and also Gauthier Boncarrère is also in the aid station. So, yeah, both in at the same time. So who's going to leave first and try and just put the hammer down? Hannes was fourth at UTMB back in 2024, so he's very familiar with this course and fighting in the middle of the top 10. There he goes, and cheered on by the crowd. They're both out.
Come on.
So we can give you a time check on those as well. So Hannes, 9 minutes. Hannes and Gauthier, 9 minutes down on Virgil.
Oh putain, je l'ai loupé.
And yep, they're coming in thick and fast right now. That is Antoine.
Ouais, les deux premiers sont partis. J'ai loupé la sortie du deuxième.
So, yep, Antoine Charvelin, 8th place into Vallocine. We stopped doing the clock now, but yeah, the athletes are not there. There we go. On average, between 30 and 45 seconds into the aid station. There we go. Antoine on his way. The ice bandanas now, they're coming in thick and fast for the last section of the course.
And there we have a...
Oh
gosh. That is a fall. Wow. And now he managed to...
Aye.
It looks like he executed that well, although his hand has gone down towards his knee, towards his thigh. But he did roll through it. Oh, that's got to hurt. Okay, a bit of a shock. Now, we've been talking about how difficult it is when you get this tired to still be able to move over technical terrain. Even the smallest tree root can knock you up, which we saw with Rachel Entrekin. I was commenting earlier on how springy and light Blondine Leondel was looking on the trails. I apologize. Some people have taken issue with the fact that I called her a little cartoon. I did not mean that to be diminutive. It was just a comment on how easily, lightly, and almost carefree it looked like she was moving over the trails, which is so important at this stage of the race. But rest assured, Blondine she has been absolutely crushing these trails. She has been moving so strong, showing absolutely no sign of weakness. With Rachel Entrekin chasing her down, having a tough time, as she herself admitted. And I noticed people have been commenting and taking issue with the fact that I've been pointing that out. It's not a negative comment on Rachel. It's as commentators, we call out whether runners are struggling, looking tired, they're lagging, or
100%
looking strong.
Yeah. Also, I think the action replay, the slow motion, probably made it look like Ben was almost like, but quite clearly, that was a moment. That's probably a good reminder. Stay focused. And then he's also got one more long descent down to Chamonix at the finish line. So, and there's a lot of tree roots waiting for you there if you're not on top of your game. So, yep, that was a timely reminder for Ben Demon. And that was a nice surprise or a shock for us and the audience at home to see Ben taking a tumble there. So he's back and he's moving. in the same way that we saw Blondine take a tumble on the descent this morning at the top of the Grand Col Ferret, she bounced back up and she got moving. So
all of them are, you know what, it is so normal.
Yeah, 100%.
To take a tumble, whether it's near the beginning, but particularly in the back end of this race. But these are all professionals, and they are continuing to move through the course. As we hear the chants for Ben Demon in this UTMB course, we are going to a short break, so stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Hey everybody, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series Finals. We are right at the front of the women's race in the UTMB. Blondine wasn't a big fan of that. It was like, nah, I've tasted better. So, yeah, Blondine Lurendell, our race leader, and is absolutely on a charge. I love the young volunteer.
Blondine has been so strong, so consistent, really not letting up through this entire course, and just looking very relaxed. If you can see how there's no stress, she's moving with purpose, but no frantic or frenetic urgency. This is a sign of a consummate professional.
Yeah. And we've talked about that all weekend because this aid station historically was a aid station with support crew. It's been removed now just because of the traffic that was blocking Tryon.
Indeed.
So now, yeah, the athletes now have to look after themselves. But yeah, she's like, yeah, I'm just having a breather. Got 2 climbs to go, and I know what the next one is. So yeah.
And she knows that she's got a strong lead as well. So taking a minute to have a bit of watermelon and fill up her flask with the things that she needs is absolutely the right move.
And let's just remind everyone, Blondine has been going for 17 hours plus, no sleep, non-stop, and 17 hours and 10 minutes. If we do a quick comparison with Ruth Croft into the same aid station last year, the champion of 2025. Blondine is 1 hour and 6 minutes ahead of Ruth Croft's time. So this is a really smart moment, recharge, and there's a lot of time in the bag, and she's got at least a 30-minute lead over the next athlete. So there is no need to, no stress.
Yeah, no need to panic. No,
No,
need to
it's
stress.
brilliant. Yeah.
She has been, if you say 1 hour and 6 minutes ahead of Ruth, Ben Demon was exactly 1 hour ahead of Tom Evans. So she's running faster.
Yeah.
I think faster as the lead woman compared to last year's lead woman than Ben Demon is running compared to last year's lead man, which is Tom Evans.
Yeah, that was a tongue twister. But basically, I think what we're trying to say is this is likely to be a historical UTMB, both for Blondine and Ben. They are both currently, Blondine is on track to go sub 22 hours, and Ben Demon is on track to go sub 19 hours. Never, ever been seen before in the full UTMB course.
For sure. And she is off again.
Wow.
And it doesn't even, you know how sometimes when you've been doing a really hard effort, you kind of need to, grease the wheels before you can get moving again. She went straight from walking into running so easily. Look at the way she's moving. It just makes me happy to watch her because I think she, there, she's getting a little bit of water on the legs.
Yeah.
But she's just such an incredible role model for runners. The fact that she has a career alongside this as an obstetrician gynecologist. This is a smart, strong, fierce woman who also doesn't take herself too seriously because you can see the ease with which she's dealing with the volunteers. She's handling herself. It's like she knows that she's running to a win in a UTMB World Series final, and she's like, yeah, I got this.
One of the questions in the chat just asking us to remind folks, what's the prize money looking like for the UTMB? They're also asking for the CCC. They're slightly different. So I'll do the UTMB as that's what the race we're watching right now. And in fact, the last runners in the CCC are just coming into the finish line. Bear in mind, they started yesterday morning at 9 a.m. from Courmayeur. So first place, 20K, 20,000 euros. Second, 12. And this is the same for both the women and the men. Third, 8. Fourth is 6K. Fifth is 4K. That's 3K, 2K, and then basically the last, I think, 7 through to 10 is 1.5K. So that's what you've got in the UTMB. The prize purse is exactly the same for the CCC winners as much as the OCC winners. The total prize purse is around about 120K, and a lot of that money is coming through the increased sponsorship investment of HOKA. So we're going to give a big shout out to HOKA for that. So yeah, the winners in the CCC and OCC, they're getting 13K for winning overall, 7.5K for second, 5K for third, 3.5K, and then the last few, there's 2K, 1.5K, and then 7 through 10 is 1K. So that is the prize purse. Most of the athletes will have some kind of contract agreement in their contract. So if they win or top 3, there's probably a financial incentive from the brands as well. So that's an individual negotiation. So there you go. There's a great question. And just wanted to kind of remind everybody of what that is. Here we go, gang. On the final climb, Ben Demon on the left. Baptiste Chassan on the right.
And we're talking about the prize money for the UTMB World Series finals, but there's also prize money in the World Series races throughout the year. I don't think it's necessarily consistent between the races, but just to state that there is money to be made on the trails in the entire UTMB World Series, with particularly good prize purses for the UTMB World Series majors. There's one per kind of area region. We had the director from Kodiak, which is the World Series major for North America, on the air yesterday. Val d'Aran by UTMB, that is the World Series major for Europe. Then we have Chiang Mai, Thailand. That's the World Series major for Asia. And Ultra Trail Australia for Oceania.
So according to the satellite tracker that we have on Ben, Ben is 2.3 kilometers from the top of La Flégère. And he's probably got a visual now of the top, maybe, through the woods. And but yeah, he is getting closer and closer to the top of the final climb. There we go.
9 kilometers to
the
go.
finish. Yeah.
Well, it looks like if he was bothered by that fall, by that leg, he is not showing it. I mean, you can pretty much gut anything out for 9 kilometers anyway, but we won't know exactly how bad that fall was until we hear his finish line interview. But until then, we are with Baptiste Chassagne, our second place leader on the men's side.
Yeah, and what I can also tell you is that Ben Demon has a 3.9K lead over Baptiste. And at the same time, on the same climb now, we have Baptiste, and behind Baptiste is Caleb Olsen. So Caleb Olsen right now is 600 meters behind Baptiste. If the trackers are good, if the satellite trackers are good, and then we have, so yeah, Caleb Olsen maybe fancies spot number 2. And that'd be another €2,000 move up from 3rd to 2nd place.
And on the women's side, we still have Emily Schmitz chasing down Rachel Entrekin. Emily is expected into La Giette any moment now. Rachel Entrekin went through La Giette 4 minutes ago at 1:04 p.m. local time. So there is definitely a race on between 2 and 3.
Yeah, so this is exciting stuff, as it has been all week. We've been talking in the lead up, the narrative across all of the trail running media was the depth of the athletes, both in the women's race and the men's race, and it has not disappointed. So Drew Holman's crew there in Vallocine. So Drew's wife, Sasha, the gang are there. They're waiting for Drew Holman to arrive into Vallocine. Drew currently running in 11th spot.
And there's a question, how is Lucy going? Lucy Bartholomew from Australia has been in 6th. She's kind of worked her way up. She's been sitting behind now Kasia Dombrovska in 5th. Not too far apart at the last aid station at Champex-Lac. They were 13 minutes apart. So we'll be able to give an update on their timings and on their split as they come through La Giette. Where we are expecting Emily Schmitz, who has clocked through now at La Giette. She is only 5 minutes behind Rachel Entrekin.
Wow.
So she is closing the gap as we suspected. Now, Emily Schmitz looking very strong, determined, focused. She's a woman of few words. I want to say, doesn't necessarily love all of the social media side of things, but so thoughtful, so considered, and I've had the pleasure of bumping into her on the trails around Chamonix, and man, can she fly!
Yeah, so this is a fantastic performance from Emily. She works her way up there. Yeah, CCC last year, all the way down in 20th position. So wow, this is a this is a big achievement here. So
oh, it's huge.
Yeah,
she's going to be over the moon.
I mean, Emily was at Istria by 100. I was there in Croatia back in April, so she was second at the 50K. So yep.
Yeah, I remember speaking to Emily, I think it was a couple of years ago in Chamonix when she was about to crew for someone and quite nervous about crewing someone during the UTMB finals because I don't think she had done that before.
It's a big responsibility, and it's like You've just got one job, but you've got to do a good job.
It is, but she does have, good pedigree on these trails. She was 5th in CCC in 2023. She's done CCC as well as OCC. So she knows these trails, but she's done both of those races a number of times. So I see OCC twice. She's come in 5th in 2019 and 11th in 2021. And she came 19th in CCC in 2022, 5th in 2023, and I would say bounced around a little bit, 20 last year in CCC. So coming back to what could be a second place in UTMB would be massive.
And actually, if you look at the top 10 right now, there are 2 athletes that were not considered in the top 20 overall in terms of the UTMB index. Emily Schmitz was one of those. She's currently sitting in 3rd. And in 9th place right now, Anne-Sophie Polestad. So those 2 athletes are, they're having a better than predicted day. But yes, there we go, Ben. He's not long now till he pops out of the trees. Less than 2K to go now. And 1.3K to go, in fact, to the top of La Flégère. And then it's 7K down to Chamonix, 3K from the finish line. You will see the crowds in the cafe at La Floria. And then it's 3K over the metal bridge and 1K to the finish line. So Ben Demon is getting closer and closer to his mission.
We've got a question in the chat about the UTMB index. We have described it at least once before on the live stream, but we know all of you are coming in and out. Happy to explain as much as we can. There is an algorithm that comes into play to determine what each athlete's UTMB index is, but it's basically your ranking. So the higher the UTMB index, the better the ranking that you have, the better the performance. So every time you do a UTMB World Series race, your performance gives you a score. And the score is based on this algorithm that various things factor into it. Basically, out of an overall possible performance around 1,000, although there's now some talk that it can't go above 1,000, how did you measure up given the conditions, given the wind, the trail, the elevation, the distance? So if you have a really good performance in a race, you get a high UTMB index, and the opposite, the reverse is true if you have a poor performance. And your overall UTMB index is based on the top 5 scores out of the last 3 years. So if you DNF a race, that actually doesn't bring your score down. And that's something that a lot of people misunderstand. And then when you have your UTMB index and you come to a race like the UTMB World Series Final, it determines your what wave of the race that you start in, if there are multiple waves. It determines whether you qualify as elite or not. And those are kind of some of the various aspects around the UTMB index. And as we heard from Karen Merlin, who is in charge of Women in Trail, a couple of days ago when she was on the live stream, thanks to the new Pathways to Parenthood policy, if you're an elite woman, you are able to freeze your UTMB index for a number of years in the event of pregnancy or childbirth, to give you a little bit more time to come back to the trail knowing that your ranking has been secured, similar to what they've done in other sports like tennis.
So Blondine has arrived at the foot of the climb. This is 4K, 600 meters of climbing. This is the steepest climb on the UTMB course, about 30% a lot of this section. As our next athlete arrives into Vallocine, the race is on for the top 10 positions. And this is Jean-Philippe Schumi from Switzerland. Jean-Philippe is about 21 minutes behind Antoine Charvelin in 8th place. I guess he is looking more over his shoulder to hang on to 8, 9 or 10. So yeah.
Yeah, Antoine has been dropping down. Antoine Chauvelin, he has been dropping down the field as Hannes has been moving up. Virgil also been moving up. So we're seeing movement in the rest of the top 10 of the men.
Definitely are. And I think everyone's there on average 30 to 45 seconds. That is your average sweet spot in the final aid station team support here in Vallorcine. By the way, as Ben Demon works his way up to La Flégère, we've been doing a direct comparison with Tom Evans, who won the race last year. Same course, but with that bad weather we talked a lot about in the first night. Tom Evans to the top of the La Flégère climb last year was time-elapsed 18:39. So I don't need to tell you that right now we have time-elapsed 17:29. So Ben Demon is around about 1 hour ahead, and he has been for quite some time now, 1 hour ahead of the equivalent time from last year. He's also probably about 40 minutes ahead of Ben Demon 2025 version. And so the original predicted time of the first athlete into La Flégère was 2:33. Ben Demon is going to be in Chamonix before 2:33. Just to give you...
That's crazy. And again, if we didn't have a 2-hour delayed start for UTMB, he'll be finishing around noon.
Yeah. So Ben Demon is currently predicted to be in Chamonix around about 2:15, which would give him an 18.5-hour finishing time, a sub 19-hour. We've never seen a sub 19-hour UTMB.
No, and I suspect we won't see one again for some time.
No. And this wonderful athlete on the screen right now, Blondine, is also tracking about an hour ahead of Ruth Croft. So there's some consistency. And Blondine is currently also tracking to deliver a historic sub 22-hour UTMB as well. So slightly different course, but Katie Scheid has what's considered the fastest time for the women's course, 22 hours and 9 minutes. So yeah, Blondine Lirandel and Ben Demon are making some serious trail running history this week in Chamonix and around the Mont Blanc.
And to answer the question in the chat, the course that the runners are on this year is the same as last year, but different than 2024 when Katie Scheid won. In 2024, they had the pyramid section in, which adds about 30 to 40 minutes of time. Last year, there was no pyramid section, as was the same case for this year, cut out due to the weather. The weather was much worse through that first night last year. Lots of rain, cold, snow at the high passes. This year, there was some weather to contend with, some rain, but really not too bad.
Yep, and I guarantee you that, here we go, this is going to be our 10th athlete into Vallorcine. So our top 10 now is complete into Vallorcine.
Yannick Noel from France.
And as people wake up now and get up now in the US, our next athlete expected in is going to be Drew Holman from the United States. So Drew is 11th. He's currently probably about 20 minutes behind those. So I don't know if Drew fancies a late surge to get into the top 10. And what I can tell you is I guarantee that Dylan Bowman and the Free Trail team, they are already crunching numbers and trying to do their best to compare times. And so there will be a end of race show probably later today. And so if you really want to dive into the big numbers, I think Dylan Bowman and the team, they'll be having a podcast of some respect around the Free Trail. So yeah, if you really want to go into it, but this could be a historic UTMB.
And is that an ice bandana around his neck? Are we seeing, I think we're just seeing more and more ice bandanas as standard. It kind of came through. I feel like it started as part of trail running culture in the States. You don't normally see them over here in Europe, but definitely increasing in popularity.
Yep, and I think the East Peak bandana is the benchmark, and it's a great model, relatively new brand, and if you think about it, they've been trying to nail the right design so that the weight behind you isn't digging into your neck at the front, but also that it sits in a comfortable spot. So that was the new addition to everyone's kit at Western States this year, even though it wasn't as hot a year as it can be. Also, bear in mind, ice is not easily available in the aid stations here, so that's one step back as well. There we go. Good job. Well done, and Yannick is on his way. Our top 10 wraps up there.
And there we go, seeing an overview of the course and where the women are stacking up. Lucy Bartholomew sitting in 6th. And then it's jumping ahead, not showing Kasia Dąbrowska or Kareth Arnold. Emily Schmitz going all the way over to Rachel Entrekin will be there somewhere on the trail with Blandine Lerandal going up that climb as our women's leader.
Here we go. Ben Diemen now, he can see the top of the climb into La Flégère on the ski area
Je quitte le plan initial
above Chamonix
pour être en sphère derrière Ben jusqu'à Cham et je ne reviens pas par la télécabine de la Flégère pour reprendre la tête de course femme.
I thought Ben was doing a live interview because he can. There you go. So it's going to go around to the right-hand side. That first lift is not the spot. And then there's going to be a ledge, and there, almost that little saddle in the distance, is you can see the building on the left. That is the top. So that is the last bit of climbing for Ben Diemen after 17 and a half hours out on the trails.
And if you're staying in Chamonix Valley and you want to go spectate, a nice thing to do for the day is take the lift up to Flégère and then a short but steep hike up to Lac Blanc. Just suntan, lay down in the sun by the lake for a little bit and come back down and cheer the runners on. That will also be true for tomorrow because we will be having runners finishing all the way through the night and tomorrow as well. Make no mistake, these leaders will be finishing in under 19 hours and under 22 hours. Most of the runners on this course will be taking much longer, up to the time limit of, is it 46 and a half?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we might have gone out to, I don't know why I want to say 48, but historically it's 46 and a half. Yeah.
And there we go. Poles are away. Baptiste has put his poles away. We have Ben Diemen coming up this climb to Flégère, the last climb of UTMB.
Woo! Wow. Ben Diemen, 17 hours, 37 minutes.
And if we look at the time that Tom Evans, last year's winner, got to the top of Flégère, it was in 18 hours, 39 minutes.
Incredible.
So still pretty much bang on 1 hour. Ben Diemen running 1 hour ahead of Tom Evans on the same course.
The bad weather of yesterday has created a beautiful white covering on top of the Mont Blanc as well as the Mont Blanc Massif. And Ben Diemen almost 300 meters away now from the 300 meters in distance away from the top of the last climb.
Look at the crowd that he has around him. People wearing wigs, costumes, carrying bells. I think there's some capes out there. And he knows that this is the final stretch. What a relief I'm sure he will feel as he crests this climb and is able to start that final descent down to Chamonix. He has been trying so hard for this finish. 2 DNFs, followed by a second place, which anyone else would have been happy with, but he has said outright that he was disappointed about. And now he's come back this year with his stated intention of winning, and that's what he's doing.
Yep, so just under 7K for Ben to descend, 800 meters of descending, so the last smashing of the quads, if you like, or the working on the quads, yeah, Ben Demon. It's downhill almost to Chamonix.
Incredible. Let's listen to those crowds.
Love it.
And this is helpful. We're getting a little bit of a tip from our co-commentator, Martin. We've been mentioning that this is the same course. I think earlier I was a bit more correct when I said roughly the same course as last year, because in both times the pyramid section has been cut out. But according to Martin, the change down La Folie on the road makes it around, he says, 10 minutes faster, according to Ludo Pomeray.
Okay, but that's still only 10 minutes.
Still only 10 minutes. Yeah, just so.
Yeah, because that was running on the road. So yeah, so there was 2 key adjustments in the course this year. The one with the Pyramid Calcaire, which accounts for about 30 to 40 minutes, but that was also bypassed last year.
Yep.
There's a landslide on the descent down the trail towards La Folie, so the runners were running on the road for a short period of time as well. So yeah.
So more accurate when we said earlier, roughly the same course, but in large part, 10 minutes does make a big difference, but it doesn't make an hour difference, which is what we are seeing.
But ultimately, this is the fastest UTMB ever.
Yes.
And that's it. There's no course record, but it is the fastest UTMB ever. So well done to Ben. This is excellent.
Wow.
There we go.
I cannot wait to see Blondine do this same thing in just a couple of hours.
So there you go. Now the crowd are trying to get around the back because they won't be allowed up into the A station. And this is the question, is there going to be a surprise kit check or not? We're about to find out.
During TDS, they actually did a kit check of the elites on the start line. As we were waiting there in the pen, but there was no kit check after that.
Ben's like, peace and quiet. Enjoy it, Ben, because there's going to be a lot of adulation for you as you descend down into Chamonix now.
And again, to answer the question in the chat, how can it be the fastest UTMB ever but not a course record? It's because the course has changed. There have been 2 changes to the course this year due to weather. As we explained, the course changed on the road down La Folie, and also cutting out the pyramid section. Each year there might be slight adjustments that need to be made, so you can't compare necessarily one year exactly to the other. So that's why we are saying fastest time.
Yeah, the best way I've explained it is on the track. 400 meters is 400 meters, whether it's in Chamonix or whether it's in Switzerland. The mountain course, the UTMB course has never been exactly the same in 23 editions. So the course is slightly different, but so it's just a case of talking about fastest time. It's the wording, the semantics of it all.
But it matters because I know you guys care, and there we go. Ben Demon is putting his poles away for the final time.
Yeah.
He is on the final descent. It is now on this wide Jeep track trail. This is the ski touring trail and the ski descent down into town. If we have enough snow some winters, right now he is cruising along. He will then hit the technical trails before he starts to go towards Chamonix.
So last year, Tom Evans on the final descent on his way to victory. This last section was in 39 minutes. So based on the current times, that would be, because I think he was up there 42. So 18:21, 21 minutes past 2. So that would get him 18 hours and 20 minutes. 18 and a half hours, just over 18:30 something. So yeah, Ben Demon on his way to a sub 19 UTMB, 19 hours UTMB.
Ben Demon, the speed demon.
I wonder if the family are here at the finish line.
I think he said in his questionnaire that the twins were too young. Let me just pull that up. So Ben, who's American but lives in France, of course. He said his twins, Rose and Leon, who are nearly 1 year old, are too young to enjoy the race. But he sends big kisses to them back home. And his wife and older son are waiting for him in Chamonix.
Yeah, cool.
And he said, sorry, I'm going so slow. I'll get there as fast as I can. That is hysterical. All right. Ben, you've got a sense of humor.
So this first K is on the ski slope, and then in a short while Ben is going to drop left into the forest, and there's a lot of routes waiting for you. So maximum concentration for Ben Demon on the way he goes. So so currently the recognized fastest time goes to Jim Wormsley from 2023. The first time an American male has won the UTMB. So Ben Demon will become the second American male to win UTMB.
Very cool.
And here we go. Here's Emily Schmitz on...
Emily!
Yeah, there she is.
Oh, she is so strong. Look at the speed and the ease at which she's got her foot turnover when she's going on the technical trails.
So yeah, Emily Schmitz on her way down to Trion, and we're also waiting for Rachel Entrekin. So this is going to be real interesting. Who is feeling? Rachel hasn't arrived into Trion yet, so we are going to have second and third pretty close, and probably might even do the out and back and see each other into Trion. So that's coming up as well.
That would be exciting.
Yep. And here we go now. This is Baptiste Chassan. He's getting ready to appear out of the trees as well and make his way up to La Flégère. So Chamonix, are you ready for our champion? 30 minutes to go. 35 minutes. Ben Demon is on his way.
At least our male champion, because we will have two.
We always have two.
Yes.
There he is. Wow, look at him just leaping over those roots, which is probably the smart thing to do. About 3K down this trail, you're going to see another gathering of crowd at the La Floria Cafe. And then 2 more K down, Ben will be down at the side of the river. He's got the bridge over the road, the sign saying the final kilometer, and it's going to get wild.
I've got an update for the Zach Miller fans. I know that they've been asking in the chat.
Yep.
Last time we saw him on the live stream, he was really struggling, and then it looked like his tracker was stuck for a while, but in fact it was not. His body is not having a good time, the athlete manager says, but he is gritting it out and taking his time to get to Trion to decide what to do, either going to walk it in or call it a day. But this is the hysterical part, and this is very Zach. He's deliberately not using poles on the downhill to get his muscles working and lubed up.
Well, at least the support team have got a sense of humor. Yeah.
Good job, good job.
Meanwhile, Caitlin Gerbin, who has previously gotten third at UTMB, is out on the course. She's currently sitting in 20th. This is after a couple of years of hip surgery, then having a child. She's back in the sport, had a really great racing last year, and it's so nice to see her back there pretty far up in the field. And there is Emily Schmitz on our screen, and this is what I was saying about her foot speed. She's moving lightly and delicately, but look at this. Very quick turnover on her feet.
Yep.
Small steps, but very efficiently.
Deliberate foot planting.
Yep.
So, yep.
Now, she will know these trails like the back of her hand.
Yep.
The flag is American, but her address is in Haute-Savoie. It's in Chamonix.
So a lot of folks in the chat who've done that final descent down to Chamonix, kind of acknowledging that, this is a hard descent on its own if it's at the end of almost 18 hours of trail running. So respect to Ben. He's still in the zone, as is Emily Schmitz. There you go. Emily's out of the twisty section now. This is the kind of forest track that literally brings you back, or brings you down to Trion under the tunnel, and then up to there. So we're going to get a time check between second place, Rachel Entrekin, into Trion, and Emily Schmitz. They are literally together. Or close, and we are expecting that Rachel is going to be coming out of the aid station, and they're going to be passing each other. It's going to be like face off. So yeah, second and third, Rachel and Emily.
Amazing.
A face of concentration.
Let's go, Emily.
And Gareth Arnold is about 20 minutes behind Emily and Rachel, because they're pretty much that. And Kasia is about 20 minutes behind Gareth. Gareth. I'm trying. I'm trying to get it right.
You're doing great.
My head's going, say Gareth, but without the G. I'll get there. Yeah. It's nice and quiet where Emily is compared to where Ben Demon is right now. Or where, yep.
And there we see on the left-hand side of the screen the distance between Emily Schmitz and Rachel Entrekin. Battle between the two Americans. Very different backgrounds and styles. There's Rachel on the right-hand side of the screen. For all of her fans who I know are very vocal in the chat, you want to see more, I understand.
There we go. They are going to cross. Rachel's in.
Coming into Triumph, let's listen in. Rachel checking behind her, filling up her flask with Coke. She's been in the aid station for 30 seconds now. I wonder if she knows just how close it is. And back with Blondine, our women's leader.
Blondine working the steepest climb of the course, the penultimate climb for Blondine. And yeah, Blondine is probably about 75% up that climb now.
Oof, you can feel the effort, just how steep it is. Okay, Emily, coming into Triumph.
Along the red carpet.
Let's see if she can get in before Rachel gets out. They will at least cross. And that's when the real hunt will be on.
Come on, gang, keep the split screen on. I'm not even going to look in the chat right now. I know what you're saying. We agree with you.
There we go. Okay, Rachel is
Here we
on
go.
her way out as Emily Schmitz is on her way in. Let's see if we will be able to see the pass. Or did we already miss it?
Oh, wow. That was the pass.
My goodness. Okay. Emily filling up her flask with water. And this is what's so, I saw the run. I was wondering how the runners that we saw in OCC and CCC were filling up their flasks so quickly. And it's because there's a flip top.
Yeah,
you don't have to screw them.
I think it's the HOKA bottles, right? Yeah, I've seen them with a hinge on the lid.
My God, that's smart.
It is. It's like...
That is so quick because you really fiddle with the screw tops.
And also with the powder that you use, the lids start to get sticky. So no, that's genius.
Oh man, okay. Yeah, 2 points for Hoka for that one.
Yep.
Because I was seeing the athletes fill up their flask with, one in each hand and close them at the same time. And I thought, how?
And if you imagine doing that with gloves on as well, so that is so much easier.
That is cool. Such simple things. Why didn't we all see this before? All right, Em. She's going for some Coke in her flask. Still got her manners. She's saying thank you to the volunteers.
Yep.
She's looking focused, determined, but also not rushing herself. Seeing what's there at the aid station to eat. And she's out. Okay. Now, under 30 seconds in the aid station, she did spend a little bit more time at the water fountain outside. She's getting in a bit of food. Good sign to see her still eating. Did we see Rachel pick up any food while she was in there? I don't think I saw that.
Not sure.
Let us help us out. Let us know if you saw that in the chat. But I don't think we saw.
What I can tell you is that Ben Demon has already done 2K of the downhill. He is 4 kilometers from Chamonix, 1K away from the Cafe La Floria. And 4 kilometers. Ben Demon is, and we're still on incredible course time.
Let's listen. Oh.
Ah ouais, alors des portions, j'ai fait 16 bornes avec lui. Ah, c'est un boucher. C'est un boucher. C'est un boucher.
Was that a sighting? Was that Ludo Pomeroy out there on the trail?
I don't know. I was sorry. I was looking at the satellite tracking of the runners.
All right, people are giving me a little bit of flack for my my water bottle comment, but I am an elite athlete as well, and I tell you, the screw tops are a pain in the butt. Oh, let's listen. Nope, they're gone. Apparently, the flip tops have been around for years by Hydro Pack, so fair play.
But we don't see.
No, we have not seen the elites use them until this year. So. I'm clapping back at you guys.
No. It says Stephanie Case in the studio. Love it. So yeah.
I know what's going on. People.
So here we go. Rachel Entrekin and Emily Schmitz, 2nd and 3rd, on the way along the valley floor before they begin the penultimate climb. The steepest climb in the UTMB course up to Les Cep, and at the same time, I can tell you that Blondine is getting close to the top.
So confirmation in the chat from our viewers, that was Ludo that I saw there on the left-hand side of the screen, giving a bit of support and shout out to teammates, Emily Schmitz.
Yep, Emily, teammate, that's right. So Blondine is 500 meters from on the ground, not elevation, 500 meters in distance to the checkpoint at Les Cep. And, but yeah, you can see there that... you can see the time that Emily Schmitz has been eating into Rachel Entrekin's lead. But Rachel debut at the UTMB races. So yeah, doing incredibly well and delivering on expectations. But yeah, she's doing a great job out there. Here we go, Blondine Lurendale, the final push to the top of this climb.
And as we are seeing these images of our women leaders in UTMB, we will be going to a short break, but stay with us. There's so much more excitement after the break.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Welcome back, everyone. We are so excited to be following near the end of the men's race in UTMB, and so much excitement going on the women's side as well, with Blondine Lurendale, as we say, delivering a masterclass on how to run UTMB. It does not look like she has faltered one bit. Rachel Entrekin gritting it out. She has been having a bit of a tough time, but I say this with an asterisk because she has been running in second in her UTMB debut. Really very impressive, but I hear the Jaws music playing as Emily Schmitz has just locked eyes with her, crossing at Triomphe as she tries to take over second place. And there we have some images of the finish line. Everyone getting ready for our men's winner, Ben Demon, fourth time running UTMB, 2 DNFs, second place last year. And he will be finishing in a historic finish, fastest time in UTMB ever.
Yep, so we've got Ludo Collet, as he does every single year, at the finish line, getting everyone hyped up. Our algorithm is telling us that Ben Demon is about 15 minutes away from the finish line, so that is actually going to be not sub 19 hours, it's going to be sub 18 and a half hours. So this is historic in so many ways. So, yeah. Fastest time.
Wow.
We've already covered that kind of topic, but here we are now, downtown Chamonix, the iconic arch. The arch has been part of the UTMB since the very beginning. The backdrop of the church has always been there. There he is, Ben Demon now. He is on the final stretch. Incredible. And, you know, he was going so fast. We keep looking at times thinking we were making a miscalculation, but no, Ben has, as we said already, if we ask Ben to plan the perfect UTMB race and then deliver it, he pretty much did that, apart from falling over. But
falling over, broken pole, which sometimes happens.
Yeah.
But, you know, other than that, it's been pretty flawless.
Yeah.
I have to say, though, you know, between Ben and Blondine have run amazing races. But so far, I mean, we haven't gotten to the final hours for Blondine yet. So far, Blondine has made this look the most effortless, I would say.
I think any professional sports person, invariably, whenever they do their craft, they almost make it look easy to a mere mortal like myself. So, yeah, Ben and Blondine have made running 100 miles look, dare I say, easy, and it's not. Yep. It is unbelievable. They've gone through the night. They've had to deal with a late start. They've had to adjust their program to do that. So there we go, people. We can see 2.5K. So Ben's probably already passed the Café La Floria. And yeah, he's on his way downtown. So his wife and his eldest, they are waiting for him at the finish line, as is Team ASICS 1 and 2 in 2005 in the men's race. Team ASICS, they are going to be on top of the podium again in 2026.
Oh, I can only imagine what Ben is feeling right now. I've just gotten goosebumps. All of these crowds cheering him in.
Goosebumps on his right arm, yeah. So yeah, wow.
You know, people were commenting in the chat about how his right arm almost looked broken the way he was carrying it. That's actually, it's a really good strategy when you are running downhill to just let your arms relax. And he's just making sure that there's no tension in parts of his body that he doesn't need to use when he's running downhill, so that all of his effort is focused on moving forward as quickly as possible and as effortlessly as possible downhill.
And yeah, incredible performance by our second place male as well. So Baptiste Chassagne, the second time at UTMB on the podium in second place.
Yep.
So 2-2s for Baptiste.
And Baptiste as well was the one that he wanted to beat 2024 Baptiste, I believe.
Oh, and he's doing that. The fact that he's also inside. We said that Tom Evans reached La Flégère in 1839. Baptiste is 30 minutes inside Tom Evans' time from last year as well. So Baptiste Chassagne for 2026 is beating Baptiste, the 2024 model. So progress over perfection.
And let's look up Baptiste's time from 2024 when he came behind Vincent Brouillard. His finishing time was 20 hours and 22 minutes. Again, different course back then. It did have the pyramid section, but
so longer.
Yeah. So 20 hours, 22 minutes. So longer time. Longer course. We are now coming up on 18 hours. He was at Flégère in 19 hours, 45 minutes when he came in second in 2024. So he is here over an hour and a half faster.
Yep. So
the last time he got second.
Baptiste 26 is even better than Baptiste from 24.
He's kicking 2024's butt. $166.6 kilometers into this race. Baptiste is leaning into the hill, driving up towards Flegier. He wants to be able to put those poles away for the last time and start that descent down to Chamonix, just as Ben Demon is cruising his way towards the finish. Now, this isn't too far to go now. That's a little bit of a water station there on his left. And he doesn't have too long to go before he hits the road.
And the crowd, I mean, Chamonix's been full all week, and now they can just get into one spot and line the road and salute our champion. And actually, over the years, we've had 13 different male champions. Some of them have won it multiple times. And actually, over the years, we've had 13 different female champions as well who've won it multiple times over the 23 editions. So, yeah, Ben Demon is going to be our 14th unique male champion in the UTMB.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool stuff.
So, yeah, this is... And the great thing is, Ben is one of 20 runners that we'll be celebrating. We'll be celebrating more than that, but the top 10 men and the top 10 women, we are doing the live coverage all the way through 10 deep in both the men and the women's race.
We are indeed.
You bunch of hangers on, leave him alone.
And we have had, just keeping an eye on the women's side, we've had Lucy Bartholomew come through La Giette at 1:56 local time. That was 2 minutes ago. She was 13 minutes behind Kasia Dąbrowska.
Yes, people, Ben Demon has been running now. He's into the 170-kilometer territory. So already gone through the 100-mile barrier, and he is about to break 18 and a half hours in the UTMB course.
Look at that finish line. Everyone so still. It almost looks like looked like it was a still photo or a painting.
Where's Martin today? Is he going to be at the finish line, do the interview? Have you heard?
We are not sure if he's going to be rejoining us in the studio today.
Very good. He's got commitments elsewhere. Very good. Okay, Chamonix, are you ready? You're ready. It doesn't get old.
Now, I know some of you might have been worried, will we still have a good race after Courtney Dauwalter and Vincent Brouillard, our previous winners, dropped out of the race? But yeah, heck yeah, we've had an incredible, historic race unfold before us. And now Ben Demon, second last year, DNF the 2 years before that, he has earned his place on the podium. Okay, here we have Ben going over those dreaded metal stairs over the road.
A moment of respite, though, from everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go, go.
Welcome home, bro.
One of the reasons that Ben Demon was the favorite this year, there was no Western States in 100 in Ben's legs to recover from, nor the Hard Rock 100, so like some of the other competitors. So, yeah.
And nice, the crowds have been kind of cheering. One guy said, welcome home, bro.
Yeah. And fifth this year at Transvolcania, second at Mont Blanc 90K, but without doubt, the career-defining moment of Ben Demon is about to happen as he sees the sign on the left-hand side of the road now that will say 1 kilometer, la dernière kilomètre. Go, Ben.
Listen to those crowds. He is about to turn onto that final stretch. He's on the right side of the river now, which is the left side. And he knows he is just about there.
1 kilometer to go, people. Ben Demon is into the final kilometer. Over 100 miles in the legs. He has left all of his competitors behind.
There is going to be no photo finish today because Ben Demon has dominated UTMB. He's been running an hour ahead of Tom Evans' winning time last year. We have never had anyone finish so quickly, and he will be finishing under 19 hours, which is just unreal. Absolutely unreal. And to know that this was such a multi-year effort for him, having stood in the Sports Center in Courmayeur in 2024 when he DNF'd, having heard his interviews saying that he was disappointed with second place, he was very vocal about the fact that he wanted to come here and he wanted to win. And I worried. I was like, that's bold. That puts a lot of pressure on you. And, you know, you've put it all out there. And, heck, it's worked.
I think Ben just bet on himself, and I guarantee that I think the Minister for Tourism is here at the finish line, and she's probably got a French passport ready. Ben, we think you're a French guy now, so yeah. Ben Demon, the adulation of the crowds here in Chamonix, alongside the River Lave, as he reaches the Alpina Hotel on his right-hand side, and yeah, this is historic. 18 hours and 15 minutes.
Ben Demon, American, living in France. As you say, I think the French will be ready to adopt him. He has done something here that no one else has ever done before. We were blown away by Tom Evans' performance here last year, and Ben Demon has absolutely shattered that time barrier. Who knows if we will ever see this time barrier shattered again, or at least how quickly.
Yep. With Ben Demon, if at first you don't succeed, try again. 2 DNFs, 1 second place. Never, ever give up. And yeah, turning pessimism into optimism.
He put it all out on the table, and it worked.
The second American male to win the UTMB.
There he is. He is walking in hallowed footsteps.
Chamonix.
Ben Demon, he's finally breaking.
Go on, Ben. Smile.
Woo!
Yes.
Bring it home.
The Speed Demon has done it. Look at that. He has had a race face on for 18 hours and 50 minutes, and now
he's finally letting us in a little bit of that joy. We are waiting for him to make that final turn so that he sees the finish line.
Chamonix, are you ready for our champion?
He just said, oh my God, when he saw that finish line. Ben Demon, you are our new men's champion, UTMB fastest time ever.
Ben Demon!
Congratulations!
All right, 18 hours and 16 minutes. Unbelievable!
History just been made, folks. You have just witnessed something that has never happened before, and honestly, I don't know when we will see this.
Woo.
Oh my God, he keeps repeating. Oh my God.
He looks so fresh.
Hold up that tape. That's it. The victory is yours.
Yeah! Woo!
Americans back home, I hope that you set your alarm because I'm sure you were not expecting to be welcoming someone across the line this early.
He is in shock. Unbelievable is what he's saying.
What just happened? We have never had anyone break the 19-hour barrier ever on UTMB, and he finished in 1815?
Yeah.
There's his kid.
Well, and Dad,
at home are just going
you absolutely smashed it. Wow. Yeah, go on, Ben. You deserve this moment, man. Whoa! Oh, boy. The shock of victory from the victor.
There we go. Official time 18:16:29.
Wow. This UTMB World Series final week keeps on delivering incredible athlete performances.
He looks so happy. And of course he should be.
Oh yeah. It looks like Monica is maybe going to do the interview. And yeah.
English or French?
Both. Yeah. This is going to be interesting. This will decide whether he's a French winner or an American winner. Right there. Pressure on the interview now.
Ben Demon, the speed demon, has made history.
Just to let you know, Baptiste is through the top of, so he's about 30 minutes away. So what's good about the UTMB is that there's a little bit of space, so Ben can enjoy his moment, but also we can do the interview and get the thoughts of our champion for UTMB 2026.
You're right, he does look incredibly fresh.
He's such a great human being when I've spoken to him. He's just such a good guy. He
keeps walking around. He doesn't even want to sit down, doesn't want to stop. Taking an Orangina. Oh, that must taste so good after running UTMB. There you go.
That was the support throughout the race. So that was Katy Ardito. So yeah, ASICS back-to-back victories in the men's UTMB.
Wow, to be in the middle of all of that. And this is something I didn't know, but I had a friend text me, and Ben Demon is American, of course, living in France, but a friend texted me to say just how happy she was for Ben to see Ben on the top, because she loves the fact that his dad was Punjabi, and she's not used to seeing people of Indian origin winning any big running races like this. So so that's huge.
Yeah, it looks like Monica is going to be doing the interview now.
All right, so Ben, first off, amazing. Congratulations. On va faire le deux en anglais et en français parce que tu parles couramment français. So we're going to do the interview in both languages because Ben is fluent in French and in English. So 18 hours, 16 minutes, 18h16. Tu arrives même pas à y croire. You can't even believe it yourself. Last year you clocked 19:51 on this course. You're basically an hour and a half faster this year. T'as 1 heure et demie plus rapide que l'année dernière. Mais qu'est-ce que tu as fait?
Non, mais c'était bizarre parce que après les contamines, j'étais tout seul. Et j'avais ce choix.
He's saying it was strange because after Les Contamini, he was totally alone.
Je fais mon truc. Et j'ai décidé d'aller faire mon
So
truc.
should I do my thing or?
C'est bien passé.
I decided to do my thing.
So like I had,
and everything went well after that.
Kind of in my own little breakaway out of Les Contamines. I was the fastest out of the aid station. And then there was nobody around me, so I just decided to do my own pacing, and then it turned out really good today.
2023, 2024, you DNF'd. Last year, you took second place. En 2024, c'était non-finish pour toi. Deuxième place l'année dernière. Qu'est-ce que tu as appris? What did you learn in the previous editions that allowed you to take this glorious win? Qu'est-ce que tu as appris des années précédentes pour pouvoir gagner ici comme ça cette année?
Je connais très bien le parcours. Ça m'aide beaucoup, je crois. Et en même temps, j'ai pas peur. Aujourd'hui, j'ai montré aucun respect au parcours. I didn't give the race course any respect today. I just pushed as hard as I could, and yeah, sometimes that works, I guess.
And we saw you here racing the 90K of the Mont-Blanc Marathon at the end of June. And I was here on the line. You were literally puking, throwing up. You were in the middle of your building block for the UTMB at that point. Was that a strategy on purpose to push your body to the max, to literally throw up in order to prepare for what's happening out there today? Donc en fait, pour le 90 du Mont-Blanc, fin juin, Ben il a fini deuxième, il a vomi ici sur la ligne, il était vraiment pas bien, il était au milieu de son parcours d'entraînement pour l'UTMB. Du coup, je lui demande, est-ce que c'est fait exprès? Il a poussé ses limites au maximum ce jour-là pour pouvoir vraiment apprendre quelque chose sur son corps et réussir aujourd'hui.
Non, mais il y a un contexte là, parce qu'il y avait un petit luison coiffé devant moi et je voulais tenter le gain aussi. Donc tu vas bien, sauf la dernière descente, j'ai appuyé à fond. Et après, il faisait chaud et c'était long, donc j'avais des nausées fin de la course. The point of racing that race was to get more comfortable on technical terrain. And that way I could descend faster, because today I descended really well, and I think part of that is building confidence on terrain that scares you.
And did you feel hunted at any point during the race? Did you feel like you had a target on your back? And how do you deal with that mentally? Est-ce que pendant le parcours, tu te sentis que tu étais chassé avec un cible sur le dos? Et comment est-ce que ça joue dans le mental?
Oui. Il y avait Baptiste, Chassaigne, et j'ai entendu, c'était long, mais c'était loin. Mais en même temps, même 20 minutes, ça me fait peur pour, je sais pas, finalement, c'est un bon truc parce que tu pousses plus fort. I had Baptiste Chassaigne pushing me a bit in the last part of the race course because I was used to the lead expanding and it wasn't expanding, so I was a bit nervous, but no worries.
And then what was the most beautiful moment out on the course for you personally as a runner, not necessarily as a competitor, but just being so lucky to be trail running, to be living in these gorgeous mountains and doing what you love? Was there a particular moment with a sunrise or something that you just filled with joy despite the pain? Est-ce qu'il y avait un moment que tu t'es rempli de joie juste pour dire purée, j'ai de la chance dans la vie de pouvoir courir, mettre un abstrait un petit peu la course, juste vivre un petit moment de joie pour toi-même en tant que trailer?
Oui, il y avait la pleine lune très brillant au lever du soleil au col Ferret. C'était incroyable. There was a full moon, big, invisible, super bright, over the mountains as I was going up Grand Col Ferret. It was magic.
And how are you going to celebrate now? Comment est-ce que tu vas célébrer cette gagne?
Bonne question. Je sais pas.
All right, congratulations, Ben. Thank you for taking the time. You're awesome.
Wow. As a lot of you have been noticing and commenting, to do an interview like that so eloquently in 2 languages after running a historic UTMB performance like that is even more impressive than the running itself.
Yeah, and what I can tell you is that Baptiste is on the way down.
There he is.
as is Caleb Olsen. And this is Virgile Morisset. So we now have three athletes on the descent. So we have Baptiste. Caleb is 7 minutes behind Baptiste at the top. And then Virgile is 8 minutes behind Caleb. So 15-minute spread across those three athletes.
Nice.
Yeah. So, Ben can catch his breath for the moment. He's going to be hanging around. They always do the top three finishers at the finish line. But there's Caleb Olsen. And Caleb, if he's feeling it, Caleb is on a charge to the finish line.
So Joaquin has dropped back quite a bit. For most of the day, we have been reporting to you. We have been commentating Ben Demon in first, Baptiste Chassagne in second, and Joaquin Lopez in third. Baptiste and Joaquin very comfortable having finished second and third in UTMB before, but Joaquin has now dropped down to fifth.
Yeah.
So that really, I think, is leaving that opening for Hannes Namberger, who is a closer, to work his way up into that top five.
Yep, so, excuse me. So, yeah, exciting times as we close out the top 10 in the men's race. Currently, 10th place, Yannick Noel. And Yannick is predicted to be in Chamonix around about 1 hour and 20 minutes away. So we are just over an hour away currently from wrapping up the top 10. And the good news for all of you fans of the women's race is that then we can be all in at the front of the women's race.
100%. And we will be here until the 10th person in the women's category crosses the line.
100%. And that currently would be Riley Brady.
Exactement.
And if
Riley Brady, our second place finisher in the Western States earlier this year. I think Riley came in knowing that this was their first UTMB finals debut, that Riley had a lot of respect for the course, knowing that that they've given their legs a good workout already this year in racing and needed to play it smart and get around the loop. And Riley is certainly doing that and then some.
Caleb's looking great. And so we said earlier, whoever's been doing all of the work to get Caleb back up to speed after injury has done a fantastic job. And this is a great thing to build on. So what I can say, I was just going to say, Riley Brady currently is predicted. They are expected into Chamonix around about 8 p.m. So we are 2 p.m. now. So we've got about another 6 hours of celebrating our champions, our top 10 champions in the men's and the women's race.
Look at the crowds now at La Flégère. They are growing and getting rowdier and rowdier. This is a replay of the top of Flégère. Oh,
love
it. And we're back with
Caleb. So let's do a quick, let's get the tracker on these lovely folks. We've got Baptiste and Caleb, and I'm going to give you a distance between the two. 169.7, 16. They are 500 meters apart in distance.
Which doesn't seem like a lot, but it is. I do not predict we will see any switch up between second and third coming in towards the finish. It's just too much distance, too much time.
I'm just trying to create a little bit of suspense for our audience, Stephanie Case.
I ruined it. it.
Yeah, no, that was very, very pragmatic, but thank you very much. Yeah. Well, here we go. Virgile is, let me go for that one. Oh no, there's Joaquin, so I don't see it.
Caleb Olsen charging towards the finish. Looking great on these trails as well.
Yep, so Baptiste now is 3.5K from the finish line, which means that Caleb is 4K for the finish line.
Exactly, 3.9 now.
Yeah, So going to see them going through Cafe La Floria. The crowds will be out. And yeah, Stephanie Case thinks it's done and dusted.
I do.
I'm a dreamer. Let's see if it can happen.
But I think in order for everything to change up, someone would have to fall. So I'm not going to be dreaming.
No. Falls. I was just imagining,
Jets
Jets
on the bottom of one of the runner's feet.
Yeah, but no, Baptiste's still looking really strong and bouncing his way through this really rough terrain, staying focused. Those roots are ready to get you.
They're saying that.
Oh, fourth.
Virgil.
That is Virgil. Yeah, sorry.
Virgil Morissette.
And while we got the cameras on the top of the men's race, we can tell you that Blondine is going to be down in Vallorcine to see her team for the final time in less than 20 minutes. And Rachel and Emily and Kareth and Kasia. And yeah, those four are on the climb now up Les Steps. So the steepest climb of the UTMB. Our second, third, fourth, and fifth place women are on that climb right now. Yep. Rachel and Emily are almost neck and neck, and then there's about a 20-minute gap to Kareth and another 15 minutes to Kasia.
Now, speaking of trying to add a little drama, I was hoping, maybe there would be a chance. So Joaquin was falling back, Hannes was gaining ground, but now Joaquin Lopez has gone through La Flagère. And according to the algorithm, Hannes is not expected to make it to Flagère for another 11 minutes. So assuming that's true, there really is no realistic chance of Hannes making it to the top 5, but he's done incredibly well to work his way up the field and finish in 6th.
Yep, and Joaquin carrying the hopes of Central and South America. Second top 10 finish for Joaquin, looking in the bag, third place 2 years ago.
We're just laughing away over here at just how vocal the French commentators are right next to us.
Well, they're excited and
on their feet. They are on their feet at the moment.
Yeah, I think someone cracked open a bottle of red wine over there or something. But yeah, hey, they're having fun, and that's what it's all about.
Well, heck, I'll go celebrate the French if I can get some of the wine.
Yeah, very good. So here we go, people. On the left-hand side, we have Baptiste, and on the right there, we have Cafe La Floria. So 3K to go now.
Love it.
Caleb Olsen. And the crowd's out now. It's sunny in after the rain of Chamonix from yesterday. 3K to go for Caleb Olsen.
And yes, to answer the question, the camera crew do have Starlink with them at times, depending on where they are on the course and what the connection is like.
Yeah.
You can see there the equipment on
the backpack.
That's one of the
right.
on the backpack. That's one of our bike cameras in front of the camera runner or in front of another bike camera. It's a really impressive setup that the production team has here. I know there's always lots of complaints. We can always look at how we can improve, but really, if you could see the back end of this and the setup of the images that you are watching, you have been able to run alongside the top runners for almost this entire course.
And in the mountains and in 3 different countries. So, no, it is. And if you were watching UTMB live back in 2015, it was not good. So, yeah, the huge progress over perfection. So, yeah.
And, I've been there. I've been watching online, trying to follow live stream of other races that don't necessarily have the resources or this setup. Yep. And you are trying to figure out, the commentators are trying to figure out who it is on the screen from a fuzzy drone shot or from a fixed camera. So, of course, always areas to improve, but I think we're pretty damn lucky to be getting the images like we have been throughout this entire course.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, according to the satellite tracker, Baptiste has eked out another 200 meters, so he's 700 meters ahead of Caleb Olsen as they get closer and closer to the final kilometer at the bottom of this descent. Yep, and I think that's probably why the our French commentators are getting animated. They're wanting to cheer their guy across the finish line.
Especially if they've been getting into that red wine. I'm
Yeah.
trying to peek through the curtains here.
So go Caleb.
Well, then I'll be waiting for Jasmine Lowther, my fellow Canadian, to come through and see what I can crack out then. Oh. Jasmine currently running in 7th on the women's side.
Yeah.
Whoop, whoop. Now, Caleb Olsen, let's just review, if you are just joining us, a little bit about his background. He has taken a different strategy this year in his racing. He did the Broken Arrow Sky Race 50K coming in 25th. He did the 50K Speed Goat races by UTMB coming in 4th. But really the distances in races were last year. He was first at the Grand Peak Trail 100 miler, first very famously at Western States, first at the Trans Gran Canaria, which is in the 100-mile category. And I think, as we covered earlier, deep experience in CCC. So 12th in 2024, 13th in 2022, 17th in 2021. So he's been building up towards this moment, but this is his first time at the full loop around Mont Blanc. Absolutely incredible. This is just because you're a winner at Western States, it doesn't necessarily mean those skills will translate over to UTMB, even though Western States and UTMB are two of the biggest and most famous and competitive 100-milers. Western States is quite fast and runnable by comparison, but Caleb has done what he needs to do. He knew this course, at least the last 2/3 of this course, from running CCC multiple times, and he is now just over 2 kilometers from the finish.
According to Iron Farr, they were kind of talking about Caleb. Since he won the Western States last year, a lot's changed. He's no longer with the same coach.
Yep.
He's now a full-time runner, and obviously well supported by the ACG crew. And and his time is already now been pushed down after this year's race, so the 6th fastest time at Western States. But if he could deliver his Western States fitness here, he was in for a good race, and he's delivered on that. So there we go.
200%.
Caleb, I wonder if he's still pushing or not, aware of how far ahead Baptiste is. So right now we're kind of looking at...
And Baptiste coming in for his second at UTMB. This is a place he's been before in 2024 behind Vincent Bouillard, but he has absolutely smashed his time from 2024, running much faster. He said he wanted to beat 2024 Baptiste, and he has.
So that we just saw Caleb going through where Baptiste is. So it's about 500, 600 meters. I know pragmatic Stephanie Case is like nothing's going to happen, but come on, this could still happen.
Ooh, I mean, if it is 500, 600 meters, I still feel comfortable with that, but I hear over the French commentator booth, they're saying it's less than that. They're saying
it could be. There's going to be a visual at the metal bridge.
Yeah,
and then who has got the legs? Come on, Caleb Olsen. Is it going to be Caleb Olsen? Is it going to be Baptiste?
Oh my
God!
Wow. I feel like Baptiste needs to pick it up. Are people telling him?
I don't know. And also, as an athlete, you don't know. Are they saying that just to make me go? How true is it? There's a lot of noise coming in. So
you cling on to whatever people.
100%. Yeah. So this is going to be. Are you not entertained, people?
So in the chat, people are saying 40 seconds between them. The French are saying 30 seconds. It is tighter than I thought it would be.
There's Martin.
That is
Martin Gafouri.
He's giving Caleb some stats, some information on the trail. Commentator turned.
Wow. Martin Gafouri is the brand is thicker than the blood. Yeah. He's gone with the ACG athlete rather than the French guy. So Here we go. He's giving him some intel. This is not over, people. This is...
Martin!
Now we know where he is. Now we thought he was going off there. Martin Gaffuri, get back and do some work. So, yeah.
And there we have fourth place, Virgil.
He's just out of the drama right now, but yeah, this could be.
Okay, let's get the camera.
Now you sound like the people in the chat.
Let's get our cameras back on Baptiste and Caleb. I want to see this fight.
Wow. Yeah.
Whoa, we have our predictions. People in the chat are saying that Caleb is going to catch up. We will know in a minute or two.
Where is Baptiste? Is he still on the bridge? No, come on with the...
And that's great. We've got people in the chat just giving a bit of love. They're missing Mael, what our co-commentator who is not here this year, but he went absolutely ape shit when Ruth crossed the finish line last year. No, we will probably.
They are close.
My God.
Caleb is on the bridge. Baptiste is about to hit the 1 kilometer to go. Wow, Caleb's on the bridge. That is how this is on.
I did not think it would be this close.
Yeah. Come on.
I'm excited for this. You have to. Okay, Caleb, you got to put everything down on the table. Let's go.
Okay, people, it's a drag race. 1 kilometer to go.
Let's go.
Baptiste Chassagne, Caleb Olsen.
Hill stride, every single sprint, every single interval, those are going to come to play here. You need to throw down and absolutely put pedal to the metal, everything you've got, burn it for this last kilometer.
So you do realize ACG have already done, Lauren Gregory has already done this on the drag race.
Yeah, but that was a 50K.
Yeah.
This is a 100-miler. To have to throw down at the end of a 100-miler is absolutely unreal.
Okay.
Again, we have never seen this before in UTMB. Go, go, go.
There's Caleb Olsen alongside somebody with the camera. That was not Baptiste. Here we go, Baptiste alongside the River Lave. He can see the Mont Blanc ahead, the large building to the right, the Hotel Alpina, the right-hand turn before the finishing straight.
And everyone says that it is not enough time, and I realize it's getting close, but remember, when Jim was making that final turn to the finish line in OCC last year, he took a fall. So it ain't over till it's over. Go, go!
They've adjusted the finish this year, so they're not doing the loop, I think, because Jim fell over.
Final turn.
But here we go, Caleb Olsen and Baptiste, they are on the river straight right now. It's probably about 300 meters, but it's not over.
It's not over. I do think Baptiste has this, but he cannot hold back.
By the way, guys, they have been racing for 18 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh my God. Go.
Wow. Look at the crowds.
We are at the point where Caleb Olsen can smell the body odor of Baptiste Chassagne.
Wow.
Even looking behind him, he is staying incredibly focused on that finish. He is going towards his second place, but will the two of them be on that final stretch and see the finish line at the same time? There you go.
Oh, he's looking over his shoulder.
Looking to see how close it is.
Baptiste Chassagne.
Everything he's got. Come on. The French commentators next door are going insane.
Yeah, well done, Baptiste. He looks like he's going to hang on here, but it's going to be a matter of 10 or 15 seconds at the finish line after racing for 173K.
Yes. Look behind him. He knows. Baptiste Chassagne.
Germany, we have Baptiste Chassagne.
What an incredible finish for our Frenchman. The second time that he has gotten second place.
Woo.
He is looking behind him, waiting for Caleb Olsen. He knew that he wasn't going to celebrate until he actually saw the finish line, until it was in his sights. Here comes Caleb Olsen. Incredible performance third place in his first time at the big loop around the mountain. It was an absolute epic battle to the end. He's going to make this final turn, and there it is.
Here we go. Our second athlete from the United States in the top 3. Caleb Olsen. Wow.
Congratulations, Caleb. It came down 2 seconds. What a fight. What a fight. Oh my God. I cannot believe that happened again.
Yeah, as we keep saying, people, are you not entertained? Wow. Incredible. Going to give you a time check between Baptiste and... It was 36 seconds.
36 seconds.
Ben's like, what's going on, dudes?
After almost 19 hours.
So yeah, 3 athletes sub 19 hours.
Oh, you can see Caleb Olsen just shaking his head. He looks a bit frustrated and disappointed, I have to admit.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure Dylan Bowman will do the free trail interview. See, if you've been off third place before the race, would you have taken it? Virgil Morrissey. Virgil also has a chance to become the 4th athlete to do sub 19 hours. He is about... It's going to be close.
Yeah. And yet we still have a battle on our hands between Virgil and Joaquin, because they were only 2 minutes apart at Flégère. So let's not forget about the battles that are yet to come.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Baptiste. Caleb looks like he's he's processing. Caleb's still trying to figure out what's happened there.
I don't know Caleb enough in terms of his personality to say if... However, so yeah, and
look at the difference between Baptiste, who is absolutely just brimming with emotion. Caleb is quite buttoned up right now.
I think if we look in the chat right now, they're all cooked. So yeah,
sure,
yeah, but like Baptiste, wow, the emotion of the finish line, incredible.
That's amazing.
Although I have to say, the funniest moment at the finish line so far was Christian Minoggio putting his hat on Catherine Paletti's head at the finish line. So yeah, wow.
That was so close for comfort. My God. Oh, man. And, as we heard from Sarah Alonso, who was in second, ended up coming in third in OCC, how much do you kind of think through where you could have saved some seconds? She said, I spent 15 seconds retying my shoe, and then I was a little bit worried that would make a difference. Actually here, that those kinds of seconds mattered even in a 100-miler. So that's just what I'm wondering. Of course, we don't know. We'll find out in post-race interviews. But is Caleb Olsen stuck on thinking of where he could have shaved a few seconds from his performance? Again, how many seconds did you say was between them?
30, just over 30 seconds, I think it was.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think that's Thibaut Garivier. I think so.
So that is our men's podium, our top 3. Ben Demon, Baptiste Chassagne, and Caleb Olsen. Wow.
And breathe. Wow. The good news is we've still got 17 champions to cheer across the finish line. We've got 7 more to complete the top 10 in the men's race, and we will be here until around about 8 p.m. local time, we believe, celebrating our 10th and final woman in the women's race.
Yep.
Wild.
Yeah, absolutely wild. There we go. There they are. There's our men's podium.
There he is, Steph. There's Martin. I told you he'd be back in the studio eventually.
Yeah, we saw you. We saw you giving a little bit of intel to your teammate there.
I held back for the whole morning. No, don't come. You're not supposed to be here. And I was like, oh man, seeing how Caleb was flying down that hill, I'm like, man, he needs an extra push. But I didn't see the very end. So obviously, second. But was he able to respond? Did he have another gear when he?
He tried. It was 30 seconds at the end.
All right. Yeah. Okay. And there she is. Oh man. I've been texting a lot with Mathieu this morning, her partner, and he was like, "This is the race between her and her."
But just how easily and happily and light she has been able to move through this while showing such an incredibly strong performance. Usually, you at least see some kind of strain or effort after 18, 19 hours on the course, but she just seems so cheerful that she's taking it all in stride. Like she's going out for just a normal training run.
Yes, that's very, very impressive. There's a lot of things that can be said about the course, the good weather condition and everything, but still, like you would have told me it would be perfect condition, I would have never guessed such fast times.
No.
So
we've been like, maybe you know how bad our maths was yesterday. Martin were like, let's just double check again. And so now Blondie's arriving here. The time elapsed is 18:56. As a direct comparison, Ruth came through here last year, 20 hours and 10 minutes.
2010, so that's an hour.
An hour 15.
Hour 15, wow.
Yeah, so it is. So right now we also calculate, Martin, that Blondini's on for a sub
20?
Sub 20.
No, sorry. Yeah, sub
22.
Sub 22.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Dans les 30 premières minutes de la course, j'ai eu une sorte de
To be honest, in the first 30 minutes of the race, I was actually questioning being here, and everything felt like everything had gone smoothly, too smooth during the preparation, and I was like, not sure I should be here. And now, 18:45 later, I'm here, and with a smile across my face, I've received so much love from the public, and I won't have enough words to thank everyone out there.
Baptiste is saying that it's very emotional for him.
Okay. I guess I don't need to do that. Give me a heads up, Keith.
From the start to the finish, it was really difficult. Even in the first 30 minutes of the race, he was wondering, what am I doing here? Why am I racing? He wasn't feeling it. Was able then to get out of that funk and then obviously get through in second place.
Tu me dis, oh là, je me suis tellement battu.
Ouais. Tout au long de la course, on a beaucoup dit.
I really fought hard throughout the race.
Ah, il veut pas, vas-y comme ça?
Comme ça? Ouais, ça marche. J'ai entendu beaucoup de Allez Baptiste, mais aussi Accroche-toi, et vraiment beaucoup de fois.
I've heard a lot of Let's Go Baptiste, but also quite a few like Keep It Up, hold on to it.
Ben Diman,
And so
qui est mon athlète préféré.
I fought with what I had on the day.
Qui est mon athlète préféré, ben, je dis que c'est Ben Diman.
And today I finished second to Ben Diman, who is truly and genuinely my favorite athlete.
Et là, il m'a mis
he already like put pressure on me in Ventoux a year ago, and today he's done it again. But to me, it's still an honor to finish the second.
C'est loser, mais c'est presque une victoire pour moi. Il était meilleur aujourd'hui. J'étais le meilleur des autres.
There was no touching him today, so I still feel like I was the best of the rest of the field.
But also, keep it up, Baptiste, keep it up. So that helped him to get through this difficult day. And he was saying that also his favorite athlete is Ben Diman. So he's not saying it just because, but he's really proud today to cross this finish line for the performance that he put in, but also to be crossing just behind his favorite athlete, Ben Diman.
Voilà, une dernière question, puisqu'il y a Caleb qui va passer en interview, et puis on a un super Virgile qui arrive à la 4e place, et on ne voudrait pas lui voler son arrivée. Tu es un garçon atypique, je t'appelle, moi, l'artiste poète trailer ou ultra trailer. Tu as besoin pour ton équilibre aussi de travailler. Voilà, on sait qu'avec ton ami, on peut te retrouver à l'expérience du côté de Combloux. Si vous voulez avoir la chance de vous faire servir par Baptiste Chassagne, n'hésitez pas, c'est ça qui crée son équilibre.
On est fermé la semaine prochaine, mais la semaine suivante, on est ouvert. On vous attend.
Allez, je te laisse le mot de la fin. Allez, parce que le 4e arrive. Merci, on peut l'applaudir. Baptiste Chassagne.
And another close finish. Virgile today is indeed in tears again. We've seen him on this finish line before, already in disbelief of what he had achieved, and he's doing it again. Probably by no question. This is the performance of his career. This young athlete has just gone pro about 2 years ago, if that, and he's just dedicated himself to it, and that was absolutely incredible what he's achieved already going through Courmayeur. He was just super strong and steady, and here in tears with the family. Emotions are raw on this finish line, and that's what we love to see.
So happy to have you back in the studio, Martin.
I was like, I can't
let us fly without you. What were you thinking?
I was like, I can't let you two fly solo because this is going to be still a long day. So
it's a battle out here. You should have heard. I was trying to do my best translating the French interviews.
You did amazing. I was like, where is that coming from?
Yes. Okay, you were listening?
Yes. Oh. I was like, Jesus, I just gotten made redundant.
No, now you're thinking of all the times you've talked about me in French in front of me, knowing that I actually
like, wow, I'm surprised you still talk to me. Here we go, team. 4th place here at the UTMB. Pretty tight finish. But man, I hope we can hear it from Caleb if he's not died from giving 110%. That comeback, I will be very interested. Is Liam still in the chat to give us stats about that split from La Flégère down to the finish line from Caleb Olson? This is probably a new PR. I would say even CR. And so I think if you're not doing the interview with Caleb Olson, he might have been shoved to the medical tent because he,
Yeah. What intel do you have from what you saw of Caleb when he was out on the trail? Because when he finished, it almost looked like he was. I don't know if he was just processing or if he was focused on the fact that he didn't catch up to second, but he was just a bit stone-faced.
I think there was nothing left.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
He
Fair enough.
Since Col de Monte, he had been told that he was creeping up.
Okay.
And he's closed from, I think it was 8 minutes, and then it was 4.5 minutes from La Flégère, or if not more. No, it was more than that. And
so impressive.
He was just like, okay, he went on hunting mode, and then when I saw him, like, there was not much left, but he was so locked in, he was so focused to try and get there, and man, he got so close.
What a valiant effort. I thought there was no way. I was like, nah, guys, it's done.
Yeah, I heard you say that. I'm like, give him a shot. But yeah, no, I hope that once he's like got himself together, he can be proud of what he's done.
As he should be. And here we are with
there we go.
Blandine Legrandel. She is 17.3 kilometers to the finish. The crowds just keep getting bigger and bigger.
And this is another one that's making us all proud.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so good. And she feeds off of that a lot. Like, she's a very emotional person.
Yep.
And that is just perfect. This is fuel for Blandine.
Now, Keith did some stats for us. She went through Valersine 1 hour, 15 minutes ahead of Ruth Croft's time last year. So she is continuing to speed up. She's been about an hour ahead. Now it's an hour and 15 behind Ruth's incredible time from last year.
But then again, so there was this little section that you guys talked about going down to La Foulie. It's Ludo Pomeray who actually messaged me. He's like, hey guys, you can't say that it's the same course exactly because there's this section that's now on the road. It's much faster, and he was estimating that it was about 10 minutes faster. And then obviously weather conditions are making such a difference.
Absolutely.
We were out there last night
in
full moon, no clouds. The Val Ferret, you could walk.
Gorgeous.
You could see the shadows of the mountains at night.
Oh.
It was, no wind, perfect temperatures. But then again, remember at Western States when Courtney broke the record because it was a cooler year? We were like, oh wow, everything aligned and this is not going anywhere. And yet, it did this year. So, yeah, sports is definitely taking new heights.
And there we have our sixth place man, Hannes Namberger.
What a comeback.
He has really worked his way up the field. At some point I was wondering, because he is a closer, if he would be able to jump into fifth, but really too much time between Joaquin and Hannes. Although I've said that once before, and Caleb almost proved me wrong.
There we go. There
it
it
was
is.
10 minutes, in between Joaquin and Hannes going through La Flégère.
And that's a solid repeat for Joaquin Lopez after third place.
I think making everyone in Ecuador very proud. We had Hayden Hawks on earlier. Speaking about just the amount of support that Joaquin Lopez has.
And here he comes. Oh yes, somebody handed him over the Ecuador flag that he will fly proudly across that infamous finish line here, leading to the Place du Triangle de l'Amitié. Ladies and gentlemen, Joaquin Lopez. Fifth place here at this UTMB, and still dozens of minutes under the previous reference time. Let's call it that way. It's not a course record. Every year is slightly different. There we go. A la muerte.
Taking a little nap.
Oh, so good.
Oh, well done. 19 hours, 7 minutes. Okay, yes, we've got some people jumping in the chat. If you are just waking up, we've just covered our top 5 men. We are jumping back between the men finishing and our top women. Blandine Legrandel is still in first, looking so good, running 1 hour, 15 minutes faster than Ruth Croft's time from last year on a roughly similar course, but maybe slightly faster due to one of the course changes. She has come out of Valersine. She's followed by Rachel Entrekin, who is still in second, but frankly, I expect to see Emily Schmitz do a pass if that hasn't happened already. Emily Schmitz was looking incredibly strong, very smooth. Rachel Entrekin, of course, very strong performance, but she said herself early this morning that it felt like she'd been hit by a bus, and it looks like she's struggling more than we're used to seeing Rachel struggling.
But yeah, Emily's is scary because you could see like Khaled, for example, he's just working hard to catch up. Emily doesn't show anything. She's just like, but she's creeping up.
That's what I was thinking. She's a woman of few words. You know, she's pretty quiet, but man, there's a lot going on in there.
Yeah, it's like the silent assassin who's just creeping up on you. And I'm so happy for her because, you know, we did commentary with her. About her, was it Monterosa?
I think we invited her, on the live when she was about to run her race. And, you know, she doesn't show necessarily a lot of confidence.
No, she was exploring a lot of things. Just, oh yeah, Paul's would be good. Oh yeah, I can do this, I can do that. And she was onboarding, like, advice and,
Yeah, even a couple of years ago, I was telling Keith, she was asking like, oh, I've got to crew someone. Like, what do I do? Like, I don't know how to crew. I might mess it up. And I'm thinking, oh my God, you're this like incredible elite athlete, just kind of flying under the radar there. But wow, her profile is going to shoot through the roof after this performance today. And I'm excited that she lives here in the Valley.
Oh yeah, she's still moving well. Yeah, I think it's going to be just like Ben Demon. You know, we've seen athletes just running so strong and then eventually getting close to the finish line. And with Katie, she managed all the way to La Flégère, but then really crumbled in that last descent. Ruth last year was earlier than that, where she felt like the wheel had fallen off and it was just a mental game. But
Bondine is holding it together so well.
Really, really well. There's still that kind of little bounce in her stride. She's like, wow, how? So she's like a little pocket rocket.
Yes. Now we've been getting criticized on how we're referring to her because I referred to her as like a little cartoon because she looked so happy and bouncy. So I'm glad you're now calling her a pocket rocket. We're not trying to.
Do we even need to justify?
No, okay, I'm not going to.
Some will run deep, and so what? This is part of the chat. We appreciate everyone's opinion. We have ours, and if it's really a big deal, let's agree to disagree.
Fair enough.
It's all love, especially when we're watching such outstanding performance. It's not about you, it's not about us, it's about them.
Yeah. And as I told Keith, I got criticized for calling Martina Valmasoy an Italian stallion because that was too male. So, you know. I
loved it.
But she is. And here we have Hannes Namberger, Dynafit Sunto athlete, who is coming into the finish in Chamonix.
Finally, in the last kilometer.
He is a German border cop who does 70% of his shifts during the night, I believe.
Is this Alexei Sivnik?
I don't think it could be.
Oh no, it's Gauthier.
It's Gauthier?
Yeah, I got confused with the last one.
Like, unless something strange happened. Yeah, here we have Hannes.
Yeah, 500 meters from the finish. He knows that finish line pretty well. He certainly has been around.
He's a police officer, and the sirens are out. Whoop, whoop.
It's probably like a border control in the mountains. If you try to go over the border with a backpack with lots of saucisson, he will catch you.
Yeah, Hannes will just run after you.
He will run you down.
And unless you are Joaquin, Virgil, Caleb, Baptiste, or Ben.
Yeah, you got no chance.
You got no chance.
So just declare.
Oh, funny.
Here we go. He's giving it to the crowds, asking for a little more noise. Is that even possible? The crowds today in Chamonix are outstanding, as per usual at the end of August. There's going to be a lot of honey consumed in the next few days to heal those broken voices. But man, it is so worth it.
And there we have it.
Oh, he's spreading it out now. And Hugo is doing his 6th rep of the day ahead of our athletes. Very grateful.
What a great performance from Hannes. He looks absolutely stoked.
Well, I know, exactly. I mean, yes, you're 6th, which is outstanding in itself, but you can look, when you look at the time,
yeah,
again, like, how many people do you think will go under the previous kind of time reference? Again, air quotes, slightly different course, but man.
Is this his first time at the full? No, he was 4th at UTMB in 2024, and he was 8th in 2023, as well as DNF in 2022. So he has experience on this course. This is lower than what he, the ranking that he's. Oh, look at his kid! But what an incredible time! I mean, it really isn't about the ranking; it's about the performance, the time. Oh, he's so cute.
Gonna go down the. Oh no.
Oh. Okay, that is adorable.
It is the cutest.
I'm dying. I'm dying of cuteness overload. Hannes and his son sprinting down the finish line. I suspect we will see another Namburger here in 20 years.
Yep. We'll still be there.
Hey.
Missing a few teeth.
I'll still be racing, right? 20 years from now, for sure. I'll be winning my 60 to 64 age category.
Yeah, you'd be getting after it.
And I expect you to be commentating on it.
I'll be here in a wheelchair, smoking cigarettes. Just like, all right, my sports days are over. That's all downhill. Let's just go out with a bang.
So, you know, just my luck, we're probably going to have like total speedsters in 20 years in the 60 to 64 age category.
Man, it's going to be only robots running around mountains. That's pretty damn sad. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the golden days. Please enjoy it.
Congratulations, Hannes. Okay, just looking back at the women's race, keeping an eye to see if there's been anything of note here. Really, the main question we have is who is going to be first up laced up? Is it Rachel Enterkin or Emily Schmitz? My bet is on Emily Schmitz. And what we were saying before is like how cool. Emily is in the 45 to 49 age category, which I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Like, damn. Go get it. Back with Blandine Lerondel, our women's leader from France. She is expected into Flagere just over an hour and a half from now, so we've got a bit of time. It is a long trudge along the valley from Valenciennes. Lots of running. You might think that that's an odd comment to make, but Blandine Lerondel said in her pre-race interview, you know, it's not necessarily her preferred course because there's so much running in UTMB versus more technical routes like Diagonale des Fous, which of course she has won. But as we are looking at these images of our women's leader in UTMB, we'll be going to a short break, but stay with us because there is so much more excitement to come.
Oh,
Rachel or Emily, who's it going to be coming up on Laced Up?
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta!
stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back live following the UTMB course, and we are watching Blandine Lehandel looking just as fresh now as she did 10 hours ago, 15 hours ago. Really incredible performance by Blandine. She is working her way from Valenciennes towards La Flégère, still about an hour and a half away. We are at 19 hours and 20 minutes into this course. Bundy's still smiling. Temperature is increasing. We started to see some of the athletes use ice bandanas early this morning as the temperature has risen. There, she's still pushing and running up some of these douche grade climbs. Really just pushing every chance that she has along the course. And we're back to the finish of UTMB, watching the men come through. We saw Hannes Namberger in 6th come through in 19 hours, 13 minutes. This is Gauthier Bancader from France, coming in towards the finish in 7th place from Team La Sportiva.
Ooh, is that going to be the first bucket hat across the line?
I think it might be.
Yeah. You gotta take any first. And now, as you can see, the weather has opened up. And since this morning, the sun is shining.
Yep.
It's going to get hot. It's going to get hot from now on. What does it say? 23.6?
Yep.
And
but I think it feels hotter. I mean, you were out there running a little bit.
Yep.
Just by how many athletes have been using the ice bandanas. And we heard Rachel Anderkin say earlier, quite a few hours ago, that she said that it was feeling really hot out there.
Yeah. You really have to nail all the points, like the pacing, the hydration, the nutrition, and now obviously cooling strategies. That's the beauty of ultra running. It's not the biggest engine that wins. It's people who can actually align everything on the day. So there's a lot of prep that goes into it. Allez, les Bretons qui sont là. Yeah, call me maybe. I sent a message to Hans because I was like, well, you know what? Like, we all saw it from the outside. I just want to hear it from him. Like, what happened? What went down?
Yep.
And so if anybody at HOKA hears me, like, tell him to please ask, answer. And if he's keen, like, I'd love to hear it. And so we can share it with you all exactly what went down to kind of kill all the stuff around it. There we go. And yeah, that's another Frenchie across the line. Yeah, I saw that you guys don't people in the chat were almost claiming Ben Demon now as a French.
Yeah, yeah, they were. He was doing his interviews in French, so
his
you know,
wife is French.
for sure. It's just not usual that you would see an American choose to give an interview in French, and I thought that was a cool move.
Monica did a good music. Well, bro, you know them both, so I'm gonna put you to the task. Here we go.
Pre-race interview. Anyway, enough about him. Let's focus on who we have crossing the line. Gauthier Boncader. Happy in the bucket hat with that 7th place finish. Also in an incredible time, 19 hours, 23 minutes. Oh, what a cute baby.
Yeah. And yeah, you see, that's the first thing they do. Is things that, like, it's just sharing that moment with the people that matter to you. It's good to see.
And so we are just waiting for the final 3 men to round out the top 10. Antoine Chavelin, Yannick Noel, and Jean-Philippe Chumi.
Yeah, solid run by the Frenchies. Antoine Charvolin, last year's winner at TDS.
Yeah.
Please fact check me because I don't have my notes. I don't have my laptop. Got nothing. I showed up.
No, you're right.
I have half my brain left. Woohoo!
Oh my! Oh, and he's got a bucket hat too.
Yeah.
What a cute kid. Oh. Oh, it can be scary with all the crowds. Oh, poor kid. Okay, going back to stock, the women's side. We are continuing to cover the top 3 women as we are following the top men.
Chill out, people. We're going to be there for the women. Just give us a minute already.
We've been showing Blandine Lerandal, but the main question is who will be first. Oh, nope. So we have at least we already know. There is the answer to my question. No. Who will be first into Valersine? That is the question. Who will be first into Valersine? Because at least step we had. Sorry, I was mispronouncing that earlier. At least step we had Rachel Entrekin through just 2 minutes before Emily Schmitz. So who will be first into Valersine?
Yeah, you're right, Danny. That's what we're also keeping our eyes on. And look. Was it? Yeah, I think it was Courtney. Just cheering on Blandine Lirondelle on her way up to Col des Montets.
It's been fun. We've seen sightings of Killian. We've seen sightings of Jim crewing. We've seen sightings of Ludo, and now Courtney. All the goats.
Here you go. Head down. She's almost done with that long runnable climb up to Col des Montets, and it will be across the road. Yeah, that final obstacle, that final challenge. But here we go. Take your time.
Yeah.
It is. There we go. It is you. It is you against you. It is you with you. You've got this.
And yeah, just to clarify again, we are not being negative about Rachel here. We are just commenting on what we are seeing on the screen, commenting on what we're hearing.
Negative about Rachel?
Yep. I'm just reading through in the chat.
Oh, what did we say?
Yeah, a couple of times people have commented that they think I'm being too negative on Rachel, but Rachel is just an absolute beast. I've made multiple comments on how it's an incredible performance for her debut at a UTMB World Series final. To be in second place is incredibly impressive. She's put in the work. She spent 6 weeks at least here on the course. course. All that we're commenting on are the facts, which are that this morning she commented to our camera runner that she said she felt like she'd been hit by a bus. And it looks like, she's been struggling, but she's continued to push. There's no shame in feeling like, as she said herself, as Rachel said herself, as I should be. This is a 100-mile course. It's incredibly tough. And it's just a fact that Blandine Lerandal is cruising through this race. And Emily Schmitz is looking stronger at the moment and running faster than Rachel Entrekin.
And you look at the UTMB indexes, like these are facts. These are based on algorithms, based on times, based on data. Yeah. I understand there's a big cult around Rachel over in the U.S. Like
that's it.
Around like everything that happened and everything she's done and the doors she's like broken down with what she's achieved, especially at Cocodona. But also it was, and we're trying to explain everything here because there was a lot of people who just got interested in the sport because they saw what she did.
Yes.
And then when they say, oh, she's going into UTMB, oh, she's going to win. I'm like, well, there are a lot of other athletes that also deserve a lot of attention and respect and have earned their way up to the top. And here's like 5 kilometers between first and second.
Yep.
And again, just like there was a world between Ben Diman and the rest of the field, like there is also a world, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Everyone out here is trying their best, and we're gonna call it like we see it. And even the goats, even Courtney, even Killian, everyone has a bad day, everyone has low moments, everyone struggles, and if they do, we're gonna call it like we see it. So that is what we're here for. But speaking of the devil, it is Rachel Entrekin moving well down this descent. I'm curious. I'm wondering, we saw going in and out of Triant, Rachel Entrekin and Emily Schmitz saw each other. There was a pass.
Yes, there was a crossing.
So they know how close they were. I'm wondering if there have been sections on the trail where Rachel has been able to look back and actually get a visual to see how close Emily is. I wonder if Emily has had that same visual on Rachel. She will be on the hunt. But let's see. The algorithm is predicting them coming through Valersine at the exact same time. And we take the algorithm with a grain of salt. But again, given on how they've been moving, I think Emily is going to pass Rachel Entrekin. But once Rachel gets that fire in her and feels that fight, she has the chance to respond as she might already be doing. So let's see.
Because we are still so far from the finish line. There's still a lot of things that can happen. Mistakes can be made, or like whoever do their due diligence, look after themselves, and actually not worry about people around. Like maybe Emily Schmidt is like, well, yes, I've seen Rachel, but maybe I'm not ready to catch her, or like I'm just gonna run with it myself. And then she was getting water and energy drink. She was getting Coke to fuel herself.
Yep.
And I think it's going to be whoever looks after themselves the best, who are the smartest with their hydration, nutrition, handling the heat, because it is getting hot.
Yeah.
Like temperature that, when you've been running for that long, your body is just creating a whole lot of heat. I mean, I'm stating the obvious, but for me, whoever looks after themselves will have the upper hand, and not necessarily whoever is the fastest. And that's the beauty of ultra running. It's problem solving, and it's looking at what's in front of you and how you play with it at best, and not making mistakes.
I think that's very true. We heard from Sarah Alonso when she came in as a guest yesterday, talking about her OCC performance. And when the race was on in one of the final, if not the final checkpoint, that she kind of skimped on taking a full flask, which we saw on the on the air.
Say about it?
And then she said, I was trying to rush and I knew every second mattered, and I was she had taken 15 seconds to tie her shoe at some point in the course, and so she skimped on getting enough water, and she said she started to cramp up during that final section, and she was pushing it. Now you can do that in a 50K, but it is so much more important in a race as long and difficult as this UTMB 100-miler that you don't take those shortcuts, that you do everything you can. We can't always get it perfect, but you do everything you can to keep that balance between water, electrolytes, and carbs going through.
You're most likely already going to be in deficit, so it's just like how much you can limit the deficit.
The damage.
the damage, yeah.
I haven't figured it out. I've now been able to get to 100K without puking, but that seems to be my limit at the moment. So full respect to all the athletes out there who are making this look much easier than it actually is.
And that's the mental game also at this point.
Yeah.
When you're like, hey, I'm hurting. That's what I signed up for. And everybody else is hurting. And so I'm just going to hurt better. And obviously, and here I want to put a big asterisk to it, hurt to the extent of just pushing yourself, but
not injury.
Pushing through an injury. Like, I think if you've been listening to our commentary for a few years now, you know that I'm really against it, and there's no race that deserves anyone to create long-lasting damages, whether they're first or last, for that matter. And so always be mindful of what you're doing out there, check in with yourselves, and make an educated decision on whether or not you should be pushing through. But when it's just fatigue, when it's just sore legs, that's where you learn to be like comfortable with it, comfortable with the uncomfortable. Yeah. America. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. You know, if we didn't like America, we'd be on a different channel. We'll be on the French channel. We're here for you. Because, you know, if we're not here, like, do you understand Italian or Chinese or Spanish or French? Because that's all you're left if we're going.
I love you guys. We are back with Rachel Entrekin.
And look, and that was my thing. I was like, I had to put a big question mark on Rachel because for a first participation at UTMB, it is a very hard nut to crack.
She was a wild card, as a lot of the race previews indicated.
But in my mind, and you know, Ruth knowing that she was going to race her is like, okay, well, how do we understand Rachel like as a competitor? And she was still scary on paper because doing Coconut 250, it meant that she had figured out nutrition.
Yep.
She could handle easily one night out because she did more than that.
Sleep deprivation, massive distances, taking care of your body.
So she would have the distance in the legs as well. So that was a lot of boxes that were ticked. And we're like, okay. And like, you know, for people who be like, oh yeah, she runs 250 miles, like she's a plotter. It's like, no. We saw her at Chianti this year.
Exactly.
We didn't see her because there was no live coverage, unfortunately. But at Chianti, 120 Ks, and she was duking it out all the way until the end.
And that is a fast course.
Courtney.
Yeah.
And Ingvild Kaspersen, who won CCC yesterday. So I was like, shit, she has speed too.
Yep.
So,
and after she spent time out here and trained on the course, because that's always the question mark, right? You know, will someone who's coming over to Europe, doesn't have a lot of European experience, how will they fare on trails around Chamonix? Because they're different. And she put in the work and she spent the time. We know that she did the course. She said herself probably multiple times in sections of it that she was worried about. She repeated over and over. She even, when she was staying at some of the refuges, kind of looked at some parts of the course at night and thought, yeah, I'm going to go do that at night. So she put in the work to learn the course as well. And as you say, it's a dangerous combination because you don't know. You don't know what's going to happen on race day.
And so I think now she's putting a lot of experience in the bank, understanding, oh, okay, it's this. Oh, no. A bit of a trip.
Okay. All right, Blondine, let's shake it off.
Reset. Okay, easy. Take a moment.
Whew. That was the second fall that we have seen on the live. Okay, I think she's...
Courage, Blondine. Allez.
It's getting tough.
Yeah.
She's a tough cookie.
She is. We saw the first fall when she was just descending down, having crossed the border into Switzerland, but was able to kind of roll out of it. That one didn't look too bad there, but
it just shakes you a little bit. It's like, oh.
Yep.
But yeah, to wrap it up on like that narrative on Rachel, it's like, you know, she's currently sitting in second.
Yep.
And still looking really good on her first participation to UTMB.
Yes.
I'm assuming she will be back because she'll be like, oh, I've banked on a lot of experience. I've figured out a problem solved.
All right, let's see if we can listen in here. Yeah, not hearing a lot of chat. So the gap has widened, as I was suspecting. Now 40 minutes. We will get an updated time as soon as she leaves Valersine, but it's looking like around 40 minutes between Blondine Lerhandel in the lead and Rachel Entrekin in second. She's looking very focused, but yep.
I like that.
But she's feeling it.
Yeah, very efficient transition. There's no second spared.
All right, in and out. Incredible aid station transition. She knows that there is a race on with Emily Schmitz. She knows Emily Schmitz is going to be coming into Valersine any minute now. I will be continually refreshing the page here. And the crowds are out. So are the dogs.
Let the dogs out.
That's what she wants. Everyone has been saying, where are the dogs to get Rachel through this race? They have responded. Okay, and now we are switching back to the finish line of UTMB for the men. This must be Antoine
Charbonneau.
Finishing in 8th overall. Running for the on-trail team. Running very smoothly and calmly to the finish, I'd say. No sprint required.
He's excited. Coming across the line as he should. Oh yeah, sorry. Max is in the wrong position here. Look at him. And he looks pretty fresh, actually. Oh yeah, the French commentators next door are absolutely screaming. Antoine Charbonneau, once again, winner of the TDS last year. And he would have done extremely well all throughout the day. And Louise on the line.
And there we are back in Valersine with Emily Schmitz. As we've been calling it, the race is so close between Rachel Entrekin in second, Emily Schmitz in third. Emily is now looking like she is working. Whew, she's a bit flushed. She's feeling the heat. Downing a Coke.
Yeah, she's still calm and composed.
Yep. But just more. Oh, she just said, I'm so tired.
Yeah, she looks a bit weathered, as you would after almost 20 hours of racing. And see, that's when the mental game comes in. It's like, how much are you wanting to push yourself? Push through it. Your body is screaming like, I want to be done. I want to stop. I could just sit down and call it a day. But no, that's not what you came for.
Emily Schmitz really having a standout performance today, but finally, I think, showing a little bit of the wear and tear that should be expected in a race that's this long. She's been chasing down Rachel Entrekin, hasn't been able to catch her yet, but she's close, and it's also starting to show.
And again, you know, it's a matter of mindset. It's like, hey, maybe you could have in your mind, like, oh, I'm not succeeding to catch Rachel. Or you could be like, holy moly, I'm in third. And
yeah. There we go. She's getting a bit of encouragement from the crowds, and she is off. So to give you the exact splits, we gave you earlier the split between Rachel and Blandine Lehandel, which was 40 minutes. And now we have 4 minutes in between Rachel Entrekin in second and Emily Schmitz in third. So it is interesting, you know, looking at the top 3 women and the different experiences that they bring to bear on this course. You know, Blandine Lehandel, someone with deep experience in the mountains, in Chamonix as well. Emily Schmitz, someone who has a deep experience on CCC in particular, now lives in the valley, trains in the valley. And then, as we've been discussing, Rachel Entrekin, who has not raced in the UTMB World Series finals before, but has had the last few weeks training on the course. So really, as we've been discussing across the 3 races of the UTMB World Series finals, you know, how much does experience on the course matter when it comes to a World Series for UTMB?
And again, just to also put things in perspective for those who are not too familiar with Blonde Leondale, if there's anyone left who's not familiar with her, but she's in the footsteps of Ruth Croft, and if she wins today, she will be the second person to win OCC, CCC, and UTMB. Second woman, sorry, because
second woman, yep.
Yeah, because Xavier has done it.
And when we say if, I think it's
when.
It's looking pretty good there.
When. But again, there we go.
So much respect for these women out here today. It is getting hot. It has been hot. We are now at 3:33 local time. So the temperature doesn't really, as we've been discussing, doesn't give a sense actually of how hot the runners are feeling it, but we could see it on Emily Schmitz's face and hear her say just how tired she was.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm surprised that Rachel didn't pick up ice. She might be comfortable with these weather conditions and not feeling like she need to cool down the jets. It looks like there's a bit of a breeze though, so. Ooh, what is that view? Who do we get? Is that coming? Oh yeah, that would be coming into Valenciennes. Anybody in the chat, Liam, or I don't know, to give us expertise, data on the segments to compare these ladies. I was also anticipating that Caleb Olson would have possibly scored the fastest time we've ever seen from Valenciennes, from La Flégère down to the finish in Chamonix.
That would be an interesting stat to check out. Okay, Blandine Lehandel, 12.4 kilometers to the finish.
With a fair amount of climbing.
Yeah,
well.
it doesn't seem like too much, but I'm sure to Blandine, she's not yet thinking about the finish line. She has got to get up to Flégère. We can see there on the graphic on the left, the climb that is in front of her. We know it is steep. We know there's a lot of vert on her legs already.
And it will drop before it goes back up.
But the crowds that will be waiting for her there up at Flégère have been growing and growing throughout the day. If you're in Chamonix, take the lift up from Les Pras, go to Flégère and cheer our leading way.
Hey gang, I'm back. Liam's been posting some stats for you.
Oh, well, I showed up empty-handed.
Let's jump in. Thank you, Liam. Really appreciate it.
Fireball.
There we go. Caleb Olsen recorded the second fastest ascent to Flégère from Vallorcine in race history. 1 hour, 29 minutes, 13 seconds. Only second to Jim's 2023 record, which was 1 hour, 28 minutes, 7 seconds. And his descent from Flégère to Chamonix, 29 minutes, 7 seconds, was the fastest in UTMB history.
Okay.
That describes the look on his face when he got to the finish line. And some of the people in the chat have been helping clarify for me that that's just how he is. You know, I was trying to read into his expression, but, you know, we can only make guesses from here. And there we have on the screen Yannick Noel, our 9th place man, coming into the finish, just 800 meters away from completing UTMB.
Martin, also, I don't know if you heard from Liam many moons ago now that Ben Demon was the first athlete ever to go sub 2 hours from the Grand Col Ferret to Champellac, 1:59.55. Yeah, so Liam has been dropping in some great stats.
As per usual.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And, yeah, just kind of... wow. I saw Brian Metzler, journalist, trail running journalist downtown, and he's like, you know what articles are all going to be out about next week is, why are these times so fast?
Yeah. I think more and more athletes are doing a whole lot of conditioning to be able to do that. Like, I know Baptiste Chassang did a lot.
Yeah.
He did a recce with Baptiste Cotentier, another Baptiste.
Yeah.
And they did the recce of UTMB. And Baptiste Cotentier was saying, like, Baptiste Chassang can open up on runnable downhill and just pound the ground repeatedly for 20K and have no damage to his legs. He's at this level of conditioning. So I'm guessing, yeah, this is probably part of it. I would suspect shoes make a difference these days. Like, when you see, I mean, hell, 20 years ago, they were running in freaking road shoes.
Yeah.
Like tennis shoes. It was a world difference.
And I also saw, I was just talking to Dawa Sherpa, the first ever winner of the UTMB back in 2003. And actually, rather than talking about trail running, I was just talking about what's happening in his country right now in Nepal.
Yes.
And so absolutely the devastation on the border with Tibet. And you know, some of the different initiatives that are already up and running to help that country, because it's going to be a massive recovery effort. I've already seen some of the numbers that the government in Nepal have been saying about it's going to cost billions to help rebuild that infrastructure. And at the moment, there's hundreds of people still missing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of you know, hey Dawa, how you doing? Enjoying the trail running? And it's kind of, yeah, there's a bit of a, got my mind elsewhere right now, and a lot of friends and people back home. So
And look at that smile.
Yeah.
Imagine how it feels. Like, you just have people cheering you on. You're coming into Chamonix. You've run just under 20 hours, which a few years back was completely unfathomable. Like, you would say, oh, you're going to run sub 20 hours at UTMB. It's like, no fucking way. Like,
yeah, Pau did 20 hours and 19 minutes in 2019 and then had this dream of breaking 20. And Ben Demon's like, hold my beer. Let's go breaking 19. So, yeah. Wow.
Unreal.
And
those finish line hugs. Man, there's a lot of dads. There's a lot of dads on that finish line. And young dads too. Like, there's a little babies. Love it. And you can see as well, like another testament that the sport is growing so much. Like all these athletes are above 900 UTMB index, which 3-4 years ago, there was maybe a handful of them above 900. And now there's dozens.
Yeah. And today we had unplanned, but we had 3 athletes in the studio. Hayden Hawks was in.
Oh.
And we had Christian Allen. And then we had Remy Bonnet.
I heard it I heard Remy, and I've been told about Christian because a few friends who know him with ACG is like, oh, who's that guy? His mullet is sick.
Oh yeah, yeah. Our friends in the chat, they were loving Christian's mullet. That was like next level. So yeah. So yeah, Martin, you've got a little bit of way to go to get to the Christian Allen mullet level.
Sometimes you just have to accept that things can be matched, and I will happily be trying. I go more for the dirty one though.
Yep.
Good old west coast of the South Island of New Zealand. Greymouth represent.
Yep. Hey, you lovely people in the chat. So we are coming up to almost 3:45. We have our race leader Blondine on the course. We're expecting Blondine into Chamonix. Predictions around about 5:15. So we are an hour and a half away. That would bring Blondine home in about 21 and a half hours. So Blondine, a bit like Ben Demon, Blondine's going to be the first athlete ever to go sub 22 hours if she continues on the way she does. And she could even be going sub 21 and a half hours. So it's a weekend it's been a week for impressive performances. And Blondine and Ben Demon have just like Lauren Gregory, Christian Minoggio, Frederic Tranchon, and who's the fourth one? Ingvild Kaspersen. Hold our beer.
And
we're going to join you. So Martin is hosting the Champions Walk tomorrow morning, where he gets to interview the 6 winners of the UTMB World Series Finals events. And so you can follow that here on the live tomorrow morning. What time are you starting that, Martin?
It's going to be 10:30. So it's going to be shorter this year because last year we were about half an hour per athlete, which allowed us to go a little bit more in depth and had a bit of fewer transitions.
Yep.
We're walking all across Chamonix to meet with these champions. This time it's a surprise. It's going to be a little bit of a different concept, just as entertaining. We'll be there from 10:30 a.m. local time through to 12, so 15 minutes per athlete, sharp and punchy, but just to give you a chance to have a debrief with these fantastic humans representing our sports on a very top end.
Yeah, I guess here's a question for you, Martin. I don't know if you know the answer. The athletes from today, when does the UTMB indexes get updated?
Oh, that's a very good question.
I don't know the answer. No idea. So,
oh wow, that is a good question. But I'm sure we can find out the anscer before the end of that.
No, it's just like what's Ben's UTMB index going to look like after this?
Today? No, for today it will take days.
Sure. No, I didn't think it was just like a magic switch across the finish line, but
no, because apparently it takes into consideration everyone's performance.
Of course.
To kind of understand if maybe something was easier or harder than usual because everybody ran like either faster or slower than anticipated time based on their UTMB index. So there are a lot of factors that come into play to calculate those. And so it usually takes a few days to process. But yeah, I'm also very curious to see how high those scores will be.
Hey, so just for now the focus starts to turn towards the bringing home our top 10 women. So we're expecting, kind of give you some timelines here. We're expecting Blondine into Chamonix around 5:15, and on our best calculations right now, our 10th place athletes should be coming into Chamonix about 8 p.m. So the head torches might just be on that final descent for the last couple of athletes as they get into the forest. So that's the kind of spread, and we're going to be following those now. We've got Blondine we've had Blondine on the camera, we've had Rachel, we've had Emily, and we'll be tracking them all the way down to 10. And then beyond that, the cameras will be on the finish line all the way through tomorrow. So you can see your friends crossing the finish line. You can also see them in the fixed cameras inside the different aid stations. You can go on the website, UTMB website, and follow the athlete to get those camera shots as well.
Yeah, there's so many resources on this platform, live.utmb.world. You've got everything you want and more. And with the new features this year, I gotta say, like, there's probably still stuff you will discover.
While I was
Here we go.
wrapping up our top 10.
Jean-Philippe Choumi from Switzerland, thanking the crowds. And gotta say, it's a pretty strong showing from Team Fuga this past 3 days.
Yep. And
Philippe looks like he's ready to be done as expected.
Yeah.
He knows how to hurt. Like he's a fighter.
Hey, the top 10, they all broke 20.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Wow. Yes. Well done, Jean-Philippe.
Choumi. Yeah. There we go, breaking into a smile. He is done, and so well done.
We got Pablo Villa. He's going to be our next finish in about 20 minutes, and then Drew Holman in about 25 minutes. They're on next to working their way now. They've gone through the checkpoint at Flagey. They are on the final descent as well. But yeah, top 10, all breaking 20.
Yeah, unreal.
Yeah.
Absolutely unreal.
So yeah, that's a good point now about the UTMB index. It was like, the course was easy this year, which it was not. The performances were exceptional.
Yeah, we were talking about it with Alexis, who's one of the French commentators, and he's like, weather conditions, I think, could not have been better, though, because even the rain at the beginning just allowed, because usually that first section from Chamonix all the way up and down, like Les Ouches up and down to Saint-Gervais and then Les Contamines, they're always hot on the back end of the day, and it's sometimes mucky, and that rain just kept it nice and cool to send them off into the night, and then they could get to Les Contamines, change into dry, and then stay dry throughout the night with the full moon glowing. It was pretty good, and I'm glad that there were athletes ready to absolutely give their best to translate this opportunity into insane times. Here we go.
As Rachel Entrekin, she's doing the douche grade climb all the way to the Col de Monte.
Creeping up on another competitor here.
And debut performance at the UTMB.
We talked about this, with Steph quite a bit, because people were like, oh, you're not giving any love to the Americans. It's like, oh, that is not true. And so, we talked a lot about this. And one thing I could add is, she's coming here for the first time. She's putting a lot of experience in the bank. She already had ticked a lot of boxes, and so far is in second place. And if she goes second at by the finish line, it would be second for her first participation. And if she comes back, there are stats with a certain Ruth Croft, who came the first time to UTMB, finished second, did her homework, came back and won. So this is already a rendezvous for next year for Rachel Entrekin. I'm pretty sure she's already doing the math at what she could improve, what she can work on, what was missing this year, so she could come back even stronger and try to climb the big W here in Chamonix.
Yeah, and if you do the comparison, Rachel's time into Vallecine, 1938, so she is 30 minutes ahead of Ruth's time from last year.
Yeah, but again, you can't compare with last year.
No, but
because
exactly.
But
it's just
snowing sideways throughout the night.
100%, but still, it's a benchmark.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have a little break.
Oh, yeah. True.
And then we'll be back in about 90 seconds.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
And we are back, everyone, live with the coverage of UTMB. And we are following our second place woman, Rachel Entrekin, on the screen. She is 14.6 kilometers to the finish, motoring along, powering her way through this 100-mile beast of a race. As we've been saying, she has trained on this course. She's put in the hard work. She's familiarized herself with these trails, knowing that they are different. She brings vast experience to the ultra running scene. She has a race experience and performance behind her that has gone viral and transcended the ultra and trail running community, crossed over into mainstream. That only happens with a few people. It's happened with Courtney Dauwalter. It's happened with a few others, but UTMB is UTMB for a reason. You know, this is the UTMB World Series Finals. This is as close as we will get so far, and she is putting everything out on the trail. Okay, now we have visuals of Emily Schmitz, our third place woman on the screen. Emily was looking so strong, really making time, catching ground on Rachel Entrekin. But then we saw at Valersine, at the last checkpoint, she was talking to her crew. She looked a bit cooked, and was saying just how tired she was to her crew, as anyone would be after running through the night and through the day, taking some little walk breaks here on this Jeep trail as she climbs. It's douche grade climb from Valersine over towards, she hasn't crossed Col de Monte yet.
No. While you were getting your fix of Coca-Cola,
yes,
Stephanie
I'm on
Case.
my seventh.
Yeah. We wrapped up the top 10 men, and
Cool.
all the top 10 was sub 20 hours. Just
Wow.
Jean-Philippe Schumi just got in under 20 hours. So yeah, top 10 men are home and dry.
Amazing.
I was explaining to the audience that we're kind of predicting Blondine ran about 5:15 into Chamonix, and we're expecting our top 10 to be wrapped up around about 8 p.m. Knocking on the door of the top 10 right now, we have Amanda Basham and Leah Yingling.
Yay, both moms.
Yeah, exactly. So they are just outside the top 10. So yeah, we got the drone shot on the right-hand side. That is the main road that takes you from Chamonix over the Col de Monte, down into to Valersine and onto Martigny. And we've been in all of those places over the last 2 or 3 days, following all of our runners.
Absolutely. And any minute now, we should get an update on Kareth Arnold. Also from the U.S., taking a bit of a sweep of the top 5, 3 of the top 5 on the women's side. Kareth should be coming to Valersine any minute now. And estimated 12 minutes behind her, Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland. And then Lucy Bartholomew from Australia, having a great day. She just does better every time that she comes to UTMB. And I was predicting she would be in the top 5, and she's close.
Yep, and then we got Jasmine Lau there. So, yep, so it was a good little group of athletes there. Antonina Iushina.
Okay,
we go.
And there we have Kareth on this. Nope. Yes. Kareth also looking incredibly hot, just like Emily Schmitz was. This is giving us an indication of just how the runners are feeling the heat in this mid to late afternoon.
Yep.
She is fueling. She is moving with purpose, taking in some Coke, taking in some sugar. Whew. It is a long night, a long day, but she's fueling well. It's just good to see. Anytime you can get liquid in, anytime you can get food in, it's a plus, particularly this late in the game. Marta and I were chatting earlier about how important it is to fuel, but you will be running a deficit. It is so hard to be able to keep up with the amount of calories that you are burning, and also the amount of liquid that you're losing.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's sweat loss is different. Everyone's salt needs are different. I was giving an example earlier about how Ida Sophie Hegeman, who is on my team, she barely sweats and her salt needs are really at the lowest of the bell curve.
Yep.
And that's such a benefit because then you don't need to replace as much fluid, as much salt. And when you have sometimes hours in between aid stations, that can be a massive advantage. Whereas others on the team, myself included, need sometimes a liter an hour or more, liter and a half an hour, and you can't possibly replace everything that you need. And when you do that for consecutive hours, no matter how good you are at fueling and hydrating, there's bound to be some kind of imbalance or deficit as you get near the end of a big race like this. So Kareth Arnold showing us all how it's done. Looking very focused.
Yep, so Kareth is about to leave the aid station in Valacine. One more significant climb up to La Flégère. So in terms of, the first four women, and there's race first four women through Valacine. Now, Blondine has had a 41-minute gap to Rachel. Rachel was about 3 minutes ahead of Emily, and Emily is about 24 minutes ahead of...
Attention,
Oops.
je suis sur team 25.
Oh, no. That is our third fall that we've seen from Blondine Landau.
And in relatively recent time.
Yeah, two pretty close together.
Mm-hmm.
Just another sign of the fatigue. We saw Ben Demon take a fall.
Yep.
This is not abnormal whatsoever, but it just gets harder and harder to be able to lift your feet, to be precise on technical trails like this. You can see the tree rocks, you can see the roots. It's not the most technical trail, but after over 20 hours of running, it just takes one tiny little lapse of concentration to catch a toe, and then you're over. And what you don't want to do is, pull back so much or be so conservative that you slow down more than you want to.
Yeah, Blondine she's got 3.5 kilometers to get to the top, to La Flégère. So 10K to the finish. Yeah, and now it's Blondine against Blondine because she has a 40-minute gap to Rachel Entrikin.
Oh, there we go. And there is the fall. Oof.
I definitely saw the root move, then it moved up. Those roots, they are little buggers. They're terrible.
Tricks. Well, when the hallucinations start to come in, it does look like the roots are moving. But what Blondine is very good at when she falls is actually falling well. Because there is a technique to falling well. She turns to her side, lands on the more fleshier parts of her arm that can take the fall rather than, when you hit your knee, when you hit the bony parts that stick out, then there's blood. And she's been able to have 3 falls with no bleeding.
Yep.
Which, that's a skill.
And a little adrenaline rush just thrown in will maybe help with the alertness as she does this last segment up to La Flégère.
Sarah Alonso, who came in third in OCC, is also a master at falling well. You know, if you are moving quickly, if you are pushing hard and long, like Blandine Lerondelle, like all of the athletes at the top, you will fall at some point. And so learning how to do it without breaking skin, that's something we should all learn.
I think these falls always look worse in slow motion as well.
They do, but thanks to the production team for giving us that playback. Okay, Blandine Lerondelle has 3.5 kilometers to the next summit. You can see she's put her poles away, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah. It's, don't know.
Yeah, I can't explain that one. Maybe she's just feeling like there was, with the number of falls that she's taken, that the poles are just, one more complication. If you fall when you've got a pole in your hand, it can jab the wrong thing. So maybe she's just trying to go pure style, power hiking, hands on the legs. She knows that this is her final climb. She's only 10 kilometers to the finish, and so she's doing whatever she thinks is best to get it herself as quickly as possible. She's got the lead locked up, but what she doesn't want to do is have a bad fall, because that's really the only thing that could take away the pretty significant lead that she has over Rachel Entrekin. Again,
2.8K is the gap there. And, earlier this morning, we saw Rachel on the climb up to Arnuva, and we suggested that she was having a low moment. And in the last hour or so, Rachel looks like she's, it's like, okay, this is relatively short for my HOKA 250, but Rachel looks like she's got some kind of, spring in her step.
Yeah, it looks like she's either come back a bit from when she was coming out of Arnuva, and she told all of us that she felt like she'd been hit by a bus, or it's a matter of perception, or the others have just kind of also started to show signs of wear and tear, and I think it's a bit of both.
Yeah, but if you just look at Rachel right now, if I think of Rachel from this morning with the Arnuva, it seems to be a different Rachel Entrekin right now, and I think it's all to do with solar power. And, those glasses, as well as kind of giving her a whole new vibe, are also kind of absorbing some solar power as well. So this is, it looks like this section of the course is suiting Rachel.
Yeah, and also, the knowledge that she is really getting into the final stretch. Looks like she's smiling there to the crowds. That's the spirit that everyone is used to seeing. But certainly, it can be so daunting when you're only halfway through the race or over halfway through the race, and there's a big question mark. There's an unknown of what's ahead and what you've got to do. But she is just 13 kilometers from the finish. She can probably start to realize, start to smell that no matter what happens, she's got a podium here.
Yep. Got a great question for you from the chat, Stephanie Case. Do elite trail runners practice falling? Is it part of your training program?
That's a good question. As an elite trail runner myself, I cannot say that I have intentionally practiced falling, but certainly it does become part of it. I think, one of the things that trail runners really do, especially if you are elite, if you are a pro, that you need to practice is getting rid of that fear and that hesitation in running downhill, learning how to lean into the downhill. We tend to be conservative, particularly when we're more in the beginning stages of kind of leaning back, because we think that that's the best way to go downhill, but that actually makes you a lot more unstable. So gaining that confidence to lean into the downhill, to lean forward so that you can go faster, it means you do risk falling. But that's the only way that you will be able to efficiently tackle some of these descents. Ludo Pomeray himself has actually mentioned this. He said you have to be willing to risk a fall in order to do the descents properly.
So just at the finish line now, 11th overall in a time of 20 hours and 15 minutes. So from Spain, congratulations to Pablo Villa. And we're about 8 minutes out, or maybe less, celebrating our Boulder boy, Drew Holman from the United States. Drew is going to be home and dry in the next 5 minutes or so.
And there we go. Blondine back into a run. She'd already put her poles away. Look of concentration on her face.
Still got that bounce in her step.
Yeah.
So impressive after 20 hours.
It really is.
And after Drew Holman, we have the Raul Butaci from Romania. Raul's going to be our next one. And then Andreas Rieder, he's come from nowhere. Cody Lind also. Cody Lind is up to 15th, and he's also on the way. So, yeah, so Cody Lind, we haven't meant... He was way outside the top 20, but, yeah, Cody has just been chipping away. And then your buddy down in 20th place.
Saga Santos Gabriel Urueda. He is just such a great guy. Certainly top 20 is nothing to be ashamed about, but he is capable of absolutely getting inside that top 10. So interested to hear afterwards, how his race has gone. Cody Lind out there being supported by his partner, Meg McKenzie, who is also the assistant athlete manager for On.
Yeah, and bit of Polish power. We've had some great engagement in the chat all the last few days from our friends in Poland. So Kamil Lesniak, he is also on his way down to Chamonix. He's about 30 minutes away. And while you were as well, we were just telling everyone that Martin now knows who he will be hanging out with tomorrow morning on the Champions Walk.
Okay, and we've got a request in the chat. Can we get some comments on some more of the top 10 women outside the top 3? Absolutely. We're seeing images of the top 3 women, but we are definitely keeping our eye on the top 10. And even just outside of the top 10, one of the storylines coming into this was Lucy Bartholomew, who, if any of you have been following ultra running at any point over the last 10, 15 years, you would know Lucy Bartholomew's name. But I had called her out as really being capable of getting in the top 5, and she is so close. Lucy Bartholomew, someone who got into the ultra running scene incredibly young, in her teens. She ran her first ultra, with her dad. She went straight from high school to become a pro, and she's been able to continue to stay in the sport and at the top of the sport with an incredible career. Here we're seeing a replay of the men's finish. But just sticking with Lucy Bartholomew, she is a Western States winner. She is frequently at the top on the podium. But a lot of the media that's been following her, we're starting to hear, this is the second wave of Lucy Bartholomew. And she has slowly been picking her way up the rankings in UTMB and played it very smart, had an incredibly strong year. If we look at her background, at what she has done this year in terms of results, second at Lavaredo at the 120K, second at Transvolcania, third in a 20K in March, which is incredible, 10th at Tarawera. And of course, at UTMB last year, she was 7th, absolutely capable of bettering that result here. And just a really positive, lovely person. I've had the pleasure of being able to interview her on a podcast, one of the most fun podcast interviews I've gotten the chance to do. So big shout out to Lucy. Excited to see her there up in 6th place. And Kasia Dąbrowska. I know that all of the Polish fans there in the chat, Kasia is someone who is such a pleasure to follow. If you don't follow her on social media, jump on board. She is a strong athlete. Go into her profile. All you will see are a string of firsts from this year. First at Val d'Aran, the 100-miler by UTMB World Series Major. She suffered through nausea, sleepiness, still battles her way to a first. First at Ultra Trail Australia, dealt with some cramps right before the finish, still finished in first. She had a DNF at Trans Gran Canaria, which I think really rattled her a bit, but came back from that strong and had a really good build up into UTMB. She runs for On, so she's having a great day after DNFing at UTMB last year. And there we go. In the aid station, I was just speaking about her, Kasia Dombrovska, the athlete for On, taking in some fuel. Looks like she's having some Fanta. Her partner, Maciek, will be there supporting her. He's always there to make sure that she is well cared for. Kasia has so much support. Oh, she's shaking her head a bit. Everyone that we're seeing come through right now is showing that they're suffering. This is tough. This is tough, but we've seen Kasia move through difficult moments before. During Val d'Arène by UTMB, she was so nauseous she could barely take in any food. Maciek was playing her voice notes from her coach, I think from her nutritionist. Even at one point on the trail, when the live camera feed was with her, she sat down on the trail, put her head in her hands just to try to get a little bit of a nap. So she was able to battle through that. She can battle through this. Okay, she's taking the time to hydrate. Everyone's looking so flushed coming in, giving a sense of the heat that they're feeling. Particularly being out there all day in the sun. There's no cloud cover today. No. So it's not just the temperature, it's also the sun. And that can exhaust you in a bit of a different way. Now, as we're watching Kasia do her transition, that's a good sign. She is taking in some noodles, taking in some real food, something other than gels. At this point in the race, all of the athletes, unless they are superhuman, are going to be experiencing some kind of a gel fatigue. When you take in sweets, particularly that amount of sugar for so many hours. We are over 20 hours now into the race. It is incredibly hard on the stomach. And so to give a little bit of variety, most nutritionists, dietitians, I would think all of them would suggest taking in a bit of solid food just for that mouthfeel, just for that variety to mix things up.
Seen the guy dressed as a carrot at the back.
Speaking of food. That's awesome.
Just trying to blend in and it just...
Kasia is not paying any attention to the carrot.
No. Because when you said solid food and like...
Yeah.
Yep.
That was brilliant.
Yep. But maybe he's representing carrot cake.
Just to round out some more of the coverage outside of the top three, ahead of Kasia was Karith Arnold. Now, Karith, absolutely incredible. She is a mom, I believe a mom of two. She won TDS, which again, some people think because it's outside of the finals during UTMB week, so it doesn't get as much attention, but absolutely it's a beast of a race. It is more technical, has more vert per climb. There, Kasia is off, giving a kiss to her husband.
Kasia.
She goes on her way. So she will be trying to keep up with or chase down Karith Arnold. So Karith won TDS last year. This year, incredible year. Second in the 100K at Canyons. Also second at Hard Rock. And Hard Rock, very different race. Some people put it in the same category as UTMB, but similar elevation, but at much, much higher altitude, and so much longer finishing times. I think it took her around 30 hours to finish Hard Rock, but always really cool to see someone's career. I think Kara's career has almost taken off after she became a mom. And if I'm right, we can fact check me. I believe she's in her mid-30s. So that is Kara Arnold. I hope that gives you a little bit more of a sense of who we are seeing in the women's field beyond just the top three. We will continue that coverage after this break. So as we are seeing these images of Rachel Unterkin in second, please stay with us. We will be back with you momentarily.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe to come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series Finals. We are in 20 and a half hours since we started the UTMB yesterday evening. We've got Rachel Unterkin on the screen right now. Rachel in second place, and somewhere ahead of Rachel, almost at the top of the La Flégère, is our race leader and soon to be champion of the UTMB, we believe, Blandine Lirondale. Blandine will, by the fact of winning, become the third athlete to have won OCC, CCC, and UTMB, following in the steps of, first of all, it was Xavier Thévenard, then last year it was Ruth Croft, and Blandine will become the third athlete to achieve that incredible milestone. And if you want to add a cherry on the top, Xavier Thévenard also won the TDS as well, so next level. And Xavier went through a lot of illness, dealing with Lyme's disease, but the good news is it took him a long time to get over that, many years, but Xavier is now back racing. And here we go, our soon-to-be champion. We are predicting about another hour for Blandine Lirondale, and I am here, as always, with Stephanie Case.
Here, here. And, you know, interesting you mentioned about Xavier Thévenard. I'm also doing TDS because I wonder what, now's not the time to ask, but I wonder what Blandine will be thinking about after winning UTMB and being part of this elite group of having won OCC, CCC, UTMB, because given what she said in her pre-race interview and the kinds of races that she likes to do, like Diagonale de Fou, TDS is actually a race that would suit her, I think, much better.
What about Hard Rock 100?
Oh, yeah. I mean...
Yeah, because I was reading the other day that the quadruple for the athletes would be Western States,
yep,
Diagonale de Fou, UTMB, and Hard Rock.
Yeah. Do you know when she did not get picked for Hard Rock? I can't remember if it was this year or last year.
Yep.
There was a whole French movement, public movement, to try to get her into the race after the fact, which is not how Hard Rock works, but just gave a sense of how much support everyone had for her. So hopefully we'll see her again in the lottery this year, and who knows?
Okay, and they said, otherwise we're going to send Ludo over to win for the second time, and that's exactly what they did.
Exactly. Okay, question in the chat. Can we explain for the spectators what are the differences, or what are the different races, UTMB, CCC, OCC, TDS, etc.? So there are many races that happen throughout the week. Yes, Keith?
One thought is, should we answer this question through the lens of the history of the UTMB?
Why not?
So way back in 2003, I just
love the look on your face.
No, it's just more, I'm conscious that we've covered some of these questions before, so how can we reshape this? So way back in 2003, there was the UTMB. And you can, the crib sheet is right in front of you there. Then the decision was made in 2006, let's create another race, because there was a lot of demand for the UTMB, but that would still be equally challenging, which was the CCC, 20 years of that this year.
Which covers basically the final 2/3 of the UTMB course.
100, and these acronyms, so C for Courmayeur, C for Champelec, and C for Chamonix, although Francesco Puppi has now adopted an Italian alternative to this, which is quite good. It's like C, as in the Italian C, yes, C, 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 especially if you win. Then in 2008, there was a lot of demand from the UTMB runners that had done the race a couple of times. Hey, we need a newer challenge for the UTMB runners. So the Petit Trot de Leon, which basically celebrates, it's not a race in the same as all the others. It's a challenge. It's 300 kilometers. 25,000 meters of elevation, 2 or 3 people. Back in the original days, you had to have at least 2 people in the team that had finished the UTMB. Then in 2009, we had, and I'm going to give that one to you, Steph, because you've just run the race.
Yes, in 2009, that was the first year of TDS. So that's actually when I personally first learned about UTMB, and I thought, this sounds cool. I'm going to sign up. Of course, it was full. So started the TDS race. Back then, it was 120 kilometers starting in Chamonix, ending in Courmayeur. They switched it, put it in reverse the year after. It is now evolved into a 150-kilometer race, but it has almost the same elevation, about 9,500 meters of elevation, almost the same elevation as UTMB, but in a slightly shorter distance, and it's more technical. So more vert per kilometer and more technical. And TDS sits outside of the UTMB World Series. That title is reserved only for OCC, CCC, and UTMB.
Would you like to explain what TDS stands for?
Trace des Ducs de Savoie?
Yeah, so sur le track, in English it would be on the tracks of the Duke of Savoie. So basically either side of the Mont Blanc, both on the French and the Italian sides, used to be governed by the Duchy of the region of Savoie. So that's why on the Courmayeur side, majority of people there are also speaking French. So it's celebrating the historical geography of that particular region. So, Catherine and Michelle like to do that. In 2010, UTMB added the minis race for all the young children in Chamonix, and actually this year, every one of the 9 communes has also had the kids race, so they've expanded it all around the Mont Blanc. 2014, Switzerland were like, hey, we would like a race to start in Switzerland. So the OCC was born in 2014. So O for Orsières in Switzerland, C for Champelec, and C for Chamonix. 2015, you might have a better idea about this particular one.
YCC?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't remember. I was actually running TDS again that year, but YCC was the youth race that started that year.
And they have...
You know what? Actually, this is the stat. Lucy
Bartholomew, there we go.
Won as a youth. She won her first UTMB race back in 2015, and now we are seeing her here running in 6th place in UTMB, which is so cool to think about.
Brilliant. And then 2 more. Whoever asked the question is like, wow, did I really ask this question? I'm sorry. So 2018, the UTMB decided to create a race starting in Martigny, the MCC. And this is open to the people who live in the region, but also the volunteers. So they really wanted to create a race for that. And then finally, 2022, the ETC, which is the Experience the Trails of Courmayeur. So that is 15 kilometers with a lot of climb, 1,200 meters. And yeah, that took place on Tuesday of this week. So those, I think, are all of the UTMB races. And from the history going back to 2003.
There you go. Why isn't UTMB ever run the other way around clockwise? Because the world would start spinning in the opposite direction. That's why. So that does give you a sense. Also, another question about the index. We have covered this a few times throughout the broadcast, but just quickly in summary, your index is kind of like your ranking, but the higher your UTMB index, the higher the number, the better performance, the better the ranking. So every time you do a UTMB World Series race, once you finish, you get a number, an index, which is based on a particular algorithm that takes into account the race terrain, the weather, and it's kind of a measure of how your performance was over what was possible. Now, your total UTMB index is based on your best 5 races over the last 3 years. And then when you come into a UTMB World Series final, for example, if there are different starting waves, where you sit in the race, whether you're considered elite or not, that is based on your overall UTMB index. So I hope that helps.
Yannick was asking about have the times changed dramatically different in terms of guys like this year having 10 people under 20. So it wasn't long ago, 2019, Pau Capel won in 20 hours and 19 minutes. That was the closest to 20 hours. And then after the pandemic, we had Kilian and Mathieu Blanchard, sub 20. Jim Walmsley's also gone sub 20. Tom Evans has gone sub 20. And then now we've got 3 athletes that have just done sub 19. So all of a sudden in the last few years. And one of the reasons why is carbon, the footwear. The shoes have got better. Carbs, nutrition is getting better and better. The other C is cooling. Around, now we've seen ice bandanas, for example, today. Oh. Almost having a smile to herself there, Rachel, as she was kind of moving, sneak a little sit down. And then the final C is kind of what we're calling chrono, which is a lot of the training now is very specific for all the athletes. So there's the 4 C's are part of the reason for so much of this dramatic improvement, as well as probably the natural talent of some of these wonderful athletes.
How are you doing? We're fine?
Sure.
Sure. Very good.
Let's listen in.
Yeah, that was a great catch.
Okay, a little bit of dialogue there. I think it was, how are you doing? Are you doing okay? Sure. She answered.
While you were away grabbing your charging cable, there was a big step down, and Rachel got down and ended up just like almost sitting back on this. It was such a high step, but she recovered really well.
Yeah.
Yep, here we go. Blondine digging in, almost out of the trees now.
Blondine moving consistently, but definitely slower than she was earlier today. We can see Rachel is moving, has been moving well, showing that she's gotten, as you say, Keith, a little bit more kick in her step in this final part of the course. Blondine is showing a little bit more tiredness, as you would expect from anyone. We see now a split screen between the two of them. I think Rachel's gotten a second wind, a third wind.
Yeah,
gets closer to the end of this course.
Sorry, Blondine's won, and it's probably feeling like a 5K, but Blondine's got 1.4 kilometers on the ground to get to the very top now. Once she gets out of this, there should be a decent crowd up there to start encouraging Blondine to keep going. So, yeah. Yeah, every little cheer is making a difference. Yeah, currently Blondine is expecting La Flagère in 8 minutes, but I would say that is not going to happen.
Maybe 10.
Yeah, Blondine's kind of like regrouping. She's going to get there. It just won't be 8 minutes.
Yeah, agree. Whereas the algorithm says that Rachel and Emily will get there in 52 and 59 minutes. Rachel is moving quite well at the moment. I think she's going to beat the algorithm. Blondine might be a little bit slower. And we'll see how Emily is doing. She'll be followed by Gareth Arnold, Kasia Jambroska, Lucy Bartholomew, Jasmine Lowther, who we haven't talked about yet. Jasmine from Canada, who did very well at the Trail Champs last year, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, if you
quickly look that up.
Distance on the ground, you've got Emily Schmitz. Emily is, Emily's about 800 meters in distance on the ground she's in third behind Gareth. And then the gap between Gareth is 3 kilometers between Blondine and Rachel. There we go. Lucy Bartholomew is in the house in Vallorcine. And as we've said with all of the runners, you can see now that the heat is really, and the guy with the carrot.
There we go. Lucy Bartholomew and being supported by Ryan Sands, the carrot standing by silently. That's a bit freaky. Lucy also looking similar to the other women who have come in before her, looking cooked. But she is drinking. She's fueling. These are all super positive signs. And really to have a teammate like Ryan Sands with his deep experience, he has struggled out on the UTMB course. He knows what it's like to battle through. You know, you can't really have a better crew than that.
And Lucy, when she was doing Lavreda this year, when she came second to Maya Buddha, she was crewed by Martina Valmasoy. So the Salomon team showing up for each other one way or the other. You're either racing or you're supporting. Both ways count. Another ice bandana. They have been the thing today here from the Vallorcine aid station.
Unfortunately, Martina Valmasoy, also an incredibly strong athlete who I was expecting big things from at UTMB. I think she was herself, particularly after the year she's had to pull out of the race earlier. But Lucy is going strong, and I'm impressed at how much she's eating right now. This is good.
Ice, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, I sent you a comment about the lid on the HOKA bottles. I've had so many outdoor stores in Denver that know me going, hey, Keith, we can sell these. So they've got them. So there's plenty of them out there, apparently, Steph case. So you've got a lot of willing retailers looking forward to selling you some.
Hit me up. I need some of these flip bottles, guys.
Yeah. There we go. Lucy Bartholomew is out and about on her way to Chamonix.
Our 6th place women, let's just do a check on the time gap. So Lucy Bartholomew left Vallorcine just over 15 minutes, just waiting for the site to update her exact exit time. There we go. 18 minutes. And wow, Jasmine Lowther has come through.
Wow.
At exactly the same time that Lucy Bartholomew left Jasmine Lowther from Canada running for Arc'teryx. Yeah, she was 4th in the Long Trail World Mountain and Trail Running Championships last year. Standout performance last September.
And Jasmine was doing exactly what she did now. She came through the field in that second half.
Yeah.
So doing the same here.
Now, she has an 8th at OCC last year as well. So she did a quick turnaround from OCC to the World Mountain Trail Championships just 1 month later in 2024. She DNF'd at CCC, but has a 4th place at CCC in 2022. So she is a real contender and racing incredibly smartly. We know that she has taped her ankle here because she tends to go over on her ankle a bit. So she's taped her ankle before the race. She made sure to reduce the chance that she would go over on the technical trails and the light. She had her head torch and her waist torch. She's got ice bandana on. She is an absolute pro. She knows how to move through this course, in particular, given the experience that she has in the Chamonix Valley.
I love the aerial shot now of Blondine. It's like she's got all these minders making sure that the media stay away from her as she marches with these long shadows as well. It's kind of like the Secret Service looking after Blondine as she comes out of the forest and makes her way the final kilometer now up to La Flégère. And I would say, looking at Jasmine Lowther, Lucy Bartholomew and Kasia Dubrovska, they are well within her sights. So top 5 is still a good option for Jasmine Lowther. Yeah, Blondie's not going to be that far. She's going to be slightly outside the projected time, but not much considering. So, yeah, still tapping it out.
Yeah.
Tapping it out.
Go, 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 go. What a rhythm.
And I tell you what, Chamonix is going to go wild for Blondine once she gets down to the finishing area. It's going to be a party. And Ludo will make sure it's a party.
And Jasmine is off. She has set out giving Lucy Bartholomew a run for her money. Wow, it's exciting to see some of the women so close together this late in the race. There's a race definitely between Lucy and Jasmine. And still between Rachel and Emily, although Rachel's looking quite strong at this, relatively speaking, at this stage of the race. So I had thought that Emily was going to overtake her, but we've had a switch in energy.
Yeah, we saw that. Emily used probably a lot of energy to almost catch Rachel, and that is sometimes the danger. So just gone for the
And as you pointed out, Keith, Riley Brady, who we had been following for a while, sitting in 10th. They've dropped down to 13th place, still doing quite well, but Amanda Basham and Leah Yingling from the U.S. have pulled ahead. Really just an incredible showing from the Americans across the UTMB races this year. I feel like there's a lot more Americans in the top than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, both. I think France and the US right now are probably the two strongest countries in terms of depth. But yeah, right now, Amanda Basham and Leah Yingling are knocking on the door of the top 10. They are, both of those, they will be into Valacine in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good point. Easy in the comments saying I thought it was against the rules to run with the runners. It's true. You can't have pacers. You can't have your support crew, running. I mean, 50 meters, okay, in and out of an aid station. But here, these are just fans. These are spectators. These are, no one that has been set up specifically to support Blondine. They're there to cheer on all of the runners coming through. And so the main consideration here is just to make sure that no one gets in the runner's way, no one gets in Blondine's way.
Yep. I remember probably the largest group of people coming up this La Flèche, if it was when Killian was leading, when he beat Mathieu Blanchard.
Yeah.
It was hundreds of people. It was just the magnitude of Killian as an athlete. And so, yeah, the crowds were insane just going alongside him. And, it's kind of more support than pacing. So, yeah. The crowd all the way up there to the top of La Flégère, waiting to cheer on our first woman. We've got a slow-mo coming up.
And
oh
no! And we have a fall from Rachel Entrekin.
I haven't seen that one before. No,
seen that either.
Yeah.
So this is just becoming a club that all of the leaders are joining.
Yep.
That everyone at this stage is showing signs of the miles on their legs. But again, Rachel, like the others, like Blondine, has been able to fall, pick themselves up, and carry on their way.
Yep. The guys, we did say if somebody falls in front of you, don't look at it as an opportunity to go past them. Look at it as an opportunity to be a good person. Unfortunately, the guy that was trying to help Rachel was also stood on a pole. It's like, but the intention was there to help. So yeah. Yeah.
What a boost. I mean, she is deep in her own thoughts right now, just concentrating on going up this final climb before she starts the descent. That's when she can really start to think about the finish line. You almost have to put the finish line out of your head until you get close enough to know that it's a reality. Yeah, question SLL in the chat. I was wondering the same thing. Is that blood on the back of Rachel's calf, or does she have a tattoo? I was actually wondering if it was KT tape on the back of her calf, but I do think she has a tattoo.
Right.
I want to say it was of some kind of a totem pole type thing, but I could be totally wrong there.
I
know we have Rachel fans in the chat, so this is where you can be helpful. Let us know what if it is a tattoo. I could be wrong, but I remember seeing it in a video that I was watching of Rachel.
Yep. The final steps, the final climb of, other than the bridge down in Chamonix for our race leader.
Look, she's getting emotional there. Blondine Lerandel.
Wow.
Our women's leader. When the women get emotional, it always makes me emotional. Coming up with the crowds, the support. Gosh, if she is getting emotional here, she is going to lose it when she gets to Chamonix. She has so much support. As she should. Oh, thank you, Zach Miller's hat. It's a Hopi Native American symbol on the back of Rachel's calf.
Very good.
I was close.
It's like a snowball. As Blondine moves along, the crowd gets bigger and bigger. Sounds like straight off the football terraces as well.
Just seeing this moment alone makes me want to run UTMB again, but I know that they don't do this for all of the runners, so you'd have to be at the top.
You could rent a crowd though, Steph.
Certainly, it has just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger year after year. I don't think they did this the last time I ran UTMB many moons ago.
So looking at the crowd, that means Blondine's running.
Wow. All smiles.
This is like a fully caffeine gel, but human kind of delivery. Brilliant.
And they're holding a head of Killian behind her, which I can't really figure out why, but, fine.
Yeah. Well, he was maybe going to race. So, he's like, well, I already made the head. I'm going to use it.
That's hysterical. Blondine Lerandel, our UTMB women's leader for, it's been almost the entire the entire race. It's been since pretty much the beginning, since last night, since the start. We saw her go through
Saint-Gervais. Yeah, wow.
As the women's leader, and that's something we actually haven't commented on before, that she has been leading this race from the get-go. Wow, what determination, what consistency, what strength.
We got the bagpipes. So yeah, it's like Blondine is the Pied Piper of trail runners, right? French trail runners. This is it's pretty cool, eh? It might not be everybody's cup of tea, but I think the crowd, other than pushing her up the hill, are doing everything else they can.
Yeah, I mean this has got to be hers. If it's not, she's drinking it. Oh, Blondine. If you weren't a fan of Blondine before, you have got to be now. This is a moment that, you know, these cameras being so close are bringing us all into look at the crowd as she digs the final turn towards Flégère and then gets to put her poles away and start the descent towards Chamonix, where she will be able to take her victory as the women's leader.
Wow, if this is what it's like.
Oh my God.
Flégère, Chamonix is going to go absolutely mental. This is going to be brilliant.
Everyone is out to cheer her on. It doesn't get better than this. She almost looks embarrassed by the attention. I can't even imagine what the reception would have been like at Diagonale des Fous, which is the French race that you have to do on La Réunion.
We haven't had this for any other runner so far.
Nope.
So, yeah.
Look at that support.
There's even folks in the chat in the US saying, I didn't even know Blondie, but now I love her as well. So now this is, wow. She can have a little moment here in the aid station. It's a bit of a breather.
200%.
But then she is going to be cheered all the way down this final descent, 7K into Chamonix. Loving it.
And she is back to running. Gosh, the crowds like that are like taking 3 gels at once. She's putting her poles away, and she is now starting her final descent towards Chamonix.
There's one more aid station, I think, which is like the green room where you can just have a moment. Yep, here it comes. She's going to go off to the right-hand side now, and none of the crowd are going to be allowed up there.
Yeah.
So, Blondine, this is your 2 minutes to have a moment before you descend.
We'll see if she... There we go. Everyone is stopped. No one is allowed through the arch. Blondine can have a minute to herself.
Wow.
Making her do a little cheeky final climb. She's pulling out a flask, pulling out both flasks. Let's see if she takes in some Coke, a few calories, a bit of fuel. She's almost there, but it's still going to be hopefully under an hour so that she can finish under 22 hours. Should be. The finish is at 173.6 kilometers, and she is at 166.6. So let's do the math. It's about 7K.
Yeah, I'm going to let you know, because the weather by here was better last year. So Ruth Croft did the final descent from La Flégère to Chamonix last year in 48 minutes.
Yep.
So Blondine is going to be there and thereabouts to be the first woman ever to do sub 22.
Yep.
But that's in addition to all of the other recognition that's coming her way.
Let's go.
Oh. Is she going into the medical tent? I think she was. Probably one of those falls. I think, unless it was a bathroom. She was going somewhere. and somewhere where the camera wasn't allowed to go.
Got it. And we're back with our second woman, Rachel Entrekin, having a standout performance in her first UTMB finals. She has been able to rally, to come back after the low that she was in for a good part of this morning and early afternoon, but she has gotten her second wind. She has come back. She knows how to do these long races. That is not an issue for her whatsoever. And she's been able to maintain her second place. The gap has widened between Rachel and Blondine, but she's been able to hold off Emily Schmitz, which was not looking super certain earlier. Americans now 3 out of the top 5. So in terms of nationalities, dominating at this UTMB race on the women's side. On the men's side, the Americans also did well along with the French, as you were saying. American, French, that's the top 4. And then followed by 3 more French in the top 10.
Yeah, that was apparently it's a bio break.
A bio break, there we go.
There we go.
So there have been questions about whether elites poop and pee, and we do. Sometimes out on the trail, sometimes at the aid station.
They got the signs for Blondine the queen.
There we go.
Oh.
Come on, you can do it, Blondine. You can do it. Let's go. Ooh, showing a bit of a vulnerable moment there. It's only 7-something K, but
it's gonna hurt on that descent. So yeah,
it
but
is.
She's got time in the bank, and
so much time.
I think. And there she goes. Wow.
So the algorithm is guessing that she'll be 45 minutes. I think maybe a little bit more, given how she's moving.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the algorithm has Rachel Entrekin coming into La Flagère in 30. So it looks like Rachel's starting to claw back a bit of that time that Blondine has put in between them. But I mean,
look at her now. She is, and this first section on the ski piste is it's a tough thing. So yeah, it's almost a kilometer here before she drops left into the forest, and she's almost like zigging and zagging. But
yeah.
They're all waiting to see her.
Her quads are going to be screaming at the moment.
100%. And some of the relatively shorter races, the OCC, the CCC, we've seen some amazing races already this week, and athletic performances. Now we're seeing a champion that's slugging it out with carrying all the bruises of 21 hours on the trail. And also almost 10, let's not forget, almost 10,000 meters, 35,000 feet of climbing. And that's not a bad view as you descend down into the Chamonix Valley with the Mont Blanc there with a nice fresh coating of snow delivered yesterday. Yeah, this is, yep. Can you hear her quad screaming?
All she has to do is just hold it together for another 45, 50 minutes or so. And she's there. And she can stop.
So yeah, Blondine will, once she does drop into the woods, then that will be her chance to escape the rest of the runners that are around her now. But yeah, here it's coming up. There's a left-hand turn on the trail quite soon, I think.
And And we've got a split screen between Blondine on the left descending towards Chamonix and Rachel Antwerpen moving very well towards La Flagère. Rachel's definitely got a pep in her step again.
So, yeah, 6 kilometers now for Blondine. So, almost one down, 6K to go. Halfway down that 6K, she'll see another big crowd at the Café La Floria. There we go, 2.7 kilometers between Blondine and Rachel.
Peter in the chat is commenting that Blondine should do the Alonso snake going downhill. So when Sarah Alonso got 3rd place in OCC just 2 days ago, she did the worm.
The worm, she did.
On the finish line.
And we asked her why she was doing the worm, and it was because they'd been doing it at their training camp, the ASICS training camp.
And they told her if she won, she should do it on the finish line. She thought, well, heck, I got 3rd, so I'm going to do it now.
Exactly. There we go.
Come on, Blondine. Let's go.
Somebody was also asking the chat, or actually was in one of the WhatsApp groups asking what was the flag. It was one of the regional flags here in France that was flying as they were walking up to the top of the trail with Blondine. Apparently it's the flag of Normandy.
Ah, okay.
The region of Normandy up in the north west.
That must
France.
be where she's from.
Ooh.
That was a good save.
Oh.
No
regroup.
Face plants, Blondine.
Yeah. She's amazing. She keeps just bouncing back from these little setbacks.
Yeah.
Restez bien juste derrière. Allez, 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 Blondie, bravo, bravo, bravo. Allez, stop, Blondie. Allez.
Wow, I thought that she was going to kind of slow down her cadence a little bit, especially with the look on her face, that little vulnerable moment we saw at the top at Flagère, but she is not.
No.
If we can hear anything with Rachel.
Sorry?
If I could go faster, I would.
Very good. Some great race. And Tizian.
You heard it there, Rachel maxing out. She's like, this is my top speed, guys. She's got 1.7 kilometers to the summit to Flagère.
Yeah.
Bring it home, Rachel. Fantastic. Well,
Trying.
sorry? Yeah, you're doing great. That's all you got to keep going. I ran behind you from Buffalo Park. You're doing great. You don't need. You're doing amazing.
Thank you.
Just hearing all the support for her out on the trail, and she's saying, look, I'm trying. If I could go faster, I would. But not too shabby for a 2nd place.
Yep. Our 8th place woman has landed in Vallocine, so Antonina Iushina.
Great.
And we're probably about 5 minutes away. Our next 2 runners are going to come in pretty much together, I would guess, is Anne-Sophie Pollestad from Norway, and then Anne-Cécile Thévenot. So that's going to be our top 10. We are imagining, that is our prediction right now, is that around about 8 p.m., so 3 hours away, our 10th and final woman in the top 10 will be crossing the line in Chamonix. And we are going to be here following all of those runners. And sunset this evening is around about 8:16. So they may have to have the head torches in that final descent in the forest because it's a little bit dark. But hopefully they can get most of the course done before it's dark.
Cool.
Very little time in them. Very impressive.
Thanks.
That's quite tough, actually, to have one spectator following you on the trail, trying to keep up a conversation.
Yeah.
I gotta say. Because you don't want to be rude. You want to carry a conversation, but it's the end of UTMB.
Yeah.
And there we go, back with Blandine Irandal. She's about to just hit the steepest part of the descent on the way to Chamonix before it flattens a bit. Still moving so lightly, a little bit more careful than before, but still very, very impressive. 5.4 kilometers to the finish. She's taken a few falls that we've seen on camera during the race, but has not affected her one bit.
But now we know that's a warning. When we see the purple border around the screen now, we know that we're about to see a replay of one of the athletes falling, which is not good news. Uh-oh.
Or an interview, which we are about to see again, an interview with Blandine Irandal. It will be in French. So if you have a translator app, pull it out. We can try to give you a summary afterwards.
Bon, écoute, je suis contente d'être là. Comme à chaque fois, c'est toujours un vrai plaisir, un réel plaisir d'être ici à Chamonix. Donc voilà, j'aime bien moi les jours d'avant-course où le temps s'arrête, on prend soin de soi et voilà, on fait nos petites affaires. Les journées, on les remplit comme on veut. Non, c'est chouette. Bon, moi je trouve que c'est toujours l'aboutissement de la saison. Ça peut être l'aboutissement même parfois d'une carrière. Ça représente beaucoup parce que c'est un peu on n'a pas la chance d'avoir des Jeux Olympiques en trail, mais c'est un peu ce qui ressemble à nos Jeux Olympiques. Donc depuis que je fais du haut niveau, pour moi c'est un événement incontournable parce que c'est la course où il y a le plus de niveau, le plus de confrontation. Donc c'est quelque chose qui est très important pour moi. Je suis pas sûre que ce soit celle qui me corresponde le mieux parce que ça court beaucoup. C'est une course qui est assez nerveuse, qui a pas mal de plats et puis bon quand on veut juste la finir, ça peut être assez intéressant, mais quand on veut vraiment aller le plus vite possible, il faut courir sur ces portions de plats. Et c'est vrai que parfois je coince un peu moi quand je dois beaucoup courir. C'est vrai que je me suis rendu compte vraiment, par exemple à La Réunion sur une diagonale des Fous où c'est beaucoup de raids, beaucoup de montées où on marche et de descentes où on trottine, ça m'allait mieux. Mais après c'est quand même assez complet comme course l'UTMB parce que je dis il y a du plat mais il y a aussi quand même plus de 10 000 mètres de dénivelé. Donc il n'y a pas que du plat, il y a aussi des montées raides, des montées moins raides. Donc je pense qu'au final il faut être complet et c'est une course où il y a de tout. Ma stratégie ça va être surtout de partir j'ai failli dire lentement, dans mon relatif de lentement. Ouais, j'ai un petit pépin physique qui m'empêche de pouvoir aller trop vite. Je me dis, j'espère, j'ai essayé de voir le verre à moitié plein et j'ai essayé de me dire qu'à cause de ce petit pépin physique qui m'empêche d'aller trop vite, peut-être que du coup ça va me permettre de ronger mon frein dès le début et espérer d'en garder un peu sous le pied quand les autres vont commencer un peu à craquer. Donc ma stratégie, ça va être vraiment dès le début d'être très attentive. Bon, l'avantage c'est dès que je sais que j'augmente un petit peu l'intensité et l'allure, j'ai ma douleur à la cuisse, une douleur qui apparaît. Donc ça pourra jauger, ça pourra me dire si je vais trop vite ou pas. Et vraiment de rester dans ma bulle, de ne pas me fier au chrono, de ne pas me fier aux places, mais vraiment que au ressenti. Parce que je pense pas que sur un ultra, si on commence déjà à jouer à la place ou au chrono dès le début, ça peut être très long. Peut-être y penser en fin de course, mais pas dès le début. Ce serait déjà de la finir. Sans souffrir. Enfin, sans souffrir. Non, je vais reformuler. Ce serait de la finir, mais sans avoir de pépins physiques. de faire une course pleine. J'ai déjà fait 2 fois l'UTMB, j'ai une petite pointe de frustration parce que je sais qu'il y a 2-3 petites choses qui pourraient être corrigées. J'ai jamais fait vraiment la course dont je suis satisfaite à 100%. Donc je voudrais finir cette UTMB, quelle que soit la place ou le chrono, même si c'est un chrono qui est plus long, qui est plus élevé que les années d'avant. Si je me dis que j'ai optimisé tout ce que je pouvais optimiser et que j'ai pas fait les erreurs des années passées, déjà ce serait une bonne chose.
There we go. We are back with Blondine Lechandel, our lead woman. Oh, and now is that Katie Asmuth? No. Who do we have here in the aid station with the carrot?
Wow, everyone's looking fried.
Everyone's looking cooked.
In
yeah.
Vallocine, yeah.
So, Solomon Athletes.
Is that...
Or not a... Maybe that's Antonina.
It's
Ioshina.
Or it could be Anne-Cécile Thévenot. Yeah, arrived in the aid station, hasn't left yet, about a minute ago.
There we go. That's who it is. Yep.
Yeah, Max Sport. Yeah, that is Anne-Cécile Thévenot. Anne-Cécile Thévenot is our 9th athlete into Vallocine. So we're one away from wrapping up our top 10 into Vallocine, but we also know, and that at the moment will be the Norwegian athlete Anne-Sophie Pollestad, but we do know, knocking on the door of the top 10, we have Amanda Basham and Leah Yingling.
And yes.
Hey, it's the carrot.
And Cecile Thévenot, is being supported by a carrot. And she is making out with a carrot. I think that is a first in UTMB.
I think this should be mandatory now that all people in the aid station have fancy dress.
I love it. I'm just thinking of my own partner. Absolutely no way would he dress up in an outfit, and no way would he make out with me in an outfit at an aid station. But I think that is crewing at its finest.
I think that's brilliant.
Let us know in the chat if you were... if you wanted to make out with a vegetable, which vegetable would it be?
When you say make out, do you mean make out?
Kiss.
Okay, I was just checking what there's like. Okay, I was like, I don't think this is allowed. Making out. Don't think this is allowed in the aid station, Stephanie.
Okay, well they weren't using tongue, but
Okay, very good.
It was a good.
There we go, and now we've got the carrot emojis. So yeah, maybe. If you were going to be in the aid station, and you've got to answer it via an emoji, what would you make your support crew dress up as? And see, a race like Javelina 100, I kind of feel that's the kind of race where that already happens.
Okay, we've got some answers. Peter would kiss a cauliflower. Yeah. Carrots. Is potato a vegetable? I think so. Leeks. I gotta think what my answer
Leeks,
would be.
yeah. Blondine had one of those up at the last aid station.
I mean, technically, tomato's a fruit, but I could see tomato being a pretty good option.
Is that an aubergine?
Yep, or eggplant.
Eggplant, yep.
As we say in North America.
Oh, yeah, look at that one. Cucumber.
Obviously. I have started a trend here.
Yeah.
You know what? What I would love to see next year, I just want to see Vallocine full of vegetables.
No, Nate, we really do want answers to these questions, yeah. We've realized now that's what the chat has been waiting for. None of these sensible questions.
See, this is what we need, instead of the negative comments, this is much more positive.
Yeah, there we go. This is what the chat's all about.
Yeah.
Gifts.
This is what we're here for. And honestly, we are here to provide the best service for all of you. And if that means some dancing avocados.
Yeah. Hey, Claw's asking, why is everybody still got a price tag on the back of their backpacks? That's actually, when you go into kit check, you show your running pack, and then they put that tag on your backpack. You are not allowed to change your race pack, so you have to have the same bag from start to finish. So that little dangly white tag off the back of the backpack shows that you have not changed your pack.
Exactly.
Back in the early days, there was a few, let's say, creative support teams that might be on the trail to just hand over a different pack that was maybe lighter and everything else. So yeah, what's that?
Oh, we're just back with Rachel Unterkin. She still has her super fan following her on the trail.
Yeah.
Which
are you going to report him to the new
women's hotline? No.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'm sure she doesn't mind, but it can be speaking as a female competitor.
Mm-hmm.
It can be pretty tough to have someone who is a fan, who is, not that I have fans like Rachel has fans, but someone who's trying to keep up conversation with you for an extended period on the trail. You know, as professional athletes, we have to get used to cameras following us if we're in the lead, but spectators are a different thing, and really he should fall back.
Not bad, huh?
Well, we do have the in the main control room, we do have members of the UTMB organization, so they're constantly watching things that we've already been, we saw yesterday or the day before now, trail cutting. Yeah. So, yep.
So Rachel, is so good with talking to, people who know about her, and so many people know about her. I mean, her profile just absolutely exploded after Cocodona 250.
100%.
And
yep.
It can be really hard when you know that someone just kind of wants to hang around and be with you to give them the attention that that they want, and you don't want to be rude. But she is running her own race, and she needs to just be kind of left alone to run her own race. Listen in. 7.7 kilometers to go to the finish.
Zach Miller watch, where Zach is he's gutting it out there. He's having a tough day. But Zach Miller currently is projected to get to the finish line around about 8 p.m., which is about 3 hours away. So Zach is, he was having a great day early on, but it's kind of the wheels are falling off to some degree. But he is, as we know, Zach will literally keep going till he falls over. So Zach Miller is out on the course. He's got about another 3 hours until he reaches Chamonix, and we have Blondine now on the descent. She must be close to the Café La Floria, which is the 3K marker before the finish line in Chamonix. So, yep, she is 4K to go. Yep, exactly 4 kilometers. So, yeah, about another K. And we'll see Blondine into Café La Floria. And sub 22 hours, no woman athlete has ever done that. Katie Scheid is the fastest woman on the UTMB course, 22:09.
Yep.
So,
oh, crap. Oh, no. She's actually fallen on her face. Oh, Blondine. Oh, my stomach just turned. Okay. All right. She's picking herself up. Ooh, okay. She's taking a breather. Let's go. Let's go. You can do it. You can regroup. Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
Okay.
That must be fall number 5. Wow.
Yeah. Four, or I think 4 that we've seen. Oh, my God.
That was a heavy one.
That was one of the worst ones that we've seen, I think.
Wow, look at her just bouncing back. It's like she's just keeping us on our toes. Wow.
That's my worst nightmare, where your face hits the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've not even got any time to react with your hands or anything. So, wow. She is keeping us on our toes to the very, very end. Well done, Blondine. Up and Adam. Wow.
Yeah, we can hear our French commentators saying, but this is normal because she's tired. Of course, it's normal, but this is a lot of repeated falls, and it just shows that she is continuing to push past what her body is willing to let her do at the moment.
We had one year, I think it was 3rd place. It was a Swedish athlete. races for La Sportiva.
Yeah.
Kimi Kotka.
Yep.
And we were following her down this last, her legs were dead, but she came in third, I think, and Mimi Kotka, that was it. And she came in third in the UTMB, but that last descent was, it took forever for Mimi, but we were there, and it was hard work.
Yeah, no kidding.
So, yeah.
Okay. And Rachel continuing to push up towards Flagere. She is less than 600 meters to the summit. And there we're getting an overview, a visual. Let's see if the French crowds have stayed or if they've gone away. It looks like they've all gone down towards the finish, probably. Caught the gondola, caught the lift down to see Blandine Lehandel come in towards the finish. What makes the Flagere checkpoint so popular is that you can reach it by gondola. So all you need to do is go from Chamonix to Les Pras, catch the lift up to the top, and you're right there. So very accessible for the crowds. Also means they can make a quick exit.
Il y a encore du public hein, sur le haut de la flégère, les 100 derniers mètres du monde.
And there she is. She's up at around 2,000 meters now before she descends. It's actually almost, it's not quite, but almost 2,000 meters. She descends, I think, just over 800 meters. I'm going by memory, down to Chamonix.
Well done, Rachel. Face it up, Rachel. Come on, Rachel.
Yep, and just to let you know, we have kind of asked tried to send a message through to the camera crew to see if they can ask this guy who's been running with Rachel if he can kind of step to the side. She does seem to be chatting with him, but yeah, I think we feel similarly to a lot of you that Rachel just needs to be left alone to run her own race. When she does come up to the Flagere aid station, she will go in by herself. No one will be allowed to go into the aid station with her. And then once she gets on the descent, no one's going to be able to keep up with her anyway.
Yeah, I just went through the room through there. There we go. I think he's been... I just went through and spoke to the production team, so they're in direct contact with the camera crew, so hopefully we'll get a message to that gentleman.
Excuse me, can you?
There we go.
Yep, time to step off. And merci beaucoup. Rachel is now on her own.
Yeah.
And we can all breathe a sigh of relief. We are 21 hours, 30 minutes into this race. This is our second place women. Absolute standout performance. Doing what Rachel does. Finishing at the top of incredibly long and hard races. Looking good.
can't stop the guys from ringing the cowbells. Yeah, that's kind of like an alpine tradition. Yeah. But well done, Rachel. And this is
We're back with Blondine. She has just, we got a glimpse of her. She had just left La Floria. We saw just a few minutes ago a nasty fall, the nastiest we've seen out of the lot. I think we might see a repeat of that coming up, a slow-mo. What is happening at the moment? Blondine is stopping on the trail.
Cramp?
Maybe either a cramp or getting something out of a stone out of her shoe.
Yeah.
But she is continuing now on the descent. Come on, Blondine. Just hold it together.
Yep.
Let's go.
All of France is cheering you on now.
Here we go. Oh, I can't stand it. I can't.
No, I don't want to watch
again. I don't want to watch this. No, it's coming. And there, her toe. Oh, and face straight down on the ground.
No, in slow-mo, it's worse. It's
awful.
worse in slow-mo.
Yeah, my stomach just left my body. Oh, okay, we don't want to see that again.
No. Well, the good news in a minute, we are Blondie's. The last obstacle for Blondine is the bridge over the road down at the bottom, which brings her to the final kilometer. So 2K to the bridge, Blondine, and then 1K to adulation at the finish line. There we go. Rachel entering into a safe space for a moment now, away from the crowds.
And her final checkpoint before
Yeah.
she makes the descent down to the finish to secure her second place at UTMB. My God. And filling up with water there in her flask, taking in some liquid. Looking like a pro. As Martin was saying, you know, Rachel was a bit of a wild card coming in. No one really, everyone knows about her experience, what she could do, but no one really knew what she would be able to do on this course because, like anyone coming in as a newbie to UTMB, it is very difficult to perform well on your first one. But she has, I think, exceeded a lot of expectations for those of us who are very familiar with the UTMB races. This is not a comment on what her capability is, but it is very impressive to get second place, especially with the field that we are seeing here. And it is scary to think of what Rachel might be able to do in the coming years now with having won UTMB and a performance like this under her belt.
And you just need to look at some of the other athletes. The UTMB course is a steep learning curve. Ben Demon, 2 DNFs, and now he's doing the fastest ever time on the course. Jim Wormsley, the first American male to win UTMB. Jim also had some so yeah, it's all part of the apprenticeship of the UTMB loop. So not everybody has a 5-star first loop. Rachel's second place. That's not a bad start.
Not at all.
No.
And is anyone else who's watching this, I kind of want Blondine to stay away from the edge of the trail because I really would like her to run on the other side of the trail just for all of our comfort, because any one little misstep.
So there we go. 171 is the finish line. 170 is the road or the bridge. So 1.3K Stephanie Case, and then you can relax a little bit. So yeah. So
I've got this pain right under my shoulder blade on the right side after seeing Blondine's fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
I think we all felt that one.
1.2K to the road, and then yeah, it's a smooth asphalt to the finish with a little bit of an assault course over the bridge.
Oh man. Oh, Blondine. I think we're all just pulling for her now.
Oh, we are.
And also want her, you can see she's limping a bit now. Yeah, definitely struggling after repeated falls. now down to a bit of a walking limp. Ooh, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. She's going to get to the end, but it's going to be messy.
By the way, Emily Schmidt. Emily is 600 meters from the summit of La Flégère.
Amazing.
So Emily has been able to regroup on that climb. So a huge effort from Emily. And then we've got our next athlete further back. So Kareth is, let me go, 163. About 2.5K behind Emily. So there's, but Emily is kind of like almost there, almost to the top as well. So first, second, and third, preparing for the final segment of, our top 3 podium is looking fairly settled now.
This is such a gutsy performance. Blondine Nehrandel is, I imagine, in a world of pain right now. She was showing a very vulnerable moment in tears at Flégère with this descent in front of her. She's had a very bad fall where she face planted on the ground in the meantime, but she is gritting it out. This is absolute determination. That's right. Heart and grit. Just moving as quickly as she can, conscious of the fact that she's not so stable on her feet right now.
Allez, bravo, bravo, bravo.
Go, go, go. Allez, Blondine. 22 minutes until we hit that 22-hour mark. Can she make it? She should, but whoa.
What I can also tell you is there are still 1,400 runners in the race in the UTMB, and the last of those runners will be crossing the finish line tomorrow afternoon. So historically, be 4 o'clock, it'll be 6 p.m. when they cross. So they've got another 24 hours to get to the finish line. So respect for our elite athletes as they close in on the finish here at UTMB, and we have a lot of runners, and I'm looking at the back of that. So we're probably about 800 to 900 of them will not come in until tomorrow morning onwards. So they will see 2 nights on the trail. They will see 2 sunrises.
Oh, we've got some singing to kind of keep Blondine's spirits up. Let's listen. Okay, there we see an overview. Blondine now in the slightly more gentle, flatter section of the descent towards Chamonix. Rachel Entrekin at the top where it's much steeper. Now, thankfully, Blondine has gotten to less technical trail. This is where it hits the wider Jeep track.
We've had 400, and just quick arithmetic there, 450 runners have withdrawn in the UTMB already this year. The average finishing rate per year is about 65%, so I think we're still probably on track for that. But yeah, 450 have already withdrawn of the 2,500 that took the start line last night.
And there we are back with Rachel Entrekin, 5.5 kilometers to go. Blondine Nehrandel, absolutely gutsy performance. She's really trying not to compensate for any of the potential injuries or pains that she's feeling from the distance, from the fall. We'll hear about some, basically what she's feeling in this moment in a post-race interview, hopefully.
So, Leah Yingling fans, Leah has moved up to 11th place. Leah is 14 minutes behind the 10th place athlete. So Leah knocking on the door of the top 10.
Amazing.
And I think Leah is, this is the first of her 3 races that she has a deferral from becoming a mother. And she didn't want to do all 3 of them in the same year, so I think she's got a deferral also for Western States and for Hard Rock 100. As well as UTMB. So she said, I don't want to do all 3 of them this year. So yeah, so this is race number 1 of her 3 referrals before Leah became a mom. So yeah.
Wow. I mean, you've won the lottery by having 3.
And thank goodness for the deferral, because the chance of getting those all back in a former life would not have happened.
0.
Yeah.
Okay, less than 2 kilometers to go, and the crowds in Chamonix are waiting. The finish line is there, ready to cheer in Blandine Lehandal, our women's leader, to the finish line. She will be the first woman in history to finish in under 22 hours.
Oh, and by the way, if you get emotional like Steph and I do, and are going to have a bit of a tear at this finish line, go and get your tissues now, because Blondine is good. Blondine's finish is going to be a tearjerker. So yeah, get ready.
100%.
Go Ludo, the master of ceremonies.
There we go. Everyone is waiting. Oh.
Voyons, on se tourne, on se tourne, on se tourne. Le public, c'est à vous.
This is going to be epic.
Tissues at the ready, Steph. Are we ready? It's going to be a
flow.
We already saw how emotional Blondine was at the top at La Flégère with the crowd support, and yeah, she's done this. She's had us in tears before at the finish line, and yeah, it's coming.
Blondine. Blondine.
Team Blondine, 1.7K to go. So Stephanie Case, you've got 700 meters of Blondine on the trail, and then you can relax a little bit. There's going to be no more face plants on the trail.
Yeah, if anyone wants to bring like a muscle relaxant or a glass of wine to the studio here in Chamonix, my door is open. I feel like everyone online, everyone in town, just tens of thousands of people are pulling for Blondine right now. She has brought us along the journey with her. We have seen her lead from the start, from Saint-Gervais. She was in the lead. She has run an incredibly strong race. Here is Emily Schmidt.
Oh,
my God, she is moving so well. She has rebounded since the last aid station when we saw her at Valenciennes. Looked like she was really struggling there, but no, she has come back with a vengeance, and she is 5.8 kilometers from the finish. So we're talking maybe 300-400 meters away from Rachel Entrekin.
Well, let's get the satellite tracker. Emily, gravity is my friend.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Moving the absolute best out of the 3 of them. Emily can smell the finish. This is her home. Holy crap.
So,
she's run on these trails so many times.
There we go. I'm going to give you a distance based on the satellite trackers that we do have on the race leaders. So we've got Emily Schmidt there, and at 900 meters ahead of Emily is Rachel Entrekin, and I don't Rachel probably doesn't realize that Emily's that close.
No.
Emily suddenly had a second or a third or a fourth wind, whatever you have in the UTMB.
So quickly.
And yeah, that was
wow. Now, she is definitely moving quicker than Rachel, although Rachel is moving well on these trails, but Emily is storming ahead. It would take a small miracle to make up that amount of distance over the next 5 kilometers. But I've been called wrong before. Look at that. Look at that split screen. Emily is absolutely trucking.
So as a reminder for our wonderful audience, the hang on, I'm going to get the prize. Oh no, wrong race. Let's get the right race. The prize money for the UTMB, the winner, is 20,000 euros, and that's looking like it's going to Blondine Lirondelle right now at the minute. Rachel is currently in the $12,000 place, and Emily's in the 8K place. So if Emily does catch Rachel, that's a 4,000 euro move on the final descent. So there we go.
Again, I think the chances are quite slim. Rachel is moving very well on the descent. I just was really taken back by how quickly Emily is trucking towards the finish, particularly how what a low it looked like she was in Valenciennes, and she said, how tired she was. So, you never know what will happen in this race. And just to kind of quell the chatter, I'm not wishing for any one particular person to win. I just am excited about a race. I said the same thing during OCC when we saw the battle between Naomi Lang and
Naomi Lang.
Help me out here.
You mean Sarah Alonso? Lauren Gregory.
Lauren Gregory. I didn't want either particular one of them to win. I just wanted both of them to try their best and to see a real race on our hands, because that's what we want.
The gap at the moment is 1K, but here we go. Blondine is over the bridge, and it's 1 kilometer to go. Blondine, you have 12 minutes to be the first ever woman to go sub 22.
Yeah, and she is going to do it. Thank God I can relax. She is off the trail. She is going on the flat. She will now be on the home stretch. The last kilometer towards the finish line, we can all relax, and she will be able to celebrate. Celebrate God for the rest of her life, I swear.
Yeah, and
she will become the second woman in history, the third person in history to win OCC, CCC, and UTMB.
100%, that is correct. And still a chance to be the first ever woman to go sub 22 hours on a UTMB course.
History is being made here, folks. We had history being made earlier with the men's team, with the men's field, where we had a number of the top male finishers coming in under 19 hours for the first time in history. And now we will have the first woman in history ever to come in under 22 hours.
We had to deal with this before. It's the deal how it is. So our French colleagues are absolutely going bonkers, and I guess they can, because they're about to celebrate a champion, and potentially a champion under 22 hours.
We have 10 minutes to go before history is being made. Blondine Lirondelle, she is charging now to the finish. She has suffered at least 4 falls. The last one, a terrifying place plant for all of us, but she has won all of our hearts and minds, along with everyone in France who was already behind her. Blondine Lirondelle, incredible race history, incredible background coming into the sport. She is a consummate professional on and off the trails, an obstetrician gynecologist, putting in many hours in the hospital, and all of the work that she has put in on the trails year after year after year is showing up now. And God, she has fought for it. Heart, mind, legs, face. Blondine Lirondelle from France, previous winner of OCC, CCC, Diagonal des Fous. And the tears are starting to flow. Let's go.
Yeah, get your tissues out, people. There will not be a dry eye in Chamonix as Blondine comes into the finish line now.
The crowds are out in full force. It is 5:39 local time. This is the time to celebrate. Less than 500 meters to go.
She's going to do it. She is going to do it in sub 22 hours. We've already had Ben Demon going sub 19, and Blondine, hold my beer, Ben. I'm also going to do a sub 22. It's on a sub fastest time ever for the women. So amazing. Look at the crowds. Chamonix is busy right now, and they are all out to celebrate our champion.
It is hard to imagine how Blondine will work her way through these crowds, but...
That's Mathieu Blanchard on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side, yep. I'm guessing that's Blondine's partner, but I don't know.
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
It's gotta be. And here she is. God, that crowd is deep. Everyone from Flesher has come down to join all of the crowds that have been waiting here. I have not seen Chamonix like this before. As a local, I have watched many UTMB finishes. I have been part of those crowds. I can't remember seeing crowds like this before, ever. So deep. Oh my God. Blondine, I hope she is feeling the support from everyone. She has brought us along the journey with her. We have been there with her every step. And from the moment that she went into the lead from Saint-Gervais last night, we have followed her lead. She has stayed in the lead. She has widened her gap. And then at the end, when she started to really feel the pain and the suffering, she continued. She rallied after a face plant, and now she gets to enjoy her finish. She is setting history, the first woman to finish UTMB in less than 22 hours, and following in Ruth Cross steps of finishing winner of OCC, CCC, UTMB. The third person in history ever to do that after Xavier Tavenard, Ruth Croft, Blondine Hirondelle, making history again, holding the French flag in front of her French peers, her French fans, and all of us around the world who have been watching this. And the tears are starting to flow with Blondine, and the tears are starting to flow in the studio. Oh, what an emotional finish. Finishing in under 22 hours. She has battled her way, just looking effortless until the last few hours when we really saw the heart, the gut. Blondine, she sees that finish line arc. Go! I just want her to cross the line so I don't have to worry about her falling again. Woo! Thank you from all of us fans, from women runners around the world. Soak it in. This is our 2026 Women's Champion, Blondine Hirondelle. You are a champion. You are a star. My God, 21 hours, 54 minutes, 49 seconds, official time. Wow.
Well and Steph bringing it home there. Oh. Now they just need to... Wow. Who's cutting onions around here?
That was a tough one.
Yeah.
Instead of the carrots at the aid stations, the vegetables at the aid stations have been onions. Save me. Okay, no more. I'm done. That's too much. It's too much.
Come here.
Oh,
he did it. He did it.
Okay, I'm losing it now.
This is good.
I'm tired.
Brilliant. I think Steph Case just managed to use all of her energy to bring Blondine home as well. So, and don't forget, Steph was out on the course in the TDS. She's been in the studio for the last 3 days. Yeah, she was worried Blondine was going to fall over another 100 times before the finish line, and she's made it.
Just to see women push the sport forward like this, women who are so respected in the community and do so much for others, and then to put it all out there and show what they can do on the trails, and also show us that they're human. You know, that was not easy. That was a hard battle. And she has made history. It really gets me emotional.
I think both Blondine and Ben had that same expression at the finish line, like, I don't believe it. And neither do we, Blondine. That was, thank you, 22 hours of amazement.
Yeah, I really should have gotten tissues beforehand. Made a mistake there. Oh, wow.
Yeah, well said, LMT. Hell yeah, I'm ready to go running now. Of course. But don't do a Blondine. So go out on a run and just don't fall over.
Yeah, please.
Just go and just be amazing, which is the other way of being a Blondine. So yeah. So while we carry on enjoying the finish line, let's have a look at second and third charging down from La Flégère.
Rachel Entrekin estimated to come into Chamonix in 18 minutes. Emily Schmidt's estimated to come in 26 minutes. Maybe that gap will close
They're
a bit.
moving at exactly the same speed. They're about 1 kilometer apart from each other.
Okay, in which case, definitely Emily will beat the algorithm. She will run a kilometer faster than 7 minutes for sure. Woo!
Okay, there's a slow-mo about to start. I don't know what that slow-mo is. It's normally Blondine falling over. Maybe it's something else. Here she goes. Our champion for 2026, Queen of the UTMB. Amazing. Look at the faces in the crowd.
Wow.
Wow. They're all doing a Stephanie Case.
That was... These 3 days are killing me. After OCC, the women's finish, it's the women's finish every time. OCC,
yeah,
incredible. CCC, incredible. UTMB, incredible. Wow.
What a week. What a 3 days. It felt like a week.
Yeah.
Here we go. There's a microphone now, so we're going to be quiet and listen to some interview with our champion.
Prends les deux, s'il te plaît. Oui, pour le live et pour le public qui a été formidable et qui t'a accompagné tout au long du parcours. On a pu voir des images. Ça va pas bien? Tu nous le dis. C'est priorité à toi. Si tu sens que ça va pas bien, on fera un interview plus tard.
Non, mais je peux faire un effort pour le public qui a été formidable.
En fait, des efforts, t'en fais depuis le départ déjà.
Vous êtes des zinzins. En vrai, j'ai pas d'autres mots, quoi. Le public, enfin, vous avez été extraordinaire, mais déjà, j'ai perdu mon tympan à Saint-Gervais, puis je l'ai jamais récupéré depuis. Ah zut, j'ai pas éteint ma montre. Je sais pas combien j'ai fait. Mais...
She's saying you guys are crazy.
Ah, les stats! On en a besoin des stats! Oui, il y avait un engouement derrière toi.
Ah ouais, c'est incroyable.
Je suis désolée, j'ai plus d'énergie pour rien. Mais ouais, si j'ai un mot ce qui va vraiment me marquer en fait de cette UTMB, enfin c'est vous quoi. Ça m'a. Et puis ouais, cet engouement autour de moi. Enfin merci. c'est hyper motivant. Vous êtes géniaux.
Blandine, beaucoup de qualité, on a pu le voir sur ton documentaire. Il y a une seule chose qui te fait défaut, c'est que tu ne crois pas en toi-même. Tu nous le dis assez souvent. Tu as tendance à te sous-estimer. Mais quand tu vas écouter le public là, je peux te dire que tu es une grande championne. Et vu le palmarès que tu as, tu peux maintenant te dire que tu es une grande championne et arrêter de te sous-estimer. Vous en pensez quoi ?
Ouais, ok. À juger.
À juger. À juger.
Je suis désolée, je suis.
Ouais, mais c'est normal. Mais
stone. Mais après, enfin, là, c'est un travail d'équipe. Hein. Merci du coup à mon coach qu'on a vu, à Mathieu, mais à toute la team aussi qui prennent. Ma famille était là aussi. C'est moi qui arrive sur la ligne d'arrivée, mais c'est un travail d'équipe. En fait, j'ai pas les mots. Vraiment, non, mais jusqu'à il y a quelques secondes, j'étais persuadée. Enfin, j'y croyais pas. Enfin, en fait, là, j'y crois pas. Je pense que je vais mettre plusieurs semaines ou mois avant de me rendre compte de ce que je viens de faire. Moi, je suis partie sans du tout cet objectif, en fait. Et toute la course, je me disais, mais je suis pas à ma place. Il faut qu'elle revienne devant. C'est juste incroyable. Merci.
oui, accepte.
C'est vous les meilleurs.
Accepte, on t'a vu à l'image. Si tu avais vu le public à chaque fois que tu as pris une gamelle, à chaque fois tu t'es relevé, à chaque fois le public était derrière toi, ici était tout près. Et donc, c'est fou ce que tu nous as apporté encore, mais peut-être il va te falloir quelques jours pour te rendre compte de ce que tu viens de réaliser. En tout cas, assume-le et sois fier de toi.
Merci.
So, as we can see with the interview with Ludo, Blandine, she can't believe it. She said, you guys, the public, the supporters, the amount of people that are on the trails, you guys are crazy, you're nuts. And she wants to thank all the people that supported her in her circle as well. Mathieu, her coach, her family, her friends. Everybody who accompanied on her journey. Ludo was saying that she doesn't have the confidence in herself, but she is a big champion, and she still can't believe it. Sitting in this chair, she can't believe it. Hopefully, in a few days, she will believe the champion that she is.
Wow, what an interview. Quite a funny moment there when she realized she had to stop her watch. She just kept saying, she had no energy, she didn't have the words.
No, there is someone that left everything on the trail.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Wow.
21 hours, 54 minutes. A 3-time champion of UTMB, one at the OCC, one at the CCC, one at UTMB, joining Ruth Croft and Xavier Thévenard. And in the Hall of Fame. So, you lovely people, we will continue to bask in the glory of Blondine and get ready to celebrate the second and third place. So Rachel Entrekin and Emily Schmidt, they are both on their way down. So we get to cheer even more super tri runners. So we go now. less than 2 kilometers to go now for Rachel Entrekin. There you go, on the screen right now. And yeah, Rachel is actually picking up her speed. In fact, the gap between Rachel and Emily Schmidt, even though Emily Schmidt was going good, Rachel Entrekin is also going great as well. There we go. Less than 2K to go. So, yeah, Rachel Entrekin debut at the UTMB. And just going to be outside 22 hours, but this is not a bad debut. And there we go. There's Emily Schmidt as well. So they are second and third, making their way down into Chamonix now. Emily Schmidt. So yeah. And we will be here. We're predicting we got about another 2 hours or so of live commentary as we bring in our top 10 women. To go alongside the top 10 men that are already in place in this year's UTMB, the third of our UTMB World Series races. Oh, by the way, Rachel, this is Rachel Entrekin's first time racing UTMB, and that, you know, you have to go back to 2019 for the last time a rookie won UTMB, somebody called Courtney DeWalter. So Rachel was pretty close coming in, probably going to be finishing about 20 minutes behind Blondine Lirondelle. So not a bad start for Rachel. And into she carried a 20-plus race win streak into 2026, but then she had the battle with Courtney at Chianti 120K. So Rachel's pedigree and kind of like not just Coca-Derna 250s, she's got a fine array of results. So this experience will probably kind of fuel the fire for future UTMB experiences down the line. So yeah, so Rachel Entrekin now at 1.3K to go, and we've got Emily Schmitz with 2.5K to go. So yep, so that's the next two. So Steph's gone for a bit of fresh air after all of that. I mean, I kind of don't blame her. So. And we're going to bring one of our superstars in that was doing the overnight session last night while we were going for a sleep. So welcome back into the studio. You can reintroduce yourself to the audience in case anyone was following you last night.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here, bringing some Aussie to the live stream. It's been such an incredible day. I mean, you and Steph have been carrying the team like absolute champions, and I literally left the live stream this morning, went home, sat on the couch, and I've been watching and listening to you guys all day. So what an absolute performance we've seen today.
Brilliant. Well, it's great that we've got some youth and energy in the studio now. No offense, Stephanie. It's more on myself. That was more on me than on you, by the way. So, yeah, we need to just, because we've got about another 2 hours or so to bring in our top 10.
Yes, you guys have had a massive day. I mean, not as big as the runners out here, though.
No. Did you see Blondine just come across the finish?
I see. Oh, I walked through town and I got the full show before I got into the studio here. But, I mean, just records being slashed left, right and centre.
Yeah. Hey, so for our audience, if they've didn't come across you last night, who is in the studio now?
My name is Jackie Bell. I am from Australia, and my history is pretty much in multi-stage racing, and then sort of fell into the UMTB commentary through the Ultra Trail Australia.
Right.
Which has been awesome, and then so happened to be over here in France for the World Series, which was super exciting. So they thought, why not get some Australian on there as well?
So, yep, here we go. So Rachel is about to climb the final obstacle, which is the bridge over the road, and that's 1K to the finish line. Here she goes. And then it's going to be interesting to see Rachel when she comes into the finish line. Is she going to explode with emotion.
I mean, seeing everyone explode for the first place female just before was crazy, and I think they're going to have just as much energy for Rachel. She's been such a prominent figure in the sport this year, and I think she's really grown the sport and gotten a lot of eyes on it. I know for me personally, over in Australia, it's been pretty awesome to just see her achieve what she did at Cocodona this year. And yeah, I mean, watching her along the race course today has been pretty fun as well. She's really quirky, and I love her little comments that we get to capture and hear.
Yeah, she's been having some good banter with the camera crews. And but said the biggest scary thing for us today has been every time we know there's a slow-mo coming up, we know that it's for somebody falling.
Yes.
And that last fall of Blondines was like, wow, full-on faceplant. And yeah, so here you go. Rachel Entrekin now, as soon as she turns right across that bridge, is going to see the sign that says 1 kilometer to go.
Oh, I mean, the relief that she'd be feeling from that. And we might be able to hear a little bit of the volume from the course out there.
Yeah, which is good. No, I would like that.
Oh, yeah. We're hoping that we can pick up on some of the audio that the amazing camera crew guys are getting out there. So we're going to figure that one out. So here we've got on screen, guys, Rachel. She is less than 1 kilometre to go, and wow, she's clocking a fast pace as she brings in this last kilometre here. And I mean, the crowds are out like crazy in town in Sham here. Walking in, it was absolute mayhem. I had to dodge thousands and thousands of people. Everyone is staying out, and they want to see all of the females come across the line as well. And as we've spoken about, we're going to be here through till the 10th female, which is super exciting. She's coming down the final chute here now as well. And the crowds here are just absolutely cheering her along that whole way. So many high fives. I bet she's feeling all of the emotions. This is an incredible day out as well. This is the first time at UTMB competing, which is, it's very unheard of almost. A lot of the competitors who are podiuming normally have experience on the course competing.
Yeah, just before you jumped on, I was saying the last rookie to win UTMB is somebody called Courtney DeWalter.
I know that name.
Look at this.
Oh my God.
Rachel Schmidt is absolutely smelling a upset here. She's going to try and do a Lauren Gregory on Rachel Entrekin. So, wow. And I don't know if Rachel knows this, but yeah, 1K to go.
Very, very close. There we go. Okay, we can hear the crowds as she's coming into Chamonix, and there might be a little bit of a race on our hands. Less than 1 kilometre to go. So they're out of the mountain.
Wow, this is sensational. Again, and again, it's the women's race.
There is not much time between these two, and
yeah, I think she's got it, but only just.
Yeah. Picking up the pace a little bit here now as well, and she's got the final few turns to go. It's only about 200 meters to go now, and I feel like she'll be getting all the emotions running through her whole body. Collecting high fives as she comes down that final chute. Less than 200 meters to go, and she's going to be making her way into the finish line here in Chamonix as a rookie. First time out on course here at UTMB this year at the World Series.
I think if you're going to finish with a pair of sunglasses, that's the pair of sunglasses that come across the finish line in.
They're going to be hot off the shelf, those ones, after people see Rachel have this incredible day out. It really shows that those kilometres at Cocodona have helped her out here today. And she's coming around the final bend here, so well deserved. She's had a tough day out, massive celebrations. Her arms are up in the air. You can see the celebration. She's really letting us in now. This is Rachel Entrekin. Wow. Absolutely incredible.
Boom. Straight in. Well done. That is 22 hours, 16 minutes.
And we hadn't seen any female complete this course in under 22 hours, and we've now got our second female coming in just over 22 hours, which is amazing. Oh, she's letting out all the emotions now.
Yep, and you are smashing the women's commentary, so you know what? Here comes Emily Schmitz.
Emily is not far off. She's going to be coming down that final chute as well. And, I mean, she's had such a solid day out there. I think we're going to be seeing her coming across that line any moment now.
Yeah, camera guy, we have to relocate him back out there again.
It's absolutely incredible vibes down there. Here we go. We have Emily Schmidt. She has put on such a great performance out there in the mountains today. She's done a full loop of Mont Blanc, and she deserves this third place finish. It looks like a bit of relief on her face, but as she comes in, she's going to be feeling all the emotions from the crowd, and the roar just gets louder and louder as you get towards that final turn, and she's picked up the pace. She's absolutely sending it into that finish line. Oh, what a day. Arms up, really taking it all in. Oh, great sportsmanship. I love to see it. And Emily Smith, third place here at the World Series UTMB in Chamonix. She has done it 22 hours, 17 minutes. An incredible day for Emily Schmidt out there today. First 3 females across the line. How good is that? Emily has absolutely crushed it today. She, oh my gosh, she has been competing against some of the toughest females out there today, and all 3 of these ladies stayed so solid. She lives between here in the French Alps and Wisconsin, so she knows the French Alps very well. So no stranger to some of those massive steep climbs that she had to endure today.
And if you were watching earlier, Emily, when she got to Valacine, was like, she was in a tough place and rallied big time to get to the finish line there. So that is a top 3.
And that's the thing in these massive races is if you're going to be competing at the very top end, you can't let up at all. You have to stay strong through the whole day, because if you show any sign of weakness or let your guard down or slow down, someone's going to be right on your tail.
100%. And so these 3 times from Blondine, Rachel and Emily, along with Katie Scheide's 22:09 from 2004, are the 4 fastest times in UTMB history. So, yeah, Katie Scheide would slot in just behind Blondine there, 22:09. Rachel Entrekin, 22:15. And then Emily Schmitz, 22:17. So, this has been a UTMB race for the ages.
There must be something in the air here in Cham this year. All these records being broken. I might go for a 5K PB today.
Yeah. Talking to 1 or 2 journalists and coaches, it seems to be conditions were as good as you could get for this particular race.
Yeah, today was nice and dry out there, but also quite warm. I saw a lot of the runners getting ice packs and ice put into their bandanas and things.
Yeah, we saw everyone that was coming into Valacine, especially in the top 10 women's race, that kind of red flush in the faces. So, yeah.
Even fellow Aussie, Lucy Bartholomew.
Yeah.
She was looking nice and warm at Valacine there. I saw her working with Ryan Sands. So, yeah, for an Aussie to be feeling the heat, then...
Yeah, and there's, they've been out in the sun all day, and there's not that much shelter. There we go. Well done, Emily, taking the plaudits as well.
Oh, it's so special out there at the finish line. There's the music blaring and just the crowds. It really makes you feel all the feels that the runners are having. I mean, every single day I've been at the finish line and I have goosebumps continuously.
Yeah. Is this your first UTMB?
This is my first UTMB.
Wow, awesome. And here you are in the studio. You did the night session and then you're back in again today. So absolutely smashing it.
I mean, it's so exciting to watch. It's hard not to want to be here, honestly. And I got so invested from the early morning hours when I started seeing all of these ladies coming through Courmayeur aid station and seeing how they interacted with their team and their support crew. I was hooked all day because they're all just such incredible athletes and also incredible humans outside of their sport. And you can see the raw emotion on Emily's face here. And I think we're going to be hearing from the runners in just a moment down at the finish line. So it'll be great to hear how Rachel thought her day went.
All right, Rachel. Hi. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. Wow, incroyable. Franchement, absolutely insane, that race. You've won Cocodona several times. You don't race too much in Europe. Give us your first impressions of what it's like to come from the other side of the pond to race here on this side. Alors, elle a gagné plusieurs fois le Cocodona. Elle court pas du tout en Europe. C'est une de ses premières courses ici en Europe. Elle va nous raconter c'est quoi la différence, ses impressions de courir ici.
There's a lot of people.
Elle a dit qu'il y a du monde ici.
Yeah, I mean, I think most hundreds that I do have like 300 participants and maybe 500 spectators.
Elle a dit que les courses qu'elle fait en général, c'est peut-être 300 coureurs et peut-être 500 supporters.
Yeah.
So were they boosting you along the way? Did you get energy from the people? Est-ce qu'ils vous ont donné de l'énergie? Parce qu'on a vu c'était compliqué. We saw that you were definitely suffering out there on the course.
Yeah, it was helpful. It was just very loud. So that was really, I'd been warned about that, but it was really surprising.
En fait, elle a dit qu'elle était bien surprise. Les gens lui ont prévenu que ça allait être fort par rapport au public, que ça fait du bruit, mais elle était quand même surprise la quantité et la nuisance qu'ils ont eu quand ils ont passé les différents endroits. So just give us the play-by-play. You know, you started last night at 7:45. You ran through the night, and you just kept on going, and you held that second spot. Like it was out of control.
Yeah, my original plan was stick with people who seemed like they knew what they were doing, because I didn't. And yeah, just kind of run my own pace while gauging what those people were doing.
Donc du coup, elle a dit que sa stratégie c'était rester avec les autres parce que bon, elle savait pas ce qu'ils faisaient, donc elle espérait que les autres ils savaient ce qu'ils faisaient, mais en même temps courir sa propre course parmi eux qui savaient ce qu'ils faisaient. And in regards to
yeah, that was insane.
Emily, that was creeping up on you. Alors, est-ce que tu as senti que Emily était derrière toi? Qu'est-ce que ça t'a fait une pression en plus? Was it an added pressure knowing that she was creeping up?
I mean, I was only doing the best I could do. So I think all the people around me were a lot more concerned than I was, because like I could not have really run any faster.
Elle a dit qu'en fait, elle faisait sa course, elle ne pouvait pas faire mieux. C'était toutes les gens autour d'elle qui avaient plus peur, en fait, pour Emily. Elle faisait de son mieux, elle faisait sa course, et puis ben, voilà, ça a tenu jusqu'au bout. If you can take away one thing from this experience, what it would be?
I think that potentially was the hardest race I've done. So I'm just really proud of what I was able to do out there.
Elle a dit que c'est sûrement la course la plus difficile, la plus dure qu'elle a jamais fait, donc elle est vraiment fière d'elle-même, ce qu'elle a pu faire sur le parcours aujourd'hui. And now we asked the same question to the men earlier. How are you going to celebrate?
Ice cream.
Ice cream. Okay, ice cream. That's the way to do it. Allez, avec la glace, Ludo. Thank you, Rachel. Great job.
Et François Guyon arrive.
Allez, François, lève-les-moi.
And you can see some of the males still coming in between the female. You can still see some of the males coming in between the females. And so we just heard from Rachel, our second female across the line, and we won't be far away from hearing from Emily as well. I agree with Rachel there. I think celebrating with ice cream, or we are in France, so a crepe would be pretty nice as well.
Congratulations. Wow. Were you expecting...
Here we go, everyone. We're about to hear from our third place female.
Of today's women's race. Est-ce que tu pensais pour un moment donné que c'était possible d'être sur le podium? Quand tu as pris le départ hier, est-ce que c'était même sur le radar pour toi?
No, not at all. It was a surprise.
Elle a dit non, pas du tout. C'était une vraie surprise. At which point did you think, Oh wow, I'm in this. À quel moment est-ce que tu as dit ah purée, je suis dedans là? We'll let them finish and then we'll pick up.
Encore une arrivée pour la France, monsieur Emmanuel Cauti. Bien joué le jeu, mon gars. Emmanuel. Oh, super. On revient sur Emily Schmitz.
We got to Courmayeur.
Closer to your mouth.
When we got to Courmayeur, I had a time I had in mind, and then I got there earlier, and then I realized I was kind of in the top 10 at that time, maybe close, and so I thought, oh, okay, well, maybe it's a possibility. I was expecting to be, I don't know, 20, 30, 50.
Donc elle pensait qu'aujourd'hui elle serait 20e, 30e, 40e et quand elle est arrivée à Courmayeur, elle était 10e. C'était là qu'elle s'est dit ah ben dis donc ça se passe bien cette course. And when did you feel like you were going to make your move on Rachel because you were closing in? Quand est-ce que tu pensais du coup que tu allais faire vraiment pour attraper Rachel?
Well, I was trying to get away from the fourth woman because I knew she was coming close. And then as I was speeding up, everyone was like, go get her, you're so close. I was like, well, maybe I'll try to get her.
En fait, l'idée, c'était elle voulait s'éloigner de la fille qui était en 4e place. Et pendant qu'elle faisait ça, bah, du coup, elle rattrapait de plus en plus Rachel. Et les gens autour d'elle, bah, ils étaient, bah, allez, va la chercher, parce qu'elle est juste devant. So, Emily, you're local. You live in the valley of Chamonix. You've been here for how many years already?
4 years.
4? Alors, Emily, elle vient d'ici, elle habite ici depuis 4 ans. So, do you feel like you have a little bit of a hometown advantage? And is that maybe a little bit why the race went so well today? Est-ce que tu penses, en habitant ici, que ça t'a donné un petit avantage et que la course s'est très bien passée parce que tu connais ce chemin en montagne?
I think it helps to train on the trails here. If it's year-round or even people that come over, I don't know, 6 weeks beforehand, I think it helps to train on the trails because they're very unique in the valley. They're very steep and long, and I think it's hard to find steep and long climbs and descents. So that's definitely helpful.
Donc oui, elle dit ici les chemins sont très raides. Ça aide bien sûr d'être ici à Chamonix pour s'entraîner pour cette course. Congratulations, Emily. Well done, and what a nice surprise for all of us.
Emily Schmitz, welcome to the line from Australia, Mr. Duke Nico!
Fantastic to hear from Emily Schmidt, our third place female, and it looks like the 3 female podium champions here today get to take a little bit of time now. Sharon Orangina drink, which probably tastes like absolutely gold.
Yeah, I think they're when they're ready, they're going to do the top 3 podium finish. But there's no rush. They can bask in the glory of the finish line here in Chamonix. They've worked hard for this, all 22 hours of trail running. So yeah, that was glorious. So we got 7 more athletes. So we're going to be bringing home the top 10 between now and we think 8 p.m. there or thereabouts, but we'll be here till whenever it takes.
And I think one thing that I took away from each of these ladies here on the podium, our first lady, she just showed such raw emotion, and that was so incredible. And then our second female, Rachel, I think the highlight for everyone here is her sunglasses. So if anyone knows what brand they are, throw it in the chat and we'll share that with everyone. They really stood out.
I think somebody said Bolle, but I don't know if that's true, but somebody will know.
Yes, they're going to be selling off the shelves pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then for Emily, I mean, what a day, heading out there thinking you're going to be placing 20th or 30th, and then you come in at 3rd place. What a great surprise.
Yeah. Did you see Blondine as she was working her way up the La Flégère climb? Oh. There was so many people behind her chanting, and you could see the emotion already there. So we were warning people, if you're going to watch the finish line with Blondine, go and grab some tissues because it's going to be a tearjerker.
And I think having that huge crowd is fantastic.
And we did get a question that's like, are there no more men crossing the finish line? No, it just happens to be how it is right now. Bolle is what we're saying in the chat. That is the brand of Rachel's sunglasses. Blondine was, I already checked this once, but I'm going to tell you again, I think Blondine finished overall So of all of the runners that took the start line, there was 2,300, 2,400 runners. Blondine came across the finish line in 26th place overall. So Blondine was 26th and obviously the first woman. We can go back to both Courtney Dauwalter and Rory Bosio 2013, the two women that actually finished in the top 10 overall. Wow. Both of them were 7th in their respective years. And yeah, sorry gang, we're going to have to get you out those nice comfy chairs to do the photo, because we've got the waiting media here. They're hungry for this picture, which will be on all of the socials forever.
Look at those big smiles. Well deserved from all three of these ladies. And honestly, everyone today has crossed this finish line. They have just run 100 miles on one of the toughest courses, and they look pretty fresh to me.
Yeah. I think you're right in the chat as well. I think that model was discontinued, but Rachel actually went viral with the Cocodona 250. So they were like, yeah, there was a lot of demand, and you're already hungry for a pair, and I think there's going to be a few more of those after this weekend.
Back from this sponsorship increase.
Yeah, we were kind of saying once Rachel put those on, it was like she was solar powered. Yeah, they all had Orangina at the finish line there, Merck. So yeah, if you ever go on holiday in France, Orangina's that's just what you get to drink.
And it's bloody delicious.
Oh yeah, it is fantastic. Best soda in town.
I hope these ladies now get a moment to really just take in this moment and almost pause, because I guess they're feeling a lot of emotions, and they're probably in a little bit of shock of what's just occurred. I mean, there's no race finish line like this one in the world.
Yeah, so the race itself is going to go for another 25 hours. So the last runners will be coming in tomorrow evening about 7 o'clock when we have the prize giving. So yeah, the elite athletes, they're going to get to sleep tonight, have a shower and relax. And there's going to be people that are going to be on the course for 2 nights. They're going to be finishing up to 46 hours. So 2 nights on the trail, 2 sunrises, and an epic journey around the Mont Blanc.
And I've got some friends actually out there on course competing in UTMB, and they're from Australia, and they are top athletes racing over in Australia, but then coming to the mountains here, it's just a totally different ballpark of sort of race, and the technicality, the terrain. It's very challenging, and just watching everyone here, I think it really pays off to come and spend some time in the mountains. You can see a quick recap of our top 10 men from the course here for 2026. We have Ben coming in first, under 19 hours, which is a first time ever. And we had also 2 more runners, Baptiste and Caleb, coming in under that 19-hour mark as well, which is incredible. And then we'll run through quickly. We've got Virgil, we've got Hakan, Hans, Gautier, Antoine, Yannick, and Jean Phillips.
And that's your top 3 so far in the women's race. So we've got Blondine, Rachel, and Emily, and all 3 of them are awesome. And so far, the UTMB index is looking pretty good right there. Blondine 807. So this is the score from the last 3 years of their best results. So that's kind of like a ranking in terms of their race performance. So that means we here in the live commentary, we are here for another 7 runners, and right now coming down, we've got about a bit of a gap to 4th place, but Careth Arnold is on her way down from La Flégère. We're expecting her in. She's our next athlete now on the final section. Still on the climb up to La Flégère, we have Kasia Dombrovska in 5th, Jasmine Lowther, Lucy Bartholomew. So that is why you're still happy. We've got an Aussie in the top 10 again, because it's always Lucy. We've got Antonina Yoshina. Then we have Anne-Cecile Thévenot, and then wrapping up our top 10 right now, and they're still on the climb, Anne-Sophie Polestad. She is about 1 hour away from La Flégère and about 2 hours away from getting here, which brings us into about 8:30 there or thereabouts.
Exactly, and we're going to be taking a short break in the moment, and then we'll be back to bring home those final females, and I don't think Kasia's going to be far away. I got to follow her along racing in Ultra Trail Australia earlier this year, so it's going to be great to see her.
engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hey Chamonix, and hey everybody around the world, welcome back to live coverage of UTMB World Series Finals. We are local time 6:30 here in Chamonix. We have had the most wonderful 3 days as our next runner comes into the finish line in the men's category. We're waiting to close out our top 10 in the women's race. So we've had Blondine, we've had Rachel, we've had Emily. We're about 30 minutes away from that, but we are here to kind of give you some information, answer any questions in the chat, and also laugh at some of the comments that you're posting.
And it's crazy. Just after a few minutes, you can see the sun has started to set and the temperature will start dropping. And I heard you mention earlier on the live stream that it's possible some of these final females might need to have their head torches out for the final descent into Sham, as it is getting a little bit darker out.
100%. That is definitely going to be happening. So, yeah, because obviously in that canopy coming down, and also, which is also weird because you're going to have the head torch and then you've got the shadows of the roots. And we were joking saying that those roots definitely moved to try and deliberately trip Blondine up on the way down. So yeah, that's what is going on there.
After 100 miles, I feel like your mind will play tricks on you anyway, and who knows where any of them are. I was running this week along the balcony, and it was so technical, and I had a few stacks myself, and I wasn't even racing. So these guys definitely have to keep their physicality about them.
Hey, just to let you know, that may or may not, we're looking at a number. I'll tell you if it's at 390. I don't know if that was 390, because that would have been Matthew Dunn from Australia.
Hey.
But I don't know if that was. So, and I'm not seeing his time updated, so you may have got a stay of execution. Oh, no, that was Matthew Dunn. He's just, I think so. See if you can see his number. But yeah, that might well have been one of your, yep. Next in now, so we're following, if you're following friends or anything, it looks like Tommy Sullivan, 41st athlete, so 38th male athlete. So Tommy Sullivan should be in any minute now.
And honestly, that's a fantastic result. Coming over from Australia, we don't quite have the mountains like you guys do, so he's obviously found a really big hill and he's done some serious hill reps on that one.
Or he's done, and he's lives over here.
Yes.
Hey gang, here's a recap of the UTMB race so far, and this is what you've missed since last night at 7:45 p.m.
It's kicked off a little bit later just due to the weather to look after everyone, but that didn't dampen everyone's moods. They got into it, and you can see Ben there heading through This was one of the key aid stations. I think that was in, where was that one? The main first one that pumps everyone up.
Saint-Gervais.
Saint-Gervais. That one just absolutely had incredible vibes. And it was amazing to watch all of the elite guys, Lucy Bartholomew on screen here with Ryan Sands, coming through those aid stations like they're an F1 race car. They all just were so dialed in with choosing their nutrition. This was at the Courmayeur aid station where I was commentating from last night, and the top 3 females were through there in under 3 minutes. And it was interesting to see a lot of the runners' emotions play out here as well, not wanting to either show if they were...
Oh, you were in the... This was your time in the commentary last night at 3 a.m. this morning, right?
I was starting to get hungry because they were eating noodles and all these goodies. But it was really cool to see how everyone handled those aid stations. Abby Hall, who is still out on course, I think she's... I'll have to check how she's tracking, but Abby Hall...
I will do that for you.
Super composed. So you can see here, though, that sunrise, it came up at about 6:45 a.m. and you can see the runners here getting the crowd involved. The mood always lifts and you get the endorphins flowing when that sun comes up, because you know that you're hopefully going to be coming across that finish line if you're in the elites before the sun sets again. And there's a few nice runnable sections into and out of each of these aid stations, which are a lot more self-sufficient this year. So some of the runners are coming in and you're filling up your own bottles, choosing foods and things without a lot of support, which is great because it means there's less variables in there. And then you can see on some of these huge steep climbs, a lot of the runners have their poles out. And it's been incredible weather here today. As I said earlier, there must be something in the air here in Sham because there has been so many records broken, and it's just been a great day out there for everyone to have a great day. And you can see here our second female on screen. Oh, Rachel taking a pretty tough tumble, but we know she is one tough cookie, and she was back up on her feet, and I think she bottled up all of her happy emotions until that very end. She let it all out at the finish line there. Now, good clean of the teeth, that never ever goes astray. It makes you feel $1 million. Getting a nice face wipe down and eating some real food can really help perk you up and get you to the end. It really matters what you do in that first sort of 80 kilometers of the day out there. It will sort of be a bit of a telltale for how the rest of the day goes. And the crowds just got absolutely nuts out there today.
Yeah, I think it's more about the easier it is to get, so that it's easy to get to Valacine on the train or however you want. Then it's easy to hike up to Flagey or take the cable car up there. And that was Ben taking a big tumble as well. They were, and then this was the hike up. There we go, Ben up at La Flagey.
La Flagey is incredible. The crowds running along with the runners would be so exciting. I think it's a lot easier to have the big crowds rather than just 1 or 2 people. Having to speak's a little bit much, but you can see here, look at the crowds running along, cheering and supporting these runners, and they know they're then just descending straight down into town onto that home straight. We have Ben here on screen. What a legend. Absolutely crushed it today. A new course record. No one has ever completed this course in that time. He came second here last year, and this year he came back with vengeance, and he got that first place.
And prior to that, Ben had 2 DNFs, so he's definitely done his apprenticeship on the UTMB Mont-Blanc loop. Yeah.
And so, guys, this is just a little race recap in case you missed anything, and then we're going to be getting straight back to the females. We're so excited to be welcoming them across the line. But you can see here our third male, Caleb Olsen, coming in. Those top... Oh, was that our third one?
Yeah, that was it. That was it.
I was like, where's our second gone?
Oh, he just crossed. So that was Baptiste Chassan. Yeah, he's already...
Courtney out on course here, cheering along the other females. I mean, she's incredible with her sportsmanship, isn't she?
Yeah, that was Courtney. I never saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, and this was one of... Blondine, this was overwhelmed with the crowd. Look at the crowds here at the top.
I want to pop up to right now and go for a run. Oh, my God.
I forgot they were going to show that again. I don't want to watch that ever again. Ouch.
They've turned all of these tracks as well into some slow-mos. So they are the toughest runners in the world. If you can run 160K around Mont-Blanc, then you can get up from these falls.
No, there was no pity party out on that course today. Well done, Blondine.
And Blondine let all the emotions out. You could just, the gratitude and love for all of the fans out here supporting her. And look at this sprint finish from Rachel. Where did that come from? Yeah. Hell yeah, Rachel. Amazing day out. And then our third female, Emily Schmidt, who thought she was coming in about 20th or 30th, but she surprised herself with a third place finish, which is a nice little bonus. And she gets to take home some pretty epic prize money as well. And you can see the sun is starting to set. The crowds are still pumping out here, which is awesome. I know a lot of the crowd hanging out to continue seeing the top 10 females cross that line. And also, there's a lot of runners still out on course, and they can be coming in until 7 p.m. tomorrow night. That's the cutoff. And all of the athletes who are out there, even until sunrise tomorrow morning, until tomorrow night, they are such strong, incredible athletes. It's really tough out there. And these athletes who have already crossed the finish line are just really putting on a top-level show.
Yeah, so what we'll do is... now we've done that, we'll give you a recap of all of the women who've passed through Vallocine. So they are literally on the beginning of the last climb as we've been watching to La Flégère. And we'll kind of do that in reverse order. So so we're going to be down in 18th. We've got an athlete from Romania. Now, I've seen her at a few races, and I saw her name reversed, so it said Marina Oana, so I was always calling her Marijuana, but it's actually Oana Marina. So Oana Marina in 18th from Romania. Abby Hall, you were just asking about Abby. Abby's in 17th through Vallocine. Chen Lin from China in 16th. Julia Retzi from France. Then we've got Celine Finas. Riley Brady is 13th. Leah Yingling is 12th. And then we've got Amanda Basham. So yeah, so what we're doing right now, guys, just so you can see, we're doing a recap. If you've just joined us, you've missed 3 amazing days of racing. So this is a recap from yesterday morning.
Yeah, CCC ended up having a few extra kilometres on the course, so it ended up being about 108 kilometres, and then a little bit of change in the elevation as well, but it's all part of racing and you can't get too attached to things. The weather was a little bit wet out there yesterday morning, so the runners got nice and wet while they were starting out, but then the sun came out a bit later in the day. We saw a great race out there from Yao Miao, and she's had a fantastic year, showing us how just consistent she is. And the guys running through the valley there. And this was where there was a great pass. I can't remember if it was Yao Miao overtook the lead female or vice versa.
Tony McCann.
Yeah, Tony.
Yeah. At that point, I think Tony was going past Yao Miao. So there we are. There they are together coming into the A station at La Folie. And there was Jen Lichter coming in as well. This is the A station at Champex-Lac. So Little Canada. Tony was in the lead here, and Yao Miao was chasing her down. And then we had the Honoka Aikawa. Ooh, I need to do her name, but she was amazing yesterday from Japan. Here was Tony in the lead. Now, this is where the course adjustment was. Instead of going over the Bovine, they went all the way down to Martigny. And a bit of drama at the train crossing, and you'll see in a minute.
Yes, I caught the tail end of that.
So those two came through. There we go. They're now down in Martigny doing the first climb. There's Eli Hemming, and there's Tony absolutely stuck. And Yao Miao catching her at the train crossing. So a bit of drama there. And
I guess that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Tony kind of had to shake that one off on the climb. So Yao Miao went big on this next climb.
And you see it got pretty warm out there later in the day, so the runners are using a lot of the water to cool off. And Yao Miao taking a little look there behind her. Tony McCann maybe feeling a little bit flat after that train incident, but it's all part of it, so just got to get on with it.
Yep, and I've got the Honoka Akiyama. That was the name of the Japanese athlete. She was like, her smile was lighting up the whole trail yesterday. Here we are in Vallocine again. We've been there all day today, and some of our runners are there right now.
We're going to be catching up with those other female runners very soon. We're just waiting for some more vision to come through once they come through that Vallocine checkpoint.
So we had Christian Minoggio, Hans Troyer, and Miguel Arsenio fighting out for the top 3 in the men. There we had Yao Miao and Tony McCann. So there we go, Tony passing Yao Miao. Christian Minoggio arriving just before the start of the UTMB. The first time that's happened since 2014. And then Christian throwing his hat on top of Catherine Paletti was probably one of the funniest moments of the week for me. There we go, Christian Minoggio.
And it was extra special at the finish line because there was all of the elite athletes there ready to cheer in those 100-kilometer runners.
So yeah, second place for Miguel. So the Kailash Fuga athletes 1 and 2. And wrapping up the top 3, Hans Troyer. Go big or go home. Hans went big yesterday.
Oh, it was so special to be down there last night. And I think the 100-kilometer runners were just as surprised when they were able to share hugs with those 100-mile runners who were about to head off.
And then this was the, Tony caught up with, and then all of a sudden we had the pass. There we go, friends as well as teammates. So Ingvild Kaspersen passing both Yao Miao and Tony McCann. And here she comes, the doctor from Norway, and 2 times CCC champion. The first time we have a double women's champion in the CCC. Wow. Ingvild Kaspersen from Norway. And then a UTMB live colleague of ours coming in second, Tony McCann from South Africa, former winner of the CCC. And in fact, in the women's race, first, second and third have all previously won the race. Yao Miao from China.
I absolutely love these top 3 females. It's so special to see them all racing so hard against each other out there yesterday and then all being able to celebrate together. It was really well deserved.
Okay, I think that's it, but maybe they're going to throw in another recap. But there we go, that kept us going. So yeah, CCC runners, they have now all finished. They finished around about 1 o'clock today, so that a lot of the runners had through the night. It was about 28 hours they had to finish the whole race.
And you can see here from sort of the top-down view of the course where the runners are out. So La Fugere is the highest point, the last highest point that the runners are going to make their way to. Mm-hmm. And they've got Gareth Arnold making her way down into town. She's only got a few kilometres to go, and she's probably got a few people running alongside with her. Oh, here she comes. So she's passed through that really exciting La Fugere spot and now makes her way down the trail, the descent into Sham.
So all of you lovely people in the chat, the recap was being done so that we could relocate our cameras on the course. So we are committed to following the rest of our women's athletes to complete the top 10 for the last few kilometers down into Chamonix. So yep, it's all going to be about the women now for the next hour and a half, 2 hours.
100%, and it's going to be great to see these ladies coming in. There's a few people saying, who are the commentators? My name is Jackie Bell. I'm from Australia, and I'm bringing home the last few females in the top 10 today. Stephanie Case was on all day. She was absolutely incredible. Long week out here for her. She was racing in TDS earlier in the week, and then has been part of all the live events. And then Keith, do you want to do your introduction?
Yeah, well, we've also had Martin Gafuri. So Martin has been here all week as well. He was out on the course this afternoon giving Caleb Olsen some intel. And then my name's Keith Byrne. I have the pleasure of hanging out with all these wonderful people. And I just happen to be at every UTMB since 2004. It is a pleasure. So yeah, and the content gets better and better. I'm not sure about the commentators, but the content gets better.
Hey, we only met today, so I watch it.
Exactly.
I was part of the commentary team last night for anyone just tuning in, and honestly, I went home and had it on the TV. I couldn't take my eyes off seeing all these incredible athletes and what they've been out here doing today. And there's been so many records broken, so many fast runners out there. Who are making this 100 miles look like a piece of cake.
Yep. And we've been learning how to say Kareth's name correctly. We've been coached and given some guidance by our friends in the chat. So Kareth Arnold. So Kareth continues her ascendancy in the trail running world. So yeah, and actually she won from a UTMB Chamonix point of view. Kareth won the TDS in 2025. Second at Canyons 100K and a second again at this year's Hard Rock. And so Kareth was running Hard Rock last month. So Hard Rock 100, which in terms of is much higher in terms of the actual course itself, and around about the same level of elevation, around about 10,000 meters of climbing, like she's been doing for the last 22.5 hours. So 23 hours. So, yep.
She's been really strong through the field today as well, and she is an elite athlete. She's sponsored by Ultra, but she's also a mum. She talks about fitting in her training around her family life. She has to get up early. She gets miles done in the dark, and then she goes into mum mode. So a lot of people who are tuning in probably can relate to that. Being able to juggle being an athlete and mum, it's pretty incredible. So she is coming down the last descent into Sham. She's had a full night, full day out there. She's been through 3 countries. There's not many times you can go out on a run and go through 3 countries in 24 hours. And she's going to be leaving Mont Blanc behind her as she makes her way into Sham and will be claiming that 4th place position today.
So yeah, it'd be interesting to ask Kareth about UTMB versus TDS, which one is harder? Because the TDS, even though it's slightly shorter and it doesn't get the same love that the OCC, CCC, and UTMB does, it is gnarly. It is a tough technical course.
It's interesting. I had a friend who competed in TDS early in the week and also has competed in UTMB 2 years ago, and he said that TDS was the hardest race he's ever done in his life. But, I mean, there is a lot of variables when you're out there. It could be just your fitness levels, your mindset on the day. And the weather in TDS this year was pretty shocking. That first night was in pure rain.
100%. And, yeah, if you're going to have an argument for who had the worst weather this week, I think the TDS definitely wins that one, hands down. They had the worst weather through Monday night all the way through Tuesday morning. Yep. Cold, hail, rain, wind. Yeah, they got the worst of it.
So the crowds, you can see they've all got their prime position here at the finish line, waiting to see these final females coming in. And we're going to be seeing 4th place female, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th very soon. And it doesn't seem like anyone is on Kareth's tail, so she's got a little bit of room for breathing, unlike the first 3 females who are all very, very close to each other.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a laid-back party vibe now right here at the finish line in Chamonix. A lot of crowds out, and I think all the way through tomorrow to the golden hour when the final runners will be coming to the finish line. So actually tomorrow the crowds are equally big and everyone's cheering in the final runners. And you see some people that they really are, they're like the Walking Dead.
Yes.
And but they're still going, and it's the last hour is one of the highlights for me of the whole week, cheering in the last of the runners.
And a huge kudos to the runners who are out there for 30 plus hours. I mean, they're almost the real heroes of it all because it is tough going. The longer you're out there, the harder it gets. And it shows a lot about someone's character if they can really persevere through these long hours and tough climbs and descents here at the UTMB World Series Finals. And you can see on the course profile here where the runners head in these last few sections. So 163 kilometres in is when they're at La Fagère, and that's a great spot for spectators because from here you can actually catch the gondola up and you can see all the competitors coming through. You can run with them for a little bit, and we saw earlier real excitement and hype. And this is a bit of a replay from Kareth earlier.
Is this a replay of the UTMB or just purely Kareth? So that's pretty...
Good timing, right?
Oh, yeah. This is... wow.
So this, guys, is showing you Kareth, our 4th female who is making her way into town. You can see on the screen here as well that she's got an index score of 766, which I think fits in with the sort of standings that we saw earlier. So the UTMB index score has been quite accurate today. And here we go. We've got her coming down onto the flats into town now. It's awesome. And we're going to be welcoming back Stephanie Case. She's got a little perk up. We were just talking about ice cream, and I think that's going to be her saving grace. You must have heard Stephanie, our 3rd female, mentioning that she was going to be getting some ice cream. So we were told to go across the border to get better ice cream, but that's all right. Here we go, everyone. This is where the crowds really start to hype you up again as you make your way into town. Less than 1 kilometre to go for Gareth Arnold here. Welcome back, Steph.
I am happy to be back. Just a little brief break with my daughter, who I basically haven't seen since last week.
Oh. And we're seeing Gareth, she's got a little bit more breathing room than the other 3 females had as she makes her way into the finish line. She's going to be coming in across the line as 4th female, and she's looking pretty nice and cruisy here, taking some deep breaths, but hopefully she's ready to start soaking in the atmosphere and taking in this moment.
Yeah, speaking of being a mom, Gareth Arnold is such an inspiration to moms I know who have been in the chat. She has, I'm testing my memory, at least 2 kids. But she's someone whose career has really taken off since she's becoming a mom. She was 2nd at Hard Rock. She's also the winner of TDS last year. And she has had an absolutely outstanding performance here, coming in 4th at UTMB. Really, really impressive. And showing a bit of mom strength.
You must have read my mind. I was just chatting before about her juggling life as a mum, and I think so many people tuning in, as you said, would be able to relate to that. And you can see her coming down these final stretches of road here in Chamonix, and the water is gushing. It was raining a little bit this week, nothing too crazy. Cham can get a lot worse, but it's been perfect dry condition state. Something in the air, Steph, I think, because of all these records being broken.
Yeah, perfectly dry, but also hot. We have seen quite a few of the lead female runners complaining about the heat throughout the day. Lots of ice bandanas circulating around. But certainly compared to the conditions that we saw in UTMB last year, it is one of the factors that has led to such blistering times that we have seen here, with the men breaking 19 and the women breaking 22.
I just think it's so cool as well. It was both the females and the males both bringing home some records this year. And I saw Lucy Bartholomew, fellow Aussie at the aid station before, looking pretty hot and flustered. And she was getting a lot of ice put into her bandana and different things. And I thought, wow, if an Aussie's feeling the heat, it must be hot out there.
Yeah. And, you know, when I was out picking up my ice cream, I also ran into Adam Campbell, who many of you will know, one of the OGs. He was out crewing Jasmine Lowther, who should be coming through. I see Jasmine Lowther is now in 5th. So, whoa, there's been a switch up since I have last been on the air. That is quite exciting.
And is this her first journey around the full UTMB course this year? I think that she's proved herself at CCC and some other major races, but this is her first complete lap of Mont Blanc. I think Steph's just checking that for me now. I don't want to be making things up, guys. But before this, she was sort of using the French Alps as more of a training ground. And I guess she wanted to try her luck in the race here.
Yeah, absolutely. And she was 8th at OCC. She DNF in 2024 at CCC. 4th at CCC in 2022, but indeed her first big loop around the mountain and an incredible result for a debut at the UTMB World Series. But in the meantime, we have Gareth Arnold, who we should be focusing on, and starting to see the emotion come out a little bit as she makes that final stretch into Chamonix. Chamonix is so packed right now. Nothing like what we saw for Blandine Leonardel's finish, but the phone signals don't even work right now because everyone
No, everything is cutting out because the crowds are just still going bananas. And I love that everyone is staying out for these females. And I'm sure that Gareth Arnold right now is feeling all the emotions. As we said, she's a mum. She juggles life as a mum and being an elite athlete. Those early mornings, late nights, she has put in the work, and she now gets to reap the benefits of all of that hard training. A full night, a full day, 3 countries, and she has done a lap of Mont Blanc. Here she comes, this 4th female across the finish line here at the HOKA UTMB World Series Finals. Congratulations. That is absolutely incredible. So well deserved. And she's been so solid all day. She's really worked her way up through the placings today to bring home this 4th position.
And he has confirmed Kareth from Colorado, where she lives with her husband and her 2 young girls. What a role model she is to them. And fun fact, her sister-in-law is Lottie Brinks.
There you go. We love fun facts.
What a family.
I also love seeing the athletes really soaking up the moment, collecting high fives. I mean, this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience to have the crowds here who are just all so happy to see you succeeding. And it's honestly awe-inspiring around the finish line there, down in the hub. And it's just really, really special. I wonder if her kids are old enough to understand what their mum has just achieved, but how inspiring for them. And she really is, here they are. They're absolutely adorable. What an incredible role model, absolutely showing us how it's done. And here they are, I think, making their way over. Oh, nope. They might be someone else's kids.
Maybe not.
She has kids, I can't confirm that.
Oh, there are the kids. they were just sneaking that past you there.
Just keeping everyone on their toes.
And, this is so cool because, putting noise-canceling headphones on really helps you protect the kids' ears from the crowds.
Oh.
It can be so overwhelming, especially for the little ones. It sounds like a great idea to bring your kids to the finish line, but particularly UTMB, it is so overwhelming. And I can't remember who it was, but it was one of the top men who had his kid at the finish line, and he just kind of broke down in tears, and you think, oh, God.
Yeah. I mean, you can't help all those emotions, right? How did you feel after TDS? All the emotions came out?
A lot of fluid came out, but I don't know about emotions. I was throwing up for the last 50K, so it was a lot of water. I didn't have any drama moments on the finish line, but as soon as I got home, I was hugging the toilet again. So, that's just how it goes sometimes. Yeah, it was something. There was a lot coming out.
Kareth Arnold, here we go, guys. 4th place female, and you can't wipe the smile off her face there. And we still have a lot of males who are coming in across the finish line. I'm going to take a stab that they're up to about maybe the 60th male now. And so the relief on all of these athletes' faces as they cross in 23 hours, just over 23 hours. That's a fantastic time on this course. It can chew you up and spit you out if you are not prepared for what these mountains are going to be serving you up. And we're going to take a look back here. We've got Jasmine Lowther, who is now in 5th position, not far off the finish line as well. She's come through La Fougère, and that's where people are absolutely going bananas for all the runners. So Jasmine now just makes her way down that final descent. Few last little bits of technical terrain, and especially when you're feeling mentally fatigued, you've got to keep your wits about you because we've seen a lot of stacks and falls today, a lot of oohs and ahs as people face plan. So we don't want to see any more of that. And here we are with Jasmine.
She is. Now, I'm not biased at all, but given that the French commentators have been raising the decibel levels for Blandine Rondel and the other French runners, I'm going to give a little bit of a shout out to Jasmine Lowther from Canada, running for Arc'teryx, had the one and only Adam Campbell, just an absolute legend in this sport. I'm crewing for her all day. I was just chatting with him, and he was saying just how stoked he is for her. I think how stoked she's going to be for herself, having been out here running on the trails in Chamonix, participating in the UTMB World Series final, but this is her first loop around the big mountain. So absolutely happy for her. She had an incredible performance at the World Trail Champions last year, but let's listen to this short break.
C'est un territoire qui est vivant, qui vit du tourisme, mais qui vit de plein d'autres choses. Et il faut que chacun trouve sa place. On va agir sur plusieurs actions qui sont les nuisances sonores, la gestion des déchets ou qui sont la gestion des flux routiers, de la mobilité.
Au niveau des zones protégées ou l'espace qui peut être compliqué par rapport aux habitations, aux habitants traversés de nuit,
L'idéal, c'est que les coureurs, les spectateurs, les accompagnants adoptent eux-mêmes les bons comportements. On va sensibiliser, on va pénaliser. Si on prend un coureur à jeter un déchet, il sera pénalisé. On va garantir malgré tout de ramasser tout ce qu'il y a derrière, donc pour garantir de rendre la montagne propre.
And we are back watching Jasmine Lowther cruise to the finish, having worked her way up pretty much all day now into 5th place. Very impressive to see that. Was just talking a bit about her previous performances. Last year, she was 4th in the long trail for the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships, and that was only 1 month after having come in 8th at OCC. Now, this is someone with real range. If you look through her past race history, she's able to really get quite high up on the podium of 50Ks, of 100K in the World Championships. And now here she is, 5th place at UTMB in the 100-miler. Incredible.
And she's got a pretty interesting background. So Jasmine grew up in British Columbia in a small Canadian ski town, and she does describe herself as a mountain athlete just as much as a runner, and which is perfect for being out here today in the mountains, because you need a wide range of skills to be able to navigate these mountains. But she works as a biologist, and she also she's then become an elite trail runner. She was heavily into rock climbing, alpine climbing, and backcountry skiing. Spent long days adventuring in some pretty epic places. So it sounds like she loves an amazing adventure, and she's definitely gotten that today. Now, as you can see here, Kasia is very close behind Jasmine, so she better not let up, otherwise we might see another race on our hands. And Kasia's a fierce competitor, and that does not look like much distance between these two.
I absolutely cannot take another sprint to the finish. So
your anxiety.
We're done. That was exciting. No more, please. It has been, the women have not disappointed. They have really provided all of us as fans just an incredible show across OCC, CCC, and UTMB.
I have felt my sort of cortisol levels be raised all week long. The adrenaline, the excitement. I'm on the edge of my chair half the time. But it's going to be awesome. See these two ladies race out for 5th and 6th position, if possible. We've got about 3 kilometers left for Katarzyna, who is making her way down here.
My stomach just fell outside of my body when Blondine Lechandel did her face plant. So after that, we're done. We need some nice, calm finishes, please. But just 2 women on the screen who I respect so much, both as a commentator and as a fellow racer, if I'm allowed to put myself in that category. There's less than 1 kilometer between them. Oof. And as we've been discussing, we've given a bit of a background on Jasmine. Kasia Dąbrowska, we've been talking about throughout the broadcast, but very strong runner for On. We saw her at the beginning of last month in Val d'Orient by UTMB, where she came in first gridded through a very tough race on a much more technical trail than what we see at UTMB. So this is really a cakewalk for her in comparison. I'm sure she doesn't feel it at the moment, but go on her UTMB profile and you will see a string of firsts. She started off the year in a tough place in March in Transgran Canaria. She was really one of the race favorites coming in, along with Henrietta Albin, who unfortunately was not able to start UTMB this year due to food poisoning. But Kasia Dąbrowska had to pull out of Transgran Canaria due to hypothermia because of the freak weather system that came through the Canary Islands. And it was a really tough setback for her. You could tell she's got a YouTube channel, through her social media, that was a real disappointment that she battled with. But since then, she's come back and just had a string of firsts. And I think, you were there to witness the first at Ultra Trail Australia, at least from a commentating side.
Yeah, and her joy that she had at the finish line. I got to interview her at the end there. The joy was just absolutely seeping out of her, and the incredible relationship she has with her partner. I love following along, seeing that as well on socials, that he's always there to support her, and they're such a great team. And as you know, in these races, it really is about your support network and team as well. So it takes an army to get you across these finish lines for any competitor, and even more so for those who are really pushing it and trying to get to a podium. And you could see last night at the aid stations that Kasia took a lot more care in when the weather was changing. She was putting on wet weather gear, she was staying warm, she was changing clothes. So I think she really took a lot away from having that DNF. And I mean, you learn a lot when you fail in a race. Yeah.
And, you know, we've seen this before with Ruth Croft. I believe it was possibly Transvolcania last year that she had to pull out of, if my memory is correct. Martin, let us know if you're listening. Transvolcania that she had to pull out of due to hypothermia. And then when she came to UTMB and the weather was so bad during the first night going through the mountains, she put on her wet weather gear and her full waterproof pants.
Yes.
Where earlier than the others, earlier than Courtney. And when she came into Courmayeur with the full getup on, others weren't quite as well dressed and maybe hadn't put it on as early. And yep, she went on to win. So sometimes it takes a little bit of a setback to learn a hard lesson, but that can propel you to a win.
And yeah, it does take those lessons to learn a lot about your body. And I mean, I haven't actually seen a lot of gut issues out there today. Not that we'd know that, but there's so many variables in these races, from the weather conditions, what food you can stomach and take in, and
I know there have been a lot of gut issues.
Okay.
I think we've been spared of seeing a lot of the gut issues.
We won't show you guys that.
Yeah, certainly my own teammates have been. It's really gut issues that have been taking out most of them. In particular today with the heat, it gets harder and harder to digest those calories. You get a little bit dehydrated, and then that balance in your stomach goes out.
It's a competitive eating contest out there as well as running. So.
Eating and fueling.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can see here the finish line. Everyone is eagerly awaiting our next two females to be coming in. It'll probably be just over 1 kilometre now, and they'll be making their way into that finishing chute, our 5th and 6th females. And we're going to be covering the race up until the 10th female makes her way across the line. And there has been quite a shift in the positions of the top 10 females in the last few hours. A few people falling in and out of it. I was following along, and Riley Brand was sitting on the cusp of that 10th place. I'm not sure where Riley is at now.
Riley is sitting in 13th now. They are behind Leah Yingling and Amanda Basham. So that's been at least, the last timing point that we had, which was at Valenciennes, which was about an hour and 25 minutes ago. So we should get an update on where Riley is sitting in about 37 minutes.
And that's really solid for Riley, because I was chatting to Riley's support crew, Sophie Lynn, just last night, who was heading out to Les Contamines to crew Riley. And Sophie Lynn mentioned that she thought that Riley would be top 10 or having a really tough day out there. So it was a pretty good prediction from Sophie, because Riley was sitting in the top 10 for most of the day.
Yes. And, we're splitting hairs between 10th and 13th. 13th is still incredible.
Yeah.
It's, not officially in the top 10, but if I were Riley, I would be so stoked with where I'm sitting right now, given the depth of this field. And Leah Yingling as well, coming back from having a baby herself.
And you would have had your goal times for maybe the race today.
Yeah.
And, the first three females have just absolutely
obliterated it.
Yeah.
Well, I've been talking with quite a few runners about this. The competition is so stiff. It's actually unreal. I based my predicted finishing times, for example, for TDS, based on what they were last year, which was a bit of a different course, and the year before. And what would have been a top 10 over the last couple of years was not this year, as I discovered. And so, you can make your expected time, you should still be super proud of it, but it just might not be as high up in the rankings as you were hoping it would be, because year after year, the competition just goes one step further into astronomical levels.
100%. And I think that's as well where you've got to have your timing pretty dialed in, and then you've just got to run your own race when you get out there, especially over 100 miles. If you're trying to run anyone else's race, it can blow up you can blow up quite quickly if you go out too hard. And it's very easy in these races to absolutely go out and hammer yourself early on, but you've got to know your own pacing and own body. But all of these elites do know. Do you find it hard to pull back and sort of stay at your own pace at the start of a race?
I don't, actually, because I don't think I have the pure raw speed that someone in their 20s and 30s would have now that I'm 44. So it's actually, I feel like it's a superpower because I can go out strong, but I can't sprint the same way that a 30-year-old can.
Yep.
So that actually serves me well later on in the course. But turning back to the athletes here is Kasia Dąbrowska, our sixth place woman, chasing down Jasmine Lowther, who has made it into the final stretch in Chamonix.
And I thought it was going to be a bit of a race between those two, but Jasmine has been too strong to bring it into the finish line here.
And she has been so smart, consistently picking her way up through the field. If you look at her profile, you can see how at every checkpoint, another 11 people, another 8 people, another 8 people, another 3 people, another 6 people. She has been so strong, so consistent, bringing the Canadian flag into the finish line. I am allowed to be a little bit louder for my countrywoman. Jasmine Lowther, her first big loop around UTMB. Phenomenal performance, finishing so strong in 5th place. Congratulations. This is our 5th place woman at the 2026 UTMB, Jasmine Lowther.
Nice one, Jasmine. She loves the mountains. She loves adventuring. She skis. She mountaineers. She does it all. And she has just shown us today how incredible she is in the mountains as a runner as well.
That's going to be a nice little prize purse and I imagine bonus from Arc'teryx for her.
Just quietly. There we are, sharing this with a loved one. And
if you see her in town, drinks are on her.
Wow, first time here at UTMB and for the finals, and she has absolutely smashed it. She's going to soak it all up now, grabbing those high fives. It's always fun to do a bit of a loop, and it won't be long until Katarzyna is coming in hot on her heels.
Yeah. First time for the big loop, not first time during UTMB week, but it's a good strategy to, test out the legs on OCC, CCC before you attempt the big loop. Or, we've seen some people start with TDS, which I would argue, I've done both, is a harder course.
Funny, Keith and I were chatting about that earlier, and my friend earlier in the week also said TDS was the hardest race he's ever done compared to UTMB.
Yep.
So you choose your poison, guys, TDS or UTMB. I mean, it depends on the day, but...
Yeah, it is certainly not the lesser race. It is not a warm-up to UTMB. It is an incredible race. Some people say it's the most beautiful race. It is the most technical race out of the 3. But there's plenty to choose from during UTMB week. In terms of distance, technicality, choose your poison, as we say.
If you're just joining us, guys, this is Jasmine Lowther from Canada, and she has come in as 5th female here today. She had an incredible day out, and she has fought her way up into the 5th position. She's soaking up these final moments here at the HOKA UTMB World Series Finals.
Yeah. Oh, she looks stoked.
I wonder if she's going to have a gelato now as well. All the foods.
All the foods.
That's so exciting for her. I think her legs are starting to understand what she's just put them through and getting a little wobbly there.
I wonder if Blandine Lehandal is finally processing what just happened today. Oh. She looked so shocked. And there is Kasia Dąbrowska. If you are a fan in Poland, around the world, jump into the chat, give a little bit of love for our on athlete here. Very strong race today.
And just such a lovely, happy person to be around. Chatting to her at the end of Ultra Trail Australia earlier this year, where she absolutely smashed it. She flew up the further steps, which are so tough. And I got to chat to her at the end about her favourite Polish foods and asked her if she was going to be celebrating with some pierogi, which is like double deep-fried little dumplings. And she laughed at me. She thought it was hilarious. But she was very excited to be in Australia and to be racing with UTMB over there. So if you want to come and check out a race in Australia, our mountains are a little bit more forgiving than the ones here, so you should come and check it out. But yeah, such a lovely human, and she's bloody fierce. I mean, she's had an incredible year, very solid. And this is our 6th female coming in, Katarzyna from Poland. And there's still a lot of people out on course cheering in the final females. We're going to be here until the 10th female comes in and celebrating them, which is well deserved. They've all run so hard and so well out there today. And as Steph and I have been chatting about, the level of just abilities in the runners and the times that we're seeing everyone coming in at is it's being blown out of the water.
And the messages are coming in fast and furious. We can barely keep up with them.
She has such a following, doesn't she?
So much support.
Oh,
I mean, the rise of the Polish runners over the last few years, in particular, Andrzej Witek, Kasia Jaworska. There are quite a few, but those are the two kind of top names that come to mind. She's such an inspiration, hopefully, for other young girls in Poland and around the world.
And it was only 6 weeks ago that she won the Val d'Aran, which was 160 kilometres. So, I mean, that is a very fast turnaround, and she's backed up so well here today. She's an elite runner, so she knows her body very well and knows what it's capable of. And she's got that Polish flag. Everyone in the chat, Poland!
And there she goes. Emotions are coming out again. What a year for Kasia. Started with a disappointing DNF, followed by a string of firsts, and now top 10 at UTMB. This is our 6th place woman, Katarzyna Dąbrowska.
She's coming in as 6th woman here today, and it's been an incredible standard of runners. So she has really shown us what she's made of, and her consistency is just incredible. Here she goes, the final shoot, Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland. Absolutely loving it.
Love to see it. And you have finished. Congratulations, Kasia Dąbrowska. We should see her partner, I'm assuming Maciek, come out.
Oh,
he's always there, right by her side. Oh my goodness.
It looks like she just left it all out there in the mountains today. Yeah. Oh,
I'm so happy for her. Yeah, she can still jump.
I love it.
She can still jump. And she's out for her victory lap, as she should.
An absolute fan favorite. Everyone in the chat is absolutely pumped.
Yeah, seriously. Comments in the chat about how Kasia and Maciek are the best team. It's hashtag couple goals.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that he supports her through all of her races, just unconditionally, and
she's such a fan favorite, isn't she?
My God.
I love this positivity in the chat too.
Yes.
This is awesome.
Thank you.
Just constant good vibes. We're going to be bringing Kasia in for her races all the time now.
That's what we want to see in the chat. And yeah, nice little camaraderie between the two. Of course, there was a switch up there during the race when Jasmine passed Kasia, and
love.
No. All men, be like Maciek. Oh, yes, be like Maciek. And we have a bottle of bubbles on the finish line. This is the first time we've seen this. Do it.
That is awesome.
And there was Claudia Trump's, her teammate there on the sidelines as well. Just bumped into Claudia, who had a tough time and unfortunately had to drop out of, remind me which race she was in.
Oh, some amazing comments in the chat, and everything that Katarzyna has put into this race. She's had a really tough race about 6 weeks ago where she took home the win in Val d'Aran, and then she was able to rebuild, recover, and then show up here today and just be such a badass.
But it was a good kind of mental toughness race to pick because it is harder than UTMB. It's a lot more technical, and she struggled a lot in Val d'Aran in front of all of us on the camera with nausea, with sleepiness. So after that, as Maciek and I were commenting back and forth, this would be a cakewalk. And not to say it was, but it was a UTMB cakewalk.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And here we have our 7th place woman, Lucy Bartholomew.
Fellow Aussie Lucy Bartholomew she's making her way into the finish now. This is the final descent. She had an incredible race at Lavreda Ultra Trail by UTMB not long ago, where she got 2nd place, and she just ran so well. I mean, hanging out with fellow Aussie trail runners, everyone was talking about it, and she was really, really strong. And Lucy's so consistent. Every year she comes back here. She's another fan favorite at UTMB.
She's had such an amazing year. And, you know, I had called at the beginning of the broadcast that I thought we would see her in the top 5 because every time she comes back for UTMB, she does a little bit better. Last year, she was 7th. She's finishing in 7th again in a very competitive field. So absolutely so much to be proud of. But yeah, I really, when she was sitting in 6th, I thought she would end up moving up to 5th rather than dropping back to 7th. But you never know how it will play out.
And I ran into Ryan Sands in the street actually the other day here in Sham, and I hadn't met him before, and I said, Ryan, I yelled across the street, I said, I'm such a fan. And he was telling me how he's over here crewing Lucy, and they're such a great team, and they have a really great rapport, and seeing them working together at the aid stations and everything. Very composed, which would help Lucy save that energy and be able to leave her energy for out on the course when she's actually running.
Yeah, I mean, just to have someone from your own country, from your own team, someone who has been on the UTMB course before, someone who is a veteran really in the sport. It must be such a comfort to come to an aid station and know that you are in the right hands. You are going to be taken care of, and you're going to be backed 100% no matter what happens the whole way.
And Lucy is almost a veteran of UTMB. I'm sure that I saw an interview of her talking about the youths.
She won YCC in 2015.
Yeah, anyone tuning in, YCC is the youth race here, which is earlier in the week. And what's the distance on that one?
Good question.
So we'll find that one out. But Lucy won the YCC event years ago. And for anyone who doesn't know Lucy, Lucy is fellow Australian. She spends a lot of time in the Dandenongs down in Melbourne. And Lucy's grown up in this sport in front of so many of us. We've seen her over the years and her whole journey. And it's all played out online, which has been a lot for a young person growing up. But it's so great to see her getting such strong results. She's still only 30 years of age and has accomplished more than many of us have. But she started ultras at an incredibly young age, and she's travelled all over the world with Solomon and represented Australian trail running on some of the biggest stages in the sport. She actually she competed in her first, I think it was 100K in Australia. Her dad, Ash, got her into running. And it was very controversial. Everyone said she was too young, but I mean, look at her now. She knew what she loved doing, and her relationship with her dad is also very special. They both love the trails together.
Yeah. And, you know, she's someone who has gone straight from high school into becoming a professional athlete at a time that really there weren't that many professional athletes in trail and ultra running. And she has had such a big career already, but she's still so young because she started so early. So we are going to continue to see, we've seen what people have been calling the second rise of Lucy Bartholomew.
Love that, and I think it really is.
Yeah, and I think we could see a third, fourth. I mean, she's just on the up and up, and there's so much left that we will continue to see for Lucy. It's not common at all where you can talk about someone who's a vet and still be as young as she is. Now, we were questioning what the distance was for the YCC. It is 15 kilometers with 1,200 meters of climb. So there's actually 2 races. Oh, this is adorable. So the YCC, if you are a mini-me, So this year, born in 2011 or 2012, you do 4 kilometers with 200 meters of climb. If you're a YCC cadet, born in 2009 or 2010, you do 8 kilometers with 600 meters, or a junior, born in 2007, 2008, you do the full 15 kilometers, 1,200 meters of climb. So starting off with 4K and 200 meters is pretty solid.
I mean, you have a little daughter. I'm sure that every time you try and make her walk up a big hill, she's like, Mum, come on, carry me. So 200 meters of elevation is still pretty good. Actually, probably not your daughter. She's probably running up the hills with you. Terrible analogy by me.
When you grow up in Chamonix Valley, you're kind of destined to either be a national level athlete or well, who knows. I think sports is the way to go if you grow up here.
Everyone just tuning in now, we've got our 7th woman who isn't far from the finish line, and the times today that the females are laying down are so quick. This is Lucy Bartholomew, fellow Aussie, who is on the screen here. She's had a great day out. She's been really solid, and the positions in the top 10 females has changed around quite a bit. So for Lucy to be able to hang on and hold that 7th place. When I first jumped onto the commentary early in the morning, where the athletes were coming through at about, it was about 8 hours in to Courmayeur aid station. Lucy and Abby Hall were neck and neck. Abby was sitting in about 3rd or 4th position, and Lucy was right there with her. And we weren't sure for a little bit if they were actually working together as a team, because they're really good friends. Lucy's paced Abby and vice versa at a lot of different races, and they train together. But it looked like they were on different trajectories today for the race, so they weren't actually running together. And as Steph probably can speak to this a little bit as well, when you're out there competing, you really can only run your own pace. You can't go faster or can't go slower unless if you're working as a team, it's just because you're both working on a par.
Yeah. And there we have a split screen between Lucy Bartholomew in 7th and our 8th place woman, Antonina Ayushina.
And Antonina, we saw her earlier actually, and we were chatting about her. That's right. She did very well this year at the UTMB Ultra Trail Australia. She was the winner of the 100-mile event, 19 hours. So she's had a miler. Sorry, guys.
Oh, wow. Okay, I think it's, if I hear from the French commentators that this is Joyeux Boyon. Let me just check with his bib number. Yes, this is Arthur Joyeux Boyon, who is quite a well-known runner in France, which is why the French commentating booth has, again, raised their decibel levels a bit. We have seen him before on the live stream. He was first in a 50K race in July this year. Looking back, his year's been a little bit up and down, but if we look back to last year, he was the winner of Val d'Aran by UTMB. Incredibly tough race. DNF at Diagonale des Fous, but has previously been in the top 10 for UTMB before. He was 6th in 2024. He had a hard 9th in 2023, so long history with UTMB. Obviously a tougher day out there than I'm sure he would have wanted. 59th overall, 53rd amongst the men. Oh, look at his kid and the bucket hat.
Oh, it melts me.
Arthur Joyeux Boyon. It's really nice to see when someone who's come in the top 10 in UTMB before multiple times, maybe not having their day, but still gutting it out towards a 53rd position. But still, I mean, coming in under 24 hours, he's no slouch. Oh, look at his kid.
That is so cute.
Let's go. He's got the baton.
I actually have a question. Do you know what happened earlier in the race? Ben was one pole that was maybe broken. Was it broken?
Yeah, he had broken one of his poles before he was going up the Col du Grand Frais. Before he went over into Switzerland, but then he was able to pick up a spare set of poles at the next aid station. We saw he was trying to use one pole for a while, but then he decided that, it was a bit lopsided. So we just put them away in power height.
I saw him using one with the right arm for a while, and I thought, well, he's going to be jacked. This is so cute to see. His little, oh my God, his little boy.
And he's totally unfazed by the crowds.
He's loving it. Look at that smile on his face. Oh my gosh. Go, Dad. I hope, he's going to have the best footage of this when he grows up.
Man. Looks like maybe a little bit younger, but similar age to my daughter. So, okay, Pepper is ready to see you in UTMB in about 20 years.
What a little cutie. That is so special that he gets to share that with his little one. Oh. They're going to remember this shared moment for a long time to come.
Yeah.
Won't be long, guys, and we're going to be back onto the females, and we've got Lucy Bartholomew, who is sitting in 7th, about to cross the finish line, and we've also got our 8th placed female, who is Antonia Yushina. Is that the...
Antonina Ayushina.
Close. I was getting there. Antonia Yushina. And she had a great race earlier this year in Australia for the 100-mile event, bringing home first place. Oh my gosh, I remember now. She had first. So she's been absolutely slicing and dicing all year long. As you can see just on the screen, there's some of her highlights. She's looking super fresh and strong still as she's making her way down. I don't think that was anyone close behind her. And this is Lucy Bartholomew. She's actually run in a few marathons in Australia recently as well. One from Brisbane, our local town. She won.
Yeah, exactly. I saw that.
She is not just a mountain athlete.
What range? I mean,
yeah, it was incredible.
First, I saw that at the Solomon camp they had them all do was the Paris Marathon at the end, which I thought was a bit cruel because I'm like, oh my God, you're putting the trail athletes in a road marathon. But we're seeing this strategy more and more. We saw Courtney Dauwalter, of course, after her 10th place at UTMB last year. She went on to train for the marathon again and then ran 2 marathons, one kind of her home marathon, and then Sims, I think, and did quite well, was a few minutes off of the Olympic qualifying time, but really to try to get that leg speed, jumping back to the marathon was a bold move. And then when I saw that coming out of Lucy, I was like, holy crap, you can win a road marathon, and now she's top 10 at UTMB again. So very versatile athlete. And of course, Lucy also does triathlons.
Oh, I mean, so diverse as an athlete, and seeing her not just participating in all of these different activities, but actually really pushing it, podiuming, and just always coming through with incredible times.
Yep. I mean, her range in terms of distance, in terms of format, in terms of sport, Lucy is just one of those all-round athletes that you just dream that you were back in high school or middle school. At least I do. And 1.3 kilometers from the finish for Antonina Ayushina. Some questions in the chat where she is from. The runners that are from Russia are appearing as neutral athletes in their UTMB profiles at the moment.
The fun fact about Antonina is that she absolutely loved the kangaroos in Australia. That was a real highlight for her. There's no kangaroos over here, but there is incredible crowds, and you can see here on screen, 7th female Lucy Bartholomew is making her way towards that finish line. She's on the streets here in Sham, and she's only got one final turn to make. The crowd absolutely loves her, so you're going to see a lot of high fives. She's always great with the kids, isn't she? And so you can see the audience, their vibes really lifted now.
Now, we have permission to raise the decibel level as a fellow Aussie, as
Aussie. Oi. Let's go, Lucy. She's all smiles now. We've seen this with so many runners. They really let the emotion out as they hit that final finish to shoot. Lucy has had a fantastic year. Showed us how it was done at Lavredo with a 2nd place. She has had a really strong day out. She was sitting in 3rd and 4th spot early on, and she has really held on in a very fierce field. She's put in the work, and everyone here absolutely loves seeing Lucy do well. She's only 30 years of age, and she's just absolutely crushing it. A real goat of the sport, I must admit, especially in Australia. Congratulations, Lucy. You have once again absolutely put on an incredible performance, and she should be so proud of that one. Her and Ryan Sands, her support crew today, they have worked so well together, and it's paid off. 23 hours and 44 minutes for Lucy, and here's Ryan on screen.
Yes, love seeing this teammates, fellow Aussies, veteran to younger veteran.
And everyone in the chat's getting excited. Anyone from Australia, give me an oi, oi, oi. I would say Lucy doesn't have the strongest Australian accent like I do, but she is just as Aussie.
Yours is something fierce. I have to say, and you know, when it comes out on your pronunciation of the French words, it's just...
Anyone in the chat, I'm sorry, but
Don't look at it. Don't look at the chat. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm the Australian commentary. I was brought in to specifically bring the Aussie audience in on Lucy's great performance here today.
And we absolutely love it. It took me years to kind of tone down my Canadian accent, but...
There's no toning down. Gotta lean in. Congratulations, Lucy. 7th place here today. And
look at that smile. Yes. And we're playing the dance music in the background. Ready to go. We still have more commentating coming your way. We will be with you through 8th, 9th, and 10th places on the women's side. That is Antonina Ayushina, who is coming towards the finish. She should be there, and yeah, she's just 700 meters to go. So if you are a fan, do not look at the algorithm. They're estimating well over the time that it will take her to run these last 700 meters now. So make your way to the finish line in Chamonix.
And she's only got about 600 meters to go. Whoop. That water's probably looking very inviting after a hot day out there. The temperatures today have been dry and warm, and I don't think jumping in the rapids there would be a wise idea, but there is some other parts of the water here in Cham. You can dip your legs in for a bit of recovery.
Or take yourself to the spa.
Yes, that is booked in for me tomorrow. Not that I've run, but, you know, treat yourself.
Amazing. Yes, not a sponsor of UTMB, but I'm just a local who loves QC Term. And, you know, you can just sit in the hot, bubbly pool outside, watch paragliders go overhead. There's really nothing else like it.
And it is quite expensive, so you do want to stay for 5 hours to get every cent worth. So,
discount if you're a local.
Everyone move to Cham.
Yeah, it's almost worth it. 500 meters to go for our 8th place woman, Antonina Ayushina.
And here's Lucy celebrating a little bit at the end, soaking up with some of those photos. Now, we thought that the 10th female might need her head torch out as she makes her way in, but it might not be the case. Yeah.
They are absolutely so... Oh, there we go. There's her teammate, Courtney DeWalter. Fan favorite, crowd favorite. Now, I have to say, just because she's wearing them, I have those exact same sunglasses. These are sunglasses that Courtney designed with Sun God, and they are awesome. Courtney always likes wearing the classic sunglasses, but they were with the kind of curved arms around the ears and a little bit more difficult to run with. But now that she's designed them with the straight... I was going to call them legs, arms.
Legs or arms by this point, it's all good.
Yeah. They really stick to the head, so they can be kind of part casual fashion, but also you can use them running as well. And they've got her little ice axe to symbolize digging away in the pain cave. So check them out.
It's almost like what is the David Goggins thing? Boats and logs or something like that. So,
you know, I have to say I don't follow David Goggins.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't even put Courtney in the same bracket. I just thought of it with the axe.
David who?
I don't either. I wonder if people out there have the ice axe tattooed onto them mad fans of Courtney's, probably.
And here we have Antonina Ayushina.
Interrupting my terrible chat. Thank you for making your way into the finish line.
Not at all. Not at all. I know there are going to be David Goggins fans out there, but not necessarily in the studio.
Fantastic job here today for Antonia, and she is only a couple of 100 meters off from that finish line, and she's been super, super strong. She had the kilometers in her legs from Ultra Trail Australia earlier this year, the 100-mile race. She got first place, and today she is on the big stage here at the finals of UTMB World Series. She's on that final finish to shoot, and she is so happy with that. Look at her collecting high fives, making her way to the finish line, and she's going to be the 8th female across the line here today in 23 hours and 50 minutes.
And thank you again. I know you're trying to help us with the pronunciation, Tommy's Pizza. Antonina Ayushina. Have I gotten it? Give me a thumbs up. Ayushina. Oh, wow.
Absolutely crushed it. Oh,
oof.
And is crushed.
I was not expecting a collapse at the finish line there. It's part relief. Oh, part just physical exhaustion. Way to go.
Taking a moment here to just soak it all in, probably rest up a little bit. And we've still got males making their way in between the females. Still fantastic results for these guys. 23 hours and 50 minutes is very rapid out there in the mountains.
And we will continue to see people finish through the night, through tomorrow. And yeah, we've had questions about what it says on her flag, but she hasn't given us a we haven't been able to see a full visual of what she is holding, but we will move on.
We will move on. Just like we move on from... Okay, guys, we are still yet to welcome in our 9th and 10th females who are out on course. We're going to do a little check-in of where they're at, and we're going to be cheering them across the finish line very soon. But for now, we've got a short break, and then we'll be back with you to cheer on the 9th and 10th females here at the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc Finals.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
And we are back with you live. Hey, following the top of the women's field, we are now with our 9th place woman who is 1.7 kilometers from the finish. This is Anne-Sophie Polstad from Norway. Also having a very good race today, sitting just at the bottom of the top 10.
She looks like she's got a bit of pace about her right now. Legs are ticking over nicely as she makes her way down this final descent, leaning forward a little bit, really making the most of that hill. A little bit less work for her in generating that speed. 1.5 kilometers to go for her. I mean, being from Norway, what a great place to train. Incredible mountains there to run and the views as well. That's the issue in Australia is you can do some big hill training, but you don't get the views that you guys do here. So the reward isn't quite as good.
And running John Boy, I see your comment in the chat really about wanting updates on how the back of the field are currently doing. I get you, particularly the adaptive athletes. We saw some of the adaptive athletes go off the start line
That was special
this morning, which was super cool to
see
if they could, if they can make it around the mountain with switching out different teams to kind of carry the do we call them wheelchairs or it's
adaptive chair? I don't know actually the correct wording for that.
But really neat to see them going out. And we also saw one of our blade athletes attempting to make it around the mountain. I do want to call out one of our adaptive athletes who was actually supposed to come on to the UTMB live for an interview, but because of the delayed race start, the timing just didn't work out. But Johnny Huntington, really cool athlete. Let's see where he is. He is currently over the Grand Col Fleuret, expected into La Folie in a couple of hours. And just to give a bit of a background on Johnny, Johnny is a former British Army officer. He was paralyzed down his left side from a brain bleed in 2014, but after 2 years of rehab and recovery, he went on to compete for Great Britain in the para cross-country skiing. He's now a professional disabled endurance athlete, and in January 2025, he became the first disabled person to ski solo and unsupported to the South Pole in just under 46 days. So he is out on the UTMB course, having crossed into Switzerland just a couple of minutes ago, now making that descent down to La Folie. So one of our athletes that we are so happy to have in the UTMB World Series. So if you see him along the course, give him a shout out and look up how he's doing and try to meet him at the finish line whenever he makes it that way. Expected to come to Chamonix at 3:45 p.m. tomorrow. If you want updates on anyone else further down the field, look them up on the UTMB live site. You can also look at the static cameras at some of the aid stations. So there are ways to get visuals on some of the athletes that are further down in the pack, but with our UTMB live coverage, we are focusing on the top runners. So thanks Running John Boy for highlighting that.
100%. I did see the other day 4 of those adaptive athletes set off. I am super curious to see how they are tracking out there.
Yep.
And it would be amazing to see if they're able to bring it in. And yeah, just a great community vibe as well between all of those athletes. Now, we aren't far off welcoming in our 9th female and 9th and 10th females in very rapid times, almost going to be under that 24-hour time.
Yeah, and we were just getting a bit of a note in the chat that I unfortunately had swapped Anne-Sophie Polstad and our French athlete Anne-Cécile Thévenot. So perhaps there has been a swap. Yes, I can see the French flag on her bib. So right now we've got visuals on our 9th woman. It looks like there has been a pass that we have not seen, but Anne-Cécile Thévenot from France is now, thank you for that help in the chat. We got to crowdsource the information here, is coming in towards the finish. as our 9th place woman.
There is a lot of people here in the crowd, so the truckers can switch and change around a little bit. You can see on screen here actually a fellow Brooks athlete is making their way into the finish line. And I know a lot of the Brooks athletes, I was over at the Athlete House the other day, a lot of them specialise in the shorter distances, so they've all been stepping up their distances here today. And these guys are really fast over the short distances, so stepping up and doing your first 100 miles. So the whole Brooks house will be super proud of him. And this is probably the longest race he's ever done.
Do you run for Brooks?
I do, 11 years.
Okay.
Brooks Australia.
There you go. All right.
I'm not sure of his name, this guy, but he's done such a great job, and he's looking pretty fresh still. His vest is looking very white.
He is having a good time here.
And the crowds are still pumping. It's going to be such a vibe.
Oh, you know, I know who it is. His name is on the tip of my brain. He is an incredibly strong athlete, but suffered nausea earlier in the course. I will get that name for us all in a second here.
He has just kissed the ground, so he must be pretty happy.
Yes, that's who it was. Teo Detiem. So we saw him earlier, incredibly positive, but we saw him really struggling at one of the aid stations early on in the race when he was much higher in the pack, saying that he was vomiting, but still smiling. Obviously has huge support from the French crowd. Teo Detien gutting it out to finish just seconds over 24 hours. 70th overall place and 62nd amongst the men. And here we are waiting for our 9th place woman from France. Thank you for the corrections in the chat.
Her legs have just opened up and she is giving it her all on these last turns. She's got a massive smile across her face. In 2024, she finished 7th woman at CCC, and here she is at UTMB top 10, the finals UTMB World Series, bringing it home, and she's had a great day out there. And this is her with her little one.
Oh my gosh, and Cecile Thévenot.
Oh.
You are our 9th place finisher on the women's side, making a pass over Anne-Sophie Polstad in between Flagère and Chamonix.
And
well done.
Incredible role model for her kids. She juggles training with being a mum to these 2 little adorable girls, and this is her moment. Take that lap. Once in a lifetime experience. Well, for a lot of runners, they come back time and time and time again. So, but once in a lifetime to be top 10 takes a lot to make it into the top 10 here. A lot of things have to go right, and you have to run really well on the day. She has run all night, all day, and then done a big lap here around Mont-Blanc. Big smile on her face. You can see just the sheer joy. Congratulations. She's a very experienced French mountain runner, and she knows the Alps exceptionally well, and that's really paid off for her today. She got 3rd maxi race around Lake Annecy, which I've heard quite a lot about that race.
It's a tough race. Yeah.
Ruth has done very well at that one. Unfortunately, Ruth wasn't with us today running, but Ruth came first.
Do you know that is where I first met Courtney Dauwalter in 2017? I believe that was Courtney's first international race, and she was a female runner wearing these long shorts, asking me about poles. And me stupidly giving her advice. And that was my experience of the maxi race with Courtney. Love you, Courtney.
Having Courtney here at the start line last night really brought a whole different energy to the crowd. I wanted to go and buy some long running shorts, and I do not even suit them. I thought Courtney makes everything cool. Okay, this is our 10th woman coming into the finish line here, guys. She's only got 300 meters to go. And this is Anne Sophia Polestad from Norway, who we thought we were chatting about earlier. But Anne she was hot on the tails of our 9th female runner, and she's had a great day out there. She's from Norway, racing in the 40-44 category.
Yeah, and look at how she has worked her way up through the crowd. Every single aid station, except for one, she has caught up on people. It is just really impressive, paced super well. She has managed herself amazingly. This is our 10th place woman, Anne-Sophie Polstad from Norway, and that rounds out our top 10 women of this UTMB live coverage.
She's flying that Norwegian flag high. It looks like she's overwhelmed with emotions, greeted by her loved ones. And wow, what a top 10 female finish it's been. She has rounded out the top 10, as Steph has said, and it's been such a exciting race to see the females pushing it really hard towards the end there. It was just female after female, and there wasn't any massive gaps, which we sometimes can see.
And you know what, folks? That marks the end of our UTMB live broadcast. It has been a very full 3 days. It has been a very intense, a very emotional 3 days covering OCC, CCC, and UTMB. And it has been such a pleasure to be able to be here with you on the mic. 3rd year in a row. And I will see you, hopefully, throughout the UTMB World Series over the coming year. Martin?
I mean, I'm feeling inspired from everything that I've witnessed over the last 24 hours here, and I hope all of you guys at home are feeling inspired seeing all of these incredible performances.
And that was Martin Gafouri, who has been with us, just giving us a reminder that the camera will stay on the finish line, so you can continue to watch the runners as they come through that finish line arc. You just will enjoy the silence without our commentary. I know that will make some of you very happy, but for the rest of you, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for keeping us in check, giving us the tips. Again, it is such a privilege to be a part of the sport, to be a part of this incredible event. It has been an absolute privilege to be able to speak with you over these 3 days. And I'm off to do a little bit of celebrating, have a little wine to finally celebrate TDS and the end of commentary, and get some sleep and spend time with my daughter.
And thank you all for having my Australian accent here today with you all. I'll keep bringing the Australian to these English commentaries.
No, we love it. And so before we sign off here are our top 10 men at UTMB, the Grand Tour around the mountain. Ben Demon, of course, now in first, followed by Baptiste Chassagne, who is his second time in second place. And then Caleb Olsen, incredible finish, trying to chase down Baptiste, followed by Virgil Morissette. Then Joaquin Lopez, huge support from his country people in Ecuador. Hannes Namberger, the closer, we thought he might make the top 5, but should be very proud of his 6th place. Gauthier Bancader in 7th, and then another Frenchman, Antoine Chavelin, followed by Yannick Noel and Jean-Philippe Choumi, rounding out our top 10. Moving over to the women, we have Blandine Lerandel, one of the most emotional finishes we have had here at UTMB. Huge support, followed by Rachel Entrekin, standout performance in her UTMB World Series premiere. Emily Schmitz, just wow, finishing in 3rd place. That local knowledge as an American living in Chamonix Valley really paid off. Then Gareth Arnold, mom of 2, and previously winner of TDS, coming in 4th. Jasmine Lowther in 5th. Kasia Dombrowska in 6th. They have taken this off the screen. I'm going to give you the final finishers here to round out our top 10. Have no fear. Then Lucy Bartholomew in 7th. Antonina Ayushina in 8th. And second, Cécile Thévenot from France in 9th, and Anne-Sophie Polstad in 10th. And here we have Pau Capel, my teammate, coming to the finish. What a great way to end. I am going to sign off and head to the finish line. Thank you so much. That's Stephanie Case. And thank you, Jackie Bell.
Thanks, everyone. See you later.
Come on, Chamonix. The world is not ready for it. The battle is on. Wow. Oh, this is so good.
Everybody gotta be yourself now. You've got
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
you wanna